The abandoned building I looked at seemed to be bleeding. Looking down the street, I saw a few more stone structures, and they too had red fluid dripping down their dark granite. My friends and I backed off instinctively. "Maybe it's just some type of sap," Amy said, running her fingers through her hair like she usually did when she was anxious. But then, the wailing started, and we all looked at each other. I saw the same paleness and uncertainty on all their faces that I felt inside my stomach. "What's that? A fisher cat? A fox?" James asked to my right, speaking quickly, his voice quivering. He was always the natural leader of our little expeditions, the one who did the research into the abandoned sites or caves, and encouraged everyone else to come along. But right now, he didn't look like much of a leader. His eyes were wide, his skin was pale, and he was quickly looking around to the right and left. I knew how he felt. "That's no fox," I said, feeling around in my pocket for my knife. The wailing seemed to come from all around us. It sounded like a woman being burned alive. The fourth member of our group, Sarah, was the only one who seemed to not be in a state of mortal terror. She calmly looked at the blood dripping down the buildings, walked up to it, and sticking her fingers into it, then smelling it. I thought for a moment she would taste it. Thankfully, she didn't. She wiped the blood off and turned to us. "Yeah, that is blood," she said. "I think we need to get out of here." Her calmness seemed to bring the group back together for a moment, and we all looked at each other. I took out my knife. I looked over at the old church at the beginning of town, and saw with horror that it was absolutely covered in blood now. Every floorboard and wall and beam on it sweated the dripping red fluid. It looked like a shimmering flowing maze of dark crimson. It soaked the dirt and the grass growing around it, dripping down from every surface. "If any of you have weapons," I said, "it may be a good idea to take them out now. We don't know what is around us, but it's better safe than sorry." Sarah nodded in agreement, pulling out a keychain with mace on it. James had a box cutter, and Amy had absolutely nothing. But she went to the side of the dirt road and picked up a big stick. We all started walking back to the car in a tightly clustered circle. The hike would take at least 45 minutes, even if we hurried and didn't get lost. We had to follow the red trail until it intersected with the green trail. The green trail would lead directly back to the dirt parking lot where we had parked. I would be ecstatic to see those little green markers. The wailing never stopped, but seemed instead to follow us. Silvery eyes looked out at us from the mist, but whenever I turned my head to look directly at them, they were gone. They moved so quickly. I wondered whether maybe I was just hallucinating them. James was at the back of our little circle, and I was at the front. I heard a quick commotion from behind me, but by the time we all turned to look, he was gone. It couldn't have taken more than a fraction of a second for us to look back. The thick fog on both sides of us obscured sight. We heard a deep, terrified, low scream, but it was cut off by the middle with a horrible gurgling, choking noise. And then, we were plunged into silence. The wailing had stopped. "James? James!" I yelled, trying to discern where the scream had come from. There was no reply. Throughout history, there have been countless unsolved disappearances of towns or groups of people. The Mayan city of Tikal, the English colony of Roanoke, the entire Roman Ninth Legion, the Eskimo village of Anjakuni Lake, and many others. One of the most bizarre and least well-known occurred near where I grew up. Sources from a few centuries ago told of a bustling community of loggers and fur trappers who had a small hamlet deep in the forest they called North Windshire. It consisted of mainly one dirt road with buildings on each side of it, but it had a church, a tavern, a blacksmith, a barber surgeon, and a few other functioning establishments. The people who lived there were, By all accounts, peaceful and hard-working. The fact that all of them disappeared one night without a sign of struggle confounded locals, and to this day, no one has ever discovered any conclusive evidence as to what happened to the townspeople. Explanations ranged from a sudden epidemic to hostile Native American tribes. A few of my friends and I went out urban exploring and cave exploring, and we knew we needed to see this place. James had brought it up, texting everyone about it, and then Amy went to the local library and found anything and everything she could about North Windshire. By the next day at 4 p.m., 4 of us were driving out there. The thick fog of early spring covered the endless forest. We nearly missed the single dirt road leading off to North Windshire, but luckily, Sarah's eagle eyes saw the faded marker as we drove past. It got dark around 5:30, but since the hike was only estimated to take 30 minutes each way, I figured we had plenty of time. The walk into North Windshire was beautiful and peaceful. We complained about our jobs, discussed other abandoned sites and caves we might explore, griped about politics, and drank a couple of beers. By the time we reached the outer limits of the town, I was in a good mood, happy to be with friends and explore somewhere new. But as we entered the first building in the town, an ancient-looking church with doors busted off and animal droppings all over the floor, an eerie feeling had fallen over me. I could see it was affecting the rest of the group as well. No one wanted to be the first to speak about it, however. Not after we had driven an hour just to see this old ghost town. Yet, when I was inside the church, I could have sworn I saw silver eyes, looking in through the broken windows. There was a feeling of immense power in the church, a feeling of something ancient and inhuman watching us, and a slight smell of sulfur seemed to cover the entire town, mixing with the smell of fog and pine trees that pervaded the forest. "Where could he have gone?" Amy asked. She was in clear panic mode. Sarah and I tried to calm her down. "We need to get out of here so we can call for help," I said. Sarah shook her head. "We can't just leave James, and you know it," Sarah said, still maddeningly calm about the whole thing. "We have to go look for him. What if it was you? Would you want us to hike out of here and call the police? It could take a few hours before they get here and start searching. And if he's in danger..." I sighed. She was right. I didn't want to mention that choking sound that had cut off his screaming, however. It sounded like something was ripping his throat out, and if that was the case, there was nothing we could do by searching. Luckily, Amy brought it up instead. "It sounded like he was choking," Amy said, tears starting to roll down her cheeks. "What if he got attacked by a bear or a mountain lion? What if it ripped his throat out? What if by looking for him, we all get attacked too?" "Sarah's right, though I hate to admit it," I said. "Even if he did get attacked, he might still be alive. We might be able to help him." We heard scuffling from our left. I had my knife pointed out in that direction. For a keychain knife, it was rather long and strong, made from Damascus steel and longer than the palm of my hand. With shaking hands, I took the key ring and keys off and slid them in my pockets, so the knife wouldn't jangle every time I moved. Amy had her thick tree branch ready. The figure broke through the fog suddenly, on the ground and dragging itself forward, and Amy and I both let out a short scream. My first thought was that it was a zombie, but I quickly realized that wasn't really true. It had a smell of sulfur. Disintegration and feces emanated from it, a smell that made me want to gag and cover my face, but I didn't dare put my hands up. Though it had no legs, it moved deceptively fast. It veered towards Amy, who was holding her branch like a baseball bat. She swung the huge thing as fast as she could, knocking the wood into the side of the creature's head with a massive crack. Its head whipped to the side, its open, drooling mouth biting off a piece of its own tongue in the commotion. The tip of its tongue, a dark brown rotten thing, fell off into the dirt. Its cracked black teeth smashed together, pieces of them shattering, yet within seconds, it had turned its head back towards us and started forward again. Amy quickly backpedaled as I ran forward, stabbing the knife through the side of its neck. With a strong grip, I pulled the knife handle back towards myself, opening up the creature's throat with a single motion. It opened its mouth in a silent scream, but no blood came out. Instead, white light began to seep out of it. It looked like a thin, shimmering mist, which at first dripped slowly out of the creature's wounds, and then began to run faster and faster. The light twisted back towards the abandoned town, forming a spiraling tunnel as it veered down the path. The strange creature had lost the glow of its eyes now. It just lay there on the ground, kneeling on its stumps. Its rotting, filmy eyes slowly started to close. It fell forwards, landing at Amy's feet. "Oh my God," Amy said slowly. "What the fuck was that?" I shrugged calmly, but inside, I was just as terrified as her. I could feel my hands trembling badly. I tried clasping them together, holding the knife between them, taking deep meditative breaths in an attempt to stop the trembling. After a few seconds, it seemed to recede slightly. "I think whatever it is, it's connected with that church," Sarah said. She still seemed maddeningly calm about the situation. I wanted to shake her and ask her if she understood how close to death she was right now. And then she looked at me. "You lead the way, Dean." I nodded. "We need to get as far away from the church as we can, I think," I said. I started walking down the trail, and they followed close behind. I could practically feel Amy breathing down the back of my neck. We made good time on the trail. We each had flashlights on our phone. Even though we had no service, the presence of the phones and the bright LED lights they provided made me feel quite a bit better. It seemed to connect me back to the real world, a place of technology and 911 and science, rather than this trail of silver eyes and bleeding churches. But after hiking for 45 minutes, I knew there was a problem. The hike was only supposed to take 30 minutes each way. Going in, we hiked the green trail for about 10 minutes, which intersected with the red trail. We only had to hike about 20 minutes on the red trail to reach the town. We had stayed in the town longer than we should have, and it had gotten dark. But since the trails were clearly marked and we had lights on our phones, we hadn't been worried. Now, I was extremely worried. It would have been nearly impossible to miss the sign and the big marker on the intersection of the trails. Even at nighttime, I knew we hadn't passed it. It seemed impossible, and none of us wanted to break the silence. Eventually, however, I did. I turned around. "We're lost," I said simply. Sarah and Amy shook their heads. "Do you think we should turn back around?" Amy asked, nervous. Her eyes flitted from me to Sarah rapidly. "And do what?" I asked. "It just leads back to the church. We're trying to get—" Sarah interrupted me, pointing suddenly. Guys," Sarah said. I turned around so fast I almost fell over. I saw where she was pointing with her cell phone light, and I wanted to start crying. It was the church. We had somehow done a full circle and came back to the abandoned ghost town. This was, of course, geographically impossible. The red trail did not circle back around. It continued in a relatively straight line to the east. And yet, here we were, back where we started in the pitch black night. Then the singing started. It reminded me of a church hymn, but it was eerie, off-note, slowed. It was like a church hymn from a bad acid trip, and as I saw lines of silver eyes walking down the street, I realized where it was coming from. "Quick, around back," I whispered, pointing to the church. We sprinted around the building, hiding behind it, though careful not to touch the exterior itself, which was still swam with blood. Sarah and I poked our heads out to watch, while Amy hyperventilated. hugging her branch to her chest, looking into the dark bushes suspiciously. We had all turned off our lights by this point, but the moon gave off a little light, enough to see vague silhouettes anyway. The smell of the creatures walking down this eerie abandoned street was overwhelming. The smell of the blood from the buildings, mixed in with the rotting sulfurous reek that now overpowered us. I saw many of them had pieces of their faces, arms, and legs missing, as if a leper colony were marching past us. But no blood ran from these wounds, and the light in their eyes seemed to come from within their bodies. They weren't simply reflecting the moonlight, but emanating some dead light from within themselves. It was disquieting. When I turned to look away, I realized Amy was gone. I shook Sarah quickly, who seemed to come out of a trance. "Amy," I said, simply pointing. She turned, and her eyes went wide. "Where the fuck is she?" she said through gritted teeth. I tried squinting into the bushes, but it was too dark to see anything. I swore under my breath. "We're going to need the lights, Dean." I nodded, though a pit of dread formed in my stomach as she spoke the words. "If those things in the road see our lights..." She turned her light on, covering most of it with her hand to try and make the beam smaller and less noticeable. Her mouth opened in a silent scream, and she nearly dropped the phone. I looked down, following her gaze. 10 feet into the bushes, we saw Amy. Her head was on backwards. Her neck snapped. The skin stretched into a tight circle. Her mouth was still open in horror, her eyes wide and unseeing. "Oh God," Sarah said, and for the first time, I saw her calm, cold demeanor shatter. She was breathing fast, bent over, repeating those words. "Oh God, oh God, oh God, oh God." "It's okay," I said, taking her hand gently. I covered her light up with my palm, then turned on the screen and turned it off. "We're going to be okay. Don't fucking lie to me with that bullshit," she whispered angrily. "We are definitely not going to be okay. Do you see her? Look at what they did to her." "We can't give up hope," I said. "We need a plan. Our plan should be to burn that fucking church down and kill all those bastards," she whispered. I nodded. "I like it," I said simply. "That is a great plan." I peeked back from around the corner, trying to see if the creatures with the glowing eyes had gone away, and to my horror, I saw one of them standing inches away, watching us and grinning from ear to ear. It showed off blackened teeth and squirming brown gums in its Cheshire cat grin. I involuntarily yelped and stumbled back, falling over a branch, dropping my knife and phone when I hit the ground. Behind that one stood dozens more, all smiling wide, watching Sarah and me with their dead glowing eyes. I began to fumble in a panic on the ground, looking for my knife and phone. I found my knife, but my phone was nowhere that I could see. For a moment, time seemed to stop, all of us frozen like statues. The creatures smiling with their insane expressions on their decomposing faces. Sarah flicked her mace to the firing position and began shooting it at the creatures' faces. At first, nothing happened. Then a bellow of rage began. Each of them that had been hit began to mutter. It didn't sound like words at first, but it grew louder and more angry with every passing second, until it turned into a shriek. All of their grinning mouths turned to open, furious screams. They began to run forwards. I was out of time. Grabbing my knife and leaving my phone, I got up, sprinting into the forest. Sarah wasn't so fast. By the time she had turned to flee, their dead, rotting hands had already grabbed her. Her screams of pain followed me out into the darkness, echoing and growing more animalistic. Then they were cut off, and I was alone. I ran in a straight line for a few minutes, cutting myself open on prickers and falling over branches and smashing my knees on tree trunks. I was battered, bloody and hurting. Eventually, I found a huge rock with a small opening underneath it. I crawled under it, hiding, thinking. Sarah's words came back to me. Our plan should be to burn that fucking church down. Hell, they were her last words, her dying wish. Eventually, I crawled back out. Feeling in my pockets, I found a lighter. I limped painfully back towards the abandoned town, back towards the church and all those murderous creatures who called it home. As I got close, I could hear those eerie hymns stretching out through the forest, distorting and echoing. I crawled to the back window, and what I saw there will give me nightmares for the rest of my life. They had the bodies of Amy, Sarah, and James crucified against the front wall. A figure in a black robe was cutting out pieces of their bodies and feeding them to the congregation. One by one, the creatures with the glowing eyes would go up to the front, where the robed figure would use a knife to rip off a piece of skin or muscle from the dead body and feed it to the open, rotting mouth of the kneeling creature. They all lined up, and soon, the bodies of my friends were skinned, the bones and organs showing as they mutilated each other and fed them to the crowd. I felt like throwing up. I backed away from the church quickly, trying to form a plan. I stumbled around, looking for a thick branch. I found the one Amy had been holding behind the church. Next to it, I saw Sarah's can of police mace. Grabbing both, I snuck back up to the front, and I shoved it through the handles of the church door as quietly as I could. I started a fire in the town, destroying the church first. The weather was dry, and it was fairly easy to get it started. I used dry leaves and twigs, piling them up in the corner of the building and lighting a few leaves to get them started. The fog was thicker than ever, and the darkness was starting to come in. I could only hope someone would still be able to find me. I let the fire spread, starting new ones at each of the buildings I passed. Hissing and whispering came from the shadows all around me. I used Amy's mace to stop one of the crawling, biting creatures, who had only one leg and was dragging himself around, leaving trails of blood behind him. As the flames grew higher, more creatures came out, and soon I had to abandon the town entirely, but they were following me closely. I sprinted down the trail, continuously looking back. Silver eyes glinted in the night. I was grabbed from the bushes and trees repeatedly, rotten hands shooting out to stop me from escaping. The hands were cold, and the skin felt loose on them. It was as if in the process of decay, the flesh had started to separate from the bone. When I ripped free from the last one, most of the skin came with it, revealing brown fetid muscle underneath, squirming with worms and insects. But looking back into the forest, I could see flames high in the sky now. I knew it would only be a matter of time. I sat on the trail, a knife in one hand and the can of mace in the other, and waited. Soon, I heard voices, human voices. They were coming from farther down the trail. Seconds later, I caught my first glimpses of firefighters in reflective suits. I started shouting and waving my hands. Weak, dehydrated, and terrified, I was quickly ushered out of there. They brought me further down, and I realized the branch of trail that led back to civilization was here again. I nearly cried in relief when I saw those green markers along it. Finally, I had broken the loop. With help, I made my way to safety, the sole survivor of a trip to hell. The world we live in is full of things we don't understand. Being the curious humans that we are, we naturally try and seek these things out. Doing so has led us to remarkable discoveries and inventions that we never could have imagined 100 years ago. We have defeated diseases, built to the sky itself, and even created machines that could take us beyond the clouds and into the stars. If our ancestors could see us in what we have created, I'm sure many of them would see us as gods. Our innate curiosity and lust for knowledge has not always led us to greatness, however. True evil and darkness have also been uncovered in humanity's conquest of knowledge. And in the end, I fear this evil will be our doom. I do not say this from the standpoint of a great philosopher who has sat and simply pondered things either. No, I say this because I have seen it, experienced it. I was part of it. The event I am about to relate to you is true in its entirety. This I swear. I feel certain that this will fall on deaf ears, and many of you will believe this to just be another spooky story meant to give you cheap thrills. But I promise you that this is neither my intent nor my purpose. The purpose of this story is to simply warn you of what lurks beyond the veil of what we can see and understand, to show you what awaits us in the darkness. Even if myself don't fully understand it, what I am about to tell you has happened, and I feel certain it will happen again. In 1971, a not-so-well-known scientist began preparations for an extremely secretive project simply known as the Harbinger experiment. I would like to keep the identity of the scientist a secret for my personal reasons, so throughout this recounting, I will refer to him as Zimmerman. Zimmerman's background is unclear at best beyond 1971. All that was known about him before this time is that he had grown up somewhere in Maryland with a strange fascination of the occult and supernatural. This later made him an outcast among his fellow scientists, due to how scoffed upon the metaphysical was, and still is, at the time. Zimmerman's opinions concerning the otherworldly were not the sole cause of him being an outcast, though. It was his methods that made him wildly unaccepted among his peers. Zimmerman was well known during this time for being ruthless and cold beyond measure. He never cared about the means. All that mattered to him was the results. And if he predicted the results to be valuable enough, anything would be worth obtaining them. It was this insatiable and brutal lust for the truth that made him feared among those that knew of him, and the few that knew of him and did not fear him believed in him and followed him and his work closely. The word Harbinger itself has such a mysterious and intimidating taste to it. Maybe it's the way it rolls from our tongues, or maybe it's simply due to its association with the project. But the word always seems to carry a certain amount of doom with it, which would make sense. The word itself means to warn or forebode. I can't imagine Zimmerman's reason for giving the experiment this title, but in retrospect, it fits perfectly. Zimmerman came to a select few, me being one of them. He told us he was working on something big, and that he needed people who could keep confidentiality and not spread idle gossip of his work. While he did not fully trust some of us, he did know that we were professionals and that for some reason or another, we were all in dire need of employment. I had worked at a local clinic as a doctor, but I was caught stealing medication and was promptly fired. This left a very dark mark on my resume, so it was hard to find work. I was also a native to Alaska and lived near where the experiment would take place, so I guess you could say I was a convenient choice. As you can imagine, I jumped at the opportunity. It was hard not to when I saw the payout. 15 of us were hired in total. Some were colleagues of his that had been working with him for a while. Some were maintenance workers and a few were hired as private security. I was the only medical professional to be hired. It is still a wonder to me how he even attained the funds necessary for the experiment. I could not be wholly surprised if his financing was not entirely legal. But legal or not, I needed the money and he was paying. Looking back, it's a decision I have come to regret. After Zimmerman obtained his money, he used it to buy a relatively large plot of land deep in the frozen wilderness of Alaska. And upon that piece of land, Zimmerman built a concrete structure, not dissimilar to a bunker in fact. The sole difference being that Its goal was to keep any potential damage contained within the structure, rather than keeping it out, as he put it. Most of the structure dug underneath the earth, which had the effect of making the underground complex seem just so much smaller than it really was from the outside. As would be expected, there was only one way of entering and leaving the underground structure, and it was via a ladder that led from a small unassuming concrete building on the surface, which I will refer to from now on as the entrance building for convenience, to the network below. After everyone had gone to bed at night, the hatch that contained the ladder would be sealed off with a very large and thick metal lid. Zimmerman was very strict about this. Located not too far away from the entrance building was a series of wooden cabins that would serve as the sleeping quarters for the staff Zimmerman had hired. Compared to the entrance building standing on the surface, the underground system was massive. At the center of the complex was the control room. This is where all the facility's electronics and such were linked to. This included security cameras and light and door controls. Consoles, monitors, and computers lined the walls of this large central chamber. This is also where the ladder in the entrance building connected to in the underground complex. Connected to the control room were 3 doors. One led to a smaller room that served as the infirmary. Another door led to a break room, and the last door led to the hallways. The hallways are where the complex began to feel extremely eerie. They were for some reason laid out in an extremely confusing scheme that led in circles and to complete dead ends. These hallways made up a vast majority of the complex, and it would be very easy to get lost in the maze if you were unfamiliar with it. But if you knew where you were going, you would find yourself standing before one of 3 8-by-8-foot rooms before long. Each room had a camera hooked to one of the corners of the room, and all 3 of those cameras were connected to a corresponding monitor in the control room. Cameras were also scattered throughout the hallways, so that whoever was watching their corresponding monitor could see anywhere they wanted to, when they wanted to. Thick metal doors stood at the entrance to each of the 3 8-by-8-foot rooms, and in order to open them, you would have to enter a 4-digit code into the panel located near the door. I remember when I first arrived at the complex, how badly the hallways frightened me. I have always been claustrophobic, you see, and those hallways were so very narrow. The noise, or more accurately, the lack of noise, was also a tremendous source of fear for me in those bleak, narrow hallways. It was always so unnaturally silent, as if the entire world had stopped moving. It really made you feel like you were trapped down there. Thankfully, though, I only rarely ventured into those hallways, for I was the only medical professional in the facility, and I had virtually no reason to go into them. In the beginning, I found it so peculiar that Zimmerman would ask for a medical professional like me on a project like this, but by the time it was all over, I understood why. The official purpose of the Harbinger experiment was to test and observe the effects of extended isolation on the human mind. This is what was listed on reports being sent out, at least. But unbeknownst to all of those who were not participating in the project, excluding the subjects, the true purpose was much darker. Like I said before, Zimmerman always had an obsession with the occult and supernatural. He sought to prove himself to those who did not believe in him. He wanted physical proof that the supernatural was a real phenomenon, and wanted to be the first one to attain said proof. The true purpose of the Harbinger experiment was to find proof of the metaphysical, a world we could not see. The thought of doing this was naturally a tad bit daunting and even scary, but it was Zimmerman's method of doing so that was truly terrifying. Zimmerman believed that he would be able to open a portal between worlds momentarily, allowing 3 random entities to cross over to our world, and each of these beings would be trapped within one of the 3 rooms. Zimmerman had the theory that any entity would try and latch on to the nearest living thing that had the capacity for it. He wanted to use this technique to trap a spirit in a physical form, by allowing it to enter a living being that had been injected with a compound mixture of Zimmerman's creation. In theory, This compound would keep the entity from simply leaving whatever it was attached to. The only way it would be able to leave the host who had been injected with the compound was through death. According to Zimmerman, the host would have to be something living, with a will strong enough to survive a possession, and there is only one known species that possesses the amount of will required for this: humans. Zimmerman had also done something to ensure that the entities would only enter the 3 rooms, and that there would be only one entity in each room, though I cannot say I know exactly what he did. In fact, I know next to nothing when it comes to how Zimmerman managed to do what he did. He liked to keep his methodology a secret to his most trusted colleagues, most likely due to his paranoia that someone would steal his ideas and take credit for the success of the ideas. If I had known that this was the true purpose before I signed up, I may have reconsidered. But Zimmerman decided not to tell us until we were all gathered at his fortress. Even if any of us wanted to leave, I doubt we would have been allowed to do so. The security team Zimmerman had hired was loyal to him and the payout. It is not likely that Zimmerman had given them the order to not allow anyone to leave. There were 3 different subjects included in the experiment, and all 3 were native to Alaska, and each one was lured into the project under the belief that they would be participating in a harmless study of the effect of isolation on the human mind, as I mentioned before, which is why none of the subjects objected when they realized that they would be confined to one of the 3 rooms that I mentioned earlier. The first subject was a young man. He was apparently out of work and desperately needed the money that had been offered for participating in the study. The second was a woman. By looking at her, I could tell she was an addict of some sort. The third and final subject was an older man, a drifter if I had to guess. One thing that they all had in common was that none of them had any family or friends left. In short, no one would miss them, which is why they were chosen for the project. I'm sorry, I wish I could supply more information about the subjects, but all of this has been drawn from memory, and I was given little information on the 3 to begin with. The experiment did not officially begin until 1987, 16 years after its original announcement. I was eager to begin, so I packed up and headed out to the complex as soon as I could. I arrived at the compound a week before the subjects had even signed up, and a whole month before the project even began. I was not the first to arrive by any means. When I got there, Zimmerman, his colleagues, and the security team had already arrived. I suppose you could say I was among the people Zimmerman did not trust to arrive first. Everyone had about a week before the experiment began. There was a noticeable rift between those who were simply there for the money, like me, and those who were followers of Zimmerman. On October 15, 1987, all the preparations were in place. The subjects had been sealed in their rooms. The cameras, lights, and speakers were fully operational, and all the staff members had settled in. The time had come for the experiment to officially begin. Zimmerman asked everyone to report to the control room around 9 p.m. to witness the beginning of the experiment. He wanted everyone to be present when he proved that all his theories had been correct, and that he was not just a madman. He wanted us all to see the fruits of his labor. When everyone had finally gathered in the large control room, Zimmerman turned to us and simply said, "Observe." He then turned his back to us, leaned into the microphone that would project his voice through the 3 rooms, and then began chanting in a strange language that I feel certain no one but Zimmerman could understand. We all observed the 3 large monitors on the wall, silently waiting for something to happen. The subjects all stood in their room, dumbstruck by Zimmerman's chanting, staring at the monitors with confused expressions on their faces. After about 5 minutes, I felt something awful. I cannot explain what exactly it was, but a horrible feeling of dread washed over me, riddling me with fear. It was then that the ground actually began shaking abruptly, and the lights began to flicker. Zimmerman continued chanting into the microphone, as if nothing was off or wrong. while the subjects began dashing around their rooms, screaming for help. Then suddenly, the ground stopped shaking, and the monitor's image turned into static. The air began to become very heavy as we all stared at the monitors, waiting for them to regain their image and show us what was happening or what had happened in those 3 rooms. For a while, all was silent, but then there was screaming. The screams of a woman going through unbearable pain and terror began to echo throughout the compound. The similar screams of men began to coincide with the woman's terrified screams, and altogether, they mixed into an awful symphony of pain and fear that beat mercilessly into our ears. Those of us who were here for the money began to give each other scared looks, while those loyal to Zimmerman seemed completely unfazed. We wanted to leave and never come back to this awful place, but we all knew deep down that Zimmerman would never allow that to happen. We were here for the long haul. There was no escape. It was 10:13 p.m. when the screaming finally stopped. The monitors had yet to reveal to us what had occurred in those 3 rooms. As soon as the screaming ended, Zimmerman stood and dismissed us all for the night, adding that we were all forbidden to come back into the compound until 10 a.m. tomorrow morning. Not like any of us wanted to. We all solemnly made our way out of the compound and toward the cabins and settled in for the night. I feel it's safe to say that not all of us slept well that night, and I was not one of them. The following morning, all of the staff had arrived at the entrance building. We all stood inside exchanging tired or nervous looks as we waited for Zimmerman to arrive and open the latch that concealed the ladder. I could see palpable fear in the eyes of some of us, while others did not seem to have even been remotely affected by what happened last night. Zimmerman showed up 5 minutes after 10, apologizing for his tardiness as he came through the door of the entrance building. He opened the hatch and without hesitation began descending the ladder downwards into the abyss. He almost seemed enthusiastic. I was the first to follow behind Zimmerman's dark descent into the facility. It seemed that the farther I climbed down, the more the darkness closed in on me, as if it was trying to swallow me whole. And as I climbed deeper, I couldn't help but feel that this place was different somehow. While before, there was only unsettling concrete hallways and rooms, now there was something else. Something made the eeriness feel so real and personified. I feel like a horrible and gruesome scene awaited us down there. But I continued climbing downward, despite my fear and hesitation. This was no longer just a spooky bunker. There was darkness and malevolence in the air. A true evil now lived here, and I could feel it. We all could. I finally felt my foot touch ground, and let out a silent sigh of relief to be on solid ground. Almost as if on cue, the light bulbs came alive, dousing the room in their warm and welcome light. Zimmerman must have turned on the power, I thought. I allowed myself to take a couple of seconds to examine the control room. It was exactly as we had left it last night, for which I gave a silent thank you and prayer. It was almost as if nothing unusual had ever happened. I shook myself from my thoughts as I remembered the static-filled monitors from the night before. I let my eyes slowly make their way towards the monitors on the wall, anticipating the grim and fearful scenes that would be on them. My attention was first grabbed by monitor 1 and 3, which were still pure static. It would have been a small relief, but then the motionless image on monitor 2 caught my eye. Room 2 was entirely still, and everything seemed entirely untouched. I couldn't help but gasp as I noticed the only thing that was different. The woman lay in the center of the small concrete room. An expression of fear and terror was frozen into her gaunt face as she lay silently and lifeless on her back. Zimmerman's expression turned angry when he saw this. He ordered that the second monitor be turned off, and it was. We didn't ask why. It's not like any of us wanted to see the dreadful scene any longer. He also ordered that, if the images in monitors 1 and 3 did not return within the next 2 hours, the security team would be sent in to investigate the rooms. The security team nodded at hearing this. They made it seem as if they had no fear, but I could see it in their eyes. The subtle loud tick-tock of the clock was the only sound that echoed through the control room while I stared at the monitors. An hour and 50 minutes had gone by, and static was still all that occupied monitors 1 and 3. All of the other staff members were working except for me. This was due to the fact that the project had been completely injury-free thus far, so I essentially had nothing to do but wait for someone to hurt themselves. Zimmerman, a couple of his colleagues, and I were the only ones that occupied the room. They quietly chatted amongst each other on the other side of the room, while I spent my time reading and pondering the situation I currently found myself in. I had clearly made a mistake coming here. The corpse lying in room 2 was evidence enough of this, and God only knows what waited us in rooms 1 and 3. My thoughts were soon interrupted as monitor 3's image returned. The clear image now displayed on the screen made everyone's eyes noticeably widen. What was displayed on the monitor was horrifying. A humanoid thing stood in the center of the room, staring directly at the camera, unmoving. It was wearing the jumpsuit that Subject 3 had been issued. But this clearly was not the same man that had entered the room. What caught my attention first was its eyes. They were solid black and twice the size of normal human eyes. They seemed so endless and so cold. Its head had also grown with the eyes in such a symmetrical and unsettling manner. The being had also shed all the hair it once had, and even from the monitor, I could see how unnaturally smooth and clear its skin was. It had also seemingly grown in height and stature, which could be seen in the fact that the jumpsuit was now obviously too small for its wearer. Its limbs had grown especially long. Its arms hung almost as low as the creature's knees. What we were looking at now was in no way the same man we had sent inside. Fear was all I felt as I continued to stare into the monitor at the thing in the room, and my fear seemed to be shared by those around me, which made me feel kind of good. It may sound awful, but it was a bit satisfying to see that Zimmerman and his colleagues could feel fear too. But at the same time it was worrying, because this showed that this was not part of Zimmerman's plan. Something had gone wrong. We all stared into the monitor at the thing despite our fear. It was almost as if we were in a trance. My already present fear began to grow and spread rapidly through my body as I became lost in the creature's eyes, trapped in its terrifying hypnotic gaze. After what felt like forever, I managed to break eye contact with the creature and divert my attention from the monitor. And when I did so, I felt my fear levels drop considerably. After a short while, Zimmerman ordered his security team to make their way to Subject 1's door, just as he said he would. The security team left without question, armed with only batons and pistols. I focused my attention on watching the men progress through the hallways towards Subject 1's room via the cameras. Even through the not-so-high-quality cameras, it wasn't hard to tell that these men were afraid of what awaited them. Their heads were downcast as they walked. They did not possess the same confidence within them that they did when this project began. They looked like scared boys being sent off into a terrible war. Eventually, they made it to the door. We had perfect vision of them in the door via the hallway camera. One of them said something through one of their walkie-talkies and made a motion toward the camera. In response, one of Zimmerman's colleagues buzzed the door open. The men already had their pistols out by the time the button was pushed. Slowly, the door began to open. We all watched eagerly as the men began to approach the door, guns aimed inside. Suddenly, and without warning, there was a loud shriek, and as something bounded out of the room at the men, the monitor turned into static. Immediately, we could hear screaming echoing down the hallways, followed shortly after by the distinct sound of gunshots. We could do nothing but wait. After a couple of minutes, the screaming and gunshots stopped. We all waited and prayed, hoping that whatever bounded at them from the room would not be the one to return to the control room. After a couple more minutes, 3 of the men came back, carrying with them the corpse of the 4th. He had massive cuts covering his chest, and his face was shredded. You couldn't even tell who he was anymore, or even that he was human. I was used to gore, being a doctor and all, so I felt somewhat unfazed by the mass of shredded flesh and bloodied meat that they carried with them. But many of the others went pale and vomited. The security team all wore emotionless expressions and eyes filled with terror. One of the men finally looked up at us. He stared at us for a while with those wide eyes of his. It's said, he finally managed to mutter in a shaken and scared voice. A couple of hours went by. The dead man's name was Frank. He was buried outside in the cold Alaskan ground. 2 of the men were unharmed, physically at least. The 3rd was alive, but only barely. His body was covered in bloody slashes and one of his eyes had been gouged out. I managed to stabilize him, but only just. The other 2 men vaguely explained what happened. Apparently, Subject 1 leaped out at Frank after the door had opened. It wasn't really Subject 1 anymore. According to them, it had a hideously contorted face and long, sharp claws. They claimed to have shot it over a dozen times before it fell dead, and then they emptied another dozen bullets into it, just to make sure it was really dead. Only once it was dead did they come back. After tending to the wounded man, I went to investigate the monitors. As afraid as I was of seeing what those monitors may have held, I needed to see. Subject 3 was the only one left now, and I needed to see it and make sure the creature was still in its room. It seemed to be more like a jail cell more than an ordinary room at this point though, which was probably a good thing. The cameras displaying Subject 1's room and the hallway outside, it still displayed a static-filled screen. No one was sent to repair them or investigate. We just had to hope that Subject 1 was well and truly dead. Monitor 3's image was exactly the same as I had left it. Subject 3 was still staring directly into the camera at us. He was still in the exact same position, and if it were not for the small fan in the corner of the room, I would think I was looking at a still image. In a way, I felt relief at seeing this. Relief that he was still in his room and had not escaped, while no one was looking. After everything quieted down, I noticed something especially unusual. There was a strange sound emanating from somewhere. At first, it was barely noticeable. The only reason I heard it was because of how extremely quiet it was in the infirmary. But as time went by, it slowly began to increase in volume. After about an hour, it was loud enough that everyone else could hear it too. After a couple more hours, its volume had increased so much that we could determine what the noise was. It was a song. One of the staff members identified it as Living in the Sunlight by Tiny Tim. Apparently, his father loved the song and listened to it frequently. The song seemed to be on a loop and kept replaying itself. Although we were able to identify the noise, we remained unable to identify its source. We knew that it wasn't coming from the speakers because we had turned them off. It seemed to be emitting from the walls themselves. More time ticked by as we all began to become increasingly agitated by the song. I spent most of my time in the infirmary attending to Frank or in the control room. Fear hung in the air, and the presence of unmistakable darkness and evil was no doubt its source. Subject 3 still had not moved. He had kept his unblinking gaze fixed on the camera the entire time. It always felt like he was staring directly at me, no matter where I was in the room. I think this effect was also felt by the others, due to the fact that they seemed to move around the room a lot for seemingly no reason. After a few hours, the song was so loud that people almost had to shout in order to communicate. We had been trying to find its source so that we could turn the song off, but it was to no avail. The source was completely unidentifiable. This added a level of extreme irritation to our already very present fear. It was around 8:30 that the ground itself began to shake once again. Just as it had done the previous night, panic began to spread among my fellow employees and me as the shaking grew in intensity. During this, I had the sudden instinctual feeling to look over at Subject 3's monitor. It was gone. Almost as if on cue, the power went out. And thankfully, the song did as well. Ever since the security team came back, panic had been slowly building up among the staff, and Zimmerman was powerless to stop it. When those lights went out, the calm projections that everyone had been trying to maintain left us, and the fear in all our hearts took over. The emergency backup lights kicked on shortly after the power went out, which I gave a silent, thankful prayer for. The lights were dim, but they still allowed me to see a lot. Total panic seized us, as many of my fellow staff members began screaming and rushing to the ladder in an attempt to escape. But too many of us were trying to use it at once, and no one was able to get very far on the ladder without someone else pulling them to the floor and taking their place. Zimmerman was shouting for everyone to calm down, but his dominating and intimidating personality had no effect here, and his demands fell upon deaf ears. It was total chaos. It wasn't long until people actually started hurting each other in their desperate attempts to get up that ladder and out of this place, and wait for my opportunity to escape up the ladder. All the screams were soon silenced, as the familiar hum of that unsettling song began to rise in volume again, only much quicker this time. And this time, it was clear that the noise was coming directly from the maze-like corridors. People stopped fighting and shouting, as all our attention shifted to the door that led into the hallways. The song quickly got louder than it ever had before, which forced many of us to cup our ears in our hands in an attempt to silence the noise. Then suddenly, the song just completely stopped. Silence. That was all that filled the room as we all stared at the thick metal door in anticipation for what was coming. It felt like ages had gone by, but in reality, it was probably only seconds before the silence was broken. The door suddenly and violently burst open, and the music started again, louder than it ever had before. The suddenness and volume of this caused many of us to recoil by falling to the ground and grabbing our ears in an attempt to block out the noise. I glanced up for just a second, and in the doorway stood a tall, smooth-skinned figure with long limbs and eyes so dark and malevolent that you could clearly see them in the dim lighting. After I got my bearings, I looked upwards at the creature once again, just in time to see the thing pick up Zimmerman and rip him in half in one fluid movement, dousing the room and everyone in it with his blood and intestines. I was no stranger to gore, but the sight of that was too much for me to bear. I hunched over immediately after seeing this and vomited all over the cold cement floor. That ladder is my only hope of survival, I thought to myself, as I forced myself into a standing position. And as my eyes rose along with the rest of me, I could see the thing ripping and tearing through the people as they scattered in an attempt to escape it. It was distracted, and as awful as it sounds, this was my only chance to get up that ladder. I forced my legs to move towards the ladder, trying to block out the terrified screams of my fellow staff members and the unbearably loud music. I could hear gunshots coinciding with the screams, and terrible sounds of flesh being ripped apart somewhere in the mess of noise. I reached my hands outwards and felt a wave of relief wash over me as my fingers came into contact with the hard metal rungs of the ladder. I gripped them and began to climb upwards as quickly as I could in my disorientated state, all the while praying that the monster would not see me and pull me off the ladder and back into the slaughter. It felt like at any moment I would feel one of its smooth hands wrap around my ankles and pull me to my death. but I eventually made it to the top. There was no question in my mind. I had to close the hatch and seal that thing down there, even if it meant certain death for my colleagues. I could not allow that thing to escape. I gripped the thick metal lid and began to push with all my might in an attempt to seal the underground complex off. Despite how dense and sturdy it was, the lid was surprisingly easy to move and did not take very much effort to push it over the hatch. Even in my weakened state, in seconds, the hatch was completely covered by the dense metal lid. I collapsed on my side and began to vomit some more as exhaustion overtook me. And as I lay there, I realized something. Aside from my labored breaths, the only thing I could hear was the faint echo of that song from down below. I felt as though I would lose more of my sanity if I continued to lay there and listen to that song. So I once again forced myself to my feet and began to make my way to the wooden lodge I had stayed in the previous night. It was where I had left my baggage and also where I had left my keys to my truck. Of the 15 staff members that took part in that forsaken experiment, I am the only one who survived. I have never returned to that awful place where all this happened, and I don't intend to. The project was very secretive, and Zimmerman was the only one who knew all the details of it. And as far as I know, no one is aware of my involvement aside from me. In fact, I am probably the only one who knows what the Harbinger experiment truly was, let alone what actually happened. By now, you are probably wondering why I have told you all about something none of you should be aware of. Maybe you're expecting me to give you a speech about not messing with things you don't understand, or something along those lines. I hope not, for I have no speech to give or a lesson to impart. I began hearing a noise earlier today. Almost immediately, I recognized the noise as a very haunting and familiar song. I didn't even try to trace it to its source. I knew it would be pointless. And as the day has progressed, the song has increased in volume. It's loud enough now that I can very clearly make out the lyrics. I am completely unable to escape Tiny Tim's voice. It has followed me everywhere I have gone. Subject 3 is coming for me, and I know my time left in this world is extremely limited now. I guess you could say that I just wanted to tell the tale of the Harbinger experiment before it was lost forever. I hope that you will take some lesson from what I have recounted to you, but I think we both know you won't. Let's be honest. You don't believe a word that I've told you, and I don't blame you. I wouldn't believe me if I were you. To you, this is nothing more than something you get cheap thrills from. You were probably mindlessly surfing the internet when you clicked a link and found yourself here, wherever you may be, listening to this story. And to be honest, I don't care if you believe me or not. Even if you do, it probably won't stop you from trying to uncover the truth of a darkness that few of us have ever seen. It certainly never stopped Zimmerman. If you want a lesson, look at what happened to him when he went seeking the truth. I pray that none of you ever have to see the evil I have seen. I hope you all get to live in the ignorance of what lies beyond the veil of what we can understand. It's here now. I can feel its black eyes burning into me, just as I could all those years ago. I am as much to blame as Zimmerman is for the monstrosity that is now free to roam the world, even if I was not the one to create it. I'm so sorry. Please, forgive me. I remember the first time I saw the man, the thing with the face like melting wax. I knew he had many masks and many names. He followed our family for years, and from father to son, mother to daughter, the fear and terror of the faceless man got passed down. Every time he came, he would have a different face. The first time I saw him, he looked like a withered old Asian man, leaning heavily on a wooden cane with a silver top. Our front door stood wide open. I saw my mother and father standing there, their faces as pale as ghosts, as they looked down upon the stranger. I couldn't have been older than 11 years old, but the memory is still as sharp as a butcher's knife stuck in my brain. I walked forwards from the living room. The cartoon noise is still blaring loudly in the background. The man looked past them and straight at me. He squinted his eyes and grinned. "Another lamb. So pretty and young," he mused. "Isn't it a shame when a child is taken so early in life? And yet God kills children every day. I heard last month, a hurricane blew an entire school down and killed 100 of the little bastards in one swift go. So perhaps God will forgive me for my small sins, my taking of a few here and there, to keep my appetite satiated." "Get out of here," my father snarled through gritted teeth. He clenched his fists until the knuckles turned white, looking as if he would strike out at any moment. "Do you know who I am?" the faceless man asked in a whispery voice. Then he began chuckling. It sounded like someone trying to laugh with a slit throat, a harsh gurgling sound that raised goosebumps all the way up and down my body. My father slammed the door quickly, locking the deadbolts. I fingered the silver cross my mother had given me nervously. I always did when I was anxious. Feeling it lying there cold against my skin helped bring me back to the moment. My father turned to look at us with panic-stricken eyes. I heard light knocking on the door behind him as the demonic laughter continued to grow louder until it became all I could hear. Then, without warning, it cut off. When I looked out the peephole on the front door, I saw the front stoop stood empty. "Get my gun," my father said to my mother. She left the room, quietly sobbing as she went. Sunlight from the warm summer sky continued to stream in through the windows. What a beautiful day, I thought to myself. Such a beautiful day, and maybe my last. Then I saw a shadow cross in front of the living room window. I saw someone peeking in, with wide, excited eyes. A grin like a skull spread across his leathered old face. As I watched, the face began to drip and contort as it continued to smile. It started slowly around the lips and eyes, and then it began speeding up. Within seconds, I saw the flesh running down his cheeks and chin in rivulets, dripping like flesh-colored wax. Behind the mask he wore, I caught a glimpse of something horrible, before new streams of flesh rolled over it from his scalp and forehead. Then the last of the human skin dripped off, and I found myself staring into the face of hell. I could never explain the true horror of the thing lurking behind its costume of human skin. It felt like staring into a pus-filled wound with maggots writhing around the edges, or maybe like falling into a mass grave. Some of its body seemed flipped inside out, with the glistening muscle on the outside. But the bloody demonic face was far more disturbing. It had eyes like two smoldering cigarette burns. Its mouth was a slashed, disgusting thing. The lips looked eaten away, with ragged patches of flesh surrounding them that seemed to make the smile seem much larger, reminding me of how a clown would do his makeup. I saw that grinning mouth filled with countless needle-like sharp teeth, above black sore-ridden gums that writhed and shivered in its lipless mouth. Even through the window, a smell like sulfur and reeking spoiled meat filtered into the house, seeming to fill the air like a physical presence. Its body looked flipped inside out. I could see the quivering muscle on its skinless figure. It looked deathly thin, and veins ran along the outside of its face and body like thick dark worms, pulsating with each beat of the satanic heart that lay inside that thing's chest, emanating sickness and evil through every pore of its gleaming body. As it stared into my soul with its black lidless eyes, I saw in that face all the worst nightmares of the universe. I saw mountains of corpses festering under a hot sun, black holes eating worlds as masses screamed. I saw mothers drowning their children in bathtubs, and animals eating each other alive. I saw into eternity, and it looked so dark and empty that I fell to my knees, pleading, "Make it stop, make it stop." I cried, tears streaming down my face. My father ran in with his shotgun raised, but when I looked back up, the window was empty. Yet the visions continued to run through my mind like a movie, atrocity after atrocity, and somehow, it all connected back to the faceless man. After a few seconds of utter silence, that deep gurgling voice rang out, making us all jump. It seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere, all at once, reverberating throughout the room. It said something that made my father waver on his feet, a strange verse, but one I remember by heart to this day. Here is Belladonna, the lady of the rocks, the lady of situations. Here is the man with 3 staves, and here the wheel, and here is the one-eyed merchant, and this card, which is blank, is something he carries on his back, which I am forbidden to see. I do not find the hanged man. After that, we barricaded the doors and locked all the windows. I knew it wouldn't keep the faceless man out. He could easily just smash through a window, and perhaps he wouldn't even need to do that. Maybe he could pass inside the house anytime he wanted. And yet, if so, why hadn't he? "So, it started again," my mother said, looking at my father with a powerful intensity in her eyes. "He has come back again for a sacrifice." My father nodded slowly. "What do you mean, a sacrifice?" I asked, my child's mind not comprehending the magnitude of the situation yet. My father hesitated. "He eats the souls of people," my father said. "He and my great-grandfather drew up a contract long ago, and ever since, our family has had great wealth. You're young, so you don't really understand fully yet. But not everyone lives in mansions like us. Not everyone vacations in Paris and Buenos Aires during the summer vacation. Not everyone has a garage full of Porsches and Mercedes. So why don't you just tell him no?" I asked in my childish way. "We don't need all this money." The left side of my father's face began twitching. He stomped towards me, shouting as tears ran down his face. "I don't give a shit about the money," he cried. "The deal was drawn in blood and curse from the first day. Do you think if I could get him to go away by giving him everything I own, I wouldn't? I would do it in a heartbeat. I would live in a goddamn trailer and eat instant noodles if I had to. But there's no escape." He looked around, as if expecting to see the faceless man standing right behind him. He began looking out of the window, seeing nothing but a bright summer's day. "We need to go," my mother whispered. "Now, let's just take Susan and go. He won't find us if we keep moving." "He'll find us," my father said, looking defeated. Tears continued to stream down his face. He looked like a defeated man. "He always does. But fuck it, let's go. We'll take the bastard on a run around the world." We took off from the property, and my father told me about the deal as we flew out of town in an expensive Mercedes, redlining the accelerator. I thought more than once he would crash and kill us all, in his wild frenzy to put distance between us and the faceless man. "Once every 50 years, my father said. He comes. He has his pick of the litter, as he calls it. He takes one child from our family, and in exchange, our wealth is guaranteed for the next 50 years. Even during the Great Depression, Our family didn't suffer, except, of course, the periodic abduction of children. He makes the parents watch as he takes the soul of the child into himself. I don't know what kind of foul magic it involves, but from what I've read in the diaries of my grandfather, it is a very painful ritual that involves skinning the child alive and rubbing their body with special herbs. Then he makes them walk, totally skinned and bleeding to death, until they collapse. And that's when he takes the soul. He sucks it out of their eyes. It looks like thin wisps of light when it finally goes. I shook inwardly in horror. No one would ever allow that to happen to their kid, I said confidently. My father shook his head. You act as if we have a choice, he said. The first time, he comes politely, knocks on the door, and tells the parents it's time to fulfill the contract. If they say no, then he leaves. But he always comes back, and the next time, he won't be polite, and he won't leave. He'll come into the house when we're sleeping, torture me and your mother to death, slit our throats, and take you anyway. He's tireless. He doesn't age, he doesn't sleep, and as far as I know, he can't die. How can we fight against such an evil? By going to the moon? But why would great-grandpa make a deal like that anyway? I asked. Because at the time, he had 10 children and all of them were starving. A few had dysentery, and he didn't have a penny to his name at the time. He chose to sacrifice one and give it to the faceless man to save the other 9. My father shrugged. I don't know if we can understand it. I certainly don't agree with it. I'm not sure he realized at the time that our family would suffer eternally afterwards, and that the contract could not be voided except through death. He laughed bitterly. We should have just let our family line die out. Maybe that would have solved the problem. What about those words at the end, Dad? I asked. What did those mean? Oh, that's just an old famous poem. My grandfather used to recite it to me before he shot himself. He loved T.S. Eliot and thought that the poem would have some relevance to our problems. For some reason, he never got over the loss of his son to the faceless man. You see, never. He used to wake up screaming in the night. He tried to drink his memories away, but in the end, my father braked suddenly, bringing the car to a full stop. I looked up, seeing forests on both sides of us. We hadn't traveled long. A hitchhiker stood at the edge of the road, in grimy blue jeans and a bright tie-dye shirt. His long hair rippled around him as he stood with his thumb out, but his face had started to drip and melt. We all saw it and froze. My father reached down below his seat and pulled out the black shotgun. He ran out of the car like a madman, his eyes blazing with anger and terror. Get out of here, he cried as if a rabid animal. Then he raised the gun and fired. The faceless man's tie-dye shirt burst into shreds as buckshot tore into it. The faceless man smiled, raised his hand to us in a wave, and disappeared. The clothes fell limply to the grass below, now totally empty. My father shook his head grimly and turned around to come back to the car. A dark shape zoomed out of the forest, holding a sharp knife. Before my father could turn, he raised it to his throat and pulled. My mother screamed, getting out of the car to go help my father, but he was dead. Even as a child, I knew it. I could see the knife had practically severed his head from his body, except for the spine, and a thin bit of flesh hanging off the back. Blood poured out, flooding down his chest as he stood there for a moment, uncomprehending. Then he began to fall forwards, and his head snapped back, revealing the gore, muscles and ligaments beneath. I watched as my mother ran to his side, panic-stricken. The faceless man looked on with glee, laughing and shrieking. His black eyes blazed with an inner light as he looked towards me and grinned. showing the hundreds of needle-sharp teeth behind that sore of a mouth. My mother looked at him, trying to grab the gun from my father's stiff hands, but the faceless man didn't even flinch. He ran forwards, his sleek, bloody body as fast as a greyhound's. He opened his mouth wide and bit at my mother's face. I saw teeth bite into her skin, and he began to shake his head like a dog, ripping and shredding. Her face became a mask of gore, and I screamed in the car, nearly throwing up. But something inside told me I needed to move. I wasn't a stupid kid after all. I wasn't going to die here next to some woods in the middle of nowhere. I ran out of the back seat and jumped into the driver's seat. I had never driven a car, but it was, after all, an automatic. It didn't take much intelligence to put it in drive and hit the gas pedal. Of course, I didn't really know how to drive, and I nearly hit a tree. I skidded, turning the wheel, and with 2 bumps, I accidentally ran over my mother and father. The faceless man shrieked with laughter as I drove off down the road, screaming and crying in the car. I abandoned it a few hours later in the city. My father had brought a massive envelope of cash with him in the center console, and I counted it with awe. It was hundreds of thousands of dollars. I went on the run soon after, moving across the country and living on the money I found. It was 4 years later when I went to a carnival, bored, and decided to have my future read. I hadn't seen the faceless man in years, and I figured I'd lost him. If only that were true. The old woman pulled out her tarot card deck and began flipping them over one by one. "Ah," she said in a voice that seemed to deepen. "I see. Here's the man with 3 staves. And here the will. And here is the one-eyed merchant." I screamed, backing up quickly as the flesh began to drip off her face. "And this card, which is blank, is something he carries on his back, which I am forbidden to see." The last of the skin dripped off. The grinning thing beneath rose from the chair, its sleek, bloody body and black holes of eyes regarding me with glee. "Ah, yes, I am forbidden to see, but I have to see it. I've seen it. And look what it's done to me, Susan. Look what it's done. Your mother and father rot in a shallow grave somewhere, picked clean by animals. And now it's just you and me, Susan. And we're alone. The card is blank, but it doesn't have to be. Come and see what it holds." He rose it into the air, his bloody skeletal feet dangling feet above the ground. "Come and see." I pulled the pistol I always carry out of its holster and began firing at point-blank range into the demonic face and black heart of that thing. People began to scream all around me at the carnival. I turned to run out of the tent, but a cold hand gripped my shoulder. "Leaving so soon?" The soft voice whispered in my ear, laughing with the sound a drowning man might make. "Ah, but we haven't finished, Susan. Worthy is the lamb, worthy is the lamb, worthy is the..." Suddenly, the hand touched the small silver cross my mother had given me as a small girl, and it flinched away. I felt the grip loosen and I ran without looking back. People had taken cover all over the carnival. Many had started to leave, and I saw agitated police and security trying to find out where the gunshots had come from. I immediately mixed into a large crowd and made my way towards the exit, but I constantly looked back, expecting to see a man with a melting face. Perhaps it would act like a police officer and pretend to arrest me before bringing me to some dark forest and starting the skinning process. I keep running now, but I always look over my shoulder because the faceless man doesn't age and he doesn't sleep, and he never, ever stops looking. I can't eat. That's the gist of it. I can't eat. I guess to people who haven't grown up the way I have, it sounds absurd. So much of our lives revolve around eating. Breakfast, lunch, dinner. It's a social ritual and contract. And without it, we lose a core pillar of being human. But I can't eat. I can't be a part of that. It's complicated. I grew up to a single mother with a minimum wage. How she managed to keep a sickly kid alive through all that is beyond me. And I don't mean sickly as in getting nasty colds or ear infections. I mean sick, with a big S. For as long as I can remember, I could never eat solid food. Some doctors called it inoperable achalasia, but my mom called it royal throat. Just like the kings and queens of old, she used to say. They were so used to having servants feed them that they stopped eating for themselves. It was just a nice way for her to make it sound like I was special, rather than cursed. The main problem is that I can't swallow. So instead, I'd have to puree my food and slide it down my throat with a thick plastic tube. I can't really taste anything, and the whole ordeal can look uncomfortable to onlookers. So it's something I'm very private about. I can still taste and chew things, but a pleasant taste doesn't really outweigh the threat of choking to death. I can drink, but it takes some effort. If it gets too hot or cold, my throat just shuts down. Same if it's too sugary, too spicy, or too sweet. And since I can't swallow, I just tilt my head back and let it run down my throat. Mild apple juice is an occasional treat, but I like to stick to ordinary tap water. No fizzy stuff, nothing that makes my muscles contract. Apart from that one thing, I was a normal kid. I still went trick-or-treating, and by the end of the night, I gave all my candy away to my friends. It made me bully-proof in a way. To them, I was weird. But it was the kind of weirdness that paid off. Whenever someone handed out candy or fruit or freebies, I passed mine along to those who treated me well. You're like a truffle pig, my buddy Dawson used to say. You get to sniff out all the good stuff, but you can't have any yourself. And that's where the nickname started, Truffle Pig. I don't know if it's some kind of myth or urban legend, but it's said that truffle pigs can never be allowed to eat the truffles they're trained to find. If they do, they're useless. They get so preoccupied with finding truffles for themselves that there's nothing else. They get a taste for it, and it's all over. I got the occasional jab and mean look about the nickname, but most of them said it with love. It wasn't mean-spirited. It went from truffle pig to truffles to ruffles to just rough or ruffy, and I guess that name's just stuck around ever since. I graduated from high school and got a job on a clam boat. Not a fancy job, but I've always loved the sea. I never get seasick or carsick or anything like that. Maybe a side effect from having a strange stomach. So when a spot opened, I was first in line. Did it for a summer as a practice run and got hired full-time a month later. Great pay, decent benefits. We usually worked on smaller vessels, inshore boats, smaller yields that could turn a surprising profit at the local seafood markets. Whatever we could get our hands on, we could sell at a huge markup. There wasn't a single Christmas where I didn't go home with a bonus. I'd end up being designated driver whenever I went out with the guys. They'd sometimes forget about my deal and bring me a beer or scotch, and they'd end up getting an extra one. I'd stare at that spicy bowl of peanuts in the middle of the table and wonder what it'd be like to pig out on them, stuff my face and go downtown, to feel the crunch in my teeth, resonating in my jaw. But that would send me straight to the hospital, or the morgue, a yellow building just down the street. Truffle pig, look, but don't taste. Mom passed away when I was 27. It wasn't sudden or dramatic. It was the result of a lengthy battle coming to an end. I held a speech at her wake, divided her possessions among her living relatives, packed all her things in brand new cardboard from the tool shop, picking apart a careful knick-knack ecosystem where everything has a place, leaving only pale walls and dust bunnies. It was kind of funny though. There was this one picture of her and I from when I was just an infant. Back then, I had brown eyes and hair. I thought it was someone else at first, seeing as how I now have my mother's blonde hair with green eyes. But there was a note on the back confirming that it was, in fact, our first picture together. I was offered a few days off work to get my affairs in order, but I declined. Stepping away from your routine underlines how painful the change is. By declining it, you're robbing it of its power. That's what I thought, at least. When it rains, it pours. And maybe I was distracted that one early morning in May, when I turned onto the interstate. I'd gone down that road 1,000 times, but just this once, I didn't pay attention. Maybe the other driver didn't either. Either way, the collision was violent. No one died, at least. They had to cut me out, but the other guy walked away without a scratch. They put me in a neck brace and took me to a hospital. Ran all kinds of tests. I had a fracture in my left leg, but apart from that, it just looked bad. Most of it was surface level stuff. They still did their due diligence though. X-rays, checkups, the whole shebang. I'd have to wear a cast on my leg, but apart from that, I'd be fine. I remember the final day before they sent me home. The doctor, a middle-aged Indian woman, went through my x-rays and talked to me at length about how lucky I'd been. In between instructions on how to keep my cast clean, I threw in a question. "What about my neck?" I asked. "Am I gonna have to change how I eat?" "No, that should be fine," she said. "Why do you ask?" "The achalasia," I said. "It's inoperable. Should be in my file." "Achalasia?" She looked at me for a couple of seconds, then back up at the x-rays. "You don't have achalasia." I went over it with her again and again. I told her I'd been diagnosed as an infant, that it had stuck with me all my life, that my throat was atrophied, and that I could only have pureed food pushed down my throat with a tube. Royal throat, like the kings and queens of old. "I know what you're referring to," she said, "but I don't know what to tell you. You don't have it. From what I can see, you've never had it." She pointed at the x-rays and explained how to recognize it, and there were no signs of it in any way. I was perfectly fine. I just had to practice eating. If you've been doing this for so long, chances are you'll never quite get used to it, she admitted. But physically, there's nothing wrong. But it's gonna take time adjusting to. I walked out of there on crutches, but I barely even paid attention to the leg. I couldn't believe it. All this time, I could have been just like all the others. Someone must have misdiagnosed me, but there was nothing in my file suggesting that there'd ever been a conversation about achalasia in my past. In those files, I was perfectly healthy. Always had been. I couldn't make sense of it. There had to be a reason I had lived the way I had. I decided I would go through my mother's things to see if there was a hint. I had boxes to go through a second time. Maybe I'd missed something. I got a ride home from the hospital by my buddy Stevie. 40-something father of 3. Salt of the earth kind of guy. The kind of person who has a pickup and doesn't mind helping you move. 'Cause that's just what you're supposed to do. He must have noticed I was a bit quieter than usual. "Don't worry about it, buddy. Don't worry about work, Ruffy," he said. "Give it a couple weeks." "Thanks, but that ain't it," I said. "It's my throat." "Whiplash?" he asked. "Got an ache or something?" I explained to him what the doctor had said, that I was fine and always had been. I told him about the x-rays, how nothing showed, and that there was nothing in my files. Stevie got so caught up in the story that he almost missed a green light, making the guy behind us lean on the horn. Stevie snapped out of it and stepped on the gas. "That's fucked up," he said, making a left turn. "But I mean, that's good news too." "I suppose. Yeah. I was gonna have to get used to a new way of living. One where I could sit by the table and share a meal. I had a hard time wrapping my head around it. I was a bit scared. After all, What if I didn't like it? Could I just go back to pretending? But first, I had to give it a try. I couldn't just go trudging into a restaurant and order a ribeye. I had to try something small. I had Stevie drop me off at a supermarket. I bought some yogurt, cucumber, and chocolate ice cream. I asked him to join me in the kitchen. I figured it would be the best way to have someone call for help if things went sideways. Like the doctor had said, even if I was physically okay, it would take time getting used to the sensation. There aren't exactly tutorials on how to eat. It's supposed to come naturally to us. It's not something you learn. We sat down at my kitchen table, and I cracked open the yogurt. Stevie had a Coke. I didn't have any cutlery, so I had to grab a teaspoon from my mom's kitchen box. I dipped it in the yogurt, picked it up, and observed. My heart was beating out of my chest. "You alright?" Stevie asked. Just nervous." "Just try a little," he smiled. "Try to enjoy it." So I tried it. I let my tongue soak in the soft vanilla and acidic tang. I took a deep breath, leaned back, and just tried. I almost choked as my throat muscles cramped up, but it went well enough. It was wildly uncontrollable though. I coughed a little, but held up a hand to show Stevie I was okay. I tried a little more, and then some ice cream. It was difficult, and I could feel an ache in my throat. I was flexing muscles I'd hardly ever used. Over a painstakingly slow hour, I tried little bits and pieces of things. I was getting used to it, slowly but surely. I had to stop when I got to the cucumber though. I cut it up and tried eating it like mush, but part of the skin got stuck in the back of my throat. I ended up having a coughing fit. Stevie had to give me a couple of back slaps. We decided to pause for the day, but it was promising. I was feeling something I hadn't felt before. It was a new experience, and I was getting better at it. "Give it a month," said Stevie. "By the time that leg cast is off, you'll be a brand new person." Over the next few days, I was stuck at home, waiting for my leg to heal. Meanwhile, I took some time to go through my mom's stuff. Everything from old phone books to photo albums. There were a lot of baby pictures, but they weren't in a particular order. In most of them, I had blonde hair and green eyes, but there were a couple where it was still a clear brown. I could see a couple of things change in my mom too. Her hair getting longer, the marks under her eyes growing deeper. But there were other things too. There was this one picture where she was breastfeeding me, and another shortly after where she used a bottle. There was also one where she'd been in some sort of accident, wearing a bandage that reached up to her shoulder. All the while, I was microdosing on food. Little pieces of ice cream and yogurt, mashed potatoes and gravy, a strawberry sorbet. It took some time to get my throat moving, but after just a couple of days, I could swallow with little to no problems. The first solid food I ate was a salty peanut. I bit down and chewed it for so long that my jaw ached. And when I finally swallowed it, I could feel a tingle in my neck, like little puzzle pieces falling into place. I was so relieved I could cry. I ended up eating a whole bag, letting a rerun of Friends echo in the background. But all I could hear was the sweet crunch of peanuts breaking against my perfect enamel. It was such a filling sensation. Flavor, texture, mouthfeel. And with it all, the realization that I had so much more to experience. It was euphoric. I wanted to save the first time I had a big dinner for a special occasion with my work friends. Not just Stevie, but the whole crew. My cast was still healing, so I had some issue getting around, but that wasn't going to stop me from having a fantastic night. A proper steak dinner, a shrimp cocktail, garlic bread. I didn't hold back. I think my colleagues could feel the change in the air as they got equally excited to order. We had some drinks, made some jokes, and left all the pretense at the door. Just guys being guys. As soon as I dug into my shrimp cocktail, I could feel something. There was this rush of energy, like an electric surge. I could feel my pupils growing larger, and I couldn't close my eyes. My breathing grew shallow, and my pulse wouldn't stop rising. It's like I was on some kind of drug or fighting for my life. I thought I might be having an allergic reaction, so I had to stop myself and do a mental check. I felt fine. I was fine. Great, actually. The moment my steak arrived, the others raised a glass. "To good food," Stevie said, "and to good friends." The others echoed the sentiment, but before they got to good friends, I'd sunk my teeth into the steak. I could feel the juices soaking into my teeth. It's difficult to describe the sensation. It's like I didn't just eat a steak. I could hear the bovine death cry in the back of my head. I could feel myself growing as a predator, sinking my teeth in like a prowling tiger. I daydreamed with my open eyes, watching the red of the meat pulse with an invisible heartbeat. And somewhere in the distance, I could hear Stevie saying something, but I couldn't make out the words. I bit down, hard, and tore away. My teeth ached, as if they were pushing themselves out of my mouth, reaching for more meat. And with every passing second, the restaurant faded away, until something cold splashed across my face. I was lying on the floor. My work friends were standing in a circle around me. One of the waiters called an ambulance. My hands were covered in grease. I'd grabbed the steak right off the plate with my bare hands. There were bite marks on my forearm, deep ones, still bleeding. I had to get my arm stitched up. According to Stevie, I'd gone completely feral. I'd torn that steak up, reached across to Luke's pork chops, and grabbed that too. When I couldn't immediately grab more meat, I'd fallen to the floor, biting my own arm like I was trying to subdue a prey animal. They'd never seen anything like that. "Some kind of episode," Stevie said. "We're worried about you." Doctors didn't know what to make of it. Some kind of chemical imbalance from a sudden shift in my diet, combined with stress and physical recovery. It didn't help that I'd been drinking. Not much, mind you, but enough for it to affect me. They couldn't point to a single instigating factor, but instead prescribed me a kind of anti-anxiety medication. They were just throwing darts at the wall at that point. Coming home, I noticed something peculiar. There was a crack in the side of my cast. I'd just been at the hospital, and it had been fine, so it must have happened recently. I thought about going back there, but I flexed my leg a little, and it felt fine. And in a couple of minutes, the whole cast peeled off. My leg was healed. Now, I'm no doctor, but I couldn't feel anything wrong with it. I could put pressure on it, walk, flex my foot, not even with a hint of pain. The only thing I could point out as being unusual was a strange skin growth on the left side of my thigh. At first, I thought it was a long strand of hair, but it was too thick and covered in skin. Touching it didn't hurt, so I just broke it off and held it up. I got a little spot of blood from it, but nothing major. The thing was moving when I held it up, contracting over and over, like a dying insect, or like the leg of a shrimp. I got a call from my boss the following morning. They insisted I took some time off, in accordance with my doctor. They were eager to have me back, but I had clearly not adapted to my new circumstances. It was a very diplomatic way of saying I was making people uncomfortable, and that they needed some time before they could forget that mental image of me gnawing on myself like a wild animal. But that just gave me more time to experience things on my own. I made a long list of things I was going to eat. Pork, chicken, turkey, maybe something a bit more unusual like alligator. At least 3 kinds of fish, crab, and every kind of fruit I could find at the supermarket. Then again, fruit didn't excite me as much. There was something about biting into meat that was way more satisfying. I enjoyed the taste of fruits and veggies, but there was something about the texture of meat that I couldn't make sense of. Then again, this was my first time experiencing food. There was no way for me to know this wasn't normal. When I got back from my shopping spree, I went to the bathroom to wash my hands. I noticed something in the bathroom mirror. My eyes looked different. The pupils looked rectangular. I figured it was a trick of the light, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was about to change. But I was too excited to care. I was gonna have a field day, so I washed my hands, splashed some water on my face, and hurried into the kitchen. At first, I was systematic, pulling out little samples of things, bite-sized nuggets of meat, ready to be plopped down in a single gulp. I prepped a couple in the frying pan, others in the oven. I'd bought a new air fryer to try out some combos. I put on some music and had a blast. Everything was so rich, so succulent. Different textures, different flavors, and a world to discover. I could imagine the salty sea running between my fingers as I bit down on the crab meat. I could feel the textures of the feathers as I slurped up a slice of turkey. I adored it. Every last second of it. I spent close to 13 hours that way. Just eating, eating, eating. The shops closed and opened, and I was the first in line to get more. I must have looked like hell. That's what the look on the cashier's face had said. I would fall asleep at the dinner table, still holding my next piece of meat. A chicken wing, a tomahawk steak, an honest-to-God cheeseburger. I'd close my eyes and keep eating, dozing off between bites. It was heaven. While I didn't know it at the time, I kept that up for 49 hours in total. I was in this meat-stained daze, not knowing what was happening around me. I'd missed calls and appointments, emails, bills to pay. I hadn't paid attention to any of it, and my systematic approach had completely fallen out of the window. It was a marathon. When my kitchen ran empty, I lumbered to the bathroom. My stomach felt like wearing a backpack on the front, like an imbalance. I had to lean my arms against the wall to keep myself from tipping over. I was scared to look in the bathroom mirror, but I did it anyway. The pupils of my eyes had gone horizontal. The skin of my left leg had turned into a kind of shell. My teeth had grown long and jagged. My nails curled into claws. And throughout my hair, I could feel these long hollow tubes, like growing feathers of a baby bird. My tongue was thick and discolored, my skin turning a reddish brown, with white milk-like spots. I just stared at myself, not grasping that this was a mirror. It showed me, but it wasn't me anymore. And when that realization hit, two thoughts struck me at once. One, that I was destroying myself, that this whole ordeal was what my mother had tried to avoid. Two, that I didn't want to stop. I needed to keep going. I went through my mother's things in between meals. It's hard to piece together a life after it's gone, but it's even harder when you think you already know what it looks like. But my mother's life was very different from what I imagined. Sure, my father was a mystery. There was no mention of him anywhere, except that they met at a punk concert back in the 90s. But she'd lived a very full life since then. She had friends, lovers, and plans of her own. But one thing that stood out in particular, how I'd lost my brown hair and eyes. From what I could tell, she'd hurt herself in some way. And after that, I changed. It was around the time where I'd gone from breastfeeding to being bottle-fed. A thought hit me, an uncomfortable one. I thought back on what I'd done with that steak, and the way I'd torn into it. Could I have done something similar to my mother? Had I always been like this? I tried to find more answers, more pictures, more anything. All the while, I ate and ate and ate. When I ran out of meat, I had the fruit. When I ran out of the fruit, I had the veggies, then the butter, the yogurt, the ice cubes in the back of the freezer. At one point, it was 3 a.m, and I was feverishly going through a photo album from my high school years. Nothing interesting, but I realized I didn't have anything left to eat. And yet, I was still chewing, looking down. I had started pulling out the buttons from the remote control and crunched them up like they were little plastic cashews. I didn't care. I just had to eat. I gnawed on anything and everything. The leg of the kitchen table, the copper wire going to my bedside lamp. I smashed a wine glass on my cutting board and ground it up into something resembling salt, and ate that too. I didn't feel a thing. It was just more texture, wonderful filling texture. I was in a daze, and the next time I looked myself in the mirror, I couldn't comprehend it. When change happens rapidly and naturally, it's hard to notice. You don't really see it until you slow down long enough to care. If you've been running a marathon, you'd stop halfway through and weigh yourself. You wait until you're done. It was the same for me. I didn't realize the changes until I'd slowed down long enough to reflect on them. I wasn't human anymore. My hands had turned into this amalgamation of hoof and claw. My back was bent over with fish-like ridge running along my spine. My eyes had 3 different colors, and one of them were coming out of the socket. If I concentrated, I could move it in and out, like the eye stalk of a crab. A couple of my teeth had turned to glass and ceramic. I could spot copper cables running under parts of my right bicep. Anything and everything I'd consumed with gusto had integrated into me, one way or another. I couldn't call for help. My fingerprint didn't register on my phone lock. I couldn't make words in my mouth to speak. I turned into a flesh prison. You are what you eat. I'd lose track of time. One day, I'd have a tail dragging after me. Another, I'd have a wing instead of an arm. My whole body was bubbling, like a boiling cauldron, shifting with every bite, but with nothing left to eat. It was devouring itself, eating the last parts of me that were human. I'd awakened a process that couldn't be stopped, and it would turn on itself instead of letting me starve. There was no one to call for help. I could barely close the blinds to my windows. I spent most of my time in the shower, drinking water straight from a busted pipe. I'd spent hours there, drinking, watching myself mutate. I could even affect it in a way. Another finger, I'd think, and there'd be another finger. But it was getting harder to think, to comprehend, to put thoughts together in a way that made sense. Perhaps more things changed than I realized. After all, the brain is as much an organ as the heart, the throat, and the tongue. I'd lose long periods of time in a hazy blur. I remember snatching a bird off the windowsill and eating it whole, like popping a grape. I'd walk around gnawing on the curtains like they were long strands of spaghetti. But in a way, I knew I was losing myself. Whenever I had a moment of clarity, I could feel my heart sink into that empty pit in my stomach. I'm going away, I'd think. I'm losing myself. So with every fiber of my being, I grabbed a piece of paper, bit my finger, and wrote in blood, "Stay human." It's difficult to describe the mind of an animal. A part of you disappears. You don't think about inconvenience or what ifs. You think about your next meal, where to sleep, and where to get water. You don't care if you knock over a lamp or pull out a cable. It's just noise. I remember watching that paper, knowing it said something, but the symbols didn't mean anything. It turned from words to scribbles. At one point, I mistook them for droppings and started to look for mice, but didn't find any. I didn't consider myself lost. I didn't consider anything. And for days, I lumbered back and forth, turning my home into a nest. Then, at some point, the symbols made sense. A rare moment of clarity. Stay human. I knew it was temporary. A matter of minutes, maybe an hour. I had to think of a plan. Something, anything, that would make me stay human. Everything pointed to me taking on the properties of what I ate. So if I wanted to make myself human, there was only one solution. One grotesque, unthinkable solution. Now, I could find something tasteful in everything I ate. Anything from glass to copper, to wood and bone, but having to eat human meat to find myself. That was a line too far. But what choice did I have? I made a plan. It was a long shot, but it was the only one I could think of. I could feel myself slipping, so I tried to remember 3 things. The color of the building I had to go to, the direction I had to move, and that there was meat there. Color, direction, meat. I repeated it like a mantra. I remember standing by the front door, pressing my head against the wood. I could hear someone taking their sweet time to lock up and leave in the hallway outside. Please just go, I prayed. You have to go. By the time they were gone, so was my mind. All that remained was color, direction, and me. I made it outside. I followed the direction, looking for the color. A yellow building just down the street. I would run through the dense woods on all 4s, thundering like a hoofed gorilla. I could feel my body changing to sustain the momentum, my arms growing heavy. I had to force myself to keep going, to stay focused on the task at hand. There were so many distractions, cars in the distance, voices, bright lights casting shadows of potential prey. But I followed the direction in my mind, and I saw the building with the color, and I knew there'd be meat. I didn't even notice the locked door. I walked straight through like I was made of paper. There was no guard there, thankfully. If I had the mind to read, I would have noticed the sign of County Morgue. I would know what the smell from the metal boxes meant, but in the mind of an animal, you don't care about the name of your prey. You don't give meaning to your actions. You just take what you want and make it your own. So that's what I did. I'm not going to go into detail. I can't. I remember every bite, but I can't bring myself to put it into words. A man who had died from a heart attack, an older woman who had broken her neck. I pulled them out and did what animals do. Meat, bone, organ. Later, the papers would say it was a bear. They weren't entirely wrong, I suppose. I lumbered home, dragging my bloated stomach through the woods. I'd feel my senses returning to me, a mind becoming human. But with that realization came understanding in what I'd done, and the searing emotional pain that ensued. I lay there among the berry bushes and blue sunflowers outside my apartment complex, hoping no one would see me as I waited for an opportunity to go home. But honestly, at that moment, I think I rather would have died. So here we are, back at the start. I can't eat. My hair has grown out into a mix of black and gray, a combination of the 2 people missing from the morgue. My face still looks like my own. I guess that part was still buried somewhere deep inside me. I'm a little taller, a little heavier, but my colleagues have chalked it up to a change in my diet. I've gone back to an all-puree lifestyle, that same old bottle photo straight in my gut. I can't allow myself to be lost to sensation again. I treat myself to some fruit every now and then, and the occasional drink, but I don't eat full meals. I don't want to tempt fate any more than I already have. I'm back at my job, and I think I'm doing all right. People are looking at me like they always have. No one questions that I've gone back to what works for me. They could see for themselves that something didn't quite sit right when I started eating. They didn't want to see that roughie again, and that's fine with me. Of course, I want to know more, but the only person who could tell me for sure has passed on. There are no more leads, no more signs. The only thing I could find was a curiosity among my mom's old letters. I'd missed it once because I was stuck in her collection of birthday cards. But there was a handwritten note from an anonymous sender. I told you not to breastfeed him. No name, no signature, just messy handwriting on a crumpled up piece of yellow paper. All in all, life goes on. I know I'll never really be like everyone else, but I think that's okay. I can pretend for as long as I need to. Maybe it's okay to be a tainted truffle pig. as long as you don't go looking for something to eat. But if I'm honest, sometimes I wonder if I gave in fully and let myself run loose, if I consumed anything and everything, what would that make me? If I put it all into a single package, what would I become? Truffle pig, look, but don't taste. Not too long ago, I saw a viral video compilation of thieves in low-income areas. People filling up baskets with items and walking out of the store, breaking windows, threatening cashiers, that kind of stuff. But one of the 3-second clips in the compilation was something different. In the clip, we can see a group of people walking over a broken glass door, slowly marching. It looks like a riot, but there's more to it. I was there, and I want to tell the whole story. This happened a few years ago, before heading off to college. I wanted to save up some extra money. I used to live in a pretty shitty neighborhood, and there were only 2 options for a side gig. One was at the local bar, and the other was at a convenience store. I applied at the convenience store, had a quick interview with the manager, and started the following Monday. Now, I gotta stress just how run down this place was. This was the kind of place where the same homeless man sits outside every day, all day, where there were no baskets to carry stuff in. They'd all been stolen too many times. There were a dozen signs taped to the door with a dozen little rules, all to prevent the various grifts and thefts that had happened over the years. No bags, no backpacks, no plastic bags, no canvas bags, no carts, and of course, no weapons. Still, despite its faults, it was the only local place in the community people could afford to shop at. And while there were some who took advantage of it, a vast majority loved the place, right down to the homeless guy chilling by the door. I was planning to be there for the summer. We had a morning and evening shift, and we changed who did that every 2 weeks. The video clip in question took place during my 4th week, my 2nd week at the evening shift. It was a Saturday evening. Benny, the homeless guy, was off to recycle some cans. The AC was acting up, leaving a thin layer of humidity on everything in the store, including me. I was working the counter. It was almost closing time, but I waited for Benny to get back before closing. The guy was harmless and survived on little to nothing. He usually spent what he had earned during the day before closing time. I wasn't working alone though. There was also Lonnie, a mother of 3 who wanted to get some extra money on the side while her husband was posted overseas. A woman in her mid-40s, with this long black hair that could almost reach her knees. Every time I think of her, I'm reminded of oatmeal cookies. We were ready to close when a customer walked in. I was expecting Benny, so when I turned around to see a complete stranger, I was a bit surprised. Now, we get new people all the time, but this one was unusual for a number of reasons. 1, he was clearly not a local. This guy was wearing a brand-named blazer and custom-tailored pants. 2, He was in a hurry. He was clutching this brown canvas bag, panting like a tired dog. I didn't get the time to ask him to hand it over, as per the sign. You got salt?" he asked. "Mineral salt." "Yeah, go check." He was sprinting down the aisle before I had a chance to finish my sentence. Lonnie peeked out from the dairy aisle with a raised eyebrow. I shrugged. Moments later, there was some commotion. I went to check on the guy and saw that he'd pulled down 6 cans of salt on the floor, opened them, and drowned his bag in it. He was whining and pleading, repeating, "Come on, come on, come on," over and over. He was in distress, like his life depended on this. I didn't know what to do. I was going to call the cops, but I wanted to de-escalate first. Still, I didn't want to talk to him. There was no telling what a guy in his state of mind might do. Instead, I stepped back, got my phone out, and talked to him as calmly as possible. Sir? You can't do that in here," I said. "You need to pay and take this outside." There's no time," he said. I can't, I'm sorry." What happened next came out of nowhere. One moment, I was looking at this crazy guy covering the ground in salt. The next moment, pandemonium. Lonnie screamed at me from the front counter. The lights began to flicker, then die, leaving the store in sudden darkness. Running up to the front counter, my jaw dropped. Lonnie had barely managed to close and lock the front door. There were at least 24 people outside, none of whom I recognized. These people were something else entirely. At first glance, there was nothing strange about them, but looking a little closer, you could see a few things were off. For example, there was a woman in a nightgown. She didn't even have any shoes on. A little further back, there was a guy who looked like a political campaigner for a candidate I'd never heard of. And to the side, there was this really tall man who looked like a fancy sommelier, except the front of his shirt had been cut to shreds, like he'd been run over by a lawnmower. These people were gathering around the storefront, poking and prodding for a way in. One of them smacked their hand flat on the glass. Lonnie was already calling the cops. The store had security cameras once, but they had long since been wrecked. We just had these camera-looking things that were basically just a red light. It was mostly a deterrent rather than something functional, so there was no way for me to check how many people were really out there. Still, there were more than a few. I didn't even know that one of the front cameras actually worked, providing the clip in question later on. The strange man with the canvas bag was on his knees, crying, like full-on wailing like a scared kid. It was eerie to see someone just break down like this. It's at that point that you start to realize how serious something really is. We had managed to lock ourselves in. Lonnie was on the phone, trying to get the police to hurry. It wasn't easy to get them to come by this neighborhood. Apparently, it was viewed as a bit of a lost cause. They advised her to get out of there and let the insurance company deal with it. The fact that these people showed up out of nowhere didn't seem to bother them, and the fact that our lives were in danger was described as exaggerating. I have this one vivid memory of the beginning of that night. There was this neon sign for a bar across the road, and that was the only light that came through. All these strange people, backlit by this eerie red and blue. It was eerie. There was no way to tell what was going to happen next. Were they here for us? For the store? For the strange man? While Lonnie kept calling for help, I turned my attention to the stranger. He'd slumped down against one of the shelves and gone catatonic. He just sat there, staring at the bag. I pushed against his shoulder a bit, and he didn't seem to notice. I decided to check the bag. This, too, garnered no response. The bag contained a sort of metal thermos, a silvery gray container that had burst open. There was a navy blue liquid covering the inside of the bag. now drenched in salt. It had this faint smell of ammonia and had begun to harden into a gel. I did my best not to touch it. "It's too late," the man whispered. "It's too late. It doesn't matter anymore." "What?" I yelled. "What doesn't matter? Who are you?" He waved his head back and forth, as if bobbing for an answer, but no words came to mind. He shook his head and sunk his face back into his hands. I tried to push him to answer, but he was just broken. There was no point in talking to him, and judging by the sounds coming from our storage, I didn't have time to stand around. I could hear Lonnie yelling at an emergency responder. I could hear a repeated metal clanking out back, like someone was beating the back door with a steel pipe. Then, a grinding metal noise. It took a moment to realize that they were moving the trash container out back, probably to get up on the roof. I rushed back to Lonnie, who was hanging up the phone and trying again, desperate to get someone on the line who was actually ready to listen. "I think they're on the roof," I stuttered. "I think they're climbing." "Shit," she sniffled. "Shit, shit, shit." She took me by the arm and led me to the back storage. There, she pointed to a frail metal ladder leading up to a yellow hatch in the ceiling, about 12 feet up. "Make sure it's locked. Block it with something." "With what?" "I don't know." She stormed back out a second later. I grabbed a metal pipe from a vacuum cleaner and painstakingly made my way up the ladder. I was able to lock the hatch and jam the pipe between the two handles. It wasn't very stable, but it would hold up for a bit. It was probably some kind of rooftop maintenance hatch, most likely for ventilation purposes. The thing hadn't been opened in years. The rust on the metal rungs testified to that. As I was about to climb back down, I stopped. I looked back up. While the hatch was shut, I could tell there was something up there. There was this low huffing noise coming from it. Someone was pressing their face against the other side of the hatch, breathing against it. Out of some morbid curiosity, I crept a little closer. "What do you want?" I spat. "What the hell do you want?" "Home," something mumbled. "Go home." It was such an eerie noise, like someone belching the words rather than speaking them, like an involuntary painful reaction, more seizure than speech. Home. Go home. Then, a crash. I hurried down the ladder, rushing towards the front door. This was the scene shown in the clip. A few seconds that we got from the only security camera that intermittently worked. They had broken through the door and were slowly stepping in. They didn't seem to be in a hurry. If anything, they seemed exhausted. For a second, Lonnie and I just held our breaths. There was no way to tell what was going to happen. Finally, a man with a crowbar stepped forward. He looked at us and belched up something dark that covered his chest. Then, as if nothing happened, he walked right past us. The others followed. They were heading for the aisle with the strange man in the canvas bag. Lonnie had given up on calling for help and had resorted to filming instead. It was helpless, but the only thing we could do. We couldn't fight these people. We were outnumbered 10 to 1. I considered pushing past them and just running into the night, but I didn't want to go near them. There was no telling what would happen if you provoked them. These weren't ordinary people. I can't tell you what was wrong, but I can tell you something was. What happened next, you can't see in the clip. 24 people descended on that aisle, picking up that canvas bag and tearing it apart. They were rubbing the contents of the broken thermos thing over themselves, climbing over one another to get every little drop of it. It looked like a goddamn snake pit of arms, heads, and legs. People just evolving into careless meat, completely devoid of conscious thought. Animals. Meanwhile, the strange man was just sitting there, catatonic, as the bag was torn to pieces, A handful of the intruders sort of flopped over. They lay flat on their backs, letting their legs and feet curl into something resembling dead branches. Others were making these excruciating hungry whining noises, desperately weeping at the empty bag. Then they turned their attention to the stranger. One of them clawed at his leg. He shook them off. Then another did the same. "No, no," he said. "No, no." It was this weak little grunt, like the man was fighting himself to realize what was about to happen. Lonnie and I shared a terrified look. "The fire extinguisher," Lonnie whispered. "Get the fire extinguisher." It was across the store. As soon as I turned my back on them, I heard the strange man's groaning note grow more desperate. It went from a mumble to an angry yell to a desperate plea. Then, it was just screaming, blood-curdling screaming, gaining and losing in strength. I got the fire extinguisher and ran back toward the aisle, meeting Lonnie halfway. She had this haunted look on her face and shook her head. She couldn't close her mouth, like her face was stuck in a panicked, silent scream. She covered her mouth with her hands, shaking like dry leaves. "Oh my God," she huffed. "Oh my fucking God." I didn't see much. There was blood, but like thick blood, chunks of it, tufts of hair, pieces of torn shirt, bone. A couple of intruders were rolling around the bloodied floor like it was catnip. Others were slowly getting up, delusioned and desperate. One older man, covered mouth to toe in dripping blood, pointed a shaking finger at me and Lonnie. "Them," he coughed. Maybe them." Then they came for us. I didn't realize what was about to happen until they smiled. They clung to this primal hope that we, somehow, had something they needed. Lonnie snapped me out of it, dragging me into the back storage. She fumbled the keys and locked the double doors while I used a broom handle to bar them. There were still banging metal noises coming from both the ceiling hatch and the back door. Then, a voice. "Them," it wheezed. "Them, them, them." And from the back door, another voice parroted it, like a rising storm. The words swept over the invaders, until we heard it everywhere. "Them, them, them." We made our way to the lunchroom before I heard the broom handle crack. They were through the storage doors. Lonnie was desperately dialing her phone while I locked us in the lunchroom, a tiny room with a shared bathroom, a window, and a couple of lockers. I could hear wet skin slap against the window, but I couldn't see what it was. The curtains were drawn. "Fucking yes!" Lonnie cried into her phone. Yes, it's me again. They're getting in." The window broke. Before I even saw someone, I pulled the safety pin from the extinguisher and blasted whatever was trying to get in. Lonnie fled into the bathroom, locking it behind her. The next few seconds felt like an eternity. Someone was crawling through the broken glass of the window. I could see the rough stains of blood against the powdered white. The lunchroom door buckled. I could hear flesh hit concrete as the hatch in the storage broke outside. Someone fell through. It sounded like a hard boot coming down on a wet cabbage. They were breaking through, slowly but surely, all to the sound of rhythmic, them, them, them. I swung a locker open, but I realized there was no way I could hide inside there. I couldn't go for the window. I couldn't push past the doors. This was it. To this day, I lay awake thinking about what I felt in that moment. The ice-cold primal panic, forgetting to breathe, feeling your tongue drying up as your airways open up, preparing for a death scream. Then, Lonnie pulled me into the bathroom. It was tiny. It was meant for, at best, one average-sized person. I fell backwards, landing with my back against the toilet. Lonnie climbed over me to lock the door. Just as someone reached for the handle, the door opened inwards, so I put up my legs and locked my knees. Lonnie fumbled around in the sink, where she'd put her phone. Someone was still on the line, but I suspect all they could hear was our desperate screams, and that ever-present mantra of them, them, them. The hinges were shaking. The metal handle rattled. I could count every nail on the door and see the minuscule movements as they slowly rolled out. In that moment, all I could hear was my own heartbeat and how it slowly synced up with the monotonous chant of them, them, them. Looking back at it, my mind is just black. There's nothing there. It's like trying to remember a vague nightmare, something that happened to an unreal version of yourself. And in those moments, when you realize that you were there, the real you, then it spirals. And for a couple of skipped heartbeats, I'm back there, fighting for my life. I'm back with that chant, that banging on the door. At one point, the door buckled. Fingers poked through the gap, grabbing Lonnie's long black hair. They tore out a handful of it, like a full fist. Even in all that panic, I saw her scalp turning red, but we pushed back, and the door stayed shut just a little longer. It was still dark, but with every push against the door, and with every inch the door gave, little glimpses of moonlight came through, like a sickening strobe light. But a little longer was all we needed. The final thing I heard them say was, "No, home, please, home." Then this combination of home, them, please, and no. The banging slowly stopped. My hearing went from that awful mantra to my own heartbeat. And then, nothing. A light breeze, perhaps. A careful knock. Lonnie and I held our breaths. "Excuse me? Y'all doing all right in there?" Benny, the homeless guy. The coast was clear. Stepping out, there was no one but Benny left. The ground was covered in this black ash, stinking of ammonia and sulfur, but the attackers were gone. The place was a complete mess, every window and door broken. You could see places in the ash where people had dragged their feet before they, seemingly, disappeared. Going back out into the store, there was no sign of the strange man. There was still blood splatter covering the side of the aisle, but now, the ground was covered in that awful black ash. I stepped over the broken front door, past the trampled flowers and broken glass. I have this vivid memory of blue petals from a sunflower getting stuck to the side of my black work shoes as I went out into the night. Minutes later, the police showed up, and the rest is history. The whole event was categorized as a sort of riot. No suspect was arrested, and the strange man was never identified. From what I've heard, they never investigated anything as a murder or assault. For all intents and purposes, that night was just a strange break-in. So yeah, somehow, that clip made its way into a random compilation online. I'm not sure how. Lonnie sent me the link. It's been a few years, but we still keep in touch. Not a lot, though. Seeing one another kinda reminds us about that night, and I think both of us just want to forget. I guess what I want to say is that some things are different from what they seem, so think twice before you share something. Take a step back, think, and really, really look. I'm sharing this because if I don't come back, well, the more people that know what happened, the better. Maybe then, someone will finally believe us. Every year since our college graduation, my best friend Liz and I would go on vacation together and visit a new city. As we were planning the trip for late summer 2021, she got an email saying she'd earned a free week-long stay at a hotel. She tends to travel a lot for business, so it's not unusual for her to get a free night every now and then. One of the locations she could redeem it at was somewhere we hadn't been before, and it looked ritzy. It sounded perfect. As soon as we walked into the lobby though, something felt off. I don't know how to explain it, other than it had weird vibes. It looked like an old building that had been recently renovated, but the bright colors, lights, paintings, it felt like someone just slapped a thin, cheery veneer over decades worth of caked-on misery. The air just felt heavy. Liz didn't seem to notice it. At least, not at first. The guy at the check-in desk stared at us for a while, before muttering that he needed to talk to his manager. We were a bit worried that we were about to hear that the email she received had been a scam, but to our relief, he came back with a grin and said they'd upgraded our room. The city skyline and faint mountains in the distance that we could see from our window won me over. That first day was fine, but when I woke up the next morning, Liz was sitting motionless on her bed, her back to me. Liz? I repeated her name several times, before finally walking over to tap her on the shoulder. Hey. She finally turned to me, spoke quietly, as if someone else might be listening. Did you hear it last night? I shook my head. Oh. She looked embarrassed for a moment, like she was unsure if she should continue. I couldn't sleep. Not with the scratching behind the wall, she whispered eventually. I don't like it. I'm a heavy sleeper. A bit too heavy, honestly. At home where it's just me, I have to set multiple alarms to make sure I wake up on time for work. And I've literally slept through a fire alarm once. Luckily, it was a false alarm. Liz was the opposite. Every little noise would wake her, so she always tended to have a rough first night or two as she became accustomed to the new sounds of a place. I thought maybe after a couple of nights she'd get used to it, or chalk it up to the building settling, especially in such an old place. I offered to ask for a different room, but she was worried they'd charge us. She said just try and ignore it. The day before we were supposed to check out though, she shook me awake. Her eyes were wide and frantic as she stood over me. She'd moved her nightstand aside and was pointing at a small door, 3 or so feet tall, that had been behind it. The door was old looking, dark wood with an antique knob, and stood in contrast to everything else in the bright and modern looking room. Did you open it? She looked at me like I was out of my mind for even asking her, and backed away as I approached it. For good measure, I figured that once we looked, we'd both feel better. I was wrong. As I carefully pushed it open, the smell of rust and bleach hit me immediately. The narrow space was long. It went further back than my phone light could reach from where I stood. After a few feet, it faded into blackness. Since it was only as tall and wide as the small door, I realized I'd have to crawl on my hands and knees to see how far back it went. I hate being in the dark, and I can't stand small spaces. But when I looked over my shoulder at Liz and saw the bags under her eyes, the expression on her face, I figured I owed it to her at the least to take a look. So, I crawled in. Once I was a few feet inside, I saw that the small and narrow space ended at another wall, one plastered in yellowing wallpaper. It looked so old. I guessed it was probably a part of the original hotel. The dark patterned carpet was dotted with stains, which seemed to be contributing to at least part of the strong smell. As I backed out, I thought I heard a faint whisper coming from behind the old wallpaper in front of me. As soon as I was all the way out, I had to fight the urge to slam the door shut and run. It felt so wrong in there. I wasn't sure what the purpose of that space had once been, but even then, I knew it was nothing good. "Hey," I whispered as soon as the door was closed. I tried to nonchalantly move the end table back in front of it. "Why don't we pack up? We'll find a different hotel for tonight." She seemed a bit calmer, said she could hang in there for the final night. After being in that small space behind our wall, the thought of sleeping there another night honestly freaked me the hell out. But I figured that if she could make it through the last night, then so could I. After we turned out the lights that night, I remember seeing her dark silhouette sitting on the edge of her bed, motionless, until I fell asleep. That was the last time I ever saw her. When I woke up, it was almost noon. Both of our alarms were blaring. We were supposed to check out hours earlier. My confusion quickly turned to panic when I realized Liz wasn't in the room. Her suitcase, purse, phone, everything was still there. The main door was locked and chained from the inside too. At first, I couldn't think of where else she could be, until it hit me. There was one place I hadn't checked. The nightstand was still in front of the door, but I was fairly certain it was in a slightly different spot than we had left it in the day before. Reluctantly, I slid it aside. "Liz?" No answer. She wasn't there. I did see, though, what I thought had been a wall was open slightly. I pushed it tentatively and took a sharp breath when I saw it led into a tunnel. It went so far back, far beyond the reach of the beam of the light of my phone. It looked endless. "Liz? Liz?" I got no response, other than my own voice echoing back through the narrow space. I tried to tell myself that it would be okay. I had to go in, especially if Liz had gone in there too. I took a deep breath, nudged the false wall open all the way, and I entered. As I crawled on my hands and knees with my phone ungracefully held between my teeth, I tried not to think about the tight space in the pitch blackness, as far as I could see in front of me, or picture what Liz would have been doing down there. I tried not to focus on the streaks of nearly dried blood along the floor. I had to keep going. I knew that Liz would do the same for me. I realized that I wasn't even sure how long she had been gone for. I promised myself the walls were not shrinking around me. It was my imagination, that this dark expanse couldn't go on forever. Eventually, the tight darkness would end. I kept repeating it to myself over and over as a mantra, just to keep myself going, to try and distract myself from the feeling of despair that seemed to fill the place. After what felt like an eternity, the tunnel ended, opening into a room without lights or windows, but it was at least large enough that I could stand and stretch out my cramped muscles. All I could make out was wall-to-wall dark, crumbling bricks, and a weak-looking set of stairs that led above and below. It was so quiet there, so eerie. It was easy to forget that I was in a city packed with people, still inside a bustling hotel. When I shined my light upwards into the pitch blackness above my head, I could see the stairs leading to other platforms like the one I was standing on. It looked like the rooms above and below ours had similar tunnels. The smell of bleach had long since been replaced by the scent of mildew and old things. It felt so wrong back there in a way that I couldn't put my finger on, that I couldn't help but shiver when wondering why it had been designed that way, what it had been used for. I assumed the stairs to the tunnels above me all led to other rooms, so I went down, the protesting metal echoing into the huge empty space above my head. I finally reached a heavy door, and after being in the dark for so long, the bright sunlight hurt my eyes when I opened it. I was looking into a back alley outside, around the corner from where the hotel seemed to end. The door was covered with the same bricks as the rest of the building. It was so discreet that when I closed it behind me, it blended in perfectly with the outside wall. I remember running back inside and bracing myself against the counter, while I tried to convey what I found to anyone that would listen. I still have the image in my mind of how the dried blood on my palm stood out starkly on the white marble. It was all I could focus on as the manager tried to calm me down. He said Liz probably just wandered off. People go off on their own all the time to explore the city, he told me. She'd likely come back later. She never did. I was the one that called the police, and the officer that came out chatted casually with the hotel manager for a long time. They checked the room. I showed him the door, but he didn't seem concerned. He just repeated what the manager said. Maybe she decided to start over and didn't want to be found. I was hysterical. Pointed out that her purse and her phone were still in the room. She hadn't even taken her shoes. It's not uncommon, he told me, leaning in a little too close. A warning less subtle than his words was written across his face. For people to visit a city like this and never leave. I drove around for hours, asking shop owners and people outside if they'd seen her. None of them had. Eventually, I had to go home, back to work. The official story is that she just left, of her own volition. I don't believe it. Neither does her family or fiancé. Every so often, he and I would drive up there, just on the off chance that anyone had seen her. But we'd always get the same answer. He's the one that had the idea to book the same room again, to see what we could find in the tunnels. He must have called dozens of times. He tried to make a reservation, ask if room 347 or any of the ones directly above it are available, and they'd always tell him no. We hadn't lost all hope, but we'd certainly lost most of it, until a few days ago. I recently received an email invite letting me know I'd earned a free week, just like the one Liz received 2 years ago. I went to check in, and after looking me over, the guy manning the desk said he needed to get his manager. The manager, the same one as before, came out in person, and I was so worried he'd turn me away, but he simply smiled and informed me that my room had been upgraded. I'm sure you can guess my room number. I've been trying to stay awake each night, although after everything that happened, I wouldn't be able to fall asleep here even if I wanted to. Every night, I've just been sitting in the dark, listening to the sounds coming from behind that awful door. Sounds that I can almost swear are a bit louder, a bit closer, each night. I'm supposed to check out tomorrow morning. I have a feeling that tonight, I'll finally find out what happened to Liz. Wish me luck. I can't believe that a few weeks have passed already. I'm sorry it took so long to get an update posted. Everything that happened has been a lot to process. At first, I didn't want to even write it down. I didn't want to relive that night, but I guess I can't avoid it forever. Almost exactly 2 years to the day from my first post, my best friend Liz disappeared from room 347 in the middle of the final night of our stay. I woke up the next morning to the door still being bolted from the inside. She had left everything behind. The only place she could have gone was through the dark, narrow space behind the small door and false wall leading from our room. Even after crawling through it myself, I never found her. The hotel manager and police were not just insistent that she left of her own volition, but were almost threatening when I pushed it further. Her fiancé Jared and I had been searching for her ever since. When I finally got the chance to stay in that room again, hoping for even a slim chance of finding out what happened to her, I took it. So, I bought a little can of triple action pepper spray, packed a bag, and scheduled an email to go out to Jared the morning after the final night of my stay. You know, just in case I never came back. I've been home for a few weeks, and even now, I'm still struggling and trying to put some of the pieces together. I'm starting to accept that there are some things I may never fully understand. During my recent stay, I didn't spend much time in the room, with its overpowering smell of bleach mingled with something else that I couldn't quite place. Mostly, I tried to search the surrounding city for anything I may have missed before, and of course, explored every part of that hotel that I could. Details I didn't catch during our first stay, or pay enough attention to before my final night a few weeks ago, are now haunting me. Details such as how a ritzy-looking hotel in the middle of a popular tourist destination never seemed to have anyone else in it, or how there was no way to get to the 7th floor. The button so casually skipped from 6 to 8 on the lone elevator, and from the main stairs what should have been the entrance was just a solid wall. As I traversed the winding hallways, I realized that on every floor that I could access, other than my own, the new carpet and cheery paint stopped abruptly after a certain point. As I ventured deeper into the hotel, I found myself surrounded by the original fading wallpaper, stains marring the swirling patterns of the torn carpets. Even the light fixtures along the walls looked dated. Most struggled to stay on at all, often throwing the windowless halls into near darkness without warning. Whenever I crossed over to the old unrenovated side, I always had a strange sense of discomfort, the kind you get when there's no one else around you, but you can tell that you are almost certainly not alone. Traveling down those halls felt like stepping back in time, but to a time that was clearly better left forgotten. Initially, I thought maybe that was their way of saving money, neglecting the portions that most guests wouldn't venture to. One night, I was wandering around one of those eerie quiet floors, further in than I had ever gone before, and was drawn to a bit of brick peeking out under cracked plaster and peeling wallpaper in the distance. It was almost entirely bathed in shadows, just beyond where the struggling hall lights had finally given up, and seemed older than everything else around it. There was a thin gap in the mortar, and while it was so dark that I couldn't see anything, I could feel a faint stale breeze that carried with it an overpowering smell of rotting meat. Gagging, I turned around abruptly to see the hotel manager, just a couple of feet behind me, his eyes glinting at me, unnatural looking in the low light. I pushed past him without incident, but I couldn't help but wonder if there had been other times he'd silently followed me down the dimly lit hallways without me noticing. After that, I made more of an effort to avoid him and his predatory smile. Every floor I could access had a similar makeshift wall in the same place. I eventually realized it was once a second elevator shaft, since bricked in and plastered over. Once, in the near silence, I thought I heard the sound of something moving behind it. It's probably easier to seal it off than fix it, I told myself at the time. I preferred that explanation, rather than to acknowledge my distinct feeling that there was something, not someone, something, back there that I had no desire to meet. Eventually, I reached the final night of my stay. No closer to finding out what happened to her, the only thing I could think to do was to try and recreate what I believed may have happened to her that night. As I prepared for bed, I shoved my phone in my pajama pocket and grabbed a little can of pepper spray. My grand plan at that point was to pretend to be asleep and see if anyone came for me that night. If they did, I'd hit them with the pepper spray and try to get a photo of them. It may not have been the best idea, but I knew it would be the last chance I'd ever get to find out what happened to her. After glancing nervously at my small can of pepper spray, I grabbed the Swiss Army knife off my keychain and shoved it into my other pocket for good measure. I began to wonder, as I stared up at the ceiling that night, in the exact same room she disappeared from 2 years earlier, if they invited me there specifically for nothing to happen. I'd been telling anyone that would listen for years all about Liz's disappearance, about the narrow dark space in our room I'd crawled through. Jared had been doing the same, like I had said it in my last post. He'd been trying to book that same room for years with no luck. What better way to further discount our concerns than for me to have a perfectly normal stay? Of course, nothing would happen, I realized, disappointed, although with the tiniest bit of gut-tinged relief mixed in. My thoughts were interrupted by the sound of furniture moving across the carpet. All the confidence and determination I'd felt in the daylight was gone in an instant. Never was I more aware that I was just one person alone in that awful place, armed with a phone, less than an ounce of pepper spray, and a tiny keychain knife. As in that moment, where I wondered if someone would try and pull me out of the bed and drag me into the dark. Maybe it would be easy enough to make me disappear inconspicuously. After all, they had my credit card information. What was stopping them from using it a few towns over and throwing all my luggage in some ditch? As I heard the old hinges of the small door protest, a flurry of jumbled thoughts went through my head. As I clutched my little canister to my chest, I had always assumed Liz to be alive and that someone took her out of the room and into the tunnel. But what if she hadn't been? What if they killed her? And they did it right here. There had been blood in the small crawl space. Enough had soaked into the carpet that it was still wet by the time I went looking for her. I was in the room with her physically that night, but I'm such a heavy sleeper that she may as well have been alone. Another sharp pang of guilt crept in to mingle with the terror. After a moment, I heard what sounded like raspy, strained breaths, the sound filling the otherwise silent room. It grew louder as whoever, whatever it was, emerged and began to head towards me. And then, only a few feet away, they stopped. I was so worried that if they knew I was awake, they'd leave before I could find out what happened. I tried to keep my eyes squeezed shut and hope that they'd just get a bit closer to make sure they'd be in range of the spray, since I'd probably only have one chance at this. The waiting in those long moments, though, as I wondered who or what was in the room with me, I finally couldn't take it. My eyes shot open. I don't know what I thought I'd see looming over me in the darkness. A stranger? A monster? But I know who I did not expect to see. Liz. She was barefoot, illuminated in the faint moonlight shining through the open sliver between the curtains. It was dark, her face mostly obscured in the shadows, and contorted slightly as if with a strange little smile, but I could tell it was her. I could feel it. I gasped, and she seemed almost as startled as I was, because she took off running. I had barely stumbled out of bed by the time she had already ducked through the door, past the false wall, and was crawling through the dark passageway, faster than seemed humanly possible. I hissed her name, trying to get her to stop, but she just kept going. It did feel wrong to me, even then as I followed her. If she'd truly been okay all this time, why hadn't she left and contacted her fiancé, or family or friends? Why was she crawling around in the darkness behind the walls of this awful place, alone? But at the time, the only meaningful thought I could really focus on, overpowering in its insistence, was how I couldn't lose her again. While I was fumbling for my phone, I realized that Liz didn't have any source of light with her. She'd entered the tunnel the same way she'd left through it those years ago, in the pitch blackness. As I followed her, I realized what the smell had been in my room. That, mixed with the bleach, had been almost too faint to detect. But there in that tight space, just feet behind her, I recognized it. Earthiness. Death. I knew something was wrong, but we're so close to the exit, and I was too focused on getting her out of there, walking out of that door and never coming back. Not for my purse, my shoes, anything, because I had a very strong suspicion that if I did, we would never leave that hotel again. As we reached the end and stepped out of the cramped space and into the familiar back room, I nearly cried in relief. We were only 2 flights of stairs above the exit. We were actually going to make it out, both of us. But she didn't go down. She started to go up. Liz! Liz! I pleaded for her to come back, told her I knew where the exit was, but she continued on as if she hadn't heard me. I pulled at her in desperation. She shook me off with strength I didn't know she possessed. Realizing she wasn't going to stop, I reluctantly followed, thinking she must have known something I didn't, a better way out. It was the only thing that made sense to me. She'd slowed her pace to allow me to catch up. She was no longer fleeing. She was leading. I'd been occasionally pausing to shine my flashlight down below us, deep-seated fear growing as the exit became further and further away, and was eventually swallowed up by the darkness entirely. After what felt to my tired legs like a lifetime, she stopped and began to enter another crawl space, heading back, deeper into the hotel. I froze. The already intense sense of wrongness overwhelmed me at the thought of going in. She turned back to smile at me briefly from the darkness, and I realized then that everything was going to be okay. I had found her. I knew that following her was the right thing to do. The new feeling of calm, it overrode my deeply seated fear of seeing what was on the other side of the tunnel. So, I took a deep breath, and I found out what was on the 7th floor. I instantly felt much safer than I had anywhere else in that godforsaken place. As we stepped into the immaculate room that the tight tunnel opened into, this was a good place. Safe. I was suddenly very confident that we were going the right way. I followed her out of the room and down an immaculate hallway to a huge ballroom. Art Deco details, the chandelier. It was beautiful. That much was obvious, even in the dark. I felt an odd sense of excitement at the thought of approaching it, nearly giddy at the sight of the elegant golden elevator at the end. The exit. Finally. I froze for a moment when I heard a door slam shut somewhere behind me, but no matter how hard I tried to hold on to that concern, the intense feeling of alarm, I couldn't. It was quickly gone, beyond my reach. Everything was fine. She stepped into the elevator and smiled at me over her shoulder. I knew that was where I needed to be. I was ready to leave. I was only a few feet behind her when I tripped and fell to the side. I felt around to see what I had tripped over. It was a single shoe, the canvas stiff with long dried blood. When I looked up from it in confusion, I realized that the entire room had changed. The air carried a hint of old things, mildew and despair. The chandelier hung at an odd angle, ruined, rendered dark and useless by decades of neglect. Glass from the shattered and now boarded up windows littered the ground. The wooden floor was warped and stained, and the dated wallpaper had mostly peeled away. A sense of longing and ruin and sadness radiated through the huge room. I shivered as my beam illuminated what I had fallen into. A group of disintegrated suitcases. Torn clothes and other discarded belongings formed messy piles. Encircling what had minutes ago appeared to be an elevator. With a new sense of horrified clarity, I realized what I'd almost stepped into. The open shaft. The one that had been walled up on every other floor. The doors were long gone, leaving only a few feet of damaged flooring between me and the 7-story drop below. Maybe if I had been paying more attention, I would have noticed the sound sooner. The familiar, earthy rot smell on the stale air coming from within it, but I was focused on something snagged on the metal opening. I told myself it couldn't have been Liz's. It couldn't have been the Melvin shirt she had bought at the concert we went to years ago, the one she had worn to bed that night. It could have been anyone's, because Liz was fine. She was here with me. I heard the sound of something sharp on metal, the awful ragged breaths she had been taking. I shined my flashlight up to see her slowly climbing up from the dark gaping pit of the shaft, her perfectly round eyes reflected back at me, like an animal's, like a predator, something that evolved in the darkness and could see far better in the lightless space than I could ever hope to. What I thought had been a smile, I realized then that it simply had more teeth than it could comfortably fit in its mouth. The more I stared, frozen, the more I realized how wrong the face, all the details were. I couldn't understand how I didn't see it before, how I could have mistaken that thing for my best friend since childhood. For a brief fleeting moment, I thought the not Liz was the most terrible thing I could ever see in my life, until I noticed more of them crawling up the shaft behind her. When I saw what they looked like when they weren't attempting to imitate a person, I was suddenly very aware of the door I had heard open and close behind me moments before. True fear, I've since learned, is seeing something you can barely comprehend, much less hope to outrun, standing between you and the only exit. I realized I was just holding my phone. I'd lost my pepper spray at some point, so I did the first thing I could think of. I shined my phone's flashlight towards it, hoping that something so pale, that saw so well in the dark, that it wouldn't be able to handle the bright light. All I managed to do was get a clearer view of the two long limbs, and those awful eyes as it continued towards me, unfazed. I fished my tiny knife out of my pocket and ran towards it. I didn't have any other plan. I just knew that I didn't want to die down there in the dark. With that haze I'd been trapped in earlier lifted, I became aware that the entire floor smelled like death. Unlike the room downstairs, no one had felt the need to try and mask it with a splash of bleach. Some doors had long since fallen off their hinges and formed additional obstacles as they lay splintered. I tried dodging around the thing in the hall, but it managed to grab me, leaving a deep gash in my leg as it tried to pull me to the ground. I stabbed at it until it let go. All the blood, not sure whether it was its or mine, allowed me to slip through its grasp. At the end of the hall was the room we'd entered through, 747 crudely painted on the door. This time around, I realized it was filled with the remains of decaying furniture, along with other things I'd rather forget. I was actually relieved to shove myself back into the tight, lightless passageway, but not as much as I was when I stepped out of it. I was only 2 flights away from the exit when I heard a chorus of wheezing breaths above me. I made the mistake of looking up, saw so many eyes trained on mine. There was another familiar face among them, wearing his usual predator's grin. I moved as fast as my tired, bleeding legs could carry me. Hearing them quickly close the distance between us was an excellent motivator. I was only a few feet ahead of them by the time I stumbled out of the back exit, and I didn't stop running, unsure if they would follow me outside. Finally, I turned back to see there was nothing there. I still didn't feel safe until I called Jared, and I was in the car with them and almost home. I refused to go to the hospital in that town. I don't trust anyone. I was so afraid that they'd put me under, take me back to that hotel, and I'd wake up on the 7th floor again. Or maybe I wouldn't wake up at all. So, yes, I did make it home, but I wish I had a happier update to give. I still wonder who Liz must have seen in our room that night, who she would have followed so blindly. I try not to think about what must have happened afterwards. It's too painful. I haven't been able to sleep much since I've been home. All I see whenever I close my eyes are those things staring at me from down the dark hallway on the 7th floor. There's something else that's been keeping me awake too. I had originally booked my reservation with a fake address, but in addition to everything else, I left my purse and ID behind when I fled the room. It's been a few weeks now, but I still can't help but wonder if soon I'll see those perfectly round eyes glinting at me from within the darkness of my own home. I'm writing this from a hospital room. My little boy is fine now, but that thing could have killed him. Let me start at the beginning. For the past 2 weeks, something has been haunting my son. It could have started earlier than that, but that was the first time I noticed it. I will say that, strangely, this also coincides with when my son got a few stitches for a cut on his hand. He fell off the monkey bars. I'm not sure that's actually relevant to what's happening here, but I figured I'd mention it, in the off chance anyone has any ideas. Anyway, 2 weeks ago, that night as usual, I was putting my 6-year-old son Noah to sleep. Noah struggles to fall asleep, like a lot, so the bedtime routine is the same each night. I read stories and talk to him for about a half hour. Then I close the door and sit in the hallway, waiting for him to sleep. If I don't sit right outside his door, he comes out of the room and starts playing. If I stay with him in the room, he keeps talking and talking and talking. This seemed like a happy medium. After reading for about 20 minutes outside his door, it got quiet. I took the opportunity to go downstairs and clean up a bit. When I got back up, however, he wasn't asleep. I could hear him giggling, talking to himself. I couldn't make out individual words, but he definitely wasn't asleep. I angrily yanked the door open. "Noah?" I stopped. Noah was fast asleep, curled up in the fetal position under the covers. Huh? Now, this wasn't totally weird. Sometimes my son talks to himself right up to the moment he falls asleep. Sometimes he even babbles to himself in the middle of the night. So it was a little odd, but it didn't raise any red flags with me. Not yet, at least. In fact, I forgot all about it until the cabinet incident. Noah and his little sister Zoe have this game they play. I don't even remember how it started, but basically, one of them hides in the kitchen cabinet and pushes the door or drawer out a little bit, and they say they're a poltergeist. I was putting on dinner when I heard the drawer push open, the metallic rolling sound as it popped out. "Ooh, is it a poltergeist?" I said with a laugh. The drawer pulled shut. I set down the knife and walked over to the cabinet, crouching in front of it. Sometimes, I could see Noah's eyes in the gap between the counter and the drawer, staring back at me. I smiled and waited for the drawer to pop open. After a few seconds, it slowly rolled out on its hinges. I saw Noah's hand, curled around the top edge of the drawer in the darkness. As he pushed it open, "I see you," I cooed. I don't think that's really a poltergeist, but I didn't hear his laughter, didn't see his dark eyes looking back at me. The hand darted out of sight, and then, snap, the drawer closed, hard, as if he'd yanked it back with all his might. "Hey, don't do it so hard, you could smash your fingers." He didn't respond. "Noah?" Just then, footsteps sounded from behind me. "I'm hungry." I turned around. Noah was standing behind me, a foam Minecraft sword dangling from his hand. A second later, Zoe appeared, out of breath, holding a pickaxe. "I found you," she squealed, whacking him in the shoulder. I turned back to the cabinet, threw the door open. It was empty. I glanced from Noah to Zoe to the empty cabinet, the explanation clear, but my brain lagging 10 seconds behind. "Were you just in the cabinet?" I asked, but I knew there was no way he could be. No way he could have teleported from the cabinet to the kitchen behind me. "No?" he said. "Zoe?" "No, I wasn't." I stared at the empty cabinet. Someone was in there. I saw their hand. I saw their fucking hand. But it was impossible. And there was no way they could have escaped without me noticing. There was just one explanation then, that I'd imagined it. I decided to see a doctor. I had never had full-blown hallucinations before, but I'd had weird stuff in my vision sometimes, like seeing a sparkling bit of light, or patches of static from an old TV set, or thinking the hair in my eyes was a shadow person staring at me. I'd definitely gone down the Dr. Google rabbit hole a few times, looking up things like Charles Bonnet syndrome and visual snow syndrome. The doctor thought it was probably just the darkness, and the fact that I expected to see a hand there. So he sent me on my way, not too concerned. I probably wouldn't have been too concerned either, except things continued to happen. At 2 a.m., I was woken up by the sound of hurried pattering footsteps, sounding exactly like Noah or Zoe running back and forth across the length of our house downstairs. I got out of bed and immediately checked on them. They were in their beds, fast asleep. I ran back in and woke my husband Dave. "There's someone out there," I whispered, my legs shaking. "I heard them downstairs." I locked myself in the kids' room, with my phone poised to dial 911, and Dave checked it out. But after turning on all the lights and checking every room and every nook and cranny, he told me nothing was there. Maybe one of them just got up to use the bathroom. "It was downstairs, Dave." "Well, I don't know, Carmen. I checked everywhere. No one's in here, and all the doors are locked." I didn't sleep until the first rays of dawn shone through the window. Over the next 10 days, it happened several more times. Me waking up to the sound of what was clearly children's footsteps, running back and forth downstairs, back and forth. A few times when I went down to check, I found the drawer of the poltergeist cabinet rolled out, and there were other weird things. In the morning, I kept finding the kids' nightlight on the floor, even though both of them are afraid of the dark and wouldn't unplug it. The clothes in the closet kept getting all shifted and rearranged, like someone was pushing the hangers back and forth, making gaps here and there in the hanging shirts like they were looking for something in particular. At that point in time, I'd figured the kids or Dave did it, but obviously, now I'm not so sure. And then there was the incident in the bedroom, 3 days ago. I was sitting out in the hallway as usual, waiting for Noah to fall asleep. Zoe was already fast asleep, but Noah was still talking to himself. I looked up from my phone, and I suddenly realized something. The muffled voice on the other side followed a pattern. It was a bunch of syllables, and then it raised in pitch, like Noah was asking a question, over and over again. The same question. Usually some babbling in his random Star Wars storylines and stuff like that. Not questions. I put my phone down and strained my ears to listen. Why have no? Those were the only 3 words I could make out. I twisted the knob, as silently as I could, and pushed the door open a crack. I heard Noah suck in a breath, and then ask the questions. Why do you have no face? My blood ran cold. I shot up and ran into the bathroom. Who are you talking to? I demanded, flicking on the light and sweeping the room. No one, he said, timidly. I could tell he was lying. I turned around, just in time to see the clothes hanging in the closet moving, like something had just disappeared within them. Out, now, I screamed, grabbing a sleeping Zoe and running out after Noah. Dave ran up to see what the commotion was. Someone's in the closet, I screamed. Someone's there. But no one was there. Dave searched and searched and searched. We even called the police at my insistence. No one found anything. I only had the courage to look in the closet myself when the kids were finally back asleep, and the entire house had been cleared by both Dave and the police. I walked up to the closet, phone flashlight in hand. My hand shook so much the white light trembled across the room, casting strange moving shadows, almost like a strobe light. After a deep breath, I flung open the closet doors. The hanging clothes had all been rearranged by the police and Dave. There were big gaps now, bearing the white wall underneath. I expected to see someone's legs in there maybe, poking out from the hems of the hanging shirts, but I didn't see anything. Just the kids' clothes and random junk that had overflown from our closets. Stuffed into wooden cubicles on the right were my boots, a couple scarves, and Dave's old Spirited Away costume from several Halloweens back. I quickly closed the doors, did a final check on the children, and went back to my room. It was only the next morning that I realized Dave's no-face costume was in our closet, not the kids'. The next day was when everything spiraled out of control. I was running on 2 hours of sleep, barely trying to keep it together, scrolling mindlessly through my phone. I walked into the kitchen to get a snack. When I noticed, the drawer was out. I glanced back. Through the hall, I could see Noah's leg poking out of the family room, his white sock and hem of his mud-stained jeans. I could hear him babbling on about something, so it wasn't him in there. And Zoe was at a friend's house, so it wasn't her either. It was this thing, haunting our family. The drawer pulled in, slowly, as if taunting me. If I hadn't been so sleep-deprived and desperate, I would have made better decisions, like taking Noah out for a drive or calling my husband. But I was sick of this thing taunting me, sick of living in a nightmare. I scrambled over and crouched in front of the cabinet. "Leave us," I growled. No response. By the power of God, by the power of Jesus Christ, leave us. If this thing were a demon, maybe that would scare it. A soft rustling noise came from the cabinet. "We'll get a priest to exorcise you out. Get out. Get out now." A pause. Then it spoke in his voice. "Mommy?" And something in me broke. How dare it? The shivers flitting down my spine broke out into hot rage. How dare it use my son's voice? How dare it? I grabbed the drawer handle and closed it with all my force. It collided with something on the other side. "Get out!" I screamed. "Get out and never come back!" I slammed the drawer again and again in a blind rage. "Carmen, what are you doing?" I stopped and glanced back to see Dave standing behind me, a look of horror on his face. And then the sound bloomed back into my ears, like I was coming up from being underwater. Someone was crying in the cabinet. Oh no, no, no. I opened the cabinet. My stomach fell to the floor. There was Noah, crying, clutching his head. "No, no, no." As Dave bent down and picked him up, I glanced back to the family room, just in time to see a white foot in a white sock, the hem of dirty jeans, dart out of sight. It tricked me. It fucking tricked me. I rushed to Noah in Dave's arms and began to cry. Noah is fine. I apparently only hit him once with the drawer, before he ducked down in the cabinet. But it could have been worse. Much, much worse. I don't know how much of this I can take. The thing, whatever it is, isn't just blindly haunting me. It's using a strategy, wearing me down with sleep deprivation until it can take advantage of me and trick me. I don't know what to do. I don't know how to get rid of it. And I don't want to hurt my son. The building had a reputation for being haunted. Kids would dare each other to go inside, but unlike other places around town, they would actually see something, or at least claim that they did. Little Jamie Curry, 9 years old, went into the basement of the abandoned Leatherman's complex on a dare and saw a zombie. He said he knew it wasn't just some guy in an outfit because the zombie had a grapefruit-sized hole in its chest, and he could actually see right through the middle of the thing. He had run right past his group of friends who were patiently waiting outside, screaming and wetting himself as he went. Another young kid from my town, Alicia De Silva, 11 years old, said it was all a bunch of garbage, that she wasn't afraid of a rundown old factory building, except for maybe the asbestos, which her uncle told her rots your lungs from the inside. She had said she would even go inside it at night. Why not? After all, there was no such things as ghosts or boogeymen. One of her friends told Alicia that if she went inside the Leatherman's main building at night, grabbed something from the basement, and brought it back out for their mutual inspection, the friend would pay Alicia $5. Alicia had gasped. $5 was a good amount of money to someone like her. With $5, she could even get a kit so that she could finally fix her bike tire. They all met in front of the building, and Alicia disappeared into the dark fire doors on the side of the building, full of bravado and still laughing as she went inside. Except unlike Jamie Curry, Alicia never came back out screaming and wetting herself, never had the chance to tell some unbelievable story about what she encountered in the fetid basement of that place. Her body was never found. The police were called after a few hours, and they searched the entire building from top to bottom. They were able to follow some fresh footprints in the dust that might have been Alicia's, but when they got to the basement, the prints just disappeared, as if the person making them had simply gotten sucked up into the ceiling. And yet, they did find one thing, the only real evidence left in the entire building that night. What they found still gives me nightmares. One of her eyeballs was inside a snow globe. The glass and foundation of the snow globe were all intact, and there were no signs of foul play anywhere on the decoration. It was as if it had been manufactured that way, with that blue staring eye floating lazily next to the plastic mountains and white glitter snowflakes. In my nightmares, I often see an old woman shaking that snow globe, an old hag who cackles and whose split lips form into a dreadful smile as she stares directly at me. The eye and glitter all hang suspended in the water for a moment, then begin to fall slowly, the eye spinning rapidly as it drifts down in front of the globe. And when it stopped, I see it is looking directly at me, and it still looks frightened. Okay, so that last paragraph was pretty dark, but what I'm trying to communicate is just how terrifying that place is. The kids in the school know what's going on though, at least in a general way. After all, Alicia and Jamie came from among them, and they're not the only ones. Others have gone into that building before, and Matt wants me to go with him tomorrow to look at it. Maybe that's why the dreams are getting worse. Maybe that's why I've woken up screaming twice in the last few hours. Because there was something else too. Something else I saw in my nightmares. In that building, around the back walls, there were dozens of kids. Their skin was chalk white, their hair and eyes all pure black. They were dead, and thousands of missing posters started to fly down, all of them of smiling children. I looked between the ones surrounding me and the posters, and noticed that some of them showed these same kids. I turned to run, but little rotted hands started pulling me down, and then I was sitting straight up in bed, yelling and pleading. I really don't want to go in that building tomorrow. So Matt and I went inside the doorway. No way I was going in the basement, but just the front doorway. Well, that wasn't so bad. I even stuck my head in and looked around inside. Matt didn't see it, but I did. There was something huge in the front hall. It wasn't much more than a silhouette. It looked like a very tall, very thin man in a suit, whose neck was all twisted and strange. It came off his chest like a snake's, turning and curling back on itself. And at the end, it had this reptilian face. Everything about the man was hairless and slimy. I could smell the strange stuff on his skin. But by the time I had gotten Matt's attention and pointed it out to him, the guy was gone. I don't know how he disappeared so fast. Matt was making fun of me as we walked home afterwards, pointing at random alleyways and asking, "Do you see him there too?" And then laughing. It wasn't that funny. I'll prove to him there was someone in there. I convinced Matt to come back with me. I need to see what's in there. He wasn't thrilled about it, but I told him an older kid offered to pay $10 for a souvenir from the place, and that I'd split it with him if he went with me. All of this was total crap, of course, but I want to see what was in there, and I definitely want these dreams to stop. You know, you're lucky to have a friend as brave and manly as me, Matt said, putting up his little bird chest. After what happened to those other schmucks, everyone's been avoiding this place like the plague. Yeah, but unlike all of them, you know it's just a building, I said. He gave me a funny look then. It is just a building, but you know something actually happened, he said. I was talking to my dad about it, and he said maybe a homeless guy was living there, totally deranged, and maybe he cut out Alicia's eye and kidnapped her. He stated this with the seriousness of a news anchor, recounting bits of total bullshit for the audience. I smiled at his grave expression, repressing the urge to laugh. He looked over at me disapprovingly. It could have happened, you know. Homeless people are homeless because they're crazy. My dad says so. Maybe one of them just really went crazy and started taking souvenirs off people's bodies. I guess, I said. We were most of the way through the old industrial part of town now. Shuttered factories and condemned buildings stretched out on both sides of the street. A fat limping raccoon walked lazily out of the nearby alleyway. He gave us a sideways glance, stopping for a moment, then kept on maneuvering his round frame forward. Something that Matt had said had given me pause. You know, I said, it's kind of weird that we don't have homeless people out here. We have all these empty buildings, yet most of them camp out on the sidewalks on Main Street. I've never seen a single homeless person sleeping in one of these buildings, and I've never seen one even close to the Leatherman building. It's like they have some kind of sixth sense to avoid the place. Clearly, they're smarter than you and me, Matt muttered. We were walking past the rusty metal chain link fence around the property. He looked pale and his eyes were wide. Are you sure you want to do this? Right then, my instinct screamed at me to run. Yes, I said simply, walking in first, taking the flashlight out of my pocket. I need to know for sure. Either way, I'd like evidence. Either it is my imagination, or something supernatural actually exists in this building. An old musty smell permeated the huge hallway. I looked up and down it, wondering what was missing. Then I realized it had no graffiti. It had been the only abandoned building I'd ever been in without tons of graffiti scrawled on the inside. In some places, the walls had begun to buckle, and whole sections were crumbling and coming down. Farther ahead, the ceiling had collapsed inward, blocking half the main hallway off. Downstairs, lights started turning on, and the entire building started to come to life. I looked at Matt, who was looking dazed. Bro, what the hell is that? He asked. I had no idea. Someone's in here with us, I said. Let's go check it out. He looked at me like I was insane. Are you mad? What if it's cops? What if it's tweakers pulling out all the metal? We'll be quiet and just peek around the corner. I said. "I think we're meant to see this. Don't you want to know what's going on here?" He scowled. "I'd much rather go home alive," he said, but he followed me reluctantly. There was a rhythmic hum coming from the floors now, as if machinery were coming to life. A sign, dirty and covered in spider webs, pointed to a staircase on the right. I looked down it, seeing bright light flood into the stairwell corridor. Despite the fact that there was no electricity running to this building, we started down the staircase to the basement level. There was the smell of ozone in the air, a cyclical rhythmic humming that popped and buzzed. I took a deep breath, wondering what I could see down there. Then I poked my head around the corner. There were conveyor belts stretching against the basement, their legs embedded into the cracked concrete floors. Beams and pillars ran up the floor to the ceiling every 10 feet or so, and it looked like there were countless workers just sitting on each side of the conveyor belts, sitting in crooked wooden chairs with splintering legs and backs. But it was the workers who caught my attention most of all. They looked strange. "Does something look off to you?" I whispered to Matt, who had been standing behind me only moments earlier, but I got no reply. I figured he was too engrossed in the bizarre nature of what we were seeing to respond. The workers, if that's what they were, looked blurred, as if in an overexposed picture with a long shutter speed. Their skin appeared to writhe and crackle. Some of their heads constantly turned from side to side, and their limbs, all of them appeared to be missing limbs. I saw pale white bodies without arms, without legs, even without heads. But they all still continued working in unison, moving in that jerky, blurred way. "Jesus, Matt, do you see?" I asked suddenly, my eyes widening. "Do you see what they're doing?" I looked forward in horror as I saw human bodies rolled down the conveyor belts. The people were still alive. They were naked, many of them crying and covered in blood. As they passed by the workers, the blurred hands quickly took pieces of their skin off. Glistening sheets of it were raised by other workers, walking along between the lines, and they would give an admiring look at the large pieces of skin, smiling eerily as their heads writhed from side to side and blurred in my vision. And I saw one of the kids from my dream, the kids from the missing persons posters, all in the corner. They were huddled, emaciated, with wide staring eyes. They trembled and cowered as some of the workers came over to grab them and throw them on the belts. I turned to get the hell out of there, and that was when I realized Matt was no longer behind me. I caught a glimpse of something dark and massive moving at the top of the stairs, disappearing around the corner. I was alone. I know I should have stayed and looked for Matt, but instead, I ran. I got out of that place and went home and hid under my blankets. I thought 13 was old enough to deal with this, but it has gone way beyond what I thought. Matt's parents are calling. My parents stand at the bottom of the stairs, my mother holding the landline in her thin hand, my father looking disturbed. They tell me that Matt is missing, that he never came home last night. What should I tell them? Certainly not the truth. If I started talking about the things in that building, I would be forced into a psych ward before the week was up. The police stopped by and asked me a few questions. I told them all straight up lies. No, sir, I haven't seen him, and I have no idea what happened to him. But what else could I say? That he was taken by something from a nightmare? I have to go back. I have to try to rescue Matt. I shouldn't have ran like I did, but seeing those things cutting people up like that, it scared the shit out of me. Tonight, once my parents go to sleep, I'm going to sneak out, and everyone will think I'm a hero if I bring him back. If I don't, I'll probably end up as just another stupid missing kid who ended up way over his head. I went back. I made it out, but I think they're coming for me. There was something in the basement. All of the conveyor belts were gone. The lights were off. The rhythmic hum had disappeared. It was as if the other night was all a hallucination. Except for, of course, Matt is still missing. His parents are freaking out. And I can't even tell them that I know what happened to him. Kinda. Going into that building alone was terrifying. My legs felt like wood. And I kept glancing behind me every second, as if I were hearing imaginary pursuers. But I walked through to the staircase, and I saw nothing. I went down to the basement, peeking my head around the corner. It was mostly just an empty basement. Some old broken furniture and old boxes stacked in a corner. I shone my light all over and saw no one. But there was a light coming from the far corner. A faint glowing orange light. A feeling of dread came over me. I crept slowly forward, trying to find the source of that light. A faint smell of smoke and roasting meat seemed to creep through the air. Off past the line of boxes, I saw what looked like a small crater on the floor. There was a hole there with glowing fire underneath. Cracked spiderwebbed out from it in all directions for a few feet. More curious than afraid now, I peered forward and looked down. Beneath the abandoned building, there was another world. It had fire licking the walls and ground. And in the middle of this inferno, I saw Matt. His face was a map of blackish purple bruises. His head was cocked at an unnatural angle, and I saw blood pouring out of his ears and nose. He looked up at me, and the bones in his neck grated together. I saw his spine was broken, and his entire throat was crushed inwards.
"Help me," he croaked. "You brought me up here. Now help me. You can't leave me. They'll come for you next."
All around him, I saw hands reaching up, the pale, jerky hands of those strange creatures. They grabbed Matt and drug him back down into the fire. I saw other horrific creatures in the flames, some laughing and insane, others shrieking in agony. Large black insectile silhouettes moved through the smoke and flames. And then, like one, they started coming up towards the hole, coming up to the building where they would be free. I ran then, and I never went back. I now know that Matt is dead. I can't sleep. Every time I look out the window, I see shapes in the front yard, blurred humanoids with missing limbs, hiding in the bushes and trees, and constantly inching closer. There was a screeching outside, like the wind through the castles of hell. I sat straight up, looking out of the window. I saw a strobing, flickering cascade of red, orange, and yellow hues. For a moment, I thought I was still stuck in some sort of inescapable nightmare. A gaunt oval face stared in through the window. It didn't register how bizarre this was for a few seconds, until I remembered I lived on the 3rd floor. I jumped out of bed, Long bony fingers curled into a clenched fist, tapped lightly on the glass outside, dragging a sharp knuckle across the window. From his eyes, there spun a web of luminescent lights, flashing like fire. I looked straight into them for a moment, feeling blinded as if I had looked straight into the sun. I quickly turned away, seeing shapes streaming past my closed eyelids. From the explosion of light they had suffered, everything looked white, with the bare silhouette of grinning creatures with spiral eyes burned into the back of my retinas. I stumbled away, blindly hitting the nightstand and sending the lamp smashing to the ground, breaking it. I ran into my father's room, crying and screaming about the monster outside my window. He got up, sighing, but he grabbed his pistol and went into my room. A few moments later, he called me. "Come here, Roland," he said in a gruff, harsh tone. "I want to show you something." With my heart still hammering, I wandered back into the room. In the window, I saw melted into the glass 2 swirling spiral patterns. Hints of red, yellow, and orange still glimmered in the circles, like cinders sparkling from a bonfire. "Did you fuck up this window?" he asked, clenching his fist. "And you broke your goddamn lamp?" The gun laid at his side. "No, Dad. I swear. There was someone out there," I started to say. A stinging slap smacked me across the face. "Don't you lie to me, you little shit," he growled. "I work hard for this family, and you have your vapors and little lunatic episodes and wake me up for no reason?" I felt warm rivers of blood stream from my nose. I cringed back, trying to avoid what I knew was coming. But my father was extremely fast, and he had built up muscles over years of labor. Old man strength, my friend Frankie called it. I felt a fist smash into my stomach. I doubled over, retching. He elbowed me hard in the back, and I fell to the ground, gasping and crawling away. "Now don't fucking wake me up again," he yelled as he walked out, slamming the door behind him. I couldn't sleep after that. I kept looking out of the window. But that night, the eldritch creature didn't show his face again. I watched the sun rise a few hours later, totally exhausted. I got up, getting ready to go to the middle school. I felt as if I was walking through water, with everything seeming slow and unreal. I noticed a lot of kids were missing from our classes. In some of my classes, nearly half of the kids were absent. I asked a couple friends about it. Most of them didn't know any more than I did, but a few had heard rumors. I heard there's an outbreak of some weird disease going around. My buddy Frank told me in the hallway. My brother works as an EMT and he said 911 was getting flooded with calls. He wouldn't tell me exactly what was wrong with the people, but he says it was horrible. "What made it so horrible?" I asked. He shrugged. "They kept bleeding from their eyes, their noses, their mouths, everything. I don't know what the hell causes that. Maybe Ebola or some secret Chinese virus. But the doctors at the hospitals couldn't find anything wrong with the people, besides the fact that they were bleeding to death for no reason." "So did they die?" I asked, horrified. He nodded. "Yeah, a few. Most of them didn't, though. I don't really know the details, man." He was pretty vague about it. He looked more scared than I've ever seen him before, though. And he's dealt with a lot of shit in that job. Lots of dead people, gunshot victims, overdoses, everything. But he said he's never seen anything like this before. That night, I fell asleep quickly from exhaustion. I awoke, confused, streams of light flashing in my eyes. I looked out the window and saw the same creature from before, floating in the air. His face looked stretched out, like a giant egg. 2 cyclonic eyes sent out streams of light, spinning like spiral galaxies in the void. The hues of fire that shone from his eyes looked beautiful and hypnotizing, but also blinding. I saw a massive grinning mouth that constantly chattered, and 2 small reptilian holes for a nose. His teeth looked very small and straight, like a child's teeth, but he had far too many of them. Hundreds of the small white pearls shone in that grin, embedded in sickly yellow gums marked with black spots. From his back, 2 black raggedy wings stretched out, filled with holes and rippling slowly in the breeze. They reminded me of a bat's wings, jet black with sores that leaked dark fluid down to the grass far below. I watched this inhuman blood drip off the sharp angles of the wings, thick like oil and glistening with rainbows. They ended in a point like a scalpel.
Don't be afraid, Roland. My name is Mr. Welcome,
the creature said in a voice like thunder.
And I am your guardian angel. I am here to protect you from the evil that now invades your town. For without my help, you will most surely die.
Mr. Welcome told me many things. His booming voice seemed to shake the floor, and I wondered if he would wake my father up. But Mr. Welcome assured me that only the person he spoke to would hear him.
Our communication occurs in your mind and my mind. Though it may sound like it comes from outside you, it is within you. You might hear your heart beating in your ears, after all, but that heart is still inside you, and I am the same. For you and I are one. In a way, I am closer to you than your own heartbeat. I can see all the dark pits in your soul, where black twisted things grow in the shadows. And we all have that, Roland. It should be embraced, not shunned, but also as your guardian angel. He said, I have to tell you some bad news. There is an outbreak of Satan's leprosy in your town.
I repressed an urge to laugh. Satan's leprosy? I asked, bemused. Is that an actual disease? The more I stared into Mr. Welcome's eyes, the more I felt myself trusting him, opening up to him. I couldn't believe how scared I had been before, in an alien kind of way. He looked beautiful, and the more I watched him, the more I felt myself accepting his presence. And yet, a small piece of my mind far away in the back still questioned many things he claimed, including being my guardian angel. But the more he spoke, the more I felt myself slipping away and falling under his spell.
Oh yes, Roland, yes, he said slowly. Satan's leprosy is the worst disease, the mark of Cain, the touch of the devil.
His eyes flickered and strobed, sending shadows like black grasping hands dancing across the room. Everything seemed dreamy and unreal.
I will do all I can to protect you, Roland,
Mr. Welcome said.
But soon, you may have to start fighting on your own. You may have to start fighting on the side of good. You may have to prove your skill in killing demons. Do you think you can kill some evil, filthy demons, Roland?
A series of visions ran through my mind. Nights of a holy crusade. Saints sending out evil spirits. Priests burning witches. I can try, I said, giving Mr. Welcome a friendly smile. The next day, school got canceled. Things began to grow strange in my town. And not just because of Mr. Welcome. I started seeing suspicious black SUVs with tinted windows. They were hanging around the borders of town that morning. And then my friend Frankie ran over to my house, knocking frantically on the door. My dad was a mechanic who owned his own shop and had already left for work. So with school now canceled, I found myself home alone for the day. Frankie's dark brown eyes looked excited and wild. They gleamed with terror and adrenaline. My parents, he said breathlessly. There's something wrong with my family. They won't stop bleeding. And their eyes, their faces, they're all wrong, Roland. Something bad is happening. I thought back to Mr. Welcome's warning about the Satan leprosy, and my stomach churned with anxiety. What do you mean, their eyes, their faces? I asked, taking a step back. He had sweat running down his chubby face. His long hair hung over his forehead in wet clumps. He was breathing fast, bent slightly over. It's like their eyes slid halfway off their faces during the night. When they woke up, their faces were sideways.
Their mouths drooped down to the right and their noses looked like stretched out worms. Their bodies were just turning into jelly, and the blood wouldn't stop coming out of their eyes and mouths and noses. It soaked the floor. He began to cry, hyperventilating. I thought he might pass out. You've got to be kidding me. A sense of disgust and nausea rising in my abdomen. No disease does that to the human body. That's physically impossible. He shook his head. It wasn't just my family. My neighbors too. Their kids got sick. I tried calling Angela and Mike and a few other people, and none of them were answering their phones. At that moment, I heard the revving of many engines. I saw black SUVs with tinted windows driving slowly down every street. They began to play a pre-recorded robotic speech from some hidden speakers. A 24-hour curfew is now in effect for this area, a cold robotic female voice said. This town is now quarantined. Anyone found on the streets will be subjected to immediate arrest. Return to your homes and stay inside. Do not leave for any reason. Agents will soon come to talk to you and explain everything. Please remain calm. Return to your homes and stay inside. Do not leave for any reason. I pulled Frankie aside, slamming the door and locking the deadbolt. I had a feeling my father would not be coming home today. The sun set early that day, sending red streaks like blood from a crime scene across the clouds. Frankie and I had sat at the table in the kitchen. The cable had gone down now, so there was no TV. Moreover, our phones no longer worked, but the electricity kept running. We were eating the perishable foods first, in case it also went out. I had a package of sliced turkey, mayo, cheddar, lettuce, bread, and milk. We kept eating and drinking as much as we could while we waited, not knowing how long we could end up trapped here or whether food would come in. While we ate, I told Frankie about Mr. Welcome. He has eyes like an angel, I told him. At first, I was scared, but after he talked to me and explained everything, well, I don't feel scared anymore. Frankie gave me a weird look. I thought angels had white wings and swords and looked like Leonardo DiCaprio. Frankie said, frowning. Your angel sounds like some sort of monster. No offense. I laughed. That's all Hollywood crap. I said. Mr. Welcome said all angels look like him. Maybe you'll see your own guardian angel before this is all over. Frankie shuddered. If he looks anything like your guardian angel, I really hope not, he said. And what did you mean by killing evil, filthy? A loud slam at the door made us both jump. I got up from the table and ran over to the peephole. Standing in front of the door, I saw Frankie's older brother, Jesse. He stood in his medic's uniform still, splotches of blood staining the white cloth. Tiny splatters covered his hands and feet. His dark eyes shone with fear and excitement. He ran a blood-stained hand over his freshly shaven head. I ripped the door open, noticing how black and empty the sky looked behind him. Jesse, what are you doing? I asked, surprised. He pushed past me. Is my brother here? Where's Frankie? He said, a note of panic in his voice. Frankie came out of the kitchen, a half-eaten sandwich still clutched in one hand. Oh, thank God, Frankie. You're still alive. Yeah, Frankie said through a mouthful of turkey, chewing slowly and raising an eyebrow. So far, so good. My goal is to live forever after all, and I've done a pretty good job up to now. Stop fucking around, Jesse yelled, making us both jump. Do you two idiots not know what's going on outside? Everyone is dying. We need to get out of town immediately. Look, the roads are blocked off, but I don't think they've been blocked off in the woods yet. At least, I hope not. The government agents or whatever they are still organizing, and we need to get out of town before the town gets fully surrounded. There's a deer trail next to the wit school that leads to the highway. It's probably 8 or 9 miles, but we don't have a goddamn choice. We need to follow it and get out of town before everyone gets locked in and slaughtered like pigs. What do you mean, everyone is dying? How's Mom and Dad? Frankie asked, his eyes growing wet. Jesse just shook his head, his earring of a snake fang jumping back and forth. We need to go, right now. Hurry up, both of you. Grab food and water and anything else you need. Are there any guns in your house? We really need guns and ammo, as much as possible. I have my .38 on me, he said, raising his shirt to show a holstered pistol. But I only have one spare magazine. That's not gonna cut the mustard. I nodded. My dad keeps a few guns here, I said. He's always keeping his Colt on him though. But I think we have a 12-gauge shotgun and a crappy little .22 upstairs. He usually keeps a box of buckshot and 22 bullets for target shooting. I shrugged. I guess that's better than nothing. Jesse groaned. A .22? He asked, narrowing his eyes. Really? Well, go grab it. I got the guns from my father's closet, bringing down all the ammo I could find, which only amounted to 2 partially empty boxes. Jesse groaned even louder when he saw that. Okay, which one of you is a better shot? He asked me and Frankie. We looked at each other. I guess I am, at least with a BB gun, Frankie said. Jesse shoved a .22 and ammo in his direction, giving me the shotgun and remaining buckshot. Then you should take the shotgun, Jesse said to me. You only need to point in the general direction and shoot. It'll spray pellets that'll rip through skin like butter. Why do we need guns? I asked, feeling anxious. You haven't even told us what's happening. Jesse looked up sharply. Haven't I? Well, there's not much time. We need to go now. I can tell you on the way. We walked out into the dark moonless night. I saw the glinting of many teeth in the shadows of the backyard. Mr. Welcome, I cried, relieved. Jesse and Frankie spun to look at the creature. He stepped out of a hidden alcove next to the chimney, his emaciated body standing 10 feet tall. His eyes started spinning with their hypnotizing light. His bat-like wings lazily writhed up and down in the light breeze. I'm so happy to see you. Jesse and Frankie backed up slowly, their eyes filled with horror. Roland, Mr. Welcome said. I would never leave your side, Roland. I am here to protect you. I walked forward, as if sleepwalking, putting my arms out to hug Mr. Welcome. He put his hands on my neck, pulling me forwards. They felt like cold melting gloves of candle wax pressed against my skin. As I hugged his flesh tightly, I felt blood draining from his rotting skin, like soapy water from a wrung-out sponge. I sensed the dark, oily fluid running down my bare hands and arms, smelled the rancid odor like rotting meat. But still, I only felt total love for Mr. Welcome. Roland, a deep growling voice said from behind me. I turned, seeing my father scaling the back fence. He looked at Jesse and Frankie, dismissing them with his eyes. Then he turned to me and Mr. Welcome. He had his Colt revolver in one trembling hand. Step back from the demon. I looked closely at my father. Blood streamed from his eyes and ears, his mouth and nose. His eyes began to slant, as if the skin had melted at an angle off of his face. His words came out slurred, his lips swollen and asymmetrical. Don't you see what it is, Roland? My father cried louder. Look at it. Look at the goddamn thing. It's not your friend. He fired a shot, but his trembling hand couldn't aim for shit. I saw Frankie's chest explode in a blossoming flower of blood. Frankie grabbed at the bullet hole, surprise coming over his face. He fell back. Now's the time, Roland. Mr. Welcome's voice roared through my mind. Kill the demons. Kill these filthy, disgusting demons. Shoot them in the head. Both of them. I raised the shotgun and fired twice. Mr. Welcome and I walked down the deer trail, hand in hand. Love filled my heart, and I felt a sense of peace. I knew I was protected. He had found a couple of agents in the forest, trying to monitor the trail. When they saw us, they raised their guns and shouted, but Mr. Welcome flew forwards, his wings beating the air like mini cyclones. He grabbed both of their heads and twisted. I heard a sound like the snapping of tree branches during an ice storm, and they fell down, their faces backwards. I know Mr. Welcome comes from God. I have resolved myself to follow him. Like a holy knight on a crusade, Mr. Welcome is my guardian angel, and his voice always guides me to safety, a voice like rushing water.
My son's imaginary friend had legs that bent the wrong way, like the crooked legs of a bird. He said every time his imaginary friend walked, the bones would poke out through the skin, yet he was able to move at inhumanly fast speeds, like a character in a video that has been played on fast forward. My son had named this creepy friend Mr. Grimm. Needless to say, I found his new imaginary friend to be a trifle upsetting. When I told my wife about it, she said that it wasn't just upsetting, but absolutely fucking disturbing in every way imaginable. Why do his bones poke out through his skin? She asked me. That seems like fairly inappropriate imagery for a 5-year-old. Maybe it's some subconscious projection from an accident victim he saw on TV, I said thoughtfully. She rolled her eyes at this. I don't think they show dead car crash victims with their bones sticking out of their skin on Nickelodeon, she said sarcastically. But we let it go and continued on with our lives as normal. Johnny continued to talk about Mr. Grimm and the adventures they went on, and we just kinda got used to it. After all, children have vivid imaginations, and I wasn't the type to read into things too much. As a parent, I knew sometimes you had to just go with the flow and let them develop on their own. That's before the pets started to go missing in our neighborhood. The entire street became covered in missing posters for local cats and dogs. None of their bodies were ever found, though. I didn't know what to think about it, so I just didn't. I just continued to go to work, spend time with my wife, and enjoy life as much as I could. I would take Johnny out on weekend outings, to amusement parks or nature trails. But one time when we were hiking together, he said something rather disturbing to me. Mr. Grimm says he knows what happens to the kitties and puppies, he told me. I looked down at him sharply. Johnny, that's not funny, I said. There are some sick people out there. People who kill little animals for no reason. There are people out there who kill little kids for no reason. That's why your mom and I always tell you to avoid strangers and never get in a car with anyone besides your family. And you shouldn't joke about missing puppies and kitties. But Dad, he said plaintively, I wasn't joking. Mr. Grimm said he took the puppies and kitties with him to his playground. He said that I could come with him one day too. He said that no one hurts puppies or kitties there, or little kids. He said we all live forever with him, and that he never lets us go, because he loves us all too much and wants us to be with him forever. I looked down at his small, serious face, waves of dread rising inside my stomach. Johnny, Mr. Grimm isn't real, I said. He's just an imaginary friend. That means he comes from your own mind, just like your dreams. They might feel real, but they're all inside of you. He just shook his head at this, like he couldn't believe how slow his old dad was. You'll see soon, Daddy, he said. Mr. Grimm is as real as you and me, maybe even realer, because he says he has been here a really long time. He says he remembers the roads before any cars were on them, back when they were all dirt. He says he remembers when horses and donkeys were the only way around. He told me about it. It's pretty weird to think about, Daddy, just how old he is. I didn't know people could live that long. Johnny, if Mr. Grimm was a real person, and what you said was true, he would have to be over 130 years old. No one has ever lived that long. It isn't possible. Don't get carried away with this Mr. Grimm stuff, because not everyone will understand like your mom and I do. Some people might think it's a little weird." That was the end of the conversation, and we continued hiking in silence. I was deep in thought, wondering about all the strange things my son said. The next day, kids started disappearing. It started with the Crabtree boy on the next street over. From what I heard, he was playing in the backyard in his sandbox. His mother looked out the window every minute or so while she was doing dishes. She looked up, and he was gone. His toys still in the same position, his little blue baseball cap upside down on the spot where he had been sitting. Miss Crabtree sprinted out, looking around frantically and screaming his name, but he was just gone. No sign of any strangers in the neighborhood, no suspicious cars, no random leads caught by stoplight cameras or doorbell cameras. So ubiquitous in our little suburban neighborhood, there weren't even any footprints in the sandbox. Neither the boys, nor anyone else's, except for the tracks that led to the middle of the sandbox, where he had been sitting and playing. It was as if he had been raptured up into heaven in the space of 60 seconds. The police searched for weeks for that little boy, even using helicopters to search the endless woods that started at the north edge of town. Volunteers from around our county joined in, combing every square inch of woods within miles, diving into local lakes and checking abandoned buildings, and even sewers near the child's house. There was not a sign of him anywhere. It was as if he had just vanished in the flash of an eye. After weeks of no news, the attention paid to it slowly started to die down. People forgot about the grieving parents and the missing child, like they always do in these kinds of situations. I was extremely busy at work, doing research into quantum entanglement and quantum computers at our state university. My wife had left to go spend time with her father, who had dementia and cancer, and very suddenly took a turn for the worse. So I ended up having to take Johnny to work. I didn't really mind, as he was a good boy who listened and very rarely got in trouble. The Mr. Grimm thing was the only weird part of his young personality, but other than that, he was a fast learner, respectful, and acted in many ways like a child much older than himself. We entered the quantum research laboratory, his little hand holding mine tightly as he stared around with wide blue eyes. It smelled like cleaning chemicals and burning metal throughout the entire chamber, emanating even out into the hallways of the university building. My son wrinkled his tiny nose, making a comically cute face as he did so. I handed him a pair of safety glasses, putting one on myself, before starting up with his usual childlike questioning. "Daddy, why does it smell like that?" he asked me. I shrugged. "It's a lot of machines that consume huge amounts of power," I explained simply to him. "This single building can consume as much power as hundreds of houses like ours. Some of this stuff," I indicated with a wave of my hand, showing the gleaming circular vats, the massive metal tubes, the dozens of computer monitors, the tables with entire arrays of green lasers focused on tiny chips, "is so cutting edge that we haven't found a way to make it use less electricity yet. It can entangle physical particles or make computers that can do certain processes almost millions of times faster than conventional computers. Most young children would not be able to comprehend the depth of statements like that. But Johnny was not a usual kid. His mind worked incredibly fast, and his vocabulary seemed much more developed than a normal 5-year-old's. "Okay," Johnny said simply, letting go of my hand so I could hang up our coats and put a little plastic bag of food in the fridge. It was late, past dinner time on a Friday, and so the entire lab was already deserted. I was one of the few physicists who did much of his work at night, when all the equipment was open and I had the entire building to myself. On nights like this, I could play classical music on its highest volume and just be myself. I started playing an MP3 on one of the many monitors around the lab, then began to move around and switch all the equipment on. My son sat in the corner, using colored pencils to draw while I worked. Tonight, I was using AI to try and increase the quantum entanglement from just a few particles to a small diamond. Having turned all the cameras and monitoring equipment on, I activated the processor and watched all the lasers move in unison on the nearby laboratory table. Now pointing at the diamond I had in the middle of the setup, Johnny looked up as the computers all grew louder. I motioned for him to come close, to show him the most interesting part of the entire experiment. A humming, vibrating noise began to spread throughout the floor. As the argon lasers became too bright to look at, I put an arm around Johnny, reassuring him. Suddenly, something began to go terribly wrong. The humming vibrations, which had been wave-like and measured, now began to come in chaotic pulsing waves, knocking equipment off the tables. The argon lasers began to falter and move out of position, burning holes in the tables and walls. An enormous crash of rending metal and glass came from behind me, and I quickly jumped on Johnny, tackling him to the floor and protecting him with my own body until it would all be over. As another computer station fell over, sending shards of glass flying that sliced into my left arm, leaving large droplets of blood on the floor next to us. The power finally went out, and we were submerged in blackness. All I could hear now was Johnny's heavy breathing mixing with my own. Then suddenly, I heard the skittering footsteps of something large coming from my right. Is it over? Johnny asked in a trembling voice. I think so, kiddo, I said reassuringly, getting off of him and slowly standing up in the pitch dark. I fumbled in my pockets for my cell phone, turning on the flashlight app and shining it around. At first, I saw only destruction. Smashed monitors, smoking computers, massive holes everywhere. I thought to myself how lucky we were that the whole place hadn't gone up in flames. As I kept turning, though, I saw something far more horrific. A small boy stood in the corner with black stringy hair. His skin looked drained of blood, white as a vampire's, and blood constantly bubbling out of his mouth, sliding down his chin in red streaks. He wore the ragged remains of what might have been a plaid shirt and jeans, but they were so bloody and torn that it was impossible to tell. His bare legs were bent the wrong way, and he started to walk towards me slowly like a bird, his knees bending backwards. The bones stuck out through his shins, calves, and thighs, and as he walked, a nauseating cracking sound echoed around the room, like bone loudly crushing and breaking against other pieces of itself. "Hi there," he said in a deep gurgling speech. "My name, as you surely know, is Mr. Grimm. I'm a friend of your son's, and I hope soon, a friend of yours." I stood there, speechless, shining my light on this abomination. He bowed slightly and waved his thin, bony arm around the room. "Sorry for the destruction, but I had to take any means to materialize, and the massive amounts of energy in this room was able to give me my physical form I needed. I couldn't keep going on as some minor poltergeist." He laughed at this, spraying tiny droplets of blood on the floor in front of him as he did so. I didn't see the humor in it. "Look," I said, putting my hands up, as if I were dealing with a rabid dog. "I'm sorry for any misunderstanding, but you need to go back to where you came from. This is not okay. My son and I cannot have what was he exactly? A monster? A demon?" Mr. Grimm waved away my objections with a flick of his hand. "That's not up to you, Jack," he said congenially. "You cannot send me back, and if you try to stop me, I will kill your son in front of you, and then I will kill you too." My son's little hand tightened on me. I felt him trembling behind me. "Daddy, I'm scared," he whispered to me in a low voice. "I want to go home." "I know, Johnny," I said quietly. "I do too." But what could I do? I had no gun, and I wasn't sure if this thing could even be killed anyway. At that moment, the backup generators kicked on, and the laboratory was filled with the glow of red emergency lights. "All right," I said, reaching a decision. "My son and I are leaving. Do not follow us." I had decided to call 911 and let the professionals deal with this. Maybe they could call in the National Guard, I thought with a small smile. They could fill this thing with enough full auto weapon fire to leave him looking like Swiss cheese. "Huh," Mr. Grimm said congenially. "I'm sorry, but I need your son." He smiled at me, an ear-to-ear grin that showed all of his bloody teeth and the countless sores on his blackened gums. "I used a lot of energy materializing. I need food." "I will let you live, however, Jack." His smile widened, as if he were offering me some kind of present. "Just leave the boy, get in your car, and drive home, and you can live a full life." As he spoke, I got an idea. We were much closer to the door than Mr. Grimm. I quickly dropped my phone in my pocket, picked up a large computer, and hurled it at Mr. Grimm's broken legs. I heard a demonic cry of pain, his voice sounding like dozens of voices crying at once, all in a disharmonious shriek. Ignoring it, I picked up Johnny and ran outside the lab. The door had a number pad on it. I pressed the top button and began rotating the thumb turn away from the hinges, locking the thick wooden doors, just as something heavy crashed into it on the other side. The knob turned furiously, but it wouldn't budge without the correct numerical code. "Okay, that should buy us some time," I said quietly, grabbing Johnny's hand and running out through the blood-red emergency lights. The laboratory began erupting in a cacophony of breaking equipment as I called 911, informing them of an intruder and telling them that the man was likely armed and dangerous. Then I got Johnny to my car and we sped out of there, my adrenaline still high, my heart beating hard in my chest. The police ended up finding the laboratory destroyed, but empty. As the days went on, I wondered if the entire thing was some sort of shared delusion. But then kids started disappearing from our town and the surrounding towns at an alarming rate. I bought a gun for protection, and my neighbors and I began to do a local neighborhood watch. One time, while I was out patrolling in the middle of the night, I saw that thing again, Mr. Grimm. I could tell it was him instantly from the way he walked, the crunching of shattered bones, and the superhuman speed as he disappeared into the backyard of a nearby house. I followed him quietly, checking that the safety on my gun was off. I saw a child exiting the back door of a house as Mr. Grimm crept in the bushes. The child looked hypnotized, his eyes totally blank. Mr. Grimm waved his hands and clicked his tongue, and a small spark of light in the middle of the backyard expanded to show a massive brightly colored playground. Even though it was night here, on the playground it was daytime, and I saw countless kids in it. Some of them were hung in nooses by their necks from the monkey bars. Others were buried alive up to their heads in the sandbox. He even had a few hung up to wooden beams on the playset. They all had their mouths opened in a shared and silent scream as the hypnotized child walked quietly towards the vision. "No, stop!" I said, raising my gun to point it directly at Mr. Grimm's head. He snarled like a rabid dog at me, beginning to run at me with superhuman speed, his bent legs snapping and popping, and I fired. His head exploded in a shower of black rotted flesh and maggots, the smell of decomposing meat filling the air. Behind him, the vision slowly closed back into a pinprick of light, then went out entirely. I called the police, telling them the truth, keeping an eye on the strange demonic body of Mr. Grimm as I did so. It wasn't the police that ended up showing up, but some secretive federal agency that quickly took possession of the body and swore me to secrecy. giving me a check for $100,000 in exchange for signing an NDA that stated that I would never tell anyone about the supernatural events that occurred in the last few weeks. I gladly took the check and signed the document. After all, who would believe me? Emergency alert. Do not enter your basement. Stay above ground. It was 10:31 when my phone buzzed. Emergency alert. Do not enter underground structures, such as basements. Stay above ground until the all clear. My husband looked up from his phone and stared at me. Did you just get a... Yeah, that's kinda creepy, I said, glancing at the stairs. Our kid had fallen asleep for the night about an hour ago. What do you think is going on? I don't know, he replied. Could it be like a gas leak? Radon or something? We'd had a radon pump in our basement since we moved here. Maybe there was just some weird influx of it, or something. I ran upstairs to check on our 5-year-old daughter. As Luke flicked on the TV, Grace was sleeping peacefully, her blanket wrapped around her. I made sure she was breathing, comfortable, totally fine before heading back downstairs. When I did, Luke was glued to the TV, which said the same thing. Black screen, pixelated white letters, blocky colors jitting along the top and bottom of the screen. Emergency alert. Do not enter underground structures. Maybe we should get out of here, I said. But it's late, and Grace has school tomorrow. Yeah, so? We'll miss school. We can go to my mom's. Luke crossed his arms and stared at the TV. He then flicked to CNN and the other news channels. But whatever was happening here must have been local, because it was just the same political drivel, re-airing from earlier in the day. There was not a blip of the emergency alert anywhere, except for the local news channel. I pulled out my phone and did some Google searches. Nothing came up, so I shot off a text to Lacey, the mom of one of Grace's friends, who lived in the next development over. We'd only lived here since the school year started, so it's not like I had a whole network of people to ask. She didn't respond. I think we should go, I said, grabbing a duffel bag out of the closet. What about work? Don't you work remotely on Mondays anyway? Yeah, but... I walked over to our basement door. The chain was latched. I hurried into the kitchen, opened the drawer, and pulled out some postal tape. What are you doing? If it's radon or something, I don't want that stuff all in our house, I said, crouching along the bottom and taping the crack under the door. I think they'd evacuate us, if that were the case. I looked up at him as I yanked another long piece of tape off the roll. Okay, so what do you think it is? He shrugged. When I'd taped all the cracks, I brought the duffel bag upstairs, filled it with a few random outfits for me and Grace, along with my laptop and a few of her favorite dolls. Then I grabbed the cooler and loaded our leftover pasta and yogurts into it. Within 10 minutes, I was ready to go out the door. I'll pack up the car. Can you grab Grace? I asked. Luke went upstairs. I walked down the driveway, weighed down with bags. It was a chilly, clear night. Stars twinkled high above me. The street was exceedingly quiet. The tall, craggly pines on the surrounding pine barrens, stretching up into the sky. I heard the echo of a dog barking somewhere. If everyone got the alert, wouldn't there be more people deciding to leave? I glanced at the house across the street. It was completely dark. except for the light above the garage that flicked on when I came out of the house. I opened the back hatch and threw our stuff in. Luke came out after carrying Grace, wrapped in blankets. She blinked sleepily. I strapped her in. Luke grabbed some stuff, and then we were pulling out of the driveway, on the road to my mom's house an hour away. She fell back asleep, I told Luke, watching her face flick into view with the light of the passing streetlights. Good. My phone buzzed. I reached for it. Emergency alert. Your phone's GPS indicates you are leaving city limits. We do not recommend evacuating. Please return home and stay above ground. What the fuck? I whispered. What? Luke asked. There's another alert. It's saying it knows we're leaving. It's tracking our GPS. And it's telling us to stay. Luke glanced at my phone. Seriously? Yeah. That data's supposed to be private, he said. Isn't it? I would think so. Unless, I don't know. Maybe there are some emergency protocols that allow the FBI to access it or something. We fell into an uncomfortable silence. Luke clicked on the turn signal, switched lanes. You don't want me to turn around, right? He asked quietly. I glanced down at my phone. No, I don't. The highway was empty, not a single car in sight. That made me uneasy. Surely other people would be evacuating. Unless they were all actually obeying the second message. But who even trusts the government these days? I did another Google search. No results popped up. I refreshed over and over again. Wouldn't something be on the internet by now? We were 5 miles out of town now. I should be relieved. But I wasn't. I leaned against the window. The cold glass pressed against my forehead. The pine trees flashed by. Skinny and tilted, they gave way to a charred barren patch of the forest. Both sides of the highway were burnt to the ground. I'd read somewhere that some pine cones only opened in extreme temperatures, like from wildfires. Fires and regrowth were part of the cycle here, part of the ecosystem, in flux between death and rebirth like a phoenix. My phone buzzed. My heart dropped. But it wasn't an alert. It was a text from Lacey. Only 2 words. What alert? My fingers raced across the screen. Didn't you get an emergency alert saying to stay above ground? No. Lacey didn't get an alert, I said. Luke paused. What if the alerts were only sent to our phones? I asked, my voice shaking. I glanced back at Grace, still peacefully asleep, head lolling softly with each bump of the car. Luke shook his head. That's crazy. No one can send messages like that. Just the government or whatever. What if it's a trap? My voice shook harder. What if the only safe place was our basement? That's just your OCD talking, he said softly, emphatically. We're doing the right thing. That's obviously the safest thing to do. There's something weird in town like a gas leak, and we got out. I stared out at the charred pines. There were a few that hadn't burnt up, standing tall and stilted in the darkness. I stared out at them, wondering why they were spared. One of them moved. What the? The car screeched to a stop. My body lurched forward, the seatbelt locked, keeping my head from hitting the dash. Sorry, that deer just started. His voice died in his throat. We both stared at the lower legs of something illuminated in the headlights. Thin and spindly, but definitely not a deer's. They ended in twisted toes, not hooves, and extended several feet up into the darkness, silhouetted against the starry sky. Beyond the reach of our headlights, I could see something tall and spindly and skeletal, crisscrossing lines of bones or sticks, or something else entirely. As I stared at it, as it stared at me, a wave of dizziness washed over me. The world seemed to tilt on its axis. Weight pressed down on my head, an immense pressure bearing down on me. Luke stomped down on the accelerator. The car shot forward. We swerved around the thing, then past the burnt section of the forest, and continued down the dark, twisting highway. My phone buzzed. Emergency alert. All clear. Please return home immediately. Not too long ago, a friend set me up with a blind date. A handsome guy, but he probably spent more time on his hair than I did. He seemed pleasant enough, so I introduced myself and sat down next to him. He laughed and shook his head. "I pictured you differently," he admitted. "I mean, you're beautiful, but I thought you'd be—" "Strawberry blonde," I interrupted. "A bit shorter, freckled with deep dimple cheeks." He stopped laughing, but kept a frozen smile. He didn't know what to say. I just stared at him. I knew this was gonna happen. So why did I ever think this time would be different? "Was that it?" I pushed. "Was that what you pictured?" I didn't even notice that I'd raised my voice. The date was already over as I started screaming at him. "Was that what you goddamn pictured?" I had already screwed up. At that point, all I could do was lean into it. "Let me explain. This has been the story of my life. People remember me wrong. They picture me wrong. Even my own parents could swear that I used to be strawberry blonde as a kid. There isn't a single picture of me with that hair color. I don't have freckles or deep dimples that make my cheeks puff up. I'm tall with ink black hair. I got my Mediterranean features from my mom, and that doesn't allow for a lot of cutesy freckles. Still, every person I've met remembers me that way. Sometimes, when we haven't met for a while, they barely recognize me. One of the most common questions I get is whether or not I've done something with my hair. It's really frustrating whenever I have to show my ID, as people just seem hesitant to accept the way I look to be the real me. And yes, I've tried leaning into it, changing my hair color, even putting on freckles with a makeup pen. It doesn't help. It still just looks kind of off. The weird thing is, sometimes I even trick myself. Some mornings, I don't recognize my own mirror image. For a split second, like a bump in the night, I'm staring at a stranger. I've talked to my therapist about possibly having some sort of depersonalization disorder, but that just isn't it. The problem isn't just me not recognizing myself. It is no one else recognizing me either. This is why I've come to an uncomfortable conclusion. Maybe I was supposed to be someone else. This has been my reality for as long as I can remember. Every date, every party, every picture day at school. Every single time someone asks me what I've done with my hair, or that they like my new makeup, all these little hints and pokes, it adds up over time. Maybe you can see why I'm a bit sensitive, and might lash out at, let's say, a blind date. But something strange happened that one night. As I stormed off, I took a long walk by the downtown park area. There were a lot of people out and about, but I was all up in my head about overreacting. I thought about ways I could have handled it differently. Or maybe that I just had to, I don't know, start taking some kind of medication. Any kind. Whatever kind stops this. That's when I first noticed Daniel. It was this strange feeling. He was standing outside of a taco truck, talking to a group of friends. He didn't seem to stand out in any particular way, but I couldn't take my eyes off of him. He had this strawberry blonde hair, pale skin, and freckles, deep dimples that made his cheeks look bigger. He was shorter than his friends, but he just radiated this joy. I can't explain it. It feels like I could probably draw it as a picture, but I can't explain it with words. I had to talk to him. I walked up to him, past his friends, and tapped him on his shoulder. As he turned around, my mind cramped. He wasn't strawberry blonde, freckled, dimpled, or pale. He was Korean, sort of lumpy looking, and in complete shock. So were his friends. Still, he looked at me like he recognized me. There was something there, and neither of us could say what it was. We both laughed. How did you? We said it at the same time, mirroring each other's expressions. We both laughed again. Did you see? Again, at the same time. His friends were laughing now as well. Jinx! They yelled at us. Jinx! Jinx! I had a long conversation with Daniel that night, and we got to know each other. Turns out we were both born on the same day, but that was where our similarities ended. We'd gone to completely different schools in different parts of the country, and we both had the same problem. People mistook us for someone else, remembered us wrong. It was even more abrupt for him, not even matching the body shape of the image people thought he was. His friends eventually grew tired of us and left. Daniel and I sat there in the park, talking long into the night. We complained about the way people talked about us, how we never really felt like someone saw us, how this weird stupid quirk was the one defining thing about what it meant to be us. When we finally parted ways, we friended each other and promised to speak again. We did, a lot. Over the next few weeks, we talked every day. I couldn't help myself, still mentally picturing him as someone else, like a brain teaser. I thought about him as this thin, pale man, with the same features that people thought I had. It bothered me, but this was exciting. I had never met anyone with the same problem as myself, and all of a sudden, it felt like maybe there wasn't that much wrong with me after all. Then the dreams came. I've always had lively dreams. I'm a very tactile person, so I remember the touch of something before I think of what it looks like. In the night, I could sometimes feel things that I swore I'd never felt before. Holding someone's hand with a hand that isn't mine, feeling a breeze through someone else's hair, tasting someone else's breath in your mouth, and the smell of birch trees reaching in through their nose, like I was a passenger in another body. It would only last short moments, and would interrupt whatever other dream I had, to the point that I'd wake up, often in a cold sweat, like my body was scared, even though my mind was calm. Daniel told me he experienced something similar. It was getting more intense. Ever since we met, whatever this problem was had been turned up to 11. We decided to meet and talk about it. For real. We met at the park, not too far from the taco truck where I first saw him. He brought me a milkshake. At first, I didn't even see him. I was expecting the strawberry blonde man that occupied my mind, not whoever this stranger in front of me was. I shook the thought out of my head, thinking he probably felt the same. We should just go for it, he said. Lean into it. See what happens. What do you mean? Like we do in the dreams. I just looked at him. At first, I couldn't connect those thoughts to the person I saw in front of me. The more I thought about it, it felt like I could see through him, like what he showed wasn't real, that there was a realer part of him that I recognized, the part we all thought we truly saw before the spell was broken. We raised our hand at the same time and held them against one another. For a split second, I was somewhere else. A meadow in a birch forest, late springtime. Morning dew was still setting on the blue sunflowers surrounding us. Standing next to someone I felt close to, someone I felt safe with, a warm hand against mine. like we'd had 1,000 times before. And still, that uneasy feeling. I was still on the park bench. I dropped my milkshake. "Did you see that?" Daniel asked. "Yeah," I said. "Yeah, I did. I think I know where that is," he said. "I've been there." We got to his car and drove away, following a smaller dirt road out of the city, the one down by the Frog Lake. Instead of turning back onto the main road, he followed a smaller road to the log cabins. We were going off-road, and still, I didn't mind. I felt safe. He knew this place better than me, and I had no idea why, or how I would even know that. It was dark outside, but I knew he could get us there either way. We'd been here before. Not this Daniel, and not this me, but the real us. The road came to an abrupt end, and we got out. Daniel held my hand. There was an overgrown path in the forest, leading us deeper into the woods. Pine trees gave way to birch. The space between the trees tickled winds into pushing against us. For a moment, I was back. That springtime morning, hand in hand. Blue sunflowers, a symbol of things to come. We were siblings, and we were pure. Something touched my nose, and I snapped back to reality. A feather. Where did it even come from? I don't even want to know anymore, sighed Daniel. I really don't. I think we have to, I said. I know. He nodded. But still. Yeah, still. Someone wanted us to go there. We had been told it would be fine, that everything would work out. Someone had told us a lie, but I didn't know who or why. There, in the dark birch woods, I saw the outlines of sunflowers next to the overgrown path. What we were remembering was old, but no less real. My body was itching, telling me to stop. The milkshake wasn't settling in my stomach. All this had ever been was a mild inconvenience. And now, it was literally controlling my life. But at least I wasn't alone, and I could feel something coming. Truth, perhaps. Harsh truth. We knew the meadow was just around the bend, but were no less awed when it came. The sky seemed more open. The sun we were remembering was replaced by a moon, and the white clouds had turned black. This was the place. This is where we'd been. For a moment, I didn't see Daniel. I saw my brother, smiling at me, talking to me, words reaching out to me, like spoken underwater. I believe. I didn't even notice him saying it out loud. The real him. The Daniel I'd gotten to know over the past few weeks. What? I said. What did you say? I don't remember, he admitted. I don't know why I said that. Wait, what else do you want to say? We closed our eyes and spoke from a memory that wasn't our own. Song's eternal, I said. As before, as is now, as will be. Don't say that. I opened my eyes. Daniel was holding back tears, his face shaking. Something bad happens. I feel it. We're doing something bad. I could feel it too, like something crawling up my throat. I watched another white feather dance in the wind, blowing through the meadow. Daniel nodded at me and took a deep breath. We have to keep going, he said, closing his eyes. I know. You're my kin. My soul is true. A sun gone black, a moon gone blue. Ask you, Savior, through and through. If not the three of us, then who? As before, I said. As is now, Daniel continued. Then, quiet. There was supposed to be a third person. There had been a third person that day. She knew what would happen to us. We were the next generation to meet. Him. And no amount of promised eternity could convince her to surrender. Instead, there was a knife. She felled my brother first, then me. a knife bound for our hearts. The song remained unsung, tainting the land and every living thing within. A promise unkept, potential unraveled, a parted cloud revealing the eye of a vengeful beast. Every bird in the meadow bursting open at the seams, their feathers falling like snow. I was there that day, watching my brother bleed out in the dried grass, the sun eclipsed in black, our spilled blood burrowing into the ground, tainting it for generations, a dark pool puddling deep in the soil, cursing our cowardice. We could have been beautiful, all three of us. The sky had gone dark as the clouds hid the moon. Daniel screamed, only to suddenly stop. A part of me knew what was to come. There was a third person in that meadow, and they just killed Daniel. I couldn't see anything, but I had to run. I tripped on a rotting log and stepped into an anthill. The grass was so dry that I could hear the footsteps of someone approaching. Daniel was wheezing for air, and then stopped. I'd heard it once before. "As will be," growled a third voice. "As will fucking be." Had it been another second, they would have gotten me. A memory of their fingertips grabbing my strawberry blonde hair flashed before my mind. The imagined pain of a knife between my shoulder blades shot through me. The blameless coward was making up for past mistakes, but it had cost me my life. A part of me was screaming with joy, a deep, evil part of me, the part that lay dying with the real Daniel. The other part of me was stepping out of an anthill and took off straight into the woods. It was a woman. She wasn't alone. Footsteps in the dark, joyous screams. People running, stumbling, falling and crying in the dark. A dozen of them at least. Some came close enough for me to hear their breaths, but it was pitch black. I figured they'd hear me if I kept running, so instead, I laid down. I hid next to a large rock. As the minutes passed, I heard them sweep the area, mistaking each other for me. Someone screamed in pain. Another screamed in joy. Someone was silenced by a crunching sound, as teeth sunk into flesh. Madmen in the dark, whooping and shouting, begging for my death, for their release, asking me to give up and die. I covered my ears and prayed for dawn. My pulse raced so fast, I could barely hear the individual beats anymore. I held my breath until I almost passed out. It felt like an eternity, but my panicked lizard mind refused to let me out of the moment. I couldn't even count the seconds. I just waited, moment by moment, for the nightmare to end. In an instant, or an eternity, came dawn. It worked. I don't know how, but it did. I had twisted my ankle without even noticing, but come the dawn, I could barely walk. There was still morning dew in the air, and a couple of blue sunflowers looked my way. I found no traces of Daniel's body, and when I called the police, there wasn't much they could do. They did ask me many questions about this supposed third person, and there was plenty of physical evidence for a group of people in the area, but nothing definite. People rarely fish down at Frog Lake anymore, and most people who live in that area are just weird loners. This far into the woods, no one can hear you scream. We could be combing the forest for days without finding a speck of blood. The investigation is kept under wraps. No one has talked to me about it, and no one seems to be asking about Daniel anymore. And me, well, people don't mistake me for that strawberry blonde girl anymore. I think she died in that field, next to her brother. Maybe now, my life can truly be my own. I think I'll be okay. Back when I grew up in rural Minnesota, my mother wanted me to keep in touch with my Scandinavian roots. We haven't lived in the Nordic countries for 3 generations, but there are still a couple of things that stick around, behavioral quirks mostly, and a couple of traditions that have been with our family for as long as anyone can remember. Putting porridge out for the forest gnomes was one thing. Mom used to trick me with these dolls that she'd put in the snow and point to, saying, "Don't move too fast, you'll scare them. And let's not talk about dancing around the maypole. That stuff's just embarrassing." But the most peculiar tradition is the one about A Midsummer Night's Dream. I know, that's a Shakespeare title, but it's also a traditional Scandinavian thing. It goes a little something like this. On the evening of midsummer, you are to collect several kinds of wildflowers. Then you bundle them up and put them under your pillow. If you do, you are supposed to dream of your one true love. Now, I have 3 sisters. They were all about romance and predestination, and I couldn't have cared less if I wanted to. But every year, they'd walk hand in hand, collecting wildflowers and putting them under their pillows. And I was too young to wander off on my own. I had to stick around. That is, until they decided it was my turn. It was my oldest sister who made the call. She was 12 and I'd just turned 7, but she figured the earlier, the better. "You have to tell us what she looks like," she said. "Like, if she's tall or thin or even fat." "I bet she's fat," said my second oldest sister. "Statistically, she's Chinese or Indian," said the other. "That's where there are most girls." I tried to ignore them, but their cackling got on my nerves. They gathered up some silky aster, blue-eyed grass, silverleaf, wild bergamot, blue sunflowers, and ground plum, but couldn't get the 7th one. They looked around but couldn't find one. I just wanted to go home, so I picked up the first thing I saw, sticking out next to a rusted-out barrel. "How about this one?" I said, holding up a yellow sunflower with a black spot. "That's a black-eyed Susan," said my oldest sister. "You're gonna marry a Susan," grinned the other. "Little Susie gonna love you," sang the last. I rolled my eyes so hard that they almost popped out of my head as they cackled and teased. Putting my hair up in a bow, they bundled up the wildflowers and made me sleep with them under my pillow. I didn't notice anything strange at first. Just a night like any other. You have such vivid dreams when you're a kid. Like everything just happens faster. You even sleep faster. But this was something else entirely. It wasn't just a dream. It was an experience. And the worst part is, I didn't even remember it. I just remembered it was bad. Really, really bad. It was so bad that I completely blocked it out. I don't even remember waking up. I just remember laying in the bathtub submerged in cold water. I looked up at my 3 sisters. They looked terrified. My throat was hoarse, and I was wide awake, but I couldn't even remember going to bed. "Does it hurt?" my oldest asked. Her voice was different, lower, careful. I shook my head. "No," I said. "I'm okay." "It sounded like it hurt," she continued. "Like it really hurt. I think it was a bad dream." "Was it her?" asked my youngest sister. "Did you dream of her?" I couldn't tell. It was just a dark space in the back of my mind that made my pulse shiver when I thought about it. And yet, I knew the answer. "Yeah," I said. "It was Black-Eyed Susan. Now, I've been teased by my sister my whole life, but they never teased me about Black-Eyed Susan. They'd never seen me like that. I'd woken up screaming at the top of my lungs, rolling around on the floor. They thought I was having a seizure. They took me to the bathroom while my mom called an ambulance. We didn't talk much about it. They never had me checked for epilepsy, and I was perfectly healthy otherwise. They talked about it being some kind of allergic reaction, but I'd never seen a reaction like that. Over time, we came to this unspoken conclusion that those wildflowers gave me the worst nightmare of my life. And in that nightmare, I saw my one true love, Black-Eyed Susan. I wouldn't think much about that night over the years to come. It became this distant memory, like your first cold. But every now and then, particularly around midsummer, I would try to remember what that dream had been like, and something inside me would sink into this bottomless hole in my chest. It teased me. I could concentrate, and I'd see it, but I didn't want to. To have forgotten was a blessing, and I knew better than to challenge it. But it's a weird headspace to live in, to have a concept such as true love and marriage, so closely associated with trauma. Especially since all the other couples in my life were perfectly fine role models. My mother and father were an extraordinary couple, and while my sisters had some dating life drama, nothing bad ever really happened to them. So as I got into my teenage years, I didn't want to chase girls and flirt. I didn't want to fall in love. I joked about it a lot, but the feeling of meeting my one true love felt like throwing my soul down an endless pit. I tried to rationalize it away. It was just a stupid phase, a quirk. It became like a fun party story to tell in my late teens. It was funny in a way, saying I used to believe in such things. But there was an asterisk stuck to that story every time I told it. A little white lie. I never stopped believing in it. It started to really bother me when I was about 17. At that point, I'd been in short relationships, and I'd been in love. But I couldn't stop thinking that it wasn't real, that true love was out there, and that it was terrifying, something that would make my heart sink into my stomach. So I decided to just bite the bullet and try the whole thing again, to face my fears. So that midsummer, I put together 7 types of wildflowers again, ending with a Black Susan. As kids, we're very good at handling pain, or at least we're resilient. We have time to heal. But when you're 17, it hits differently. When I went to bed that night, I had cold sweats, and I couldn't stop thinking about what was waiting behind my closed eyes. Would there be a reaction at all? Or had I wasted all this time being anxious about nothing? I closed my eyes and tried not to think about it. I counted down from 100, then 200. I twisted and turned, trying to get the sweaty covers to stop sticking to my skin. At the slightest stretch, my eyes would pop open. I'd get this ache in my face from trying to keep them closed. But after hours, something clicked. My muscles relaxed, and I caught a whiff of the wildflowers from under my pillow. And something inside me screamed at me to turn back, to open my eyes. But it was too late. It felt like looking at the bottom of a pool, but straight ahead. A relative shimmer, ethereal but physical at the same time, like a night sky that you can push your hands through. I fumbled with my hands, trying to find something to hold on to. There was this swirl in the back of my head, like having a large drink on an empty stomach. Something reached for me and touched my fingertips, something as hard as fingernails. It poked and prodded me from different angles. A strange voice seeped through, neutral, genderless, and with an unusual pronunciation. "Where have you been?" it asked. I tried to regain my footing, but there was nothing to hold on to, just these protrusions from the dark. Finally, I felt myself slowing down, a steadiness, control. Something came out of the dark, eyes so black that their head looked hollow against the night. A vaguely human skull connected to an infinite mass, like a broken flower growing out of cracked concrete, muscle and vein contracting and compounding at every angle, ripples of flesh with every offset heartbeat. It's been so long. Something wrapped around my ankle, tightening. "Come home." My eyes snapped open, but I wasn't awake. I could feel her wrapped around my ankle. I pulled away the covers and watched my foot turn blue. It was bending, and I felt nothing. Then the bone snapped. I've never experienced something like that. I've never broken a bone. And experiencing a trimallear fracture in the comfort of your own bed is inhuman. It hurts so bad you lose bladder control, and I couldn't do anything but fall out of bed and writhe on the floor. But the pain wouldn't go away. I just screamed. I tried to reach for my phone, but it's like it refused to let me reach it. A neighbor heard me. Help came. It wouldn't take long for the leg to heal, but bones mend all the time. But true love doesn't. I pushed the thought of love and marriage out of my life for over a decade. I would shy away from coy smiles and flowery laughter. Some people thought I had a problem with my sexuality. Others thought I was under some kind of religious repression. I tried to explain that relationships just weren't my thing, but it's hard to explain it without a reason. If I was really pressed about it, I'd say it was childhood trauma. That usually stopped the questions. I'd do this for years, a string of short-term relationships where I kept hoping and praying I wouldn't fall in love. Anything to keep me away from that dark place. I couldn't tell what was going to happen if I met someone who'd make me feel things, real things. But life isn't so simple. It would take me years, but when I turned 31, I met her. Lilia hit me like a summer's breeze the first time I talked to her. It was a birthday party, and she was invited by a mutual friend of ours. Lilia had been working overtime and forgotten all about the party, so she joined in at the last minute. She showed up in an oversized hoodie and yesterday's jeans, spending most of the night at the snack table looking at her phone. Her enthusiasm started and stopped at bobbing her head to the music. When I saw that we were out of pretzels and I went up to talk to her. "Looking for snacks?" I asked. "Your mom's a snack." She snapped back. "All right, yeah, but I was talking about the pretzels." She looked at me like I'd struck gold. She'd been so hell-bent on the idea that I was coming up to hit on her that it never crossed her mind that she'd eaten a whole bowl of salty pretzels. She snort-laughed, apologized, and I felt my heart skip a beat. I knew it was trouble. I liked her. Lilia was a work-from-home back-end developer. She spent most of her days trying to steer her team through rough deadlines and absurd last-minute changes. She explained it as trying to teach cats algebra while falling out of an airplane. She cycled through periods of insane stress to weeks of coasting, which she'd made into an absurd routine. Clearly something she couldn't keep up forever. We didn't start dating right away. We chatted a bit and found out we had a lot in common. She'd been dating this one guy since she was 14 years old, and had only recently turned single, so she wasn't eager to get back on the market. She didn't mind the vague trauma. She just liked being around me. I think our friends realized we were dating long before Lilia or I did. We just spent time together until one day when we didn't want it to stop. Still, I couldn't help but think of Black-Eyed Susan. No matter how soothing Lilia's snores were, I could still lay awake at night. There was a warmth in my chest as I imagined the smell of wildflowers from my pillow, an ache in my leg where I could touch the scars. If I were truly to fall in love, what would happen? Those nights came more often, from once every 6 months or so to every week. After having dated for about a year, Lilia was eager to help me get over the whole thing. She knew it was trauma, and she knew I didn't want to talk about it, but she couldn't let it go. And of course she couldn't. She was in a loving relationship with a man who couldn't say he loved her, and all she knew was that something had happened. It got to the point where it was driving a wedge between us. She wanted to help, and I wanted her to understand, and I could only think of one way to show her. I had to do it again. On midsummer, we went outside to pick wildflowers. Lilia was excited, but her smile faded when she felt how serious I was. I did what I'd done every other time. I picked 6 types, and a final flower would pop up out of nowhere. And of course, it'd be the black-eyed Susan. I bundled them all up. I could feel a phantom pain cutting into my leg, which gave me a limp. "So what are these for?" she asked. "For sleep," I said, "and I'm gonna need your help." "Sure, yeah, whatever you need. If it looks bad, I need you to wake me up." "How do I know if it's bad?" I shook my head and took her by the hand. "You'll know." I did some preparations. I had gauze and painkillers. Lilia was prepared to call for help if necessary. She still had no idea what was going on, but I could tell she was nervous. Then again, so was I. The problem was, I couldn't sleep. I just lay there, and she watched me. After about an hour, she crawled up next to me. She knew it was something that happened when I slept, but she wanted to calm me down. "I need you to see this," I said. "It's okay," she whispered. "Go to sleep. Promise you'll keep watch." "I promise." I didn't turn my head to look. I trusted her. So I closed my eyes, let my breathing slow, and felt my head fill with the smell of wildflowers. It was like waking up again, a mild tingle covering my body, like being draped in spider webs. I blinked and blinked, but it was all black. A long, drawn-out breath echoed like a field of sighing flowers. Beautiful, a growth coming out of the dark, translucent, like living glass hardening into soft marble. A woman, dragging her legs through the night like she was trudging through a swamp. She grabbed me by the hand, pulling me along. It felt like I was carried through a current. I could see the bedroom from above. I lay there, and Lilia was sitting next to me. I can't really explain what it felt like. Sort of like watching your reflection blink. I could see her struggling to stay awake, nodding off and on. She was trying so hard. "Is that what beautiful looks like?" Black-eyed Susan asked. "I don't even know what you are," I said. "Of course you do," she said. "I am your one true love." The words slithered. A drawn-out S poised in the air. I tried not to look at her. It was like the opposite of staring into a sun. The light in your eyes began to die, and you can feel yourself growing colder, slower. "You can't be," I said. "It's impossible." "But I am," she said. "You love me." She turned her attention to the room hovering in front of us. I could see little tendrils creep under the furniture, reaching for Lilia and me. Long finger-like limbs and layered scales, bending at painful angles. One pulled down her phone. Another moved a chair. 2 of them struggled to move the bed. "What are you doing?" I asked. "Passing time." One of the tendrils closed around my stomach. There was pressure, like someone tightening a belt. It cut into my hips. Before the pain, I could feel a slight pop. "If you love me, why are you hurting me?" I asked. "How else are you going to get used to it?" she asked back. "Get used to what?" She turned to me, breath reeking of ammonia with every spit of a word. "Us." A hand closed around my neck. My eyes flung open. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't feel my legs. I flailed with my arm, reaching for Lilia. She got out of bed, only to find that her phone was gone. "What's wrong?" she asked. "What's happening?" She had to cover her mouth when she saw my neck. She grabbed my arm, but the moment she did, something took hold of her. In the corner of my eye, I saw her getting pulled into the other room, clawing at the carpet with a terrified shriek. My left arm rose out of the bed, as if carried by an unseen string. 2 of my fingers popped out of their sockets, like a painful countdown. I couldn't scream. I could barely think. No oxygen. Lilia came running back and grabbed me. She pulled on my arm, and something let go. I fell out of bed, gasping for air as she cradled my head in her arms. I could see the color returning to my hands as 2 fingers turned purple. I didn't feel a thing, but I would in a couple of seconds. "Hold on," Lilia said. Her phone was gone. She bandaged my fingers and tried to keep them straight. "I'm sorry," I gasped. "I'm so sorry." She just shook her head, trying to process what had happened. There were no words. We just stayed there on the floor. But I could see something in the corners of the room, little quirks and shades. Something was waiting for me to let my guard down. "What's hurting you?" she asked. "Was it?" Something broke in me as I swallowed my words. But Lilia deserved the truth. I think she loves me. Over the coming weeks, I tried my best to explain. Lilia was terrified. She'd never seen anything like it, and there was no explanation that could settle her nerves. It's one thing to know someone you care about has trauma, but it's another thing entirely to experience something impossible. That can make or break you. But Lilia didn't break. She started asking questions. Why was I targeted? What was this thing? What did it want? But things were getting strange. It's as if thinking about Black Susan had brought her closer to us, in a physical, literal way. Like we were building towards something. I would spot movement in the shadows. I'd notice furniture out of place and hear creaking doors in the middle of the night. And of course, it had to be her. She was playing with me. Lilia would stay up at night, reading about various Scandinavian traditions. The cast iron scissors under my pillow, the midsummer pole, the year walk, trolls, elves, dwarves, and gnomes. She gave me lists of things to ask my parents about, to see if our family had been targeted by something ancient or evil. But weeks would come and go, and we wouldn't be anywhere close to an answer, and the shadows would grow longer. Things would disappear, and every night, when I closed my eyes, I'd catch a whiff of earthy wildflowers. Things would quickly progress beyond tricks and shadows. At one point, I was tripped while walking down a flight of stairs. Another time, something pressed down on the gas pedal, sending me straight through a red light. It's a miracle no one was hurt. Lilia wouldn't go unscathed. Electronics would break or go missing. Odd sounds would wake her up at night. She told me that sometimes she'd see a silhouette outside the window, as if someone was trying to catch a peek of us. Every time she looked closer, it would turn out to be fallen leaves or a peculiar branch. It was stressful, but there wasn't really an option. What else could we do but stick together and love one another? I don't remember the moment we moved in together. It just made sense. Since we spent all our time together anyway, she just moved more and more of her stuff in, and all of a sudden, her place was pretty much empty. So yeah, we lived together. It wasn't really a conscious decision. Lilia had a couple rough ideas of what that thing might be. She had a binder with ideas ranging from Arthurian mythology to djinn, and some kind of Polish bird demon. None of them fit it perfectly though, and frankly, it was such an odd thing for it all to be tied to this one ancient tradition. How could this thing be my true love? What was I missing? We figured it had to be something connected to that very first night, back when I was a kid, when they had put me in the bathtub to wake me up. For a full year, all we did was try and make it to the next day. It affected pretty much every aspect of our lives. The way we slept at night, the way we cooked, the way we did our laundry. There'd always be something messing up the rhythm of the day. It exhausted us, not just mentally and physically, but socially. We stopped going out. Hell, we barely even talked. Instead, we kept our heads down and tried not to think about it too much, silently hoping for the problem to solve itself, as Lilia's binder gathered dust. But once the next midsummer came around, there was a difficult decision to be had. We can't live like this. She'd sat me down at the kitchen table. The light bulb had burned out somehow, despite only being 2 weeks old. I'm sorry, I said. I wouldn't blame you if... I'm not going anywhere, she said. You know that. So what do we do? She looked around. The kitchen faucet was leaking again. I suppose we ought to try something, she said. You got any suggestions? She could kill us, I said. We can't go there. Maybe we don't have a choice. I just sat there in the dark, counting the seconds. She was right, of course, but that didn't mean I had to like it. As midsummer came, we decided we would do this together. We got a single large pillow and gathered the flowers together. We didn't say a word. We just walked among the wildflowers as a low rumble lingered on the horizon. A damp taste in the air as the storm brewed. But to me, all I could see was the woman I loved, and how she carefully brushed her hands against the tall grass. Even now, she could find something to appreciate. Tradition, ritual, and myth be damned. At that moment, there wasn't a force in the world that can convince me that she was anything but my actual true love. We rounded out our wildflowers with a black-eyed Susan. It was hidden next to a rusted-out barrel, as if trying its best to hide. But like every other year I'd done this, I'd find one. And with all 7 wildflowers in hand, we bundled them up and wandered home, hand in hand. We hugged each other tight as we went to bed. Some way, somehow, we would make it through the night. We had to. When I opened my eyes, something felt different. I thought I was standing in sand, but it was more like a fine concrete dust. The moon covered most of the night sky, but I couldn't see any stars. There were black trees in the distance, leafless and skeletonized by years of thirst. Along with the horizon was a single large tree, tall enough to almost reach the moon itself. An apocalyptic vision, if anything. Who are you? A melodic voice, kind but unsure. I turned around. Lilia? My first thought was that she looked taller, but that wasn't it. She was the same as always. It was me that had gotten shorter. My hands were smaller. I looked down at the 7-year-old version of myself, still dressed in my most comfortable childhood jammies. Lilia didn't really sound any different, but a child's ears hear things in other ways. She had the most beautiful voice. It's me, I said. Somehow. You're really cute. She smiled. But I don't get it. I don't either. Maybe we're not supposed to. Maybe. We wandered down a trail, hand in hand. There was no one around. No wind blowing through the dead plains. No birds in the sky. No chirping cicadas, and no rustling leaves. Just feet on dust. There's no one here, I said. This can't be it. Did we do it wrong? She asked. I don't think so. She's usually here by now. Lilia blinked, looking around. Then something dark settled over her eyes. What if she is? She let go of me and brushed her arms up and down in a self-hug, something she usually did when stressed. We wandered around for what felt like hours. Nothing happened. No one came to disturb us. It was just her, me, and nothingness. No black-eyed Susan, and nothing to tear us apart. Does this mean you're my true love? She asked. I mean, I'm dreaming of you. That would make you mine too. I smiled. I thought that was occupied. I thought so too. But there was no one there to challenge that claim. We just smiled at one another. That had to be it. Despite it all, something good had to come out of this. But no matter where we went, or for how long, nothing happened. We started to worry. We weren't waking up. We didn't get hungry or thirsty or tired. It was just this complete stage of emptiness. We would walk down forgotten paths for what felt like hours, strolling past sand-burnt concrete ruins. I don't know how much time passed. It might have been days. It might have been months. It was impossible to tell. And Lilia always had this amazing ability to make every moment pass by in a flash. She was impossible not to love. Even then, and even there, we'd make jokes and laugh. Though I couldn't get over the feeling of being stuck in my younger self. You don't realize how much you've changed until you step back into old shoes like that. Then I noticed something. A flicker of yellow. Right there, behind a rusted-out old barrel, was a black-eyed Susan. The same yellow flower I'd found on that fateful midsummer night as a kid. I don't know how I recognized it, but I did. It was the same flower. It had to be. I picked it up and showed it to Lilia. Strange, huh? I said. Only one of these I've seen around. I wonder what it does, she said. You think it means? Her voice cut out. The light warped in front of me, blurring like I was watching through a thin layer of rustling water. I could feel a tingle in my eyes. Lilia looked different, further away. Don't go, she called out. What are you doing? I'm not. I just picked this. I held it out and dropped it, giving her one last flower. We drifted apart. Something shifted. My head rolled back, and I felt this intense heat settling into my head. Then a coolness. Something trying to lower my temperature. Young voices, terrified. Lilia drifting further away, screaming at me to stay with her. Her voice goes from beautiful to desperate to something else. She would scream how much she loved me, and then scream at how much she hated me. I would leave her in that place for what would equate to eternities, for her to twist and turn in that place where she'd have nothing but her thoughts and regrets, where a starless sky would seep into her, whispering things to do, ways she would play whenever I returned, her head spinning with tales of Jinn and Mars and demons. It would just be seconds passing as I felt her disappear, but in those seconds, there would be eons, long enough for a body to forget what humans looked like, for a mind to forget what love is supposed to be, for a word or a phrase to change. True love. An ammonia-reeking scream reflected off of fractured space as she reached for me, trying to pull me back through the breaking light, a hand so warm that it burned my face. How could I be so cruel as to leave her for endless time to suffer? How could I be so selfish? Black-eyed Susan, Lilia, my one true love. My head burst through the water as I looked up at my three sisters. I was 7 years old and still in my jammies, submerged in the bathtub of my childhood home. And as healthy young minds do, my memories healed themselves, sealing away a trauma for me to uncover years down the line. Life would turn out the same way. Awkward teenage years, short relationships, and I would come back to that broken place in time again, and she would play her games, reminding me of the betrayal she felt, and I wouldn't understand. That is, until one night, when I woke up alone. We'd gone to bed together, but only one had made it back. I'd live a life twice, and I hadn't even realized it. I stumbled into the shower, set it to cold, and collapsed. I could just think of one thing to say. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Another view of the world from behind a shimmer, be it warm tears or running water. Today, I'm 47, never married, no serious dating. I go back to Lilia every year, hoping I can find something to remind me of what she used to be. I've tried bringing things along, something to bring her back with me. I've yet to find anything useful. It doesn't work like that. Sometimes I try to stay a little longer, but the pain is unbearable. I suspect one day she'll kill me, and if I don't come back, I suppose that's the only way this can end. I try not to think about it, but when I do, I try to convince myself that I will end up the same way as her. Maybe we can find solace in our madness. Maybe we'll live together in a paradise of dust and strange moons. I don't know. I don't think that old tradition just shows you true love. I think it will take you to a place where you can meet. But perhaps that place isn't what it used to be. Maybe there used to be more flowers and dancing. I've asked my sisters about what they've seen the times they've done this. All they tell me about is handsome men and blue skies. I guess we don't all go to the same place. After all, true love isn't the same for everyone. If there truly is someone for everyone, well, then we must face some hard facts. They could live across the world. They could have passed away. Or maybe they're just not what you expected. But the older I get, the less I worry. Maybe I'll wake up in that bathtub a third time, years from now. And if not, then at least I get to see her again. There must be something of Lilia left in Black-Eyed Susan. There has to be. Or else, she wouldn't still be my one true love. Drew and I had been married for 2 years when he got in the accident. Head-on collision, drunk driver, declared dead at the scene. That was back in 2020. Grieving him through the pandemic, completely isolated, was the hardest thing I've ever had to do. But I worked through it with my parents, his mom. I even started dating again. But then the text started. I got the first text while I was on a date at some overly fancy Italian place. A text from Drew's number. It was blank, like someone had just hit the space bar and hit send. I got the next one a few days later, in the evening, while I was curled up with a book. It just had a period. At first, I thought it was a prank, as cruel as that would be. Or maybe it was well-intentioned, by an older person or someone on the spectrum. Maybe they thought the text would make me happy. I asked around, but no one knew. I thought about going to the police, but there was nothing threatening in them. Just strings of weird punctuation. Maybe it's a glitch, I thought. Maybe the system had reactivated his number by accident and was sending bits of code to me. But the text seemed to have a pattern. They were often sent when I was on a date or getting ready for one. It seemed just enough to be more than coincidental. I tried telling myself I was being paranoid, that it was all just chance. As the anniversary of his death approached, though, the texts increased in frequency. They went from 1 or 2 a week to 1 a day. Just nonsensical punctuation every time. I was starting to get desensitized to them. The first one had made me cry. Now, they just annoyed me. On the anniversary of Drew's death, though, the text increased tenfold. I got 5 of them before noon, over 15 in the afternoon, and as his time of death approached, 9:11 p.m., they came in faster and faster. This is way more than a coincidence. Someone's fucking with me. I went to the police. They said they'd be able to trace where the texts were coming from, but they'd need some time to get in touch with the cell phone company. Probably just a scammer, the officer had said, even though I told him everything. There are tons of scams now, especially with how bad the economy is. But they're not trying to get anything out of me, I told them. And they're texting me way more today than any other day. On the day my husband died. I'm sorry for your loss, the officer had said in a detached tone. We'll get in touch with you when we know more, okay? So what else could I do? I went back home to start the tradition I did every year. At 7 o'clock, I put on his favorite movie, Stranger Than Fiction, and opened a bottle of wine. I patted the seat next to me, as if gesturing an invisible him to sit down. I'd like to talk to him, pretend he was actually sitting there with me. Maggie Gyllenhaal is so cute, I told the empty spot. I'd totally date her if I wasn't married to you. And if, she wasn't a movie star. Will Ferrell is so young in this. He looks like a baby. He's so awkward. She totally hates him. My phone pinged. I frowned at it. I decided to call the police station again. They told me they didn't have any news. I looked at the empty spot. I miss you, I said, sucking in a deep breath. I miss you so much. I looked at the phone, waiting for it to ping. A small part of me was wishing it would, like he'd heard me. What if the texts really are true? Somehow, I thought of that Twilight Zone episode where the old woman keeps getting phone calls, and then they find a downed telephone pole, the wires dangling over her husband's grave. Was this sort of the 2000s equivalent of that? Had some spooky ghost EMF jammed the wireless cell communications? But the phone didn't ping. Of course it didn't. This wasn't his ghost trying to contact me. This was someone fucking with me. Someone playing a sick game. The only answer I would get was from the police. I got up and refilled my glass of wine, but my hands were shaking as I poured. As I tried to set it back on the counter, I dropped it. The glass bottle shattered into 1,000 jagged pieces. Merlot wine like blood pooled on the floor. Fuck, I whispered, fighting tears. I got a garbage bag and bent down to pick up the pieces. Ow! The piece I'd picked up had sliced right into my thumb. Never clean shattered glass while you're tipsy and crying, I guess. Cursing, I stood up and ran my thumb under the faucet, staining the water red. Then I heard a ping. I glanced over at my phone, sitting on the couch armrest. I turned off the faucet, made my way over to it. My heart plummeted as I saw the text. Not a blank text. Not a string of nonsense. A fucking smiley face. After I'd just cut myself. And not any smiley face. A colon, then a space, then a parentheses. Exactly how Drew made his smiley faces. He never wanted autocorrect or Gchat or whatever the program to turn it into an emoji, or actually a smiley face. Someone is watching me, and they really want to fuck with me. I ran over to the kitchen window, tiptoeing around the glass. I pulled the curtain shut over the sink. Then I ran around the house, checking every lock. I called the police. I think they're watching me, I whispered. What? They sent me a smiley face, right after I cut myself. Okay, that's probably just a coincidence. They've never sent me a smiley face before, or anything other than nonsense. Okay, calm down. You know what? I'm gonna get in touch with the cell phone company right away. I'll call you back in about 20 minutes, okay? Okay. I glanced at the clock. 8:59 p.m. 12 minutes before Drew died. I walked back to the couch, blood pluming on the paper towel wrapped around my finger. The phone was going off like crazy now. Notifications constantly. Shut up, I hissed. I looked at the empty spot. The paused frame of Maggie Gyllenhaal and Will Ferrell looking at each other. Ping, ping, ping. Shut up. 9:07 p.m. Constant pinging. I picked it up. One word was mixed in with the nonsense. Run, run, run. The barrage of texts was cut off by my ringtone. The police station. Finally. Hello? I asked, my voice wavering. Get out of the house. His voice was low coming through the speaker. The texts are coming from inside your house. All the blood drained out of my face. I leapt up and scrambled towards the front door. Hands pulled me back roughly from behind. I fell flat on my face. Pain shot up my back. I looked up, blinking, and I found myself looking up at Drew's mother. "You whore!" she snarled, spit spraying on my face. Her foot collided with my side as she kicked me. "You think you can just pretend like he didn't exist, don't you? As soon as he's dead, you go off and start dating again. It's been 5 years," I gasped. "You never really loved him, did you?" she shrieked. I tried to scramble up. She kicked me again. I coughed up blood onto the carpet. "Stop," I whimpered. "You're nothing but a..." The door slammed open. A police officer was standing in the doorway. The police had enough evidence to arrest Drew's mother. She'd been watching me, stalking me, sending me the nonsensical texts to scare me. Security camera footage from various restaurants and establishments even showed that she followed me to several different dates. She had Drew's old number reactivated and was sending me texts all the while, hoping I'd be spooked and stop dating, stop moving forward, stay with her in her cocoon of grief. She didn't see all the nights I'd cried myself to sleep after those dates, wishing it was him next to me, knowing no one else could ever measure up. One thing, however, remains unexplained. The police, when they confiscated her phone, said she only ever sent symbols and smiley faces. She never sent the word run. Sometimes, I wonder if those texts were from Drew, watching over me, making sure I made it out alive. Her house was a little cozy cottage, nestled in a small clearing in the woods. Its aged wood painted an off-white, the front door a dusty pink. Hand-painted flowers lined the frames of its planks. Their petals were a slightly darker pink, and emerald green leafy vines connected them. A stone chimney poked out of the cottage's brown roof. Smoke swirled out of it, telling me she was home. It was an overwhelmingly wholesome sight. For a woman I had heard was nothing less than horrifying. Maybe that was the point. Who would think a murderous witch could live in a house as lovely as this one? Despite how adorable it was, fear slithered through my bones, like the snakes from many of the legends I'd heard from the other townspeople. They foretold all of the crimes this supposedly wretched woman had committed: kidnapping, torture, and cannibalism, among other things. All behind this flowery door. It felt pretentious. I walked up the thin cobblestone path, my arm instinctively reaching out to knock on the door. But I hesitated. My thoughts were battling between whether this was a regular door-to-door sales attempt or my impending death. This was the last house in Hilltop Valley that I needed to visit, and Romulus would know if I had avoided it. He always knew when I had skipped a stop, probably some location charm he had spelled upon me without my knowing. I also knew the cranky warlock would not give a single fuck about anything the other residents had told me. My life was expendable in his eyes. All that mattered was that I made sales. With a deep breath, my knuckles rapped on the door, thrice. The answer was almost instantaneous. My eyes widened, but I quickly corrected myself. The witch wasn't what I had expected at all, if she even was a witch.
If all those tales of hideous warts, sickly green skin, and a knobby nose had been incorrect, how did I know I could trust anything else they had claimed? Light red curls draped down to her chest. The slight blush to her cheeks matched the natural shade of her lips. A thin layer of perspiration covered her freckled skin, which could be explained by the heat that escaped through the front door. The scent of blueberries and sugar filled the air around us, and I felt my stomach gurgle hungrily. She wiped her hands on the skirt of her dress, leaving behind streaks of flour, before speaking. "May I help you?" Yes," I began, sputtering over my words. "Are you Miss Thornburn?" That question was met with a solemn grin. "That was my late aunt. I inherited her land after her passing." My eyes widened once more. "Oh, I'm so sorry for your loss." She shook her head. "Death is but a minor inconvenience in my eyes, at least for those of a good heart. And my aunt had the largest of all the people I've known. Well, she had a lovely house," I complimented in an attempt to turn the conversation around. "Why, thank you," she said, giving me a grin that finally met her eyes. "Not to toot my own trumpet, but I will say that a lot of the embellishments were from my hand." "Well then, you have a knack for making a house a home." Her smile widened. "What brings you this far into the forest?" "Oh," I exclaimed as my original reason for coming up returned to me. I cleared my throat before jumping straight into my usual salesman spiel. With a simple button press, my sturdy leather briefcase popped open, and I raised it before me so she could see the various products within it. Most of them were from the Romulus Radiant Roost cleaning products line, but a couple of the items were my own creation: scrub brushes, dusters, and broom heads. It had taken a lot of convincing for Romulus to agree to let me sell them, but I felt they combined well with his products. Maybe one day in the future, he would consider making me his business partner rather than a product runner. As I spoke, she glanced over them curiously. The intrigue in her eyes excited me, and not only for the sake of the sale. I was unsure if I had ever seen a woman as beautiful as... Actually, she hadn't even told me her name. This level of eagerness made me feel like a young schoolboy again, and I felt a blush creeping onto my cheeks as I wrapped up my sales pitch. "So, do you have any questions about any of the products?" I asked. She pointed a finger from her manicured hand at a bottle of window cleaner. "This says it will make your windows crystal clear. Is that so?" Our eyes met, and she batted her long eyelashes at me. "If you'd like, I could give you a demonstration of the product," I suggested. "I'd like that," she said eagerly. From within my stomach, it felt like butterflies blossomed from their cocoons and took flight. They somersaulted over and under each other as she ushered me inside her cute cottage. It was just as pleasant inside as it was outside. To my left, there were several hooks for scarves, coats, and the like. 2 pairs of dainty shoes sat on the floor below them, and a worn braided rugs in shades of purples and pinks covered the floor underneath me. Straight ahead, taking up the left corner of the small home, was an L-shaped countertop with cabinets underneath it. A cast iron stove was at its end, and a large pot was boiling on the stove. She motioned for me to take a seat at the 4-person dining table, and I did. "Would you like a cup of tea?" she asked. I nodded. "I'd love that." While she busied herself with setting a pot on the stove, I looked around at the rest of her home. Several leather trunks took up the right corner, each with its own padlock. Weathered books sat atop them, clearly well used, but cared for. A comfy bed laden with quilts sat in the corner opposite the kitchen area. Several more pairs of shoes poked out from underneath it. Strangely enough, they looked like men's shoes. But before I could confirm that suspicion, she poked a steaming cup of tea into my face. "Here you go," she said as she sat it on the table. "Careful though, it's hot." "Thank you," I responded, as she took a seat beside me, her cup of tea before her. She motioned toward a small clay jar sitting in the middle of the table. Its white outside was decorated with small pink flowers, much like her front door. There's sugar in there if you have a taste for it. I removed the jar's tiny lid and popped a couple of its sugary cubes into my tea, stirring them in with the spoon she had left in my teacup. Do you get many visitors this far out? She shook her head as she blew on her cup of tea. No, not many. I can get rather lonely, honestly. I can imagine, I said as I took a sip. The taste was sweet, far sweeter than any tea I had ever drunk before. There was also an underlying citrus flavor that left a bitter aftertaste in my mouth. What kind of tea is this? I asked her, ignoring my suddenly burning tongue. It has a hint of orange, I believe. That's because it's poisoned, darling. My brow furrowed. Excuse me? Oh, honey, she said, her face softening to pity. You really didn't think someone as gorgeous as I would invite you indoors, did you? You men are so expecting, she snapped, her voice much darker now. The younger you are, the stupider and greedier. I just wanted to sell you some cleaning products. She cocked her head to the side as if she was intrigued. Is that really all you wanted? Why do I feel so sluggish? I slurred. I didn't drink that much. My body slumped in my chair. Before I could slide to the floor, she grabbed me under each arm and dragged me to the bed. It's extra potent, darling, she said as she flung my body onto the bed with a grunt. Now, let's get these rags off. My eyes drifted shut as I felt her tugging off my shoes. I awoke to the sounds of her humming. Ropes bit into my wrist, stretched so tightly against me that my skin burned when I wiggled my arms. Knowing my luck, there was some sort of enchantment placed upon the rope to worsen its effects, based on the stories I had heard that I now believed to be true. I wouldn't put it past this wench to use everything in her arsenal to ensure my suffering. Was she actually the niece of the witch, or the heinous woman herself? She was reading from a thick handwritten cookbook. Flowery doodles crested the page's corners, and the heading read, Orange Meringue Pie. This family had a huge obsession with flowers. You're baking me into an orange pie? I asked her. Finally, she looked up from the large pot, and her eyes widened. Oh, wow. I thought you were dead, she said. The pie filling is determined by what you taste when consuming the poison. I scoffed. Seems like your poison isn't that strong if I'm still alive. She let out a girlish, unassuming giggle, but her eyes showcased her true unhinged nature. Not because of that, silly. She motioned for me to look downward, and I did. I let out a frightened gasp at the sight of myself. Or rather, what remained of myself. I no longer had legs, and there were also chunks of my torso missing. By the Lord, what have you done, witch? She rolled her icy blue eyes as she set her book down on the table. I'm no witch. All this was my aunt's doing. I didn't inherit her magic, but I'm still able to continue her life's work. Life's work? I exclaimed. Torture and cannibalism is what she chose as her legacy? She giggled again. Torture? And what would you call all the crimes you've committed against women? Did you really think I wouldn't find your little book or your trophy pile? What on Eldoria are you talking about, woman? Briskly, she walked over to my briefcase and retrieved a tiny black book and a velvet pouch from within. She spread a hand towel across the dining table before dumping the contents of the pouch onto it. Several pairs of lacy undergarments in various colors tumbled out. Her face scrunched into a look of disgust. It seems like this Romulus character is someone you've conjured up yourself, she explained. Maybe it's an escape route for you if you ever get caught. Or maybe you've caught a case of the mass hysteria the courts love to diagnose women with. Either way, you need to be stopped. With a sigh, I let the shock slide off my face. It was replaced with an annoyed scowl. You really think you've bested me? People like me don't just simply die. My life is the legacy your aunt desired to be. My mark on this world will not be forgotten. She nodded. Well, actually, lots of people like you have died in this cabin. That's the beauty of my aunt's magic. It draws you in, and I exterminate you like the pest you are. Because that's truly all you are at the end of the day. She stepped forward, bending down to glare into my eyes. A tiny little pest. With the strength I had left, I lifted my body upward to spit in her face. It landed on her cheek, and she quickly wiped it away with the skirt of her dress. I'm going to enjoy killing you, she responded. I watched her unsheath an ornamental dagger that was strapped to her thigh. She fluffed her dress back into place before hovering the weapon above me. The grimace never left my face. This is for the women of Eldoria, she said. May the suffering they endured at your hands be given to you tenfold. With that, she plunged the knife into my heart, and I was nothing more. I remember coming into the house on one cold winter's night. The snow and icy wind blew through the front door as I stepped into the house. Kicking my boots clean, I noticed a strange odor in the place. It almost smelled like stink bugs, with notes of copper and bleach. I hated the smell of stink bugs. Hey, honey, I said. Where are you? I'm starving and, by the way, it smells weird in here. Traffic nearly stopped for half an hour on the I-80. A goddamn tractor trailer flipped over in the middle of the blizzard and closed down all 3 lanes. We could only get around by driving in the breakdown lane until the cops got there and started. My voice trailed away as I noticed the drops of blood on the floor, leading from the front hallway into the kitchen. I stopped talking immediately, looking around for signs of an intruder. I saw nothing. No smashed windows, no busted doors, no rifled through drawers or cabinets. Oh my God, I whispered, immediately going to the kitchen and grabbing the largest meat cleaver I could find from the knife block. Its edges gleamed, freshly sharpened and ready to slice into the hardest of flesh. I made sure not to step on the drops of blood. I didn't want to disturb any crime scene, if indeed it was a crime scene. I stopped, thinking of calling 911, but some inner voice urged me on. It'll take 5 or 6 minutes for the police to arrive, possibly longer, it said, and you need to check on your family now, right now. Sprinting forwards, I followed the blood trail down the hall and straight to the first floor bathroom. The door stood closed. I tried the handle and found it locked. Hello? I said, pounding on the door. Who's in there? Open up. Isaac, is that you? A faint voice asked. I recognized the voice of my wife immediately. Open the goddamn door, I screamed. Rising waves of anxiety and adrenaline coursed through my body, and I immediately knew something was very wrong. I could hear it in the dead tone of my wife's voice, see it glistening on the floor in crimson droplets, feel it in the air like falling pressure before a thunderstorm. Jenna, open the door. I heard some slight shuffling in the small bathroom, like someone dragging themselves across the floor. Then I heard a click. I opened the door and found a chamber of nightmares lying before the threshold. My only son floated face down in the bathtub. My wife sat back on the edge of the tub, rocking back and forth, her eyes flat and dead. Why?
I whispered, horrified. Why would you do this? Don't you know? She murmured in a croaked voice. Do you really not know that our son is the Antichrist? Maybe I did have suspicions that something wasn't quite right with Max. It was more than the dead animals I kept finding strewn around the yard and under the house. It was more than the way his eyes seemed to shine in the dark when I wished him good night. No, it was a feeling. A cold, empty feeling that seemed to follow him wherever he went. He had no friends at school, and animals avoided him like the plague. Dogs would start barking and howling when he walked down the street, and cats would hiss and then disappear with the swish of their tail, almost in a flash, behind bushes or up the trees. These things, on their own, wouldn't be too much evidence of anything, but they were far from the only evidence that Max was unusual. A month ago, a couple of boys had tried to bully Max at school. They ran out of the bathroom where it happened, crying and wetting their pants, as blood streamed from their noses and ears. They wouldn't tell anyone what happened, and Max just kept smiling and staring at them with his large dark eyes. The school called in the ambulance, and the doctors were baffled. They had to sit in the emergency room for 3 hours before the blood stopped pouring out of their bodies. They were white as sheets by the time it finally clotted, and the doctors had no idea of the cause. The 2 boys went missing a few days later. The case ended up drawing media attention. The FBI came in, but they found absolutely nothing. It seemed like the boys just disappeared out of their windows, and then their trail went immediately cold. Tracking dogs couldn't find any hint of a trail. It was as if they had teleported from their bedrooms. Moreover, no neighbors had seen a thing. A few hikers found the boys' fingers growing out of a tree on the Appalachian Trail, over 50 miles away. The FBI swooped in and used DNA testing to determine that these fingers belonged to the missing boys from Max's school. No one ever explained just how the rotting fingers had become quite literally fused into the tree. However, no one ever tried to bully Max again after that. In fact, the other kids gave him as much distance as possible. I tried to watch Max when he didn't know I was looking. He was only an 8-year-old boy, but he could put on masks like a psychopath and charm nearly anyone he met. As soon as they turned away, though, he would scowl and narrow his eyes, as if he wanted to stab them in the back. But this was my son after all. I loved him, and I think he loved me in his own strange way. Even my wife said she loved him, and she claims that's why she had to kill him. A strange kind of love, I admit, but I don't think she's lying. I think she did love him, and she feared what would happen when his ascension had finished and he sat on a throne of bones, crushing out the lives of millions of people with an iron heart. She feared the consequences for him, she said, only for him, and she loved him, and so she had to kill him and stop it now before it grew into a grinding juggernaut that devoured his soul and sent him to hell. Are you my true father? Max had asked me that morning as I sat at the kitchen table. I put down my coffee cup slowly, with shaking hands, and turned to look at my son. Yes, of course, I said with a trembling voice. Why would you ask such a crazy question? He stared at me for a long moment, his eyes so dark they looked black. They blazed with an inner light. His pale white skin looked as smooth as statues, and dark hair fell over his chiseled features. If it weren't for his aloofness and cruelty, he would have been a very beautiful boy. Instead, he radiated a coldness like the moon, an aura that gave light but no heat, a kind of reptilian psychopath detachment that extended to everything he did. He would laugh when he saw fatal car accidents on the highway, or heard the news report about wars and murders. I don't think you are my true father, Max said, still staring at me, reading me like a book. I felt myself begin to sweat. Max, that's ridiculous, I said. Your mother and I have been married. Then where does my power come from? He asked,
Why do I possess what you never will? I know I'm related to Mother. He spat out the word as if it were a filthy thing. Mother. But you, I know not. I know not where my divinity comes from. You seem weak and foolish to me. At least Mother has the courage to admit that she hates me. You grovel and pretend. And then, when my back is turned, you sneer at me and my ascension. I know you do. You are a last man like so many others. Your kind is ineradicable as fleas, hopping all around the world without meaning, or the will to power. You don't understand someone like me. You could never understand someone like me. Not in a million years. I don't understand what all this business about ascension is. I said, I think you're living in a fantasy world. If it were a fantasy world, he said, then the fruit would not be revealed. But it will be. Soon, everyone will see, including you. I'll be with my true father and become the absolute king of this world. Small men like you will grovel like worms. As I rise to heights previously undreamed of as part of my becoming, my greatness will shine like a second sun. People will remember my name with awe and terror for 1,000 years. He spoke like a much older boy. I gawked at him with an open mouth. He had a faraway look in his eyes, a fanatical gleam that sharpened his cold features. I remember when Max was just a little boy. Did I know it back then? When I watched him playing with his toys? Did I know what he was? I think I would have run screaming from his room if I had. Max turned and left the room, grabbing his backpack as the school bus pulled up in front of the house. I watched him go. He walked with the confidence and straight back of a soldier. And yet, I thought I saw an aura of swirling black shadows around him. I blinked, and like mist under the hot summer sun, I saw it dissolve into the air. I looked away, sweating and shaking. With trembling hands, I tried to pick up the coffee cup. It immediately fell to the floor in my nervous fingers and shattered. 50 minutes later, I was working from home when the first of the ambulance and police cars raced by, heading to Max's school. My neighbor, a teacher at the school who the kids called Mr. Halen, told me the story from his viewpoint later that day. I don't know how much I believed. At the time, maybe none of it. Now, all of it. The day started normally enough, Mr. Halen said, pushing his oversized glasses up his long nerdy face. The kids started streaming in for homeroom. Then the bell rang. I started preparing my lecture notes for the first period. That was when the screaming started from down the hallway. It sounded like a girl being murdered. Just an endless pain shrieking that went on and on and on. Abruptly, it cut off, and everything went silent. The students all looked at each other, nervous. A hissing voice came over the intercom, a reptilian voice that made my skin crawl. It started talking, and I immediately knew it wasn't human. And yet, it sounded just like Max. I mean, he's been in my class for years. Isn't that weird? It was like something had taken his voice and ran it through a synthesizer to deepen it and slow it down. I heard weird hissing breaths as he spoke. "Hello, friends," the voice whispered, yet the words boomed from every classroom and hallway. "We have a very special day planned for you. The activities are already prepared, and the festivities will now begin. Don't try to escape now. That breaks the rules. The first of the sheep have already been slaughtered. Good luck." I figured some hoodlum had snuck into the office and somehow used the intercom while the secretary was out getting a cup of coffee or maybe using the bathroom. I put my hands up as the class began to chatter, trying to calm them down. Kids, I said. "It's clearly just a prank. Please calm down." Then the classroom door flew open, and a girl came running inside. She was covered in blood from head to toe. She had deep slices across the back of her head, her forehead, her right cheek, and right arm. Large fetid drops of blood fell behind her as she ran, as if leaving breadcrumbs to find her way back. The wounds on her body changed colors in front of our eyes, turning purple and then black. Necrotic tissue began to spread and die within moments. Black blood streamed from her wounds. Her mouth opened in a silent scream, but only choking gasping came out. Something had infested the girl. I could see it. I quickly backed away, feeling like it was a dream. "Please, oh God, please help," she whispered, whimpering, her legs buckling. She fell to her knees. The kids in the classroom began to scream. "Please, someone, help me." Her voice grew louder, her skin paler as the purplish dying patches of her tissue spread. She opened her mouth and began to vomit some foul, oily sludge. "It hurts. It hurts," she moaned, falling into the puddle of vomit. "Isn't someone going to help me?" I ran to her side. I didn't know this girl. She wasn't in any of my classes, you see, but I knew she needed medical attention immediately. "What happened?" I asked. "Who did this?" She got close to my ear and whispered, "There's things in the hallways that shouldn't exist," she said, still whimpering. She coughed up more blood and black fluid, rolling onto her back afterwards and breathing hard. Her eyelids fluttered and her skin went pale. I thought she was losing consciousness until her eyes rolled in the back of her head and she sat up, grinning. Claws began to rip out of her fingers. Black tears streamed down her face and that dark sludge dripped down from her mouth like a diseased drop of saliva. Her body lengthened and her arms and legs broke and twisted. I could hear the bones snapping like tree branches during a winter storm. I watched the transformation in horror, backing away. The other kids were all screaming and streaming back to the classroom. The girl hissed as black veins appeared all around her face and neck. She rose and walked towards the scared kids in the back, her movements as smooth as a synchronized dancer, jerky and twisted, nightmarish in their own way. But what came next was far worse. Her body grew taller, thinner and more emaciated as it stretched up to the ceiling, towering over every other kid in the class. She must have grown to at least 7 feet by that point. Her arms reached out, the bone-white claws sharpening, as she struck out at the screaming row of children in the front. I saw drops of blood splash against the back wall, and a couple of boys stumbled forward, their throats slashed wide open, their panic-stricken faces pale and bloodless as they choked and tried to scream, but only bubbling gasps came out. I saw the window was open, and I was on the first floor. I decided to run, to try to get help. I knew we needed police and medics at the scene, and I couldn't do anything to save the kids. Well, to be honest, I feel like shit about it, but I did run. As the screams followed me from the back of the classroom, I jumped right out the window and ran across the playground and scaled the fence. But as I went, I heard a strange shrill laughter coming from the intercom. And you know what? I'm positive. The voice sounded just like Max. Max came home early from school that day, grinning and laughing. He was in a fine mood. I don't know what happened after the teacher left, or how many people died in that building of horrors, but I know Max caused it all. The first prodding steps in the path of his ascension, the foundation layer to his throne of bones. Mr. Halen had talked to Jenna early that morning, immediately after running home from that den of nightmares, and she had already put a plan in motion when Max got home from school. She gave him a Gatorade with a large amount of fentanyl that she purchased from a random drug dealer in the inner city. She added some more sugar to mask any slight bitterness and gave it to the grinning boy, with large black pupils like smoldering coals. He drank it quickly, looking at her the whole time with his dilated eyes. He smiled and got up, but soon afterwards collapsed. Jenna found him unconscious in his bedroom and dragged him to the bathroom. She filled up the tub and held Max underwater until the bubble stopped. As my wife explained it all to me, a sense of loss and horror came over me. I didn't know if I missed Max or not. His swollen blue face showed without a doubt that he was dead. I took my wife outside and sat her down at the table,
debating whether I should call the police. No one had ever told me what to do in this situation, and I felt like I was flying blind. I got up, pacing. I went to the oven and started brewing some instant coffee. Soft footsteps rustled behind me. I turned around to see Max, seemingly alive and well, but also changed in some fundamentally disturbing way. His eyes had now turned fully black. He hovered inches above the ground behind my wife, smiling at me, his teeth seeming much sharper and longer than before. A feeling of electricity sizzled in the air. I could see some sort of expansive black aura ripping around his pale skin, dark and cold as empty space. Goosebumps rose on my body, just from being near that sickly aura. The water pot began to boil behind me. Behind Max, I saw the strange mutated children from the school creep out of the front hallway. 4 or 5 of them skittered about, with emaciated twisted legs bending in ways no human legs should bend. Their heads nearly scraped the low kitchen ceiling. Their pale broken arms reached down to their legs, jointed in random areas. I could hear the soft cracking of bones now, as they slowly moved forward. A light snapping sound like small twigs broken underfoot. Their blank white eyes constantly dribbled ebony tears that stained their bleached bloodless skin. "Mother, mother," Max said condescendingly, sounding like a disappointed parent. "You should have known that you can't kill me except by decapitation or by burning my body. Do you really think my true father would let a worthless louse like yourself kill me before my ascension to my throne? Are you that foolish and blind?" Jenna began to cry, refusing to look at her son. "But I respect your courage in action. For that, I will give you a quick death." He looked straight at me, "Which is something you will not receive, my fake father. You are a weak, worthless coward, and you deserve to die slowly, screaming yourself hoarse and pleading for release. For so do the screams of the weak sound as a beautiful symphony to the ears of my true father and myself. The deaths of the weak will pave a road to a new world." He motioned to the mutated children behind them. Their bodies had become so twisted and contorted that I couldn't tell whether they had been boys or girls. They looked only like monsters now, like walking corpses. In a blur, one of them ran forward and grabbed my wife's head. A scream bubbled in my throat as I watched, but it was over before I even knew what was happening. The thing used its crooked clawed fingers to twist her head, snapping her neck in a second. Jenna's face was now looking straight behind her, the skin on her neck spiraling around in a sickly fold. On her broken flesh, I saw burst blood vessels and rapidly spreading purple bruises. She gave me a death gasp, releasing an endless choking breath, her eyelids fluttering and fingers twitching. Then she was still. Max gave a slow, deep laugh, a grating sound that seemed to rise up from the depths of his withered soul. His black eyes flashed with amusement and pleasure. Max grinned, his vampiric teeth shining in white, reflecting the cold winter sunlight streaming in from the windows. The water pot began to whistle as increasing torrents of steam poured out of it. Without hesitation, I spun and grabbed it, flicking open the spout by pressing the button on the handle. Then I flung it at Max, the boiling hot water flying out in a spiral stream as the metal water pot circled through the air. It all seemed to happen as if in slow motion. I saw Max's look of triumph and amusement morph into a scowl of hatred and anger, but the motion had been so quick and accurate that he couldn't have moved in time. The heavy metal pot smacked him in the face, spilling scalding hot water all over his face and neck. He screamed and fell back, knocking over the mutated bodies of the children he had turned into his mindless followers. I sprinted towards the door without looking back, heading outside. The constant stream of police and ambulance sirens heading to the school had stopped. Now dozens of black SUVs streamed into town. Men in dark suits with mirrored sunglasses stepped out. I looked back to the house and saw a few of the new arrivals running in with automatic rifles. Others headed to the neighbors' houses,
breaking down doors and entering without knocking. I heard rifles firing and hoarse gurgling screams. The mutated children ran out of my house, their bodies riddled with bullets. They slowly lost energy as black blood streamed out of the multiple giant exit wounds eaten into their bodies. They eventually fell down onto the street and died with the last rasping breath. But they never found Max. They quarantined the town and went from house to house and building to building, searching for the source of all this death and evil, but he had somehow escaped. They killed all the mutated fanatics they could find, but the bodies of many children from the school seemed unaccounted for. I knew where they had gone. They had followed Max, fanatical soldiers for his new army, fearless of death and committed to their leader and his new world order. I don't know where Max went or where he'll show up next, but I know he is moving towards his ascension, and the next time I see him, he will arrive in power and glory and crush out the lives of millions of people under his feet. Well, that's the last of it, I said, breathing a sigh and collapsing on the couch. I'm officially toast. I just finished hauling the last couple of boxes into the house from the moving truck. Stacks of them were piled throughout the living room, making a corrugated fortress around me. Unpacking would be another long adventure, but at least we had finally gotten all of our belongings into the farmhouse, so that we could begin the process of starting our new life here. As I lay on the couch, relaxing momentarily, the hairs began to stand up on the back of my neck. I started to get a strong sense that I was being watched. Specifically, from the door beneath the stairs leading to the basement. It creaked open slowly, just a crack, as I observed it back. I closed my eyes, ignoring that paranoid feeling. There was no one in the house except for us. Therefore, nobody was watching me. It was just my imagination. Yet, still, every time I turned away, I felt a tingling and saw a vague shadow in that direction, just barely visible in my peripherals. There was also a feeling of a presence that I could not ignore. The door to the basement yawned open wider, as if inviting me in. Darkness peered out, blacker than any graveyard at midnight. Standing up on shaking legs, I began to walk over to that door, thinking a draft from the basement was blowing it open. I didn't like the feeling of it being ajar. Don't ask me why, but I just didn't like it. The sensation of eyes watching me became even more powerful, as if I was drawing closer to a predator, and my body was telling me to turn and run away. That darkness was too much for me to look at, so I turned my eyes away briefly, but that made the feeling even worse. I couldn't help thinking that, if something jumped out from the doorway, I wouldn't see it until it was too late. So I looked back again, forcing myself to focus my attention on the eerie blackness. When I returned my gaze to the doorway, I could have sworn I saw eyes looking back at me from the darkness. For a brief instant, so quick it could have been passed off as a trick of the light, but it made my heart skip a beat nonetheless. I slammed the door so hard that it shook the house, and my wife yelled at me to be more gentle with the old place. Heading into the kitchen, my heart was thumping in my chest, and I told Christine what had happened.
What do you mean you saw eyes down there? There was somebody in the basement? We need to call the cops.
Hang on. I was trying to decide if my overtired brain had imagined it. I thought I'd seen something, but the more I considered it, the less likely it seemed. It could have been my eyes playing tricks on me. I'll grab a flashlight and take a look.
No, you can't. It's too dangerous.
The place was locked up, right? So it couldn't have been a person down there. I was probably just imagining things. But I'll take a look just to be safe.
Are you sure about this? Maybe we should call the police and have them check it out.
It'll take them an hour just to get here. We're not in the city anymore, remember? Besides, there's no way anybody could have gotten in here since the owners left. Not unless they had a key. Just let me take a look, okay? Christine reluctantly agreed and took her phone out, dialing 911 and getting ready to hit send in case anything happened. I found a flashlight in one of the boxes marked camping and opened the basement door. Taking a deep, shuddering breath, I began to descend. Proceeding down the rickety steps, the beam of light showed multitudes of dust motes and particles floating in the air, being kicked up by my movements. Ancient wooden stairs creaked underneath my feet, with each step I took, going down and down, deeper beneath the ground. As I did, that feeling returned again, that sensation of something watching me. That unpleasant feeling began to grow and blossom into the worst fear I'd ever experienced in my life as I set foot down onto the dirt-packed floor on the lower level. The old farmhouse had an ancient relic of a basement, I realized. Since we had moved from a long ways away, we hadn't actually seen the place in person. This was the first time I had been down there. The owners had chosen not to include pictures of the basement in their ad, and I was beginning to understand why. Shining my light around, I saw there were old pieces of leather and ragged strips of wire, rope, and twine hanging from the ceiling crossbeams. Crude wooden crosses assembled from broken sticks and small logs hung suspended from these, turning and swaying gently despite the lack of breeze down in the basement. I felt a presence behind me suddenly and spun around, the air turning ice cold. For a moment, I thought I saw a dark shadow shape, similar to a person, but there was no one standing there. Every part of me wanted to get out of there, but I knew I had to make sure the basement was empty. I shone my flashlight into every corner and every hidden space, making sure it was unoccupied. Surely enough, it was. But I did find something. There was a black box in a stone alcove, surrounded by inscriptions carved directly into the foundation of the house. The strange shrine resembled something from a church or a temple, but it appeared darker somehow, evil. A chill ran through my bones which seemed to emanate from the stone. Unlit candles and strange black statues surrounded the box sitting dead center, the focal point of this creepy, unholy altar. I don't remember taking the box upstairs with me, but nonetheless, I found myself back on the main level, holding it in my hands. It looked curious and ancient. The feeling of someone watching remained, accompanied by an odd chill which ran through my bones, almost like the temperature in the house had gone down by 10 degrees. There's nobody down there, I told Christine, who was waiting for me at the top of the stairs. But I found this weird box and all these crosses were hanging from the ceiling. Very creepy.
You need to get rid of that thing,
she said, holding up her hands to cover her eyes from even looking at it.
I hate it. There's something wrong with it.
Really? What do you want me to do with it? I asked. It's just some old box, probably somebody's keepsake.
I don't care. Put it outside and send it away with the trash on pickup day. Just get rid of it.
Christine never acted this way. She didn't believe in superstition or curses. She was a self-proclaimed atheist, in fact. But the way she was acting, that was enough to convince me she was serious, so I didn't argue. Okay, I'll put it outside, I said. I brought it out with me into the front yard and tried to decide where to put it. I settled on leaving it on the back of the moving truck. In the glow of the lights inside the box of the moving van, I took a moment to take a closer look at the box. It was ice cold to the touch, I realized. The surface of it was slick and black like polished marble. but when I took my hand away, it smudged off like charcoal. There were archaic symbols carved into it, and a lock held it shut at the front. I found myself trying to open it, but was unable to. Distantly, I heard something whispering to me. Its voice insistent and raspy, but I dismissed that it was just the wind, and nothing more. Eventually, I gave up on the box's lock and went inside. My wife looked startled when I walked in the front door.
What were you doing out there? I thought you'd gone to bed. You were out there with that creepy box for over an hour?
No. I started to disagree with her, but then looked at my watch and realized she was right. Unsure what to say, I told her I was tired and must have zoned out. I needed to get some sleep. Trudging up the stairs to the bedroom, I collapsed on the unmade mattress and drifted off into deep slumber. As I slept, my dreams were filled with that dark feeling of being observed, as if eyes were watching me closely from the corner of the bedroom, in the shadows. When I awoke, it was still dark outside. I looked around the pitch-black room, feeling uneasy, and saw unfamiliar shapes and shadows I didn't recognize. That sensation of being watched had returned tenfold, and I felt a presence observing me from the corner, where a man-shaped shadow stood. Running over to the door, I went to turn on the light switch. I flicked it to the on position, but the light didn't turn on, the room remaining stubbornly dark. My heart was pounding as I felt that presence staring at me in the room. I wanted more than anything to turn on the lights, but they wouldn't go on. For some reason, I found myself going back to bed. Instead of fleeing the room, terrified as I was, I found myself lying back down in bed, tucking myself back under the covers, and staring at the thing in the corner as it watched me. That dark, unrecognizable shape in the corner of the bedroom began to move towards me. The shadow shape of a person reaching out for me, coming for me. I tried to move, but I found myself paralyzed and unable. I tried to scream, but couldn't. I woke up panting, covered in cold sweat, and realized I had dreamt the whole thing. The shape in the corner of the room had revealed itself in the morning light, and I saw it was, in fact, a stack of boxes with coats draped over it. It was barely sunrise outside and Christine was in bed next to me. She bolted upright, looking startled, and asked what had happened. I had a terrible dream. It felt so real. You know those waking nightmares, when you feel as if you're up and walking around after being asleep, only to realize you were still sleeping the whole time? My wife didn't answer. Her eyes were fixed on something across the room. She was looking at the dresser, and her jaw was hanging down.
What is that thing doing in here? I told you to get rid of it, and you brought it up here and opened it instead?
She was pointing at something, and I followed her gaze to see the black box from the basement was on the bureau. It was open, but I had no memory of doing that. What the hell? I didn't do that, and I definitely didn't open it. Did I?
You're telling me you don't remember bringing that box in here and opening it?
No, and it was locked. I couldn't have opened it.
Just get it out of here. I don't want to look at it anymore, okay? Bring it to the dump or something. Just get out of the house and far away from here.
I went over to the dresser and saw the open box was filled with strange items. A lock of hair, a charred piece of clothing, a cross, and other burnt pieces. There was a powerful odor coming from it as well, unlike anything I'd ever come across. The stench was unpleasant and burnt my nostrils as I drew closer. This is impossible. I know I didn't bring this in here.
It's cursed or something. Just get it out of the house, please.
My wife was more upset than I'd ever seen her, so I put my clothes on and took the box out to the car with me. I didn't know where the local dump was exactly, but I figured I would go look for it. As I neared the town, I saw an antique shop at the side of the road and pulled over on a whim. I wondered if the owner would be interested in taking the box off my hands, or if he could at least tell me what it was. The bell above the door rang as I entered, and a man came out from the back room, polishing a brass candelabra with a rag. "Good morning," he said in a friendly voice. How can I help? He stopped speaking abruptly when he saw what was in my hands. The candelabra fell to the floor with a loud clang, and he began to visibly shake as he raised his finger to point at the box. Do you recognize this? I asked.
Where did you find that thing?
We just moved up the road, my wife and I. It was in the basement of the old farmhouse up the street. I moved towards him with my hand out to shake his hand, and he saw that my fingers were smudged with the black box's darkness. He backed away, slamming into the wall behind him and sending a framed photo crashing to the floor, the glass shattering loudly. Don't touch me! Don't touch anything! Just get out! Get out and put that thing where you found it. You do anything else with it and you will never get your life back. You should have never taken it from its resting place. You should have never come here. I backed away from him, terrified even more than before, especially now that I knew others were aware of the dark powers this box contained. Whatever it was not meant to be moved. Its resting place was of extreme importance. Maybe that was why the house had been so cheap. It came with the cursed basement. The man began throwing things at me, shouting in a foreign language I didn't recognize, then speaking harshly in English, telling me to leave and never come back. He spoke in prayer-like incantations and made the sign of the cross over and over again. I stumbled out to my car and started the engine, driving back towards the farmhouse, wishing we'd never purchased the place. When I pulled up outside the farmhouse, I tried to decide what to say to my wife. How could I explain to her that the box couldn't be moved? Maybe if we just left it in the basement, the presence would leave us alone. I decided I would just try to sneak it in and put it back in the basement without her noticing. I would explain it to her later, or at least try to. The important thing now seemed to be to return it to its proper place, before something really terrible happened. Going back inside the house quietly, I closed the front door behind me as softly as I could, and glanced up the stairs. The light was off in the bedroom, so I assumed Christine would still be up there. I went to the basement door and opened it quietly, being careful not to make too much noise, in case Christine had gone back to sleep again upstairs. I began heading down into the darkness beneath the house. I was holding the box carefully in my hands, like a live bomb, since I wasn't sure what would happen if I dropped it or did something wrong. Each creaking stair made my heart hammer faster as I trod down towards the dirt floor of the basement. Finally, I set foot down there and looked around, seeing only shadows. The light from upstairs was dim, and it was the only source I had to see by. My phone was in my pocket and I kept it there, thinking I would only be down there for a few moments. Walking across the blackened space towards the alcove which had housed the black box, I began to feel watched again. It was only then that I noticed that the sensation had been gone for a while. As I drove to the antique store and back again, whatever had been with the box, watching me, it had not stayed inside after the thing had opened. It had stayed in the house, with my wife. A loud bang had come from the top of the stairs, and the entire basement went completely pitch black in an instant. I realized the door had slammed shut, and I figured Christine had closed it. Maybe she didn't realize I was home. I began to fumble for the cell phone in my pocket, needing a bit of light to feel safe down in this terrifying basement. But before I could grab it, something attacked me. The shrieking wail it made was inhuman and full of rage. It swiped at me with sharp claws in the darkness as I ducked and rolled away from it, trying to escape. I threw the box down on the floor, hoping to get away. As I got up, I hit my head on a dangling wooden cross and nearly got wrapped up in the twine which suspended it from the ceiling. Stumbling, I tried to find my way to the stairs, screaming for my wife to help me. She didn't answer. A moment later, the thing came at me again. It was fast, but thin, and just a bit weaker than me, despite its anger. I managed to grab its wrists and pushed it up against the wall, then tripped it to the floor. I ran up the stairs, stumbling on the steps and scraping my shins, bloodying them badly. Just as I reached the top,
The thing came at me again. It was relentless, screaming ancient curses with spittle flying in my face. It swiped at my eyes and got one of them, blinding me. The door was just behind me, so I flung it open and shoved the thing away from me. And as the light from the main level came flooding in through the open door, I saw what had been attacking me. My wife tumbled down the steps, cracking her head against the wall on the way down, then falling lifelessly to the dirt floor of the basement below. I took a few shaky steps down the stairs, looking to confirm if my eyes had deceived me, but they had not. The thing in the box had stayed behind when I left, and it had possessed my wife, driving her down into the darkness of its lair, where it felt most at home. As I stood there staring at her lifeless body, I saw her begin to twitch. Her fingers began to drum up and down. Then her head began to rock and make a loud smacking sound as her forehead impacted the basement floor. Again and again. Hard. "Christine," I called down the stairs. "Stop! Stop! Please!" She continued the self-destructive behavior, smashing her skull hard against the dirt floor. I began to take a shaky step down to stop her, but then hesitated. That thing was still inside of her. It wasn't safe. And yet, I couldn't let her just keep hurting herself like that. The meaty sound repeated again and again as I screamed for her to stop. But she wouldn't. But I wouldn't go down there again. And eventually, the thing inside of her realized that.
"Come and save me, honey,"
she said in a droning beehive voice.
"I need you."
No. I just stood at the top of the stairs, waiting. My wife appeared to have broken a few limbs during her fall, but that didn't stop her from moving quickly. Sickening sounds of bones crunching could be heard from up the stairs as she got to her feet, her one ankle failing so that she resisted her weight on the splintered nub of her tibia rather than on her foot. Whatever was inside of her felt no pain, but it looked agonizing to me. She began to shuffle up the wooden stairs without warning, moving faster than I thought possible, crab-like and inhuman on 4 legs. It looked like she wouldn't be able to make it on her fractured bones, and yet she moved like a relentless insect, her other limbs making up for the defective ones, using her arms like additional legs. She began to crawl towards me up the stairs, her fingernails digging into the splintered wooden stairs, and breaking off as she raced faster and faster, gaining momentum. I realized at the last second that I had been paralyzed with terror and threw the door shut, just as she slammed into it with the shuddering bang that rattled the upstairs windows in their frames. There was no lock on the door, and I could do nothing except hold it closed with all the weight of my body. She doesn't relent for a second, turning the doorknob constantly, pressing with all of her strength against the door as I grit my teeth and fight against her weight. I'm sitting here still, with my back pressed up against the door, my feet wedged against the opposing wall with all the force I can muster. When I finish typing this out, I don't know what I'll do. Maybe I'll try the police and see what they say. My biggest concern is that they'll want to let her out. She'll probably pretend to be normal when they arrive. She'll pretend I'm insane, that I attacked her. But I know that's not her. It's the thing from the basement, the thing from the black box. Whatever it is, she can't be allowed to bring it back to the surface. It was locked down in that basement for a reason, and that's where it needs to stay.
Well, that's the last of it, I said, breathing a sigh and collapsing on the couch. I'm officially toast. I just finished hauling the last couple of boxes into the house from the moving truck. Stacks of them were piled throughout the living room, making a corrugated fortress around me. Unpacking would be another long adventure, but at least we had finally gotten all of our belongings into the farmhouse, so that we could begin the process of starting our new life here. As I lay on the couch, relaxing momentarily, the hairs began to stand up on the back of my neck. I started to get a strong sense that I was being watched. Specifically, from the door beneath the stairs leading to the basement. It creaked open slowly, just a crack, as I observed it back. I closed my eyes, ignoring that paranoid feeling. There was no one in the house except for us. Therefore, nobody was watching me. It was just my imagination. Yet, still, every time I turned away, I felt a tingling and saw a vague shadow in that direction, just barely visible in my peripherals. There was also a feeling of a presence that I could not ignore. The door to the basement yawned open wider, as if inviting me in. Darkness peered out, blacker than any graveyard at midnight. Standing up on shaking legs, I began to walk over to that door, thinking a draft from the basement was blowing it open. I didn't like the feeling of it being ajar. Don't ask me why, but I just didn't like it. The sensation of eyes watching me became even more powerful, as if I was drawing closer to a predator, and my body was telling me to turn and run away. That darkness was too much for me to look at, so I turned my eyes away briefly. But that made the feeling even worse. I couldn't help thinking that, if something jumped out from the doorway, I wouldn't see it until it was too late. So I looked back again, forcing myself to focus my attention on the eerie blackness. When I returned my gaze to the doorway, I could have sworn I saw eyes looking back at me from the darkness. For a brief instant, so quick it could have been passed off as a trick of the light, but it made my heart skip a beat nonetheless. I slammed the door so hard that it shook the house, and my wife yelled at me to be more gentle with the old place. Heading into the kitchen, my heart was thumping in my chest, and I told Christine what had happened.
What do you mean you saw eyes down there? There was somebody in the basement? We need to call the cops.
Hang on. I was trying to decide if my overtired brain had imagined it. I thought I'd seen something, but the more I considered it, the less likely it seemed. It could have been my eyes playing tricks on me. I'll grab a flashlight and take a look.
No, you can't. It's too dangerous.
The place was locked up, right? So it couldn't have been a person down there. I was probably just imagining things. But I'll take a look just to be safe.
Are you sure about this? Maybe we should call the police and have them check it out.
It'll take them an hour just to get here. We're not in the city anymore, remember? Besides, there's no way anybody could have gotten in here since the owners left. Not unless they had a key. Just let me take a look, okay? Christine reluctantly agreed and took her phone out, dialing 911 and getting ready to hit send in case anything happened. I found a flashlight in one of the boxes marked camping and opened the basement door. Taking a deep, shuddering breath, I began to descend. Proceeding down the rickety steps, the beam of light showed multitudes of dust motes and particles floating in the air, being kicked up by my movements. Ancient wooden stairs creaked underneath my feet with each step I took, going down and down, deeper beneath the ground. As I did, that feeling returned again, that sensation of something watching me. That unpleasant feeling began to grow and blossom into the worst fear I'd ever experienced in my life as I set foot down onto the dirt-packed floor on the lower level. The old farmhouse had an ancient relic of a basement, I realized. Since we had moved from a long ways away, we hadn't actually seen the place in person. This was the first time I had been down there. The owners had chosen not to include pictures of the basement in their ad, and I was beginning to understand why. Shining my light around, I saw there were old pieces of leather and ragged strips of wire, rope, and twine hanging from the ceiling crossbeams. Crude wooden crosses assembled from broken sticks and small logs hung suspended from these, turning and swaying gently despite the lack of breeze down in the basement. I felt a presence behind me suddenly and spun around, the air turning ice cold. For a moment, I thought I saw a dark shadow shape, similar to a person, but there was no one standing there. Every part of me wanted to get out of there, but I knew I had to make sure the basement was empty. I shone my flashlight into every corner and every hidden space, making sure it was unoccupied. Surely enough, it was. But I did find something. There was a black box in a stone alcove, surrounded by inscriptions carved directly into the foundation of the house. The strange shrine resembled something from a church or a temple, but it appeared darker somehow, evil. A chill ran through my bones which seemed to emanate from the stone. Unlit candles and strange black statues surrounded the box sitting dead center, the focal point of this creepy, unholy altar. I don't remember taking the box upstairs with me, but nonetheless, I found myself back on the main level, holding it in my hands. It looked curious and ancient. The feeling of someone watching remained, accompanied by an odd chill which ran through my bones, almost like the temperature in the house had gone down by 10 degrees. "There's nobody down there," I told Christine, who was waiting for me at the top of the stairs. But I found this weird box and all these crosses were hanging from the ceiling. Very creepy.
You need to get rid of that thing,
she said, holding up her hands to cover her eyes from even looking at it.
I hate it. There's something wrong with it.
Really? What do you want me to do with it? I asked. It's just some old box, probably somebody's keepsake.
I don't care. Put it outside and send it away with the trash on pickup day. Just get rid of it.
Christine never acted this way. She didn't believe in superstition or curses. She was a self-proclaimed atheist, in fact. But the way she was acting, that was enough to convince me she was serious, so I didn't argue. "Okay, I'll put it outside," I said. I brought it out with me into the front yard and tried to decide where to put it. I settled on leaving it on the back of the moving truck. In the glow of the lights inside the box of the moving van, I took a moment to take a closer look at the box. It was ice cold to the touch, I realized. The surface of it was slick and black like polished marble. But when I took my hand away, it smudged off like charcoal. There were archaic symbols carved into it, and a lock held it shut at the front. I found myself trying to open it, but was unable to. Distantly, I heard something whispering to me. Its voice insistent and raspy, but I dismissed that it was just the wind, and nothing more. Eventually, I gave up on the box's lock and went inside. My wife looked startled when I walked in the front door.
What were you doing out there? I thought you'd gone to bed. You were out there with that creepy box for over an hour?
No. I started to disagree with her, but then looked at my watch and realized she was right. Unsure what to say, I told her I was tired and must have zoned out. I needed to get some sleep. Trudging up the stairs to the bedroom, I collapsed on the unmade mattress and drifted off into deep slumber. As I slept, my dreams were filled with that dark feeling of being observed, as if eyes were watching me closely from the corner of the bedroom, in the shadows. When I awoke, it was still dark outside. I looked around the pitch-black room, feeling uneasy, and saw unfamiliar shapes and shadows I didn't recognize. That sensation of being watched had returned tenfold, and I felt a presence observing me from the corner, where a man-shaped shadow stood. Running over to the door, I went to turn on the light switch. I flicked it to the on position, but the light didn't turn on, the room remaining stubbornly dark. My heart was pounding as I felt that presence staring at me in the room. I wanted more than anything to turn on the lights, but they wouldn't go on. For some reason, I found myself going back to bed. Instead of fleeing the room, terrified as I was, I found myself lying back down in bed.
tucking myself back under the covers and staring at the thing in the corner as it watched me. That dark, unrecognizable shape in the corner of the bedroom began to move towards me. The shadow shape of a person reaching out for me, coming for me. I tried to move, but I found myself paralyzed and unable. I tried to scream, but couldn't. I woke up panting, covered in cold sweat, and realized I had dreamt the whole thing. The shape in the corner of the room had revealed itself in the morning light, and I saw it was, in fact, a stack of boxes with coats draped over it. It was barely sunrise outside and Christine was in bed next to me. She bolted upright, looking startled, and asked what had happened. I had a terrible dream. It felt so real. You know those waking nightmares, when you feel as if you're up and walking around after being asleep, only to realize you were still sleeping the whole time? My wife didn't answer. Her eyes were fixed on something across the room. She was looking at the dresser, and her jaw was hanging down.
What is that thing doing in here? I told you to get rid of it, and you brought it up here and opened it instead?
She was pointing at something, and I followed her gaze to see the black box from the basement was on the bureau. It was open, but I had no memory of doing that. What the hell? I didn't do that, and I definitely didn't open it. Did I?
You're telling me you don't remember bringing that box in here and opening it?
No, and it was locked. I couldn't have opened it.
Just get it out of here. I don't want to look at it anymore, okay? Bring it to the dump or something. Just get out of the house and far away from here.
I went over to the dresser and saw the open box was filled with strange items. A lock of hair, a charred piece of clothing, a cross, and other burnt pieces. There was a powerful odor coming from it as well, unlike anything I'd ever come across. The stench was unpleasant and burnt my nostrils as I drew closer. This is impossible. I know I didn't bring this in here.
It's cursed or something. Just get it out of the house, please.
My wife was more upset than I'd ever seen her, so I put my clothes on and took the box out to the car with me. I didn't know where the local dump was exactly, but I figured I would go look for it. As I neared the town, I saw an antique shop at the side of the road and pulled over on a whim. I wondered if the owner would be interested in taking the box off my hands, or if he could at least tell me what it was. The bell above the door rang as I entered, and a man came out from the back room, polishing a brass candelabra with a rag. "Good morning," he said in a friendly voice. "How can I help?" He stopped speaking abruptly when he saw what was in my hands. The candelabra fell to the floor with a loud clang, and he began to visibly shake as he raised his finger to point at the box. "Do you recognize this?" I asked. "Where did you find that thing?" "We just moved up the road, my wife and I. It was in the basement of the old farmhouse up the street." I moved towards him with my hand out to shake his hand, and he saw that my fingers were smudged with the black box's darkness. He backed away, slamming into the wall behind him and sending a framed photo crashing to the floor, the glass shattering loudly. "Don't touch me! Don't touch anything! Just get out! Get out and put that thing where you found it. You do anything else with it and you will never get your life back. You should have never taken it from its resting place. You should have never come here." I backed away from him, terrified even more than before, especially now that I knew others were aware of the dark powers this box contained. Whatever it was not meant to be moved. Its resting place was of extreme importance. Maybe that was why the house had been so cheap. It came with the cursed basement. The man began throwing things at me, shouting in a foreign language I didn't recognize, then speaking harshly in English, telling me to leave and never come back. He spoke in prayer-like incantations and made the sign of the cross over and over again. I stumbled out to my car and started the engine, driving back towards the farmhouse, wishing we'd never purchased the place. When I pulled up outside the farmhouse, I tried to decide what to say to my wife. How could I explain to her that the box couldn't be moved? Maybe if we just left it in the basement, the presence would leave us alone.
I decided I would just try to sneak it in and put it back in the basement without her noticing. I would explain it to her later, or at least try to. The important thing now seemed to be to return it to its proper place, before something really terrible happened. Going back inside the house quietly, I closed the front door behind me as softly as I could, and glanced up the stairs. The light was off in the bedroom, so I assumed Christine would still be up there. I went to the basement door and opened it quietly, being careful not to make too much noise, in case Christine had gone back to sleep again upstairs. I began heading down into the darkness beneath the house. I was holding the box carefully in my hands, like a live bomb, since I wasn't sure what would happen if I dropped it or did something wrong. Each creaking stair made my heart hammer faster as I trod down towards the dirt floor of the basement. Finally, I set foot down there and looked around, seeing only shadows. The light from upstairs was dim, and it was the only source I had to see by. My phone was in my pocket and I kept it there, thinking I would only be down there for a few moments. Walking across the blackened space towards the alcove which had housed the black box, I began to feel watched again. It was only then that I noticed that the sensation had been gone for a while. As I drove to the antique store and back again, whatever had been with the box, watching me, it had not stayed inside after the thing had opened. It had stayed in the house, with my wife. A loud bang had come from the top of the stairs, and the entire basement went completely pitch black in an instant. I realized the door had slammed shut, and I figured Christine had closed it. Maybe she didn't realize I was home. I began to fumble for the cell phone in my pocket, needing a bit of light to feel safe down in this terrifying basement. But before I could grab it, something attacked me. The shrieking wail it made was inhuman and full of rage. It swiped at me with sharp claws in the darkness as I ducked and rolled away from it, trying to escape. I threw the box down on the floor, hoping to get away. As I got up, I hit my head on a dangling wooden cross and nearly got wrapped up in the twine which suspended it from the ceiling. Stumbling, I tried to find my way to the stairs, screaming for my wife to help me. She didn't answer. A moment later, the thing came at me again. It was fast, but thin, and just a bit weaker than me, despite its anger. I managed to grab its wrists and pushed it up against the wall, then tripped it to the floor. I ran up the stairs, stumbling on the steps and scraping my shins, bloodying them badly. Just as I reached the top, the thing came at me again. It was relentless, screaming ancient curses with spittle flying in my face. It swiped at my eyes and got one of them, blinding me. The door was just behind me, so I flung it open and shoved the thing away from me. And as the light from the main level came flooding in through the open door, I saw what had been attacking me. My wife tumbled down the steps, cracking her head against the wall on the way down, then falling lifelessly to the dirt floor of the basement below. I took a few shaky steps down the stairs, looking to confirm if my eyes had deceived me, but they had not. The thing in the box had stayed behind when I left, and it had possessed my wife, driving her down into the darkness of its lair, where it felt most at home. As I stood there staring at her lifeless body, I saw her begin to twitch. Her fingers began to drum up and down. Then her head began to rock and make a loud smacking sound as her forehead impacted the basement floor. Again and again. Hard. "Christine," I called down the stairs. "Stop! Stop! Please!" She continued the self-destructive behavior, smashing her skull hard against the dirt floor. I began to take a shaky step down to stop her, but then hesitated. That thing was still inside of her. It wasn't safe. And yet, I couldn't let her just keep hurting herself like that. The meaty sound repeated again and again as I screamed for her to stop. But she wouldn't. But I wouldn't go down there again. And eventually, the thing inside of her realized that.
"Come and save me, honey,"
she said in a droning beehive voice.
"I need you."
No.
I just stood at the top of the stairs, waiting. My wife appeared to have broken a few limbs during her fall, but that didn't stop her from moving quickly. Sickening sounds of bones crunching could be heard from up the stairs as she got to her feet, her one ankle failing so that she resisted her weight on the splintered nub of her tibia rather than on her foot. Whatever was inside of her felt no pain, but it looked agonizing to me. She began to shuffle up the wooden stairs without warning, moving faster than I thought possible, crab-like and inhuman on 4 legs. It looked like she wouldn't be able to make it on her fractured bones, and yet she moved like a relentless insect, her other limbs making up for the defective ones. Using her arms like additional legs, she began to crawl towards me up the stairs, her fingernails digging into the splintered wooden stairs, and breaking off as she raced faster and faster, gaining momentum. I realized at the last second that I had been paralyzed with terror and threw the door shut, just as she slammed into it with a shuddering bang that rattled the upstairs windows in their frames. There was no lock on the door, and I could do nothing except hold it closed with all the weight of my body. She doesn't relent for a second, turning the doorknob constantly, pressing with all of her strength against the door as I grit my teeth and fight against her weight. I'm sitting here still, with my back pressed up against the door, my feet wedged against the opposing wall with all the force I can muster. When I finish typing this out, I don't know what I'll do. Maybe I'll try the police and see what they say. My biggest concern is that they'll want to let her out. She'll probably pretend to be normal when they arrive. She'll pretend I'm insane, that I attacked her. But I know that's not her. It's the thing from the basement, the thing from the black box. Whatever it is, she can't be allowed to bring it back to the surface. It was locked down in that basement for a reason, and that's where it needs to stay. I never imagined myself as a homeowner. Like a lot of people in my generation, I saw having a house of my own as an impossible pipe dream. And besides, I didn't want to get tied down or take on even more debt. But the house on 242 Mulberry Lane changed all of that. Of all the cringy, cliche things I did after my last breakup, the only one that doesn't hurt to think about was applying for a job in a town on the other side of the country. It was a Hail Mary, but all I wanted was to get out of the toxic mess I was in and into a place where I didn't know anyone and nobody else knew me. A fresh start. The video connection must have been bad enough that the interviewer couldn't make out my hungover eyes or hear the quaver in my voice, because I got the job. Although I was intimidated by the high pay and responsibility, I took to it better than I'd hoped. My new coworkers were kind, quirky people who helped me to meet people and come out of my shell. And soon, I had fallen in love with the town we all called home. I was so sure about my new life that I started looking for a house to buy after only 1 year. I soon discovered that rent is astronomical in this idyllic little Pacific Northwest town, and real estate prices are sky high. Even with my higher salary, I doubted I'd ever be able to save enough for a down payment, while also paying rent, bills, and my student loans. Every place I found was either so expensive or so shoddy that it became a sort of dark game among my coworkers to see who could find the worst house for sale. When I first saw the ad for the Mulberry Lane house, my first thought was, okay, what's wrong with it? The split-level ranch house with white siding and a hardwood deck.
was located in a semi-forgotten neighborhood, sandwiched between the more developing parts of downtown. Nothing suggested that crime was a problem, and the place was so low that I was sure someone had forgotten a decimal point. I booked a walkthrough immediately. The place was solidly built and spotlessly clean. The friendly agent explained that it had stood vacant for a few weeks since the death of the former owner, an older woman who lived alone. Apparently, there were no suspicious circumstances surrounding her death. She had simply drowned in the bathtub. I wondered if that was the reason for the spotlessness of the place. It was as if the owners had wanted to scrub every last memory of the former occupant in her death. The hair on the back of my neck stood up as I peered into the darkness of the bathroom. Would I be okay with living in a place where someone had died recently? I told myself that I was being silly, that in my countless moves from apartment to apartment, I had surely shared a space with the newly departed dozens of times. Suddenly, I wasn't so sure about all this until I walked out the door and turned around to look at the place one last time. I imagined myself walking in the door after a long day of work, homely golden light spilling out from the wide windows, maybe a dog or spouse to greet me at the door. The agent grinned and held out the paperwork expectantly. He already knew. A few weeks later, I was moving in. My finances were pushed to the limit. Signing for the first mortgage felt like signing my soul away to the devil, with slightly worse consequences if anything went wrong. But as my pen hovered over the dotted line, I reminded myself that I'd never find an opportunity like this again. It warmed my heart that several of my coworkers volunteered to help me move in before I even got around to asking them. Like big kids, we skidded down the vacant hallways in socks, built stuff with heaps of cardboard boxes, and shared pizza while we stared at the bare living room wall and joked about how I could redesign the place. With a hot slice in one hand and a cold beer in the other, the laughter of my friends reverberated through the empty rooms. It felt like all was right in the world. I'd finally made it. "Dude," my manager exclaimed, wiping his hands on his pants. "I think you might have a leak." He'd just come from the bathroom. Frowning, I followed him back down the hallway. Sure enough, a steady drip, drip, drip resounded from the bathtub faucet. No matter how I fiddled with the knob, nothing happened, until finally, the dripping had stopped on its own accord. I resolved to call a plumber in the morning, and before long, I was waving my friends out the door from the first party in my new home. Exhausted from the tension and effort of the day, I collapsed onto my clean sheets without even getting undressed or taking a shower. Contentment washed over me as I drifted to sleep in the blue night, watching the ceiling fan spin in slow circles above me. A light was on in the bathroom. How strange. I went to investigate, my footsteps echoing down the long corridor. There was the dripping again too, but this time, the drops sounded like they were splashing in water. I pushed the door open. The bathtub was half full with beautiful clean aquamarine water. It looked so pure and warm. A light steam rose from the scrubbed white surface of the tub. Forgetting my concern about who or what had turned on the light, I reached down with my hand. The water was perfect for a bath. The fat, wrinkled hand that grabbed my neck from behind was bloated twice the size of what a normal human hand should be. With irresistible strength, it jammed my head beneath the surface of the water. The more I splashed and fought, the more oxygen I lost, until finally, I was taking deep gulps of bath water. The hot liquid was pouring into my lungs. I awoke with a start. The house was silent. No lights, no drips, no horrible dead hands. Just me with my hands on my chest, soaked in sweat. I went to the kitchen for a glass of water, trying to shake the horrible dream from my mind. The sweet, crisp liquid was delicious and brought me back to my senses. It was normal to have nightmares in a new place, especially after I'd made such a big deal about the previous owner's death. I was letting my own head mess with me. After another cool glass of water, I returned to bed and fell into a dreamless sleep. It took me about a week to realize I was subconsciously avoiding my own bathroom. I usually worked out at the gym across the street from work and showered there. I brushed my teeth in the shortest time possible. I took care of other necessities in the smaller toilet and sink-only bathroom on the lower floor. I didn't think that I was still having nightmares about it, but maybe I just didn't remember them. Maybe I didn't want to remember them. Something had to be done. I went to the local home store and bought the gaudiest, most garish stuff I could find. A hot pink shag rug, a lime green shower mat, a cow-themed fluffy towel set, and for some reason, a bunch of tiny cactuses. Once I decorated, I drew myself a hot bubble bath and sank blissfully into the warm water. I closed my eyes and sighed. If this was facing my fears, it wasn't so bad. I splashed around in the bubbles until I got bored, then went to drain the water. As my eyes opened, I'd swear I glimpsed something gray and swollen floating just beneath the bubbles. When I swirled them away, however, it was gone. Whatever it was, I toweled off, content with my conquest. I was feeling so confident, in fact, that I hopped back into a dating app that I'd given up on a while back and sent a few messages. To my surprise, I soon had a date. After a few beers and a long walk around downtown, we ended up in bed at my place. I had never had anyone stay the night at my home before, and even though we'd just met, it felt good to fall asleep with them nuzzled up against my chest. I woke sometime in the night, however, to find them gone. I propped myself up on one elbow and scanned the blue dimness of my bedroom. Had they just left? I crept to the window and opened the blinds, peering out into the lush lamplit suburban street. Creaking floorboards made me spin around. A shadowy figure leaned against the doorway. "Hey," my date purred. "Hey yourself." I gasped. "You scared the shit out of me." "You could have told me your grandma lives with you, you know?" they mentioned as they came back to the bed. My blood turned to ice. "What?" I whispered. "Yeah," they snorted. "I almost walked in on her in the tub." My eyes locked on the blackness beyond the open bathroom door at the end of the hall. A shape, somehow darker than the darkness itself, oozed out from the doorway, although it made no sound. It looked and moved like a crawling, bloated human corpse. Eyes like pale bulbs glared at me, full of hate, before lumbering off down the stairs. "You all right?" my date asked, oblivious to the horror behind them. "Yeah," I murmured, "just a little spooked." I quickly shut the door, pulled the covers up high, snuggled close to my date, and closed my eyes tightly like a child, afraid of what I might see if I looked again. In the morning, the floor outside the bathroom was soaked. When my date left, I did too. I didn't have it in me to stay home alone with shadowy hallways and nothing to break the silence, except the sound of dripping water. Instead, I went to the library. I had always looked down on crazies who believed in exorcisms and psychics. Now, I was looking them up online. The first priest I asked about an exorcism laughed and hung up on me. The second told me I was paying a just price for a life of sin. The third, an older man with an Irish accent, was much more kind. He suggested I put up a crucifix, place a Bible under my pillow, and pray each night before bed. And if that didn't work, call him back. Most psychics, oddly enough, had busier disconnected numbers. One wanted payment just to talk to me. Another promised she could cast out the demon without leaving her trailer. If only I'd mail her $200 to her P.O. box. Once again, the third time was a charm. Chanting and birdsong were the background sounds of my next phone call. I could practically smell the incense through the phone. The pleasant young woman had a smooth, reassuring voice and promised to meet me that same evening for a reading of the house. If she couldn't solve my problem, the visit would be free, she said. There wasn't much of the stereotypical psychic about the woman, now waiting in my driveway when I returned from the library. She looked more like a professional art instructor than a hunched crone in a shawl who played with crystal balls. With a smile, she shook my hand. Her name was Amy. We took a seat on the stoop while I told my story. Amy was a good listener. I've been around enough bad ones to know the difference. She seemed to be taking mental notes as I spoke, and was neither too judgmental nor too believing in her responses. When I'd finished, I stood, went inside, and held the door open for my new psychic friend. It was eerie, the way that Amy stood perfectly still on my porch, like she was preparing herself for something. She took a deep breath, and the shadow of her hair hit her face as she stepped inside. So the bathroom where this all started is right upstairs. I began, leading the way up the carpeted steps. When I turned around, however, Amy had frozen again. She was like a statue in the middle of my living room. I sighed, then waited. "Amy?" I asked finally. There was no response. I trudged back down the stairs, worried that she might be having some sort of attack. Her eyes were closed. It was difficult to tell if she was even breathing. "Amy?" I ventured again. I reached out to touch her arm. The scream felt loud enough to shatter glass, and it kept going, long after Amy should have worn her throat raw and run out of air. Tears rolled down her cheeks from her wide-open eyes. I shook her, slapped her, and when that didn't work, dragged her out of the house. The moment Amy's feet touched the porch, her face returned to normal. She backed away, tripping from my open doorway. I'm sorry, she whimpered. "I can't." "Amy? What's going on?" I called after her, alarmed. "What happened?" "I can't." She shook her head, walking dizzily toward her car. She locked herself inside and started the engine. "You need to get out of this place." Grayish-black smoke poured from the exhaust of Amy's second-hand car, and she peeled out, clearly eager to get as far away from me as possible. I was left standing helplessly in the driveway of my apparently cursed or haunted or something of a house. Fear turned to anger when I went back inside and walked through the empty rooms. This was a good house. That psychic's freakout was probably either a joke, a scam, or a bid for money. What I needed to do was surround myself with light, noise, and people I trusted. I suggested a party at my house that very night in the group chat I shared with my friends and coworkers. I tidied up and ordered some pizzas, glaring defiantly at the bathroom more often than not. If the ghost thought that it could handle my drunk office buddies, it was welcome to try. I was surprised and heartened by how many people showed up, but I noticed that a lot of them gave me these lingering, worried stares. Maybe all this business with my new home and its unwanted guest had affected me more than I thought. Carol, my boss, pulled up in her pickup truck with a foosball table in the back. DeMarcus brought karaoke. Before long, I was less worried about the dead old lady and more worried about a noise complaint. Clattering, curses, and tone-deaf voices brought the house to life. And yet, I was filled with a feeling of foreboding. I drank more than I should have. The wall I leaned against was smooth and cool beneath my hands. Why hadn't I always walked like this? But the hallway swayed. The bathroom felt like an infinite distance away. The bathroom door was closed, but the lights were off inside. I opened it with my body and plunged through the darkness for the toilet. I ran right into wet, bare skin. I shrieked, jumped backwards, and threw on the light. I think Carol and DeMarcus, caught half naked in the middle of their tryst, were more scared than I was. We all blushed and stood in awkward silence, until I raised a hand to my mouth to hold down a wave of vomit and pointed out. "The bedroom's down the hall." I groaned. "I'm gonna..." Then I woke up. Someone had laid me on my side of the couch. My mouth tasted cotton dry and sour, and the darkness seemed infinite. A digital clock flickered in the blue night. I heard the sound of running water from the kitchen. I staggered in to find DeMarcus bent over the sink, drinking water straight from the tap. "Have you tasted this stuff?" he garbled. "It's delicious. Once you start, you can't get enough." I grunted. Without looking back a second time, I opened the fridge and chugged some whole milk. A cure from my college days. It was probably just a myth, but I was counting on the placebo effect. The tap was still running when I went back to sleep. The next thing to wake me up was a piercing scream. Clutching my head, I stumbled towards the kitchen and the source of the sound. Carol had a hand over her mouth, sobbing. DeMarcus, or what was left of him, was still drinking water. His belly was hideously distended. Liquid feces covered the floor around him, but his dead lips were locked in a vice grip around the faucet. Even so, the water that escaped ran down his bloated body to join the lake that used to be my kitchen. Then it was my turn to scream. Carol was already on the phone with the police beside me. She even stayed with me when they arrived and during the brief interrogation, which might have been what saved me. I was in shock and could barely even answer their questions with a yes or no without help. I won't go into the details of the cleanup, the investigation, or how I took some vacation to visit my parents for a few weeks. I barely remember it anyway. The only thing I remember clearly is seeing DeMarcus's twisted, waterlogged body each time I closed my eyes. Terrified as I was by the presence in my house, I had to go back. It was either that or declare bankruptcy and lose the life I'd worked so hard to build. With everything that had happened, I'd accidentally ghosted, for lack of a better word, my date from the app. I had gotten a lot of sleepless nights to think since then, and I realized that to date, they were the only person who had actually seen the presence in my house. With that in mind, I sent them a long apology message, explaining what had happened and asking for their help. I knew that I had no right to expect a response, but I got one anyway. "Call me," the message said, and included a contact link. Alex wasn't the name they'd given me on the app, and the phone number attached wasn't what I remembered either, but the photo was the same. I was impressed. Alex agreed to meet me at my house when I arrived. It felt good not to walk into that cool, shadowy silence alone. I looked around nervously as we sat down on the couch. The place reeked of industrial cleaner. I could swear I heard a dripping noise, but the truth was that I was too afraid to leave the room and go search for whatever was making that sound. At first, I thought it was only targeting me, or that it would go away over time, I admitted. But after what happened to DeMarcus, drip, drip, what was that? I wondered. Alex held her chin, thinking, "We're both in a lot of danger," they said finally. "If you brought me over here thinking I could get rid of whatever this is for you, you're gonna be disappointed. Nothing like this has ever happened to me before, but I do think that it preys on people when they're alone, when they're vulnerable. I figure it got your pal DeMarcus while he woke up drunk and thirsty in the middle of the night. It tried to get me while I was half asleep, just trying to go to the bathroom. So maybe if we face it together." Drip, drip. "Are you hearing that?" I blustered. "Hearing what?" Alex asked. "You're really freaking me out right now." I stood and stormed over to the stairs. "That sound, like water droplets." I pointed an accusing finger at the second-story bathroom. "It's coming from in there." I didn't dare to go alone, and Alex knew it. They held my hand while we walked down the hallway. The dripping became louder and louder with each step I took, until I thought I'd go crazy from it. But Alex clearly heard nothing. Eyes shut tight, I gave the door a push. The bathtub was full of pristine, crystal-clear water. One by one, droplets made ripples in its glittering surface, which seemed almost to glow with its own soothing light. As soon as I saw it, I knew that I had to plunge my head into it. The cool, clear liquid would wash all of these bad thoughts. It would leave me pure and clean and innocent, like a cherub. In the perfect porcelain beneath the water, there were no shadows. The next thing I remember, I was dragging myself on the hallway carpet, soaked from the waist up. I was fighting, screaming, doing anything to get back into the bathtub, and Alex was doing all they could to stop me. "You're drowning yourself," they screamed, as I finally came back into control of my body. For a while, we both lay there, panting, the open door of the bathroom looming hungrily at the end of the hallway. Finally, Alex broke the silence. "Dude," they sighed. "Have you thought about just getting rid of the bathtub?" That was exactly what I did. I had to go into even more debt to do it, but by that point, I was willing to pay any price. I found myself hovering around the workers as they did their remodeling, full of guilt for what I hadn't told them and what I was afraid might happen. Nights I spent at Alex's place. We started seeing a lot more of each other since they saved my life. Showers I took at the gym. The way the water blasted from the shower head and swirled down the drain still filled me with a kind of nameless dread. But the racket of the locker room and presence of other people helped. So did shutting my eyes. When I did, it was harder for my brain to imagine a bloated female corpse standing right behind me in the shower box. Finally, the job was done. The workers hauled everything to some scrapyard when they left, leaving no trace of the room where the former resident had met her sorry end. Life returned to something resembling normality, and while I continued to shower in the gym, I've been able to come to terms with the strange events at 242 Mulberry Lane, enough to write about it. Until this evening, I thought I'd put it all behind me. Around sunset, a junky-looking pickup truck pulled up to the front of my house. I could hear its rattling exhaust from the kitchen. The driver and a few ragged passengers got out, pulled out a tarp of something, and started unloading it onto my yard. It was the bathtub, her bathtub, with horrified glances at the thing they just dumped. The trespassers sped off. I don't know if they bought it, stole it, or scavenged it. I don't know how they came to know its origin, but it's back. I find myself looking over my shoulder out the window at it while I type. The darker it gets, the more shadows seem to flood from the tub towards my front door. I'm afraid of what I'll see in my window if I look away too long. A swollen, drowned face, round and rotten as an old pumpkin. A mouth bleeding an endless flow of water. Now that the moonlight is touching it though, there's something beautiful about that old tub. The way it sits there, bone white on the lawn. It looks so peaceful. I think I'll go lie in it, feel the pale light on my skin. After all, it's been such a long time since I've had a proper bath. As the sun set, I saw the first silhouettes across the field. My grandfather sat, smoking and reading on the rocking chair in the back of the house. I ran to him, scared and uncertain. "There's people coming, Grandpa," I said. He flicked his cigarette on the ashtray, put down his book, and looked straight into my eyes. "Where? Who?" he asked, his clear blue eyes searching my face. "I don't know, but there's dozens of them, I think," I said. I couldn't see their faces or anything. They just looked like shadows moving across the field. He stood up quickly, knocking the ashtray off the small table to his right. Cigarette butts went flying all over the floor, and a cloud of ashes got swept up by the wind. "Where's Grandma?" he asked, his face growing grave. A crease appeared across his forehead, and he looked around quickly. "I don't know, but they're coming fast," I said. He began limping inside the house, his bad leg slowing him down. He looked out the front window and gasped. Quietly, I came up behind him and stared out at the field.
covered in deep oranges and red hues from the sun, covered up by clouds as the day rolled into night. "We need to find Grandma right now," my grandfather said. He went to the kitchen and unlocked the safe, taking out his rifle, which he mostly used to kill coyotes and foxes who hunted his chickens or attacked the baby pigs out in the barn. "I don't get what it is," I said, staring out the window. It seemed like hundreds of black spots now approached, spread out over the field. The ones closest, I saw, were not human at all. They walked on their hands and feet, with shining black skin stretched thinly over their bones and joints. Silver tendrils of saliva rolled down from their mouths, and every time one of them got too close to one another, they would begin to snap and bite and hiss, their sharp serrated teeth flashing with every bite. Their eyes had this strange look of a goat's eyes with rectangular pupils placed on each side of their face. It looked like a small island of light in the darkness of space. The rest of their naked bodies seemed to suck in the light, causing a light shimmering on their reptilian skin. "Oh God, they're back," my grandfather said. "Last time they came, they killed off half the town." "Where's Grandma?" I asked, a current of anxiety running through my body now. My grandpa shook his head. "I wish I knew," he said. "When's the last time you saw her?" "She was weeding in the garden and then said it would be dark soon and we should start putting the tools away," I said, suddenly remembering. "She's probably out in the shed right now." My grandfather grabbed the gun and ran out of the door. At least, as much as he could run. It ended up being more of a fast, limping walk. By this point, the first of the creatures had nearly reached the front of the house. We went out the back door, looking towards the shed. I saw the light on inside and the door wide open. "Grandma!" I screamed. My grandfather jumped, then put his free hand over my mouth, holding the gun loosely in the other. "You idiot," he hissed. "Don't draw them near. Keep quiet. Do you want to die?" But it was too late. I heard growling and snapping from the front of the house, and the smashing of windows and doors. Then, a few of the abominations came running around the side of the old farmhouse, attracted by my screaming. They hopped in a strange way, their abnormally long and thin arms going between their bodies, as their legs pushed them forward in constant jumping motions. They moved fast now, much faster than me, and in the growing darkness, they seemed little more than a blur. My grandfather grabbed my hand and we ran towards the shed, slamming the door behind us. I looked back in the corner and saw my grandmother, totally oblivious to everything going on, sorting through tools and small seed containers. We need more basil and rosemary," she said to herself. "Never have enough seeds, it seems." She looked back at us, smiling. "Have you come to help? I'm sorry to say, I'm nearly done." "No," my grandfather said, raising his gun for emphasis. "We're being attacked. You need to stay with us. Remember what killed the Kellers and the Cavendish family and their dogs and cats and cattle?" My grandmother's face went pale, and I thought she might pass out for a moment. She grabbed her chest, breathing hard. "But that was 30 years ago," she said. "How could they be back?" My grandfather just shook his head. "They're here," he said, as if on cue. Someone started smashing on the locked door of the shed. Then another pair of hands joined in, and another. It sounded like a riot had broken out on the other side of the wall. My grandfather raised the gun, as if to start shooting through the door. Then he checked his pocket and frowned. "Damn it, should have grabbed more ammo," he said, rifling through his few bullets in his overalls. He looked like he had grabbed a couple dozen from the safe. Though even with perfect aim, that wouldn't make much of a dent in the crowd of beasts I had seen. "Get out the back door," my grandmother said. "We'll go escape to the woods. We can come out at the Jeffersons' house if we take the dirt trail." Fine, my grandfather said, pushing me forwards and grabbing my grandmother's hand.
He looked out the side door of the shed, the beast still pounding on the front door, and I heard the wood beginning to splinter and give way. "Coast is clear," he said quickly, and we ran out through the field and towards the woods. Behind us, I heard the door fall, the last rotten beam shattering as the black creatures moved inside. "What if they're already at the Jeffersons' place?" I asked my grandfather in a low tone. We ran through the corn plants, though my grandmother and grandfather couldn't move very fast. I could hear the creatures howling with rage and sniffing the air from the shed behind us. "Then we'll deal with it," my grandfather whispered. I heard the first heavy booming steps as the creatures gave chase, running over the corn plants and knocking them down with a wispy echoing sound. By the time we got to the forest, the creatures had circled us. Some had run ahead, and some followed close behind, but they kept a distance of 10 feet or so, as if simply watching and stalking. My grandfather stopped and raised his gun. With a deafening boom, he shot at the first silhouette he saw on the trail. The bullet went high, and with a deep growl, the creature disappeared into the brush. My grandfather motioned us forward, and we walked down the trail, close together in a group. Anytime he saw the slightest movement, he would shoot in that direction. One of the creatures seemed to have been hit, and on the trail, I saw black blood shining under the moonlight. Drops disappeared into ferns and prickers that surrounded the trail, and for a moment, I thought I saw eyes gleaming through the brush. Then they were gone. My grandmother reached out for my hand. "It's gonna be okay," she said reassuringly, patting me. "We've survived this before. We'll make it this time." My grandfather shook his head, but he said nothing. As we got to the Jeffersons' place, I saw lights shining in every window. Hope soared in me until I saw the bodies strewn across the porch. The mother had her head ripped off. I saw a body with a blood-stained dress, the neck a mess of gore and bones. Looking up, I saw the head staged neatly on a metal fence post, the spike driving into the throat. Her eyes looked blank, her expression a mask of horror. The mouth stood slightly open, and the lips looked blue. The rest of the family lay around her, disemboweled, their eyes ripped out, the soft flesh eaten off of their faces. My grandmother pulled me to the side, looking over at my grandfather. Then she began laughing. He turned to her, confused. My pets, she said in an insane voice. "They're here for you, though they take whatever they want. Hungry work, you know." "What?" my grandfather asked, a certainty and bitterness crossing his eyes as he stared at his wife with distrust. "I know you were sleeping with Miss Keller," my grandmother said, her eyes turning black and her features savage. She grinned, showing all her teeth. My grandfather stepped back, muttering excuses and saying how it wasn't true. "You killed them?" he asked. "And you did all this?" "I did what I had to do, to protect me and my grandson from monsters like you," she said, and with a nod of her head, the creatures came out of the woods, grabbing my grandfather and dragging him away. He shot his gun, emptying the clip and blowing apart the heads of 3 or 4, but a dozen more followed from behind, hissing and biting at the air. I heard his screams and the breaking of his bones as they ravaged him, biting and stomping on him, ripping at his throat and face. Soon, he disappeared into the darkness, and the last gurgling screams echoed back to us. My grandmother turned to me, her normal placid friendly expression back on her face. "Well," she said, "that was quite a day. I could really go for some ice cream." And so, we turned around and left, and I never asked her about any of it. My grandmother recently died, and I found a book in the attic while cleaning out the farmhouse. It looked like it had a cover made of human skin, and in the middle it said, in blood red letters, summoning spells and necromancy.
I want to tell you about the most turbulent time in my life. There was a 3-month period where my world just crumbled. The woman I was going to marry moved to Europe to pursue higher education. My father passed away from a sudden illness, and the imports company I worked for was uprooted and moved southwest to Cairo. I had no choice but to take what little life I had and follow the company. I signed up with an agency to help me find a place to stay. I had to get something fast or risk losing my job. It wasn't all bad though. By staying with the company when almost half the staff left, I had an increased seniority. I was reassigned to help with foreign contracts and overseeing customs agreements, meaning a lot of late-night phone calls and video conferences with people in distant countries. I was busy keeping my head above water. I tried to sleep as little as possible, as my heart hurt whenever things got too quiet. I devoted myself to my work, hoping my intrusive thoughts would quiet down over time. Because if they didn't, well, that was hell on earth. I was lucky. There was an opening for an apartment on short notice. The rent was surprisingly cheap, and it was a nice neighborhood. There was a notice about there being an adjoining shop downstairs, but that it had limited opening hours, and the rent was cheaper to compensate. I looked over the floor plan and couldn't find anything to complain about. 2 rooms, a kitchen, a bathroom, and a storage closet. It was all I needed. No one seemed to have anything bad to say about the owner either. Now, I could have signed up to look at the apartment before I signed the lease, but I was afraid I might lose my spot in the queue. It was a very attractive deal, both location-wise and rent-wise. To find a place like that on short notice, it's almost unheard of. The agency I'd used was equally surprised. "This never happens," one of them told me over the phone. "At the end of the day, it's up to you. But I can promise you that lightning won't strike twice." So yeah, I took it. The apartment building didn't really stand out. It was 3 floors tall with a smooth red exterior, white arched windows next to shaded balconies facing away from the sun, a little shop on the corner, and a set of ornate glass double doors leading to an entryway. There had been a couple of abandoned building sites on the way there, but this building was situated at the edge of a residential area, overlooking a pristine field of grass. It was beautiful. There was a bronze plaque hanging above the door. It was old, by the looks of it. "I bring you respite in the house of rest." That was a name I'd heard in passing. The building had an address, like everything else, but the locals seemed to refer to it as the House of Rest. I liked the sound of it. The entry was filled with beautiful handcrafted hexagon ceramic tiles. The floor must have been cleaned recently. I could almost see my reflection in it. There was a smooth breeze blowing through the hallway, and it's as if all the hustle and bustle of the city stopped at the closing of the doors. It was quiet, so refreshingly quiet. The agency had given me a key to the mailbox, which is where I got the keys to the apartment. I was up on the 3rd floor. There was no elevator, but I figured I could do with some exercise. Good for the legs. There was a total of 16 apartments in the House of Rest. 6 on the bottom floor, 6 on the middle floor, and 4 on the top. The top apartments were a bit smaller, but were rumored to have the best view. The mailbox already had a piece of paper sticking out, an advertisement for a local restaurant. I could see the same blue-tinted paper sticking out of all the other mailboxes as well. I brought it along, figuring I might as well check it out someday after work. I didn't know anyone in town, but that wasn't going to stop me from celebrating a little. I opened the mailbox, got my keys, and went up to my apartment. I didn't see anyone else when I went up there, but I could hear them. People laughing, some playing the piano, a jingle from the radio playing in a distant room. It was lively, but not intrusive. I quite enjoyed it. Made me feel a little less alone. Going up to the 3C apartment, I was a bit hesitant. I figured maybe it was all too good to be true. Maybe this was where the scam revealed itself. But no, I was wrong. It was wonderful.
Bright open spaces with a view of the grassy field on the side, and a bustling street on the other. An old-fashioned kitchen, much like the one I grew up in. The apartment was clean, well kept, and there was a perfect corner space for my at-home office. I couldn't have asked for a better place. I could breathe a sigh of relief. Things were finally going my way. It took me a couple of days to get things up and running. I got some new furniture and carpets. I explored the neighborhood and tried the restaurant from the flyer. They had an amazing hibachi. Heaven. I could get most of my necessities from the corner shop. They were only open for a few hours every day, but the prices were low, and there was a discount for residents. The same old man tended the store every day. He must have been in his 70s, but he always had a smile on his face, and was so used to handling money that he could hand out exact change without looking at the bills. All in all, it was shaping up to be a great place to live. It really encompassed its namesake, the house of rest. My mother was very traditional, and I was raised with certain practices. Now, I'm from a younger generation, and a lot more flexible, but there are traditions and customs that I adhere to. For example, I attend a mosque for the Maghrib prayer, and I take some time out of my week to leave for Jumu'ah. I couldn't look my mother in the eye if I didn't. But it's also a comfort that I've grown accustomed to. It's a part of me. The first Jumu'ah I attended in that neighborhood surprised me. I saw no neighbors leave the house of rest to attend, so I first thought they might attend somewhere else. I asked one of the other attendants, but they weren't sure. They didn't know anyone who lived there except for the shopkeeper. People can have a lot of reasons not to attend, but the man had said something unusual. That he didn't know anyone who lived there. These were people from the neighborhood. How could no one know who lived there? Now, I was still settling into things. About 2 weeks passed, and I got into a comfortable routine. I had everything I needed, and no one bothered me. Sure, work was a hassle, but with the low rent I was paying, I could work less hours if I wanted to and still make it through the month with a bit to save. As the company was restructuring and hiring new people, I got some unexpected time off. This could have been a blessing, but it really wasn't. I had to stop myself from looking up what was going on in the life of the woman I'd lost. There were images and videos of her laughing, making friends, learning a new language. It was devastating, not only because I missed her, but because it made me question my choices. I lay awake at night wondering if I should have dropped everything and gone with her. But instead of dwelling on it, I tried to make the best of what I had. And in that space of thought, my mind kept wandering back to the curious fact of my neighbors. How come no one knew them? And why had I never seen them? I would hear them sometimes. I could hear them talking, laughing, cooking. They were behind the closed doors, but they were there. I was sure of it. I could hear individual conversations if I listened closely, but I didn't want to be rude. At night, walking around outside, I could see light shining from their windows. I could hear them walking around if I listened at their doors, but I couldn't find any names or phone numbers. Their mailboxes just had written addresses. There was no way to tell who lived where. But coming home from the shop on the corner, I noticed something curious. I'd lived at the house of rest for 4 weeks by then, and walking past the mailboxes, I noticed something blue sticking out. The same flyer for the restaurant that I'd received on that very first day was still there in every mailbox, but mine. No one had gone outside to check their mail for weeks. This caused me some concern. I decided to go down to the corner shop and ask the shopkeeper. I figured he'd worked there for years, maybe decades. He must have seen someone at some point. I waited until a couple of kids scurried out, and then I walked up to him. A small TV kept running in the corner, but he didn't pay any attention to it. His eyes were all on me, with an inviting smile. "Excuse me," I said. "Do you know any of the people in this building?" He looked at me with that same smile, but said nothing. "Excuse me?" I repeated.
Do you know them? Anyone? He laughed a little and offered me a cigarette. I took it. You don't speak? I asked.
Little,
He said.
very little.
He had this raspy old voice, and he pointed to his throat. I didn't press him about it, and instead went outside with him to enjoy my smoke. This man's beard was as ashen as his cigarette, but it fit him somehow. We just stood there for a moment, in silence, watching the busy street. People rushing by like the blood of a vein. There was something organic to it, and just stepping back for a moment calmed my nerves. I don't think it was the cigarette. It was the perspective.
Yafiu,
The old man said.
Tupi.
Yafiu? I repeated. You know him? The old man nodded, giving me a tap on the shoulder. As he went back inside, he looked back at me a final time.
Good man.
Now, I didn't want to just barge in on Yafiu, but I figured I'd keep an eye out. I'd never set foot on the second floor. I had no reason to, but I couldn't help being curious about what kind of people my neighbors were. There had to be a reason why so many of them never left. Maybe there was another reason the rent was so cheap. Another week passed. I was getting into a routine where I rarely had to leave home. Apart from going out to pray, I pretty much never left my apartment. The corner shop had gotten some of my favorite food brands, so most food and drink that I wanted could be bought right downstairs. It really became my haven. Going outside and getting bombarded by the sounds of the city grew increasingly frustrating. I still had to leave for in-office work a couple of times a month, and when I did, I longed to get back home. One time, after returning from a long day, I saw a man leaving the house of rest. He was about my age, but wore surprisingly old-fashioned clothes. I walked up to him, trying to get his attention. He turned to me with a calm demeanor, his hands open. Are you Yafiu? I asked. Yes, that's me, he said. The old man at the corner told me you live here. I said. I just moved in, so we're neighbors. A neighbor, he smiled. What a blessing. Come, dinner's on me. There was no way to say no. I could tell he wouldn't accept it. And besides, this was the first neighbor I'd spoken to. I had to know more. Yafiu told me he lived in the house of rest with his wife Rashida for years. He was originally a repairman, but he'd sold his business for a hefty profit and was technically in between jobs. But there was no hurry. With rents this cheap, I can live off that cell for years, he said. I only do some extra work on the side when I want to get Rashida something special. What about the others who live there? I asked. Do you know any other neighbors? No, he said, matter-of-factly. We all keep to ourselves. It's our piece of heaven. No need to bother it. It really is a house of rest, I said. It really is. We're very blessed. Before we went our separate ways, there was one question I'd forgotten to ask. So before we said goodbye, I turned to him. I have to ask, I said. What were you doing today? He turned to me with a cheeky smile. I must confess, I have a vice, he said. I get a bottle of red wine for my wife and a pack of smokes. The good brand, not the cheap stuff from the store. It's my only indulgence, I swear. So that's it? A bottle and some cigarettes? Don't underestimate the little things, he said. They are the best and worst things in life. There wasn't much to say about that. He had a bottle he'd brought along, a fancy brand that he'd gotten from downtown. As Yafiu turned to leave, he looked back a final time and waved. If you smoke indoors, sit at the open window, he said. You can't smoke inside, but they don't check the open windows. As he wandered off, I assumed he was talking about the owners, but that was another thing. I'd never met them either. But what did he mean by them checking the windows? Who did? When? In the late hours of the night, when I was working at my office desk, I would think about that. What did Yafiu mean? Was it just a friendly reminder to keep the apartment in good shape? Or was it something more literal? I couldn't tell. Were the owners that strict? I tried to go and talk to him a couple of times, but he never opened the door. I figured he was busy or out doing something, but without a clear answer, my mind was left wandering. So in a sudden lapse of judgment, I decided to challenge this thought head on. So one night, I stood by my closed window and lit a cigarette. Now, I can't say for sure what I was expecting. I don't think I was expecting anything at all, really. Maybe someone would ask me to put it out, but no, nothing happened. I was a bit disappointed, really, but as I turned to flick the ash off, I noticed something. The soothing breeze turning to an icy sting. The flavored smoke in my mouth turning sour. There was this warmth on my shoulder, as if someone was looking at my neck. I could feel my heart skip a beat, as if something was judging me from afar, like I was about to get scolded, like a frightened child. I stepped away from the window, hastily putting away the rest of my cigarettes. Imagination or not, I couldn't explain that sense of unease, as if breaking the rules wasn't just something frowned upon, but a fundamental wrong. Then, footsteps. It was loud and fast coming down the hall. The other tenants had been sleeping for hours, and yet, they somehow seemed even more quiet. The footsteps stopped outside my door. I didn't dare to move. Something in the door cracked, as a great weight pushed against it, making the hinges creak. I took a few steps forward, waving my hands as if to clear the air. "I'm sorry," I called out. "I'm sorry, it won't happen again. I'm throwing them out. Sorry, I'm sorry." The creaking stopped. I just stood there, watching, waiting for the footsteps to continue. Then the hinges creaked again, as the weight pushed off the door, and someone retreated into the building. I couldn't unlearn this. There was something in that apartment building watching me. While the house of rest was an amazing place to live, I couldn't stay with that kind of pressure hanging over my head. I reached out to the agency about getting a new place, but they warned me it could be a matter of months. So for now, I had to keep my head down and hope for the best. After that night, I would notice little details around the building. For example, there were drag marks on the tiles of the top floors by the stairs leading to the roof, as if someone had pulled something heavy. The locks on the mailboxes were all a bit frayed, which didn't make sense to me. There were still these blue papers sticking out of them. If someone checked these mailboxes so frequently that the lock was getting janky, why didn't they remove the flyers? And finally, there was the basement. It's not uncommon to lock the basement of an apartment building to keep nosy tenants from messing around with things they shouldn't. But there was a drainage slit in the floor, as if ready to clean up large amounts of liquid with a spray hose. So while my life continued, it did so with a tinge of doubt. I was anxious. I still kept my schedule of working at night and attending prayer, but I wasn't feeling the same sense of calm anymore. I was anxious about going home. I didn't know what to expect. I decided that I ought to try talking to my neighbors again. For real this time. I needed answers, and if I couldn't get them, I would leave that place come hell or high water. So after Jumu'ah, I went home with the intent to go door to door. So I did, floor by floor. I could hear them, different voices doing different things, talking, eating, listening to music. But as soon as I knocked, they went quiet. No one came to open, not even Yafeyu. I wanted to go back to my place and close my eyes to the whole thing, but I couldn't. I couldn't pretend like there was nothing going on. So I checked the floors again for something drastic. I found it on the top floor of the building, a fire alarm. I pulled it. I had to get people out of those apartments, and I had to know what was going on. I was a bad neighbor, but if this continued, I wouldn't be a neighbor at all. But the alarm did nothing. It was disconnected. So while this building was in pretty good shape, it was old-fashioned.
It had a sort of grimy PA system in place, with speakers lining the hallways. Looking around on the bottom floor, I found a white side door leading to a supply closet with the PA system controls. I couldn't help but notice how well used the cleaning supplies were. There was even a garden hose for spraying away liquid of some kind. I turned on the PA system and heard it crackle to life. It was old, but functional, if barely. I had to click the button a couple of times to get it to work. And as a first test, it only picked up every third syllable or so. My voice barely carried through the old wires, coming out as a distorted, crackling mess. But after a couple of seconds of adjusting and holding the cable at just the right angle, it worked. "Please exit the premise," I said. "You need to leave your apartment. This is a temporary measure." I didn't recognize my voice, and it carried so slow that I could hear myself on the floors above. This had to do the trick. If this didn't work, nothing would. I hurried up to the second floor. Every door was closed, and it was quieter than usual. Then, one by one, the doors would open. Doors clicked and swung open, tentatively. Careful eyes looked outside, scanning the premise for answers. There was Yafeyu, of course. Next to him, his wife Rashida. But there were others too. Beautiful young couples, some with children. Each and every one of them, a picture-perfect couple or family. And all of them as healthy and well cared for as you could hope for. They started walking out into the hallway. I could hear the same happening on the floor above. "What's going on?" someone asked. "Is there a problem?" "Do we need to leave?" another asked. "He said we shouldn't leave." "I don't want to leave," someone added. "Please, please don't make me. Please." The PA system crackled again as it rose to life. Everyone looked up. "Return to homes," it growled and spattered. "Go back inside." I couldn't tell if the distortion was from the voice of the speaker or the struggling electronics, but the people weren't sticking around to get an answer. A heartbeat later, they threw themselves back into their apartments. The final face I saw was Yafeyu, apologetically closing and locking his front door. I hurried up the stairs, rushing towards my apartment. Something was moving downstairs. I could hear footsteps rushing at full speed, hot on my trail. I didn't look back. I just hurried back to my apartment, grabbed my keys, and slipped. The keys sailed across the hallway, leading somewhere in the harsh shadow of a sharp overhead light. And someone joined me in the hallway. The old man from the shop. His back was straighter, and he looked taller. I just looked at him, not knowing what to expect. Then, he spoke. It was the same raspy old voice as I'd heard down in the shop, but there was something else to it. It wasn't just a tired old voice. It was something deeper. It wasn't just a sick man. It was something inhuman, struggling to find speech in something not designed to talk. And as his eyes reflected in the dark, like a cat on the hunt, he spoke again. "You." I rushed forward, grabbing my keys. He ran towards me. Not just a brisk jog, but a full-on sprint. I could never have anticipated how fast he was. I fumbled with my keys as they stuck to my sweaty palms, and I barely got back inside before he got to me. I closed the door, but didn't get a chance to lock it. Before my fingers could reach, the door bust wide open, leaning off its hinges. The old man was tall enough for his head to reach the ceiling, but it wasn't a normal height. It was something unnatural about his proportions. As his neck extended, his head brushed against the ceiling and bent backwards at a breakneck angle. As his limbs grew elongated and boneless, his head leaned backwards, as if looking backwards. But the body never turned away from me. His arms, now longer than my entire body, pushed me across the room, breaking my kitchen table as I bruised my tailbone.
"You defy sanctuary?
It spat.
You defy rest?"
With a single arm,
It pulled the oven out of the wall and grabbed a live wire connected to it. Without skipping a beat, it pulled on the wire, ripping it straight out of the wall. While still connected, it sparked and popped in protest as he moved closer. "You were hurting," it continued. "You were ready." It stabbed the wire past me and into my workspace, bursting my computer wide open with a violent bang. It was so hot that one of the windows cracked. "This will not fall into ruin," it growled. "It is no house of flies." With its free arm, it grabbed my shirt, pulling me up to my feet. I was choking on my own spit as I looked into a shapeless flesh-like void. As the old man's skin came apart, all that was left underneath was a strangely textured dark, like a walking night. "This will not corrupt," it growled, pulling me closer. "It is no house of lies." With the last bit of air in my lungs, I wheezed out what words I could. It's a house of rest," I whispered. "Sanctuary. Home. Home," it repeated. It poked a long finger into my chest, and I felt my breath turn cold. "Where heart is." Something ached in me, something terrible and deep, like my nerves turning upside down. It forced my eyes back into my skull, as if I was trying to look at my own spine. As I collapsed to the floor, gasping for air, it was gone. Thundering footsteps disappeared down the hall, leaving me with a pounding bruise on my chest. I tore my shirt and looked for bleeding. There was a massive bruise that reminded me of a sunflower, right over my chest with a thumbprint in the middle. By morning, that bruise would have turned a sickly blue. Minutes later, I got back on my feet. I stumbled into the hall and down the stairs. I almost tripped on my own feet, but by the time I got to the bottom floor, that bruise was burning me, and with every step I took closer to the front door, it burned even more. I could feel my pulse skipping a beat and changing pace. There was a twist in my stomach as my lungs contracted, spilling out a mouthful of blood on the pristine floor. I could challenge it and press further, but I would die, so I didn't. Turning to go back upstairs, I'd see the old man staring at me from the basement door, observing me, not saying a word, just clutching a garden hose to clean up the blood from his precious floor. The next morning, the old man came to my apartment. He fixed the walls, the door, everything. He brought along some groceries and a brand new work laptop, the same kind they used at the office. I have no idea where he got it from, or how he knew where to get one. He had the oven hooked up by dinner time. I noticed how he never once reacted to hearing the adhan, the call to prayer. He didn't even look at me twice when I brought out my prayer mat. He just kept working. I didn't know what to do. I could ask someone for help, but I was afraid of what would happen if I left. There was something inside me that didn't want me to leave, and I'd never heard of anything like it before. But then again, even if I left, where would I go? What would I do? I could see why everyone stayed inside. It was easy. The old man would come up with groceries, and he would get you anything you asked for. A new computer, a phone, fresh fruit, anything you might need to keep yourself calm and controlled. So for about a week, I stayed in the house of rest. I didn't leave for the Maghrib as I used to. I didn't leave for Jamua. I didn't have any hawashi at the restaurant down the street. I stayed inside, praying for guidance. It was the most gilded cage you can imagine. It was so simple to let yourself be trapped. All you had to do was accept that this was as good as it would get. But I couldn't accept it. I just couldn't. That place may have been perfect, but I wasn't. Every day, I would roam the halls. I'd walk up and down, looking for answers. And every time those footsteps came back, I'd hurry back inside like nothing had happened. I wouldn't tempt fate.
and I wouldn't attempt to leave. I would play by the rules, which made me think of Yafeyu. I managed to catch him leaving his apartment once. He looked displeased to see me as he leaned back against his front door. "You made him mad," he said. "Bad idea." "But you can leave," I said. "How can you do that?" "He lets me," he said. "It's only a small indulgence. A little wine, a pack of smokes. There's a trust. I've never had the urge to escape. So, he doesn't care." "And you're accepting this?" I scoffed. "You want this, Yafeyu?" "I have everything I need." He smiled. "I'm sheltered, I'm in love, my belly is full. This is the answer to my prayers. Isn't it yours too?" I thought about it. In many ways, yes. If I stopped working altogether, the old man would let me stay. I was sure of it. I'd still have food on my table. Hell, I'd probably have shows to stream on my laptop. And judging by the other people who lived there, he would keep me happy and healthy for as long as he could. Maybe he could even keep me young, like the others, as time passed. But there were things he couldn't heal, and there were things I didn't want to surrender. Not yet. "I can't stay," I admitted. "I will die." Yafeyu looked me up and down. There was something resolute in his expression, an understanding. Perhaps in the way we were different, could he see my pain. He walked up to me, handing me one of the fancy cigarettes from his pack. "Then remember what I said when you smoke," Yafeyu whispered. "Open the window. He doesn't check an open window." "I'm not interested in—" "No, my friend, listen," he repeated. "He doesn't check the open window." That night, I opened the window and lit my cigarette. I took in the bustling sound of the city and leaned out. It was a long drop from the 3rd floor. My heart was pounding, but not like it had been when I tried to leave on the 1st floor. Yafeyu was a genius. This thing didn't expect me to climb out of a window. Maybe it was so rigid in its rules and regulations that it couldn't fathom the window being used as an exit. I couldn't imagine what it would be like to break the rules. Using a bedsheet, I leaned out. I was having second thoughts. My heart was pounding, but I couldn't tell why. Was I dying? Or just deathly nervous? I felt around with the sole of my left foot, trying to find a grip. But no, the exterior was a smooth red. There was nothing to grab. Instead, I settled on dangling out of the window, clinging to the bedsheet for dear life. At some point, my hand slipped. I fell and smacked the corner of an arched window, sending me into a roll. I hit the ground at an angle, bruising 2 ribs and knocking my shoulder out of its socket. But I was alive. Screaming, but alive. I could hear the crackling of the PA system from the house. As a furious scream curled over the airways, I could see the lights of my apartment go on and off. I heard glass and wood break as something tore through it. People were gathering on the street, thinking there'd been a brawl, that I'd been thrown out of a window. Someone was filming, another was calling for help. As they carried me away, I saw the shadow of an old man linger in the open window, and on the floor below was Yafeyu, raising a lit cigarette at me. Other tenants joined him from their own windows, looking out at me with pity, shaking their heads, shedding a few tears. They weren't angry, they were mourning. And in a flurry of emergency services, pain, and raised voices, the house of rest disappeared from my sight. I haven't been back since. I never knew who to talk to. Everyone who I thought would listen had nothing to say. I learned quickly, after talking to my family, that my story sounds mad. I've tried to soften it, to say that the landlord was abusive, but they couldn't make sense of it. "Then why did you stay so long?" they'd ask. "And wasn't he just an old man?" You have to look at it for what it really is. You have to hear and believe the full story. That's why I wanted to talk to you here.
One of the few places where I think a voice can be really heard. But I'm not going back, and I never will. The bruise on my chest has long since turned into little black strings. Most of the time it just looks like roots, but it flares up sometimes. When it does, the surrounding skin gets this mild tint of blue, like the image of a strange sunflower. I can also kind of see it in the cold. It's like it's always there, waiting just under the skin. Not too long ago, I reconnected with my lost love in Europe. I think she might have been what kept me from being complacent in the house of rest, and I'm so grateful for it. Without her, I wouldn't have seen the cage for what it was. She says she misses me too, and in a couple of weeks, I'll be going abroad to be with her again. But I wanted to share this story before I go. I wanted to talk openly about it this one last time, and then never again, because even now, I can't help but think I might have made a mistake, that I might have turned away something that could have been perfect, that if I'd only stuck to the rules and kept my head down, maybe everything would have worked out. But then I get that ache in my chest, and I can't tell what it is. It might be the threat of something vast and inhuman, claiming me as its own, or it might be a heart that I willingly give. Either way, I know that I will never return to the house of rest, not as I am, nor as I will be. When my sister Shelby disappeared, even when they declared her dead, I knew she was still alive. I could feel it. And I was right. Sort of. And so, here I am, sitting in my car at 2:10 a.m., near a darkened bus stop that probably hasn't seen another visitor in decades, waiting for her, despite being warned of the consequences. I'm writing to distract myself from the nearly overwhelming, increasingly strong prey instinct to run, the urge to put as much distance as possible between myself and what I can only describe as the receding nothingness beyond the tree line. 28 years ago, Shelby was driving through Mayerton, a tiny town I'd never heard of until I got the call from the police, until it became the last place my sister was seen before seemingly falling off the face of the earth. I'm still not sure why Shelby was there in the first place. It was far out of the way from Billings, where she'd been headed, but I suppose that'll be one more thing I'll never get the answer to. Not from her, at least. They declared her dead. When the Mayerton police called me, they told me they found her car, that bright red 2015 Mini Cooper she loved so much, wrapped around a tree on the side of the road. If she'd been in the car when they found it, maybe I'd have been more inclined to agree with them. The car was mostly totaled, but what did remain of the interior, it was immaculate. There was no blood. Her purse and suitcase were there, Key still in the ignition. It was still locked from the inside. Everything was still in the car. Everything. Except for my sister. But the local authorities told me she was dead. And despite my pleas for them to look for her, they straight up refused. No need, they said. So, I knew it was on me to find her. I was running late on my first visit to Mayerton, a delayed flight and mix-up with my rental car. When I finally landed, I wasn't approaching the town until it was nearly 12 a.m. To top off an already bad situation, I was lost. My GPS told me to take exit 19C, but I couldn't find it. I'd taken several U-turns and looped back a few times, and each time grew more and more frustrated as I'd seen 19A, 19B, and then exit 20. It's not like 19C was recently closed either. The guardrails were perfect, seamless, and beyond the highway was nothing but trees and craggy rock. No, it was more like there wasn't an exit 19C. There never had been. And to further exacerbate my building anxiety, my GPS refused to provide me with an alternate route. As far as Google Maps was concerned, the only way into Mayerton was to take an exit that didn't exist. After 3 more loops around the highway, I finally gave up and stopped at a craggy motel, conveniently located off exit 19B. I asked the guy at the desk if he could suggest a way to get to town, since at that point, I had no clue how I was supposed to find Mayerton. He looked tired, and not merely 1 a.m. tired. No, he looked exhausted by life tired, and didn't even bother glancing up from the book he was reading when he dismissively told me, "It'll be back in the morning." The exit? I asked, sarcasm a thin veneer, as I tried masking my racked nerves and that I was on the verge of tears. Or the town? He just shrugged, non-committally. I lost it in that moment. Head in hands, I broke down sobbing on the dingy check-in desk of that seedy motel. He was kind enough to ask if I was okay, and I instantly found myself telling him everything. Why I was headed there, how unhelpful the authorities were, how I knew the only way I'd find her is if I went searching for her myself. After a brief silence, he quietly confided that he'd also lost someone. His fiancée had gone to Mayerton several years ago, and she too had disappeared. Did they ever find her? I asked it automatically, even though I was fairly sure I already knew the answer, based on the decades worth of misery etched into his face. So, it took me by surprise when he nodded. He stared off into space for the longest time, before he whispered, "I wish they hadn't." He introduced himself as Gary, and told me that my sister Shelby was gone, that nothing good could possibly come from me going to look for her. When he couldn't talk me into turning around and going back home, he offered me a room for the night. As he handed me the key, he reluctantly told me that 19C would be back at 2 a.m., but would be gone by 11 p.m. the next night. I knew he was messing with me, that no road would magically appear. I figured I'd try to get some sleep, and then drive to the next town over to see if someone else would help me. So, you can imagine my utter shock the next morning, when, sure enough, just like Gary had assured me, where before there had been a solid metal guardrail, there was an exit. I'd found 19C. The worn gravel and pilling paint of the off-ramp seemed to indicate a well-traveled road. So, I followed the winding one-lane road through the trees, and I was confused yet relieved when I found my way to Mayerton. That relief was short-lived. The police were somehow even more unhelpful in person, insisting Shelby was gone and I should go home. Move on. It didn't matter that she'd only been missing a couple of days. It didn't matter that there wasn't a body. I wasted hours at the station, changing nothing, convincing no one. The case was closed, they told me. As far as they were concerned, my sister was dead. Now, based on what I've learned, I almost wish she was. that would have been more merciful, a kindness, even. As I continued my own search for her, the longer I lingered, the more I realized that something was very, very wrong with the town of Mayerton. Every single house that wasn't already demolished sat abandoned, the structure slowly being reclaimed by overgrown lawns and encroaching woods. The sidewalks were empty of people, and I only saw 2 other cars on the road in all the hours I was there. The few businesses that remained open had only a handful of customers inside, and they were clearly not happy to see me there. Every single person I asked told me the same thing. It was eerie, how their responses were so similar, almost word for word as if rehearsed, that they'd never seen my sister before, that there was nothing for me in their town, and I needed to leave. And then, what seemed like a genuine sadness, they were sorry for my loss. Eventually, 10:50 p.m. rolled around, and I'd still found nothing. The stores were all closed at 10 p.m. Even those traditionally open for 24 hours elsewhere were closed 10 p.m. to 3 a.m. I'd watched the town shut down, watched it empty of people. So, frustrated, I pulled into one of the many empty parking lots, and I stared at the shadowy expanse of trees where her car had been found. The air was stale and heavy with an unnerving silence, thick enough to choke on. It was in that moment, as I sat in the red glow of the shut-down pumps, of the only open 19 hours gas station I'd ever seen in my life, that I first picked up on a hint of wrongness in the air. I could suddenly feel that there was something out there beyond my line of sight, something waiting just past the trees, something terrible. I realized that Gary and the handful of people I've encountered were right. I needed to leave. I had that epiphany a little too late, because what began to happen next was the cherry on top of my shit Sunday of a day. As I took a final look into the trees, as if they could give me a sign, an answer, a darkness unlike anything else I'd ever witnessed began to seep through them, swallowing them. It choked out the light from the moon. It was like a curtain of nothingness, a presence only detectable by the absence of everything it touched. It carried with it a smell of burning meat, mingled with rotting fruit that suddenly flooded through my open windows. I found myself frozen as it approached. As it swallowed the houses down the street, I could feel a strong sense of emptiness, one that sucked the air out of my lungs, threatening to crush me. At the same time, it felt right, an extended invitation towards the embrace of nothingness, towards something ancient and insatiable. The encroaching darkness swallowed the crimson glow from the gas station pumps. It was only the realization that the blackness had begun to nullify the light of my headlights that snapped me out of it. I 3-point turned my way the hell out of there, peeling out and pushing 65 down the winding road out of town. In that moment, I was thankful the town was empty of police too. Approaching on the ramp at 10:59, I didn't understand what was happening at first, why the road I was driving along looked faded. That's when I saw something metal shimmering faintly in the distance. It didn't look solid, as if it wasn't entirely there. So it took me a moment to realize what it was. A guardrail. I tried to swerve and slam on the brakes before I hit it, but I was going almost 90 by that point, and the laws of physics and I had differing opinions on what the correct stopping distance would be. I braced for an ending that I wondered if my body would even feel, brain even register, but none came. No. Instead of the sound of metal on metal, my ears were met with the angry honking of the person I'd cut off. As I measly swerved onto I-15, I was back on the highway, the light of Gary's seedy little motel visible from across the way. I took one last glance at the place where exit 19C had once been, and once again ceased to be. I didn't know what else to do, so I went back to the motel, breathless, describing every moment of my ordeal to Gary. He didn't look even remotely fazed by my story, instead opting to stare into space. I realized that the police were right. She really was gone.
She'll be back. Well, part of her will, he finally told me, perhaps in response to the look of hopelessness that must have been written on my face. 2:30 a.m., 28 days after she first disappeared, at the bus stop off of Main Street.
Are you sure?
That's where they always come back.
He smiled sadly before engrossing himself back in his book. That was weeks ago. As of this morning, it's been 28 days since Shelby first disappeared. I touched down in Billings and made the 6-hour drive to the outskirts of Mayerton, waiting patiently for the exit to appear. I debated stopping by to see Gary, but decided against it. He'd asked me not to tell him if I chose to go back. He said he didn't want whatever happened to me on his conscience. But it's 2:29 a.m. now, and here I am anyway, sitting at the ancient bus stop in the empty city of Mayerton, a city that has only recently returned to existence. Staring into the last of the receding darkness, I can see Shelby in the distance now, pale in the faint moonlight, barefoot, immaculate for someone missing for a month, and emerging from the woods. I found her. Even from here, I can feel something radiating from her. An emptiness, a yearning, hollowness, a hunger for something far more precious than mere flesh and bone. I should be running to embrace her. I should be ecstatic. Instead, I'm frozen, overtaken by another emotion entirely, one I've never felt before around my sister. Fear. No, not just fear. An overwhelming, suffocating terror. It's not just that now familiar emptiness that radiates from her, the same way it did from the beckoning nothingness when it nearly claimed me last month. It's not even the way her skin seems too tight on her frame, or that she's taller than I remember. No, it's that awful, predatory smile on my sister's face, one I have not seen in all of our 26 years together. She moves as gracefully as she did in life, but in her eyes, I see only death. I realize, as I watch the palpable nothingness incarnate that is wrapped in my sister's flesh, that I'm not sure what exactly she wants, what it is that she hungers for. In a way, I wish she hadn't come back. I should have believed those that told me she was gone, because she is. She is utterly devoid of everything that had made her my sister. As I fight the urge to run to the car, to leave Mayerton, before whatever it is that wears my sister's skin like a tight suit can reach me, I can't help but replay my final conversation with Gary in my head. So, I'd confirmed, she'll be back, in exactly 28 days from when she went missing. He nodded, no longer able to meet my eyes. But I need to warn you, Sheila. If you thought it was bad when she disappeared. He paused to stare past me and into the dark expanse of trees off the highway. It'll be 1,000 times worse when she comes back. I told him I knew I was doing the right thing, that trying to save my sister could never be a mistake. Oh God, she's closer now. I can't tell if she seeks to fill that void by dragging me back with her, or if the hunger is more primal, more literal. All I know is that the Shelby that disappeared, that I lost, is not the same Shelby that I see before me now. I'm frozen to the spot now, as if I'm trapped by her gaze. I'm going to share this while I still can. Maybe I made a mistake after all. I don't think my roommates are human anymore. This is a pretty explosive statement to make, but I have nowhere else to go. There's something seriously wrong with them. I've lived with them for almost 2 years now. They were my saving grace in my sophomore year of college, when I was at my worst mentally. It began around a month ago. I started losing time. Long stretches of time, whether it was night or day. I'd go for class or to the library to study, and suddenly wake up at home. I didn't remember walking back or what I'd been doing in that missing stretch of time. I thought it was stress-related or maybe health-related, so I went to see the campus doctor, but he just prescribed me sleeping pills and asked me questions about my diet and lifestyle, as if that had anything to do with the fact that I was blacking out for hours at a time, with no recollection of what I had been doing. It was the same every time. I woke up in bed with a gnawing hunger in my gut, like I hadn't eaten in weeks, and no memory of how I got there. It was definitely a weird situation, and paired with the fact that my roommates were acting increasingly weirder and less like themselves, I figured the two were linked. The thing with them wasn't too crazy at first. I mean, it was just something I noticed. For reasons which baffled me, the three of them were suddenly sensitive to the moon. And I don't mean that it caused them headaches or nausea. I mean, it affected them in ways which didn't make sense. Have you ever heard of the Transylvania effect? According to Discovery magazine, in the dark sky, the clouds shift, revealing the moon's eerie silver gleam, and the people on Earth below go mad. I wouldn't have called it going mad, but something was wrong with them, different, and it's always the full moon that triggers it. I first noticed it at Abigail Matheson's house party. I didn't drink much that night. I remember the night in clarity. I'm not a fan of crowds, so I lingered in Abigail's kitchen playing around on my phone. I only knew Abigail Matheson from Rowan and Emmy. They were in the same classes. I needed to find something to occupy my mind, or I was going to die of boredom. Most of the party was in the living room playing Mario Kart, and I was refilling my glass when I glimpsed Emmy's familiar blonde ponytail bouncing through straggling students grinding against each other. The party wasn't costume themed, but Emmy insisted on wearing a baby blue ribbon in her hair, which reminded me of a grown Disney character. Imogen Prairie was the human embodiment of a golden retriever. She is as adorable as she is naive, and is always smiling no matter the situation. I lifted my drink in greeting, about to shout her name, but then I saw the expression on her face. She looked wary. No, that's not the word. I can't describe her expression because I couldn't understand it myself. For once, Imogen wasn't smiling. Her eyes were wide, lips twitching into a scowl. Her movements were erratic as she headed into the kitchen, grabbing a glass of punch and downing it before striding towards the back window and pulling the blinds shut. Rowan, roommate number 2, was right behind her. They were talking in hushed whispers, their heads pressed together before Rowan noticed me. Rowan was what you would call pretentious cute, usually dressed in trench coats. His party outfit was oddly normal, shirt and jeans, a loose pair of glasses sitting on top of unruly brown curls. Rowan Beck resembled what he would call a normie. He fixed me with what I can only describe as a patient smile. "Nin, have you seen Kaz?" The copious amounts of lemonade I'd been drinking all night started to crawl back up my throat. His tone was different, darker, nothing like I knew. That was the first night I noticed something was wrong with him. "Huh?" I said stupidly. "Kaz?" Rowan raised a brow. "Yep, Kaz." He dragged out the Z. "The guy you live with? Have you seen him anywhere?" "I don't think so." I caught his sharp glance at the blinds. "Rowan, are you okay?" The man's gaze snapped to me. "I'm peachy." Rowan leaned against the table, his expression darkening. I sensed the desperation emitting from him, but it didn't make sense. Was Kaz in trouble? And why were they keeping it between them? What are we, little kids? His expression was sour, like he couldn't bear talking to me. Did Kaz by any chance? I don't know. He tapped out a tune on the countertop. Maybe go outside? Our third roomie had been MIA since the four of us walked in earlier. He made a comment about going to talk to a guy he was crushing on before disappearing into the crowd. I hadn't seen him since, which was very unlike Kaz. When it comes to games or anything playable, he's a competitive bastard. I expected him to be in the living room with the others, slamming buttons like his life depended on it. Instead, he was nowhere to be seen. I opened my mouth to speak, when Emmy stuck her head through the gap in the door. "He's fine," Emmy said, a streak of panic in her tone. She shooed me back in when I started forwards. "We've got this. Kaz is just, well, he's doing Kaz stuff." "Kaz stuff?" "Yeah." Imogen's smile was a little too big. "Like I said, we've got this." "Have we?" Rowan snapped. He raked his fingers down his face. "How do you lose a 23-year-old guy?" Emmy scowled, throwing a cup in his face. "He told me he was going to the bathroom," she said. "It's not like I could follow him." Rowan tossed a cup right back at her. "In these circumstances, yes, you should have followed him." Lowering his voice, Rowan pulled her closer, but I still heard him. "He could drown. What did I tell you about keeping the idiot away from the pool?" Imogen scoffed. "I'm sorry. How is that fair? Why don't you babysit?" "You offered." "Yeah, not for the whole night." Their argument was barely registering. "Drown? Nin, you stay here." Emmy grabbed a reluctant Rowan's arm. "We'll go get him." I nodded with a smile, but that didn't stop me from following them. I made it to the front door, almost tripping over myself. The party continued behind me, laughter and giddy screaming from the living room. In front of me, however, was something entirely different from the party. The front door was wide open, and the night sky bled inside the house. My three roommates stood on the threshold, their heads tipped back, eyes on the night sky, and the full moon bathing the dark in unearthly light. I've looked this phenomenon up, and it can be called moon drunk, but this had never happened before. I had lived with them for 2 years, and this was the first time they were entranced by the fucking moon of all things. Kaz was in front of the others, and I glimpsed a can of beer at his feet, spilling its contents onto the rough concrete. At first, I thought they were marveling the sight. I mean, it was beautiful enough to stare at and smile, maybe comment on it or take a photo. "Hey," I clapped my hands in Rowan's face. "What's going on?" He didn't even blink. Moving to Emmy and Kaz, I shook them. Still, nothing. They did move. Eventually, "See?" Rowan's voice was almost a breath, his gaze still on the sky. "We found him." When the music stopped, they came back to life, ignoring me, and bound back into the party with no explanation to what the hell just happened. Moon drunk was starting to make the most sense. I got my answer when I went back inside, and Kaz was raiding the refrigerator. I didn't think much of it until I saw pieces of raw bacon squelching between his fingers and stringy white sticking from his mouth. Now, there's getting the munchies, and there's willingly stuffing yourself with raw bacon. Kaz, the boy twisted around so fast, almost inhuman. Kaz slowly inclined his head, bacon fat caught between his teeth. There was a feral look in his eyes, which told me if I even attempted to stop him from feasting on raw pork, I'd lose a finger. His gaze tracked me like a predator,
Before turning back to his meal, I left him to whatever that was. Emmy, who hadn't paid attention to a guy since freshman year when she was assaulted at a party, was sitting in a random guy's lap, her lips latched to his ear. It was Emmy who looked to be the one in control, but even being moon drunk, I didn't want her anywhere near a guy, not when she was still in therapy. Before I could intervene, my housemate was yanking the guy to his feet in one pool and dragging him upstairs. To my shock though, it was the guy who pulled away from her. "What the fuck?" he hissed. "Get off me!" Emmy didn't seem fazed. She just offered him a smile and walked away, this time plonking herself in a girl's lap. It was strange behavior, considering Kaz was a vegetarian, and Imogen was terrified of intimacy. Rowan was acting, objectively, the least weird. I found him in the kitchen staring into his drink. When I tried talking to him, he responded with one-word answers, his eyes glued to whatever was so fucking fascinating about his glass of Diet Coke. Was it a dead fly? Rowan? I followed him around, trying to snap him out of it. His voice was almost sing-song. "Rowan!" He twisted around, doing a little dance, half-lidded eyes struggling to take me in. "What?" I tried to keep my patience. "Did you know your best friend is currently gnawing on raw pig?" I regretted my words 10 seconds after saying them. This guy was going to be zero help. So? Rowan settled me with a childish grin. "You know what you are, Nin?" I didn't answer, already expecting a stupid answer. Rowan threw a plastic cup at me. Cuphead. Comedic genius. "What the fuck is going on?" I hissed, only for him to lean forward and blow in my face. "Do you like chicken tenders?" he asked, before bursting into childlike giggles. Rowan spent the rest of the evening aimlessly walking around with a stupid smile on his face. He called me Cuphead for 3 hours straight. All 3 of them had that same mystified grin, and I couldn't snap them out of it. After the party, I noticed the following full moon. They seemed to go 0 to 100 in terms of personality changes. Kaz would spontaneously decide to go visit his parents in another state for no reason. Rowan obsessed with blocking every window to avoid moonlight spilling in, and insisted the whole house had to be protected with duct tape, covering every window and reflective surface. As for me, I was locked inside my room with the curtains drawn, forced to wear headphones with music playing. There was only one rule I had to follow, and when I questioned it, I got the same answer from all 3. Trust us. They wanted me to trust them when Kaz was gnawing on raw meat like an animal during a full moon. Emmy was throwing herself at random guys and girls, and Rowan went into a trance-like state when he caught sight of anything reflective. I understood the moon was affecting them in ways I couldn't understand, but locking me in my room until morning was overkill. I was the only one who wasn't affected by the moon's light, and yet they treated me like I was in trouble too. Despite being overly reluctant, I agreed to their rules. I stayed in my room and listened to music as loud as it would go. According to them, I couldn't at any point remove my headphones. After playing half of my Spotify playlist, I drifted off, and before I knew what was happening, I was waking up with sunlight poking through the blinds, feeling like shit, a gnawing hunger in my gut which splintered into nausea. There were differences that jumped out at me when I pried my eyes open, blinking through intense sunlight. I was wearing different clothes. I remembered I'd changed into a shirt and shorts for bed, but I was dressed for the day. I didn't remember drinking anything before falling asleep, but an empty glass was on my bedside, except my mouth was parched, my lips dry. I didn't question it. I wanted to, but anything was possible. Maybe I was the delusional one. I was blacking out, so maybe I dressed myself without knowing.
and then slipped downstairs and grabbed a drink of water in the early morning. After that night, things seemed to go back to normal. I decided that it really was a case of being moon drunk. The others didn't talk about it again, and life went on, I guess. I thought about talking about it with them, but when I tried, they would stiffen up or change the subject. Rowan would completely shut me down, and Kaz acted like I had a contagious disease. I asked Emmy if anything happened, and she screwed up her face and jumped up with an excuse that she needed to go somewhere. Kaz dismissed everything I said and told me they were fine, and that the moon just gave them a headache. I can be an idiot sometimes, but I was pretty sure eating raw bacon like an animal couldn't be justified with that excuse. When I tried to argue, he grabbed the controller from a sleeping Rowan and dared me to fuck up Emmy's island. I did, swiftly ending up covered in Rowan's breakfast the next morning. So, basically, my roommates were hiding something big from me, and I wasn't planning on telling them about the blackouts, because part of me wondered if they were involved. I was convinced the two phenomenons were linked. So, yeah, a pretty toxic mindset to have on both sides. Anyway, this leads me to what happened last night. It was the usual I had gotten used to anyway. After class, I hurried home to get help with prepping the house for the full moon. Rowan was standing up on a chair, taping up the windows, and Emmy was closing all the curtains and blinds. He was being an asshole as usual, so I busied myself with hiding everything reflective I could find, before retiring to the living room and joining Kaz, who was working on his laptop. Emmy and Rowan were hard to talk to about what was going on, but with Kaz being the resident stoner, his walls came down a little. I slumped down on our Craigslist couch and grabbed a controller, resuming a game of COD from earlier. So, I focused on the game, navigating my first-person character through a pile of bodies. Kaz offered me a smile over his laptop. He reeked of weed. So, are you ever planning on telling me what's going on? I don't know what you're talking about. The moon, I said. It's moon night, and as usual, everyone's freaking out. Freaking out? Kaz's gaze strayed on his laptop screen. I'm the epitome of calm right now. I threw a cushion at him. You're stoned, and I'm still waiting for you to explain your spontaneous Peppa Pig binge. He tossed to me a sheepish smile. I was hungry. You're a vegetarian, I said, immediately remembering Rowan's moon-drunk state. Rowan was giggling, I whispered. It was... oh God, I'm still having nightmares about it. He laughed. Okay, he was definitely replaced. Or you both were. Kaz shrugged. We've already told you, it's just sensitivity. The moon can do shit like that. Look it up. Sensitivity, I repeated in scoff, glaring at the war-torn Europe on the TV screen. That's what you're calling it? Kaz lifted his head, his gaze snapping to me. What else do you want to call it? I took a deep breath. I had some guesses. Werewolf? He curled his lip, but I noticed his eyes darken significantly. Very original. 10 points for creativity. Werewolves freak out every full moon, I said. He nodded, humoring me as he typed. Kaz was like an older brother. Uh-huh. They're also not real. It's not that far-fetched. Kaz stopped typing, raising an eyebrow. I'm pretty sure humans can't turn into dogs under the full moon. You've been watching too many movies. He shot me a look. Weren't you, like, really into Teen Wolf? I put the controller down. You lock me in my room until morning. I twisted to face him. How is that normal? It's just a precaution. You've told us how weird we act, so it's better to stay away from us. I'd feel better if I was with you. I swallowed. So, I know what's really going on. Kaz's expression seemed to change, relaxing slightly. He looked like he might reply, before Rowan came crashing in. Quite literally. That guy can't walk 2 feet without falling or slamming into something. In this case, he tripped over the rug Emmy had been vacuuming. I blamed the moon's influence on him being more hyperactive than normal. Rowan oozed ADHD, stumbling into the back of the couch. He grabbed onto the back to stable himself. "What are you guys talking about?" Kaz went back to typing with an exaggerated sigh. "Nin thinks we're werewolves." Rowan straightened up with a very nervous laugh. "What?" "Werewolves." Kaz shut his laptop. "You know, people who turn into dogs." Honestly, I'm offended. I thought Nin was more creative than that. There's a whole Wikipedia page on moon-afflicted creatures. And she goes with the obvious? "Oh, wow." Rowan chuckled. "Teen Wolf style?" Kaz grinned. "TV show or the 1980s movie?" "Doesn't matter." Rowan started clearing up the TV table, flipping through comic books. "They both suck." "What sucks?" Emmy yelled from the kitchen. "Teen Wolf," Rowan yelled back. The girl made a sound of horror, and it was hard to hide my smile. "Take that back." "It's bad," Rowan said, loud enough for her to hear. "You forced me to watch an episode, and I fell asleep." That was after season 3. Emmy appeared in the doorway, wielding a spoon like she was going to attack him. Gesturing wildly with the spoon, Emmy was desperate to defend her lockdown guilty pleasure. After season 3 it declined in quality, but it was still good. "You liked the episode with the chess game." Rowan shrugged. "That doesn't change my overall rating." "Who are you, IGN?" Emmy turned and marched back into the kitchen and slammed the door. It took maybe an hour for the two of them to get back on her good side. "See, I think about these moments, and I wonder why I'm writing this post. I think I'm still in denial. I want to tell you thousands of reasons why they're not bad people, but then I remember what happened after that. I remember why I can't talk to anyone else but an anonymous subreddit." At around 10 p.m., I found myself once again in my room going through the same routine. This time, though, they wanted to be extra careful, which meant a new addition to make sure I stayed there until dawn. Rowan knelt in front of me. I couldn't see the look in his eyes through his Ray-Bans, but I could tell he was weary. "You okay?" He fixed the headphones over my ears, jiggling them a little to make sure they fitted properly. I tugged at the handcuff securing my left hand to the bed frame. "Kinky. It's just until morning, Nin." "Handcuffs, though?" I said. "Are they really necessary?" He didn't answer. "Remember what you have to do. Music on and blasting until I fall asleep. And I'm not coming out until morning," Rowan hummed. "Lastly, don't remove the headphones." He jumped up. "All right. Are you all set?" "Sure." I tried to smile. I've got enough 80s pop and sad indie music to last me a while. "Awesome." I tugged at the cuffs. "Rowan, if something is going on, you can tell me." He didn't turn around. "Really? Because no offense, but I don't think a pep talk will help." "Well, I can try," I said. "I don't want to be locked up here every full moon because you're scared of the moonlight." I was startled when he sputtered out a laugh before getting close. Too close. His icy breath grazing my cheeks. "Well," Rowan murmured, "maybe if you weren't a coward that day, things might be different. But here we are, Nin." He flicked me on the nose. "Drunk on the fucking moon." He exhaled in my face, and something warm crept up my throat. Quite literally. "Are you a werewolf, Rowan?" I blurted. His entire demeanor changed suddenly. I felt him stiffen. I was used to his bad moods before the moon, but this was something different. This was hatred and resentment in its purest form, shown in the twitch of his lips. I didn't have to see his eyes. His smile through gritted teeth told me everything. Slowly, Rowan tipped his head to the side, like he was feigning innocence. "What gave you that idea?" Before I could reply, he climbed off the bed and offered me a two-fingered salute, his lips twisting into a grin I knew was fake. It made me wonder if I was wrong, if the moon didn't change them, instead bringing out their true feelings and selves. But that only brought more questions. He mentioned that day, which was part of the endless blur of darkness, memories torn from me in my blackouts. Did something happen during one of those instances, which had triggered them to act like this? With that question in mind, I attempted to lunge from the restraints, but he was already at the door. "Good night," I didn't reply. I knew not to entertain him when he was starting to feel the moon's effects. When the door slammed shut and I heard the twist of the key in the lock, I lay back and closed my eyes. I considered tearing off the headphones and ignoring the rules, but that seemed petty. Plus, I was tired. I drifted off to music slamming in my ears. I still don't know how I slept through it. I don't know how long I was out for, but it couldn't have been long. A few hours. I woke up feeling ravenously hungry, and yet hollow at the same time. When I sat up, I noticed something felt wrong. I frowned at my toes for way longer than necessary, until I realized one was missing. I was supposed to have 5 toes on each foot. My foggy mind murmured. I counted them twice, but there were only 4. My pinky toe was gone. After staring at it for a while, I blinked, and I could have sworn it appeared in flashes, like the flesh was knitting itself back together. I was seeing things. That's what I told myself. Sleep paralysis was a thing, so I waited until I was fully with it, and when I was, my mind began to drink in my surroundings. The room was still dark, only lit up by my bedside lamp. I was in different clothes once more, and an empty glass of water stood on my bedstand. Something was different though. It was still dark outside, and I could just about glimpse a sliver of moonlight poking through the blinds. Another thing which was different, my hand was no longer cuffed to the bed frame. Sitting up, I stretched and headed to the door. It wouldn't hurt to peek, I thought. I reached out and grabbed the handle and twisted it, only for the door to swing open. Weird. Wasn't it locked? They probably had some weird ritual to keep the moon out, which Kaz found on Yahoo Answers. Far too embarrassing for me to see. Slowly, I made my way across the hall and past the others' rooms, which were all silent, which meant they were downstairs. If I was honest with myself, I really didn't want to deal with them if they were under the moon's effects, but the rest of me was desperate to know just what they had been hiding. Why was I sentenced to my room until dawn? The clock on rusted paintwork told me that it was 1 a.m. as I slipped down the stairs, careful not to make a noise. That meant I'd been asleep for around 4 hours. I heard voices when I reached the kitchen door. Emmy was laughing, and Rowan made a hissing noise. "That's not fair. You always get the blue ones first and never give anyone a chance." I call bullshit. "Yeah, because you're losing," Emmy shot back. "Rowan's right though," Kaz joined in. "You do act territorial over Park Place and Boardwalk." "No, I don't. At least give someone else a chance to get the blue ones, Emmy." "Why? I got them fair and square. You're just calling me out because you've got..." "Hey," Rowan yelled. "Hey, she can't just do that." $200 left, Emmy sang. "And you're stuck in jail." I rest my case. Huh? They were playing Monopoly without me? So, they locked me in my room and played games until dawn? That stung a little. I could have walked away. I mean, they were having fun. I should have left them to tear themselves apart over a board game. but I was grabbing the handle and twisting it, pulling open the door. When I stepped into our kitchen, the first thing I saw was the impressive amount of property cards Emmy had laid out in front of her, as well as a pile of cash sitting next to the board. I started to speak. I think I was going to congratulate Emmy on her clear win, but my words choked up when my gaze continued across the table, this time settling on a small plastic container filled with red mush, which Kaz was sticking his fingers in and scooping into his mouth. The kitchen looked so familiar, and yet so different, as my brain struggled to react with what I was seeing. Emmy's face was split into a maniac grin because of her win, but there was something splattered on her lips and dripping from her chin. It wasn't Emmy I was looking at. It was what was in front of her, spread out like a main course, what she was tearing at like an animal. What was hanging out of Kaz's mouth in slithering strands dyed scarlet and piled on Rowan's plate. I was seeing flesh covering the table, and them, and the floor, and they were stuffing themselves. I thought it was raw chicken at first, and had decided at that moment that they really had lost their minds. Then, though, I saw what was lying at their feet. I saw the torso first, which had been torn into, guts spilling out onto the floor. The body was an unrecognizable mass of skinned bones and pulling scarlet. Before I saw the face, the clumps of hair which had been ragged from the skull, I recognized that dirty blonde ponytail. Unbelievably, I was staring at myself. I was ahead of my brain at that moment. I was already seeing everything for what it was in my hazy red cloud, and my brain could do nothing. It was me they were eating. They were ripping me apart, gnawing on my bones, stuffing my guts into a plastic container and using me as dip. I was paralyzed. I looked at the window, at the duct tape blocking out the moon's light. So, this wasn't an effect of the moon. This was them. This was all them. Emmy was the first to notice me. Her smile dampened, and she dropped what looked like stringy pieces of intestine clenched between her fists. My roommate's eyes widened, and for a moment, she looked like she was on the edge of hysteria. "Nin," she squeaked, the mushy mess of guts slipping from her hands. "Hey, this?" The girl was struggling, her eyes snapping to my body which had been hollowed out and cut into pieces on the floor. Then, to Rowan's plate, filled with a red mush of blended whatever, and whatever the fuck Kaz was sticking his fingers in. "This isn't what it looks like," Kaz finished for her. He stood up, seeming calmer than the others. Rowan was staring at me, his Ray-Bans pinned back dark curls, and his eyes didn't seem angry or even fazed that I was seeing this. They only regarded me with amusement, like he wanted me to find this. He looked torn whether to continue chewing on my flesh or try to explain. "Nan?" Emmy jumped up. "We can explain," she whispered. Or we can't explain right now. But if you just let us." "Let us what?" Rowan scoffed. "Explain? Yeah, we're way past that point. Do you want to try to explain Cafe de Nin?" He pointed to his chin. "You've got a little of her small intestine there." "What?" Emmy shot me a look, swiping at her chin with her sleeve. "Nin, ignore him." I don't remember my legs moving, but I was at the front door before I could release a breath. They followed me, their thundering footsteps pounding behind me. Now, they were scared. When I was so close to the door, so close to letting in that unearthly light, their expressions turned fearful. "Nin," Kaz swiped blood from his mouth and chin. "Don't open that fucking door." Emmy wrapped her arms around herself. "Is she here?" "No," Rowan grumbled, shading his eyes. "And she won't come, as long as that door stays shut." I found my voice. "Who are you talking about?" Nobody, Kaz said. Just go back upstairs, we'll explain. I promise you. But you have to trust us. His tone was a warning. Trust you? I managed to get out. Are you fucking kidding me? It was funny. Now they wanted me to trust them when I saw what they had done to me. I couldn't speak. I couldn't breathe. I didn't want an explanation or a scuffed excuse. I wanted out of there. The rest is sort of a blur. I remember opening the door, or at least I started to open it, and then I shut it again, panicking. Their cries were enough to make me regret it, but it was too late. I watched their eyes fill up with that same unearthly light which bathed the sky. It was beautiful and terrifying. The way their resolve crumbled in their eyes and lips. Scowls turned to whimsical smiles, and blood-stained hands fell to their sides. The three of them headed back to the kitchen, and a sudden rhythmic knock on the front door startled me. I remember Rowan at the corner of my eye, rummaging around in a drawer. Emmy and Kaz stood behind him. I risked going to the window and peeking out, but all I saw was the moon. The moon was right there, 3 inches from my face, like it had encased the sky and oblivion beyond. For a moment, I was taken aback at how beautiful she was. There she was, bathing me in light, in her glow, filling me with her song and her sweet words. And then a thud sounded behind me. Whatever had leached onto my mind let go, and I twisted to find Rowan on the ground, in a rapidly growing pool of red. Her voice was in his head, just like it was in mine. Another thud, and another, almost in sync. Kaz and Emmy followed. Their throats had been slit, by their own fingernails fashioned into claws. When it hit me that my roommates were dead, I was seeing her reflection in everything, in silverware which had been brought out from the drawers, bleeding through the duct tape on the back window. I knew what I had to do. I had to get the cops. I was halfway upstairs when a blinding flash filled the hallway, followed by the sound. It sounded like a camera, like someone was taking a photo. When I grabbed the phone from my room, the moon lingered on the screen, growing larger until I swore she wasn't just in reflective surfaces. She was at the corner of my eye, a half crescent quickly reaching totality. The more I caught her shadow looming, it was like a game she was playing. The more I caught her light, she only grew bigger. After a hysterical freakout with the cops, they came 5 minutes later. 2 officers followed me inside the house. One of them was asking how many people were dead. 3, I kept saying. My roommates. I was speaking in barely decipherable sobs. My roommates. They're dead. When I led them into the kitchen, however, bracing myself for the gory aftermath of what I saw, I was greeted by the 3 of them sitting on the floor, resuming their game of Monopoly. My body, as well as every piece of me, was fucking gone. The blood pooling on the floor, as well as staining their skin and faces, was gone. Officers, Rowan saluted the cops with his drink. I noticed a glitter of light in his eyes, and Kaz's when he stood and folded his arms, his lips pulling into a smile. What's going on? He shot a look at me. Man, come on. We're in the middle of a game. The officer standing behind me frowned. We were informed of a triple homicide. He cleared his throat. Everything seems to be relatively normal. Stepping in front of me, he was scowling. Miss Kane, are you aware that wasting police time is a criminal offense? They were dead. Uh-huh. The second officer sighed, turning to Kaz. Is your friend under the influence of drugs? Or too many scary movies? The other scoffed. Rowan jumped up. Nope. No, we're all good, officer. Thank you. When he came over and grabbed my arm, his grasp, it was strangely gentle. When I was leaning into it, however, I glimpsed something on his neck. At first, I thought it was a tattoo, but it was engraved into his flesh. The number 2. "She's not feeling great," he said. We apologize for any crap caused." The cop didn't say a word when they left, only muttering to each other about the stupid kids. I couldn't face my roommates after that. I went upstairs and splashed water on my face. I was seeing things, I told myself. I was going fucking crazy. But then my fingers found the back of my neck, and I was twisting around. Something acidic creeping up my throat. Rowan's neck displayed the number 2, while mine had the number 27. I went to bed after that. I was all ready to grab my things and leave while they slept. But when I risked standing on the top of the stairs, Kaz was in front of the door. It didn't look like he was blocking it intentionally, but I wasn't going to try. This morning was awkward. That's the only word I can think of to describe it. My roommates acted like nothing was wrong, like nothing happened. When I asked if the police had come back, Emmy frowned at me over her oatmeal she hadn't touched. "Police?" Her eyes grew wide. "Wait, did something happen last night?" I was waiting for her to eat it, but she was just staring at it like it was sentient. I thought back to last night, watching her chewing through a mouthful of me, and I felt sick to my stomach. Doubt it. Rowan had his back to me, making coffee. All I remember is passing out after Monopoly. After you lost?" Emmy coughed. "Last night doesn't count." Kaz grabbed a seat next to me. "As far as we know, moon sensitivity didn't get us. And Rowan let Imogen win Monopoly. Nin stayed in her room and we survived another full moon." He smiled. "Cheers to that." "Hey, Nin." Rowan pushed past me when he took his plate to the dishwasher. "If anyone knocks today, don't fucking answer it." I noticed Emmy stiffen up. Kaz's smile faded. "Understand?" Rowan said. "Shut off all the lights." With no explanation, the others left for class after breakfast. As I planned my escape, I wanted to pack up all my stuff, but instead, I found myself scouring their rooms for anything that would confirm last night was real. And I hadn't fucking hallucinated it. But their rooms were exactly how I knew them. Emmy's was a total mess. Covered in exotic plants she forgot to water, textbooks, a whole bookshelf dedicated to the horror genre, and every plushie you could think of. I looked under her bed, though there were just old snacks she'd forgotten to throw away, and letters to her parents she had never sent. I tried Rowan's next, but it was more or less the same. I knew his room from movie nights I spent with him, though it still felt wrong going in there. Rowan's room was perfect. Everything was in its place and was strangely symmetrical. His books were color-coded, and there was one singular Yoda plushie peeking from his bed covers. Under his bed were the usual things you'd find in a man's room. Used tissues and odd socks. But there was nothing I'd consider weird. Nothing that told me he was a cold-blooded murderer. I was losing motivation when I reached Kaz's room at the end of the hallway. I expected the usual when I stepped inside. Movie posters on the walls and Japanese snacks littering the floor. There was that, of course. I knew Kaz well. But when I peeked under his bed, there was something wrapped in plastic. When I crawled further under, I saw through the plastic. I saw the same flesh from last night, pieces of torso and limbs ripped through and torn into. But there wasn't just one of me. There were multiple mutilated bodies, which all had my face squished against the plastic and pulling red. My cannibalized body stuffed into trash bags. My own dead eyes staring at me. My mind flashed back to the blinding light filling the hallway, and the sound of a photograph being taken. The moon following me, creeping behind me, as I made my getaway upstairs to grab my phone to call the cops. My pinky toe growing back right in front of my eyes. I know this sounds fucking crazy, but I think my roommates are copying me. That's what the 27 means. I've been copied 27 times. Copied, cloned, whatever, so they can eat me. I am yet to go back home as I'm writing this. I'm planning to go back and get my stuff. But right now, I can't. I want to blame all of this on them, but I keep thinking back to Rowan's words. That night, I was a coward and left them, and somehow, these are the consequences. What did I do to turn them into this? Rowan said this is my fault. It's driving me crazy that I can't remember it. How can I get those memories back? But do I want them back? Do I really want to know what turned my roommates into this? My friends are no longer human, and neither am I. I thought they were embarrassed by their moon-drunk selves, but no, they were playing Silent Hill with my emaciated body. The moon's influence has moved past sending them into a trance-like state and acting moon-drunk. This was a whole other level of side effect, one they were trying and failing to hide with smiles and nonchalant faces, and I couldn't stand it. I was going to go fucking crazy, especially when the three of them were acting like the night before never happened. I needed answers. Why were we replicating? And the numbers carved into mine and Rowan's neck supposedly marking our copies. Were Emmy and Kaz the same? I wasn't going to find them staying in that house. Not in my state of mind anyway. Paranoia had taken over like a virus. Like a parasite leeching onto my brain. Conversations with them turned into a game of cat and mouse. Kaz cornered me in the kitchen and lectured me about leaving the refrigerator door open, and I felt trapped, like he was going to lunge at me any second, like he could sense my smell, the taste of fresh flesh on my bones ready for him to tear off. He looked normal enough, talking like usual, with a brow raised and a slight curve of a smirk on his lips. But I didn't see intense hunger in his eyes. I didn't see anything predatory. Kaz seemed like himself, like the guy I'd been living with for almost 2 years. And somehow, that made it worse. That made them good actors. Rowan and Emmy were exactly the same, becoming the perfect mimics of the people I had grown to love. It was around midnight when I dragged myself downstairs, shouldering a backpack with everything I could pack on such short notice. Yanking the door open and stepping over the threshold, I sucked in the cool night air. Before I could step out, however, a chuckle startled me. Rowan, standing in his robe, dark brown curls sticking up everywhere. He regarded me with dark eyes, and just for a moment, I wondered if he was going to drop the act. Out of the three of them, Rowan was the one who struggled the most with the facade. I hadn't forgotten the look of resentment and hatred he'd given me on the night of the full moon. The real him. Relief flooded me at the thought of him giving in and finally ripping off the mask. Instead, though, he folded his arms across his chest and took a step forward, still with that smile, a smile I knew was a grimace. Rowan really wasn't trying to hide his disdain for me. Instinctively, I took a step back, and like clockwork, he took another step forward, and another, until I could smell the coffee on his breath. "It's almost midnight," Rowan said. If he noticed my panicked steps, he didn't say anything. "Where are you going?" "The store," I replied smoothly. "I need some fresh air." Rowan cocked his head, his lip curling. At midnight, the door slammed shut in my face, and I resisted the urge to shriek. "Yeah," I hissed out. "I'm gonna get some food." "Hungry?" He gestured behind him. Dude, Kaz just made veggie lasagna. Don't you want that? No, I said. I'm not hungry. Uh-huh. His lip curled. So what are you going to the store for? The gleam of his eyes was driving me crazy. His whole expression, every contortion in his face, was challenging me to make more excuses. The conversation was going nowhere, and somehow, I could tell he was loving it. He was loving the fact that I was trembling, trying to stay calm, trying to stabilize my body. Candy, I said through my teeth. I'm going to get some candy, Rowan hummed, an almost genuine smile prickling. I might have fallen for it if it wasn't for how close he was standing to me. Sweet, give me some, would you? There's something about those gummy snakes that seriously slap. He offered his hand for a high five, his gaze flickering to my backpack. He knew. I knew he knew. And yet, he wasn't saying anything. He was playing with me. Rowan's smile widened. Hurry back, all right? There's some freaks out there, Nin. We don't want you getting hurt now, do we? Something ice cold slipped down my spine, and I forced a smile back. Every instinct inside told me to run. I had to get out, away from him, from his coffee breath turning my gut, his erratic movements like he was ready to tear out my throat at any moment. I felt my body moving, my legs starting to work. One step, and then another. I turned away from him. It took a single breath to reach the door, and another to remember how to grab the handle and twist it. He was coming after me, I thought, my mind going into overdrive. I imagined his footsteps, heavy breath as he wrapped his hand around my arm and yanked me back inside, his teeth grazing the back of my neck. I forced my legs forward until I was halfway down the path, reveling in the cool night air grazing my arms. When I pushed open the rickety gate which squealed under pressure, I risked turning back, my heart in my throat. In my head, Rowan was a monster bleeding back into the dark, turning around to face the house. Though, there was nobody there. The door was still open, the hallway lit up in an all too familiar golden light. But Rowan was gone. When I squinted, I could just about glimpse his figure moving back up the stairs, in a slow, almost defeated stride. Something held me there for a second, staring at the house I always saw as my home, and the people I saw as my family, before I turned and finally catapulted myself into a run. It's not like I could go back to my parents' house. They live across the state, and it was in the middle of the night. I had a friend from class, Sam. We used to be close, but a while ago, he started to distance himself, only smiling at me in passing. We went from hanging out almost every single day to barely talking, and I figured it was just natural for a friendship to crumble, even if I didn't want it to. Sam got new friends, and I moved out to my dorms. I could either turn up at his door and make a fool out of myself, or go back to my cannibal roommates. Making a fool out of myself, it was. Sam lived in a large building with ivy crawling up the red brick. The house was old and crumbling, but cozy. I remembered freshman days, sitting under the late glow of the sun. The two of us spread out on a warm picnic blanket, watching the 4th of July fireworks in the sky. Before I could hesitate, I knocked 3 times. The windows were dark, so that wasn't exactly comforting. Sam used to leave the door open so I could slip in whenever I wanted. Seeing it locked made my stomach twist. Sure, it was midnight. Why wouldn't he lock it? I was frowning at the decaying dandelion when the door opened, and a pixie redhead stuck her head out. I recognized her automatically. Poppy, Sam's roomie. I had grown used to her over-the-top smiles and obsession with mini cacti, but this girl seemed like a different person. There was something else, something I couldn't put my finger on. The girl was fully dressed in a leather jacket, over jeans and a shirt. her collar glistening from the downpour I'd managed to miss. Half-lidded eyes drank me in for a moment, like she was in a daze before she seemingly snapped out of it, yanking the door open. "Nin?" Poppy's gaze snapped to my feet. "Why are you barefoot?" She folded her arms. "Don't tell me you've got a weird fetish." I stared down at my feet, and she was right. I didn't even put on shoes. The worst part is, I barely felt the rough gravel between my toes and bare soles. I was numb on adrenaline. I shook my head with what I hoped was a smile. "Is Sam in?" Something flashed across her face, and it was so fast I could barely read it. Poppy was quick to hide it with a smile. He's kinda busy right now." Her attention went back to my feet. "More importantly, why are you running around with no shoes on?" Before I could choke out some kind of answer, the girl gestured me inside. "Get inside. Jesus, Nan. Your feet." I managed to smile, stepping into the hallway. The house was exactly how I remembered it. Homely. Safe. "Thanks." "What do you need Sam for?" Poppy asked, shutting and locking the door. I shrugged, shivering. I didn't realize how cold I was until I stepped into warmth. "Just to talk to him. You know, catch up." Poppy laughed. "About? You ran across campus to talk." Her smile was teasing, and I'd missed it. "Nin, have you heard of texting?" "I'm kinda locked out." Poppy's smile faded. She cleared her throat, stepping aside. "Well, you know you always got a home here if you're ever in trouble." She gestured over her shoulder. "Sammy's in the lounge." Poppy led me into their kitchen and plonked a can of soda on the table. It was just like the old days. Poppy and I would hang in the kitchen drinking, while Sam took a millennia to get ready. "You drink that. I'll drag Sam away from his game." I nursed the can between my hands, rolling it around. "Game?" Poppy rolled her eyes, yanking open the refrigerator with a little too much gusto and pulling out a beer. She cracked it open and took a sip through a groan. They're in the middle of a tournament, or whatever. It started last night and it's still going on. You'd think grown adults would do something more interesting with their time. But alas, I digress." Poppy set the can down. "I've been trying to sleep for the last few hours, but they're pretty loud. I just blocked them out with whatever's on Netflix." Cracking open my soda, I downed half of it. God, there was nothing better than a frosty Coke. Rowan and I would use bottles of them for our failed TikTok account. We stopped doing it when he had to get his stomach pumped. "Tournament?" I said through a mouthful. I couldn't help noticing her attire, and her claim about not being able to sleep suddenly seemed dubious. What, had she been sleeping fully dressed? Poppy smirked and perched herself on the edge of the table. "Just a nerd game," she said dismissively. "Sam's friends are quite odd." I glanced at her jacket, still glistening. "Have you been outside?" "Outside?" Her expression crumbled before she realized what I meant. Oh yeah, I went for a walk." She grabbed her beer. "Hey, why don't we head into the lounge instead? Huh? I'm sure Sam wouldn't mind us interrupting him." With a mischievous glint in her eyes, she spun around and grabbed my arm. "Besides, Sammy's friends have been here long enough." As she pulled me into the lounge, I caught a fleeting glimpse of something. I didn't see much, just enough to know it wasn't some typical Dungeons and Dragons game. Papers were strewn across the table. A group of people, including Sam, was gathered around, one of them marking something on the paper. Sam's other housemates were conspicuously absent. When Poppy walked in, dragging me along, the group quickly turned to block my view, hurriedly clearing papers and shutting laptops. It felt like I just walked into something I wasn't supposed to see. Poppy, however, seemed delighted by their reaction. "Oh, Sammy," she sang, leaning against the door with a smile. "You have a visitor." Sam looked different, though I couldn't put my finger on why. His light sandy hair was tied into its usual clumsy ponytail, but the look on his face was one I'd never seen before. Flustered, his cartoonishly wide eyes blinking at me, like I was a hallucination. Like Poppy, he was fully dressed. Sam murmured something to the group, and they quickly gathered stained coffee mugs and bits of paper, clearing the table. Poppy, now slumped into a beanbag, shot me a grin. And then there were three. She stretched out like a cat and squealed when Sam threw a cushion at her. "We finally have our house back." "You know I have the lounge until 2, he retorted, continuing to tidy up. Poppy mimicked his voice, her body melting into the beanbag. "You know, I have the lounge until 2. "What did I tell you about mimicking me?" Sam shot her a glare, exasperated. The girl chuckled. "Hey, it's fun." "It's not fun when you sound absolutely nothing like me." "Cry about it, Sammy." Their back and forth reminded me of my own roommates. His lip curled into the slightest of smiles, and he picked up another cushion to throw. "Poppy." "Sam," she shot back in a mocking exaggeration of his accent. Sam's accent never failed to take me by surprise. Hard Aussie. When I first met him, I could barely understand him. It didn't help upon first meeting him. He talked like he'd been fast-forwarded. Originally from Victoria, Sam Fuller was my first friend. That's how we became close, actually. His amusement at my failure to understand him. Poppy folded her arms, her gaze trailing after the group filling out of the room. They were mixed ages, though none of them were Sam's. They all looked to be middle-aged to ancient. I glimpsed a woman who looked to be at least 70 stride to the door. "Don't give me that look," Poppy said. "Your weird friends can find another meeting place for your games. I want to sleep. Allie and Tom have locked themselves in their room since you decided to invite half the neighborhood. They're not weird games. We're saving the town." Sam shooed Poppy out of the room. "Don't you have work to do?" "Maybe." Poppy nodded at me. "I'll make you another drink." Her gaze fell on Sam. "Beer?" He grinned. "That'd be great." "Awesome." Poppy playfully hit him. "Get yourself one. You're a big boy, aren't you?" "I'll be in my room." Ignoring Poppy slamming the door behind her, Sam's attention flicked to me. "Nin, what are you doing here?" I couldn't help it, the words slipping out before I could stop them. "Who were they?" Sam dragged his hands through his hair. "Just friends." His expression softened, and the knot in my gut loosened. "You look like shit, Nin. What happened?" I figured telling him a diluted version of the night of the full moon was better, so I didn't sound out of my mind. By the time I was finished explaining, the two of us were curled up on his bed in front of his laptop playing YouTube videos on low. Poppy had lent me some clothes to sleep in, and I was ready to pass out. Sam sat in front of me, his arms wrapped around his knees. "So your roomies got you freaked?" He frowned, his sleepy eyes on me. "What did they do?" "Cannibalize my body," I thought dizzily. No, worse. They weren't just eating me. They were replicating me so they could eat me again and again and again, and they were just acting weird, I said. "Weird how?" Hours later, when I was falling asleep and Sam was watching YouTube, he nudged me. "Nin." I mumbled into his pillow. "Where do you live now? Like, which house?" "It's just down the road from here," he hummed. "And those roommates? Who are they again?" I didn't answer him. I couldn't. Their names were entangled on my tongue whenever I tried. Sam asked me the same question every day, and the words tangled in my throat. I told him it was a prank gone wrong, and that seemed to appease him. But his expression never seemed to believe me, forcing a smile and nodding, like a parent reassuring a child everything was going to be okay. A week flew by in a confusing blur, and I went to class as usual, staying at Sam's until I could find a more permanent place. Much to Poppy's delight, Sam didn't invite his friends over again. Instead, he insisted on video games and takeout every night. It was like freshman year again, and I found myself drowning out the thoughts and questions still haunting me. With alcohol and drunk games of Risk, classes were more or less the same, but they were a good distraction. I got texts and missed calls from Emmy, and Kaz and Rowan were blowing up the group chat with question marks. I muted it and ignored my phone. There would be a point when I'd go back, I thought. After all, I had to know what was wrong with them, why the moon afflicted that kind of behavior, and just what exactly they had done to me, but it couldn't be yet. I can't remember what day it was when I fully came back to reality, badly hungover and feeling sick to my stomach. Class was ending, and as usual, I filed out of the hall, heading to where Sam usually met me before we went to his house. My head was spinning, a striking pain rattling my skull. I'd suffered from hangover headaches before, but this was something new. Swallowing 2 Tylenol with the cold coffee I'd had in my backpack all day wasn't the best idea. Slumping down on the stairs leading to the main reception, I fought against a cry. The pain was like nothing I'd felt before, like something had plunged a lead pipe through my brain and stirred my brain into a soupy mess. Luckily, Sam joined me quickly, his smile dampening when he saw my expression. "Oh man." He felt my forehead. "You look like you're gonna barf everywhere." Despite the pain, I gave him a smile. "Do I look like a zombie?" I could practically hear the cogs in his head turning. Sam dragged a hand through his hair. "Will you hit me if I say yes?" I shooed him away when he held up his hand. "How many fingers am I holding up?" 15. I rolled my eyes. I meant to say that we should head down the stairs, because I was feeling progressively sicker by the second and felt like I was going to faint. The world around me becoming a blur of colors and faint noises I could barely even decipher. A sudden loud slam, however, pricked my ears. It didn't seem to alert the crowd of students, merely a whisper in a room full of loud chatter and laughter. To me, though, it was a sound I knew all too well. Lifting my head, I scanned the crowd enveloping the hallway. Sam was speaking behind me, but his voice collapsed into a low buzz of white noise, bleeding into my muddled brain. I knew that sound, the sound of skin hitting glass or wood, sometimes plastic, the sound of slipping on a rug or tripping on literal air. There was nobody else it could be but my chronically clumsy roommate, which meant he was on campus, and I had zero idea how to confront him about the cannibalism thing. He wasn't what you'd expect a monster to look like, especially not one you knew had already killed and eaten you multiple times. It was all about perspective. To a passerby, he seemed like an ordinary college student, a disheveled one who had just stumbled headlong into an automatic door, leaving a glaring red bruise in the center of his forehead. But to me, Rowan Beck was a monster surrounded by fresh meat. The students pushing past him were a blur to me, but to him, I caught his gaze drinking each one in, his nose flaring when a guy sauntered past him. From a distance, my roommate appeared unchanged, wearing a faded threadbare t-shirt bearing a logo that had long since peeled away, a pair of well-worn jeans with frayed edges and a patch over one knee. So much for his pretentious phase. The glasses were a choice. His dark brown curls were tousled and unkempt, partly hidden under a baseball cap that looked like it had seen better days. But as he drew nearer, I could see his mask slowly start to crumble, his wide smile faltering, twitching into a grimace. His cheeks looked hollow, gaunt even, like something was sucking the life from him, closing in on me, his penetrating gaze hidden behind a pair of Ray-Bans. My mediocre lunch crept up my throat. I stepped back, scanning for an exit, and like he had read my mind, his steps quickened. He was still wearing that disguise, still mimicking my best friend, hiding whatever spell he was under.
Rowan oozed broke college student who hadn't showered in days. In his hand was a to-go cup of hot cocoa, which was my favorite. Rowan knew that. It had been my coffee order every time we studied there as a 4. Yo, Nan, what's up? Rowan was attracting stares as he sort of danced towards me, tripping over his feet, only for him to steady himself with a grin. His words were slurred slightly when he handed me the drink, and he stumbled, managing to right himself. He wasn't moon drunk, I thought. Actually drunk. Hey, Sam nudged me. I noticed he'd stiffened up. That's your roommate? Rowan Beck? I didn't get a chance to reply, with Rowan situating himself right in front of me, swaying a little. Now, call me crazy, my roommate said in a slurred giggle. He stumbled again, and this time, my hand shot out to steady him on impulse. I caught the flash of disgust on his face. Still wearing that smile, he swiped my hand off of his shoulder. But I'm getting the vibe you're avoiding us, which is like so rude. You could have just sent a text, but no. You decided you wanted to be cool and mysterious. I took the drink hesitantly. Are you drunk? Rowan cocked his head. He had that stupid smile again, the one he pulled during a full moon. Outside, though, it was daylight. The sun was shining in the sky. Drunk? You think I can get drunk? Nah, man. I just kind of feel like shit. He shrugged. I haven't been eating great the last few days. Not eating can fuck a guy up. Right, Nan? Every word penetrated like a knife. And suddenly, it was hard to fucking breathe. My roommate turned to Sam. Oh, I know you. He spread out his arms. A choked laugh escaped his lips. You're that guy who wrote that fucking article about us. Rowan was causing a scene and he didn't give a shit. I couldn't tell if he was moon drunk or just more insane than usual. He jumped in front of Sam with the kind of manic energy which was still him, and yet cranked to 100. Loved it, Fuller. You're a literacy genius. Especially when you called us evil body-snatching demons. You should have burned us at the stake. A truly riveting read. Sam's expression stayed stoic. Rowan. He said my roommate's name like poison. Where's Kaz? Playing COD, probably. Rowan's lips curled into a smirk. He leaned close to the guy, raising an eyebrow. His words more of a breathy laugh. Why? Do you want me to pass a message to him? Sam stepped back. Nan, I gotta go, he said, pulling out his phone. I'll speak to you later. Right. I panicked. Am I still okay to stay? I'm busy. Sam nodded at me, ignoring Rowan, before stumbling back into the crowd. Come by later, all right? He was gone before I could open my mouth. Oh, no. Don't go. Rowan mocked a pout, turning to me. Damn. Did he seem offended by my presence? He waved Sam away with a grin. Anyway, Imogen is making dinner tonight. She bought all the ingredients from something she saw on Pinterest. So I'm not holding my breath that it'll be any good, or even edible. I didn't fight back when he slipped his hand in mine, pulling me down the stairs. His tone was already puppeteering my limbs. My roommate twisted around, shooting me a sheepish smile. Okay, you got me. I should probably apologize for the other night. I was already backing away, pulling away from him. I don't care what you have to say, I said in a breath. I'm staying with my parents. You mean halfway across the state? Rowan's hand tightened around my arm. Come on, we just want to talk. Talk? That got my attention. Following him to his car parked out front, I slipped into the passenger seat. I was aware I was following the big bad wolf into the forest, every horror movie cliche. But what other choice did I have? I needed answers.
Maybe he was finally going to tell me what the fuck was going on. Rowan was still my roommate. I had lived with him for 2 years. I needed to know what was going on with them. Why were they like this? And why, according to him, this was my fault. Rowan jumped into the driver's seat and started the car, dragging his hand through his hair. Yeah, he said. I mean, once again, we left you on a full moon, and I bet it sucked. But hey, he chuckled. At least you didn't see us moon drunk again. My housemate sent me a mocking look. Wait, did you? Oh man, what did I do this time? The last thing I remember is playing Monopoly, and I think at some point I cuffed you to your bed. Twisting around to face him, my heart slithered into my throat. The bastard was still playing his games. You're still saying that? I hissed. Moon drunk? Rowan's gaze didn't leave the road. I mean, yeah, he murmured. You said we freaked you out, so we keep our distance. Rowan didn't speak for most of the ride, and I spent majority of it trying to find out how to jump out of a moving car without seriously injuring myself. My phone vibrated, and I pulled it out, glimpsing a text heading my notification bar. Sam, sent 4:06 p.m. Get out, Nin. Get out of that house. Instinctively, I grabbed for the handle, pawing for a way out. I felt like I was on fire, my body moving closer to the door, leaning into it, as if it would magically fucking open for me. You okay? Rowan murmured. He slipped off his Ray-Bans and turned to me. That same gleam was in his eyes, that sliver of moonlight. He looked worse without the Ray-Bans. Bloodshot eyes, a mixture of burst blood vessels in moonlight, haloing his iris. My roommate looked beautiful and horrifying at the same time, a mixture of human and inhuman. The shell of the guy I thought I knew, filled with her. But there was something else, something I didn't understand. His skin looked cracked, like it was splintering apart. And in those cracks was what I imagined pins and needles to look like. Static. There was static leaking from the cracks, spider webbing across his pasty skin. Rowan sighed when I couldn't bring myself to answer. You know, he said, his hands tapping the steering wheel. Eating makes me feel better. He took out a long breath, tapping out a tune. Well, it takes the memories away, you know? Makes me feel so fucking good. He tipped his head back, eyes rolling back, like he was in euphoria. Rowan? I managed to get out. His eyes flickered shut at a red light. You would not believe how good the human skull tastes when mixed with intestines. Oh my god, the crunch! It's fucking insane. Your skin is my favorite part. He tapped a beat with his shoe. Damn, you taste so good. Like chicken, but a little sour. When I grabbed for the door handle, one arm whipped out, pinning me to the seat, the other straying on the wheel. He was unsurprisingly strong, his heavy weight restraining me against the leather. The flesh under Kaz's bed is good. I mean, it's a little soggy and gross on the outside. It's not peak meat, but it's tolerable. If you ask me honestly, I'd say I prefer you refrigerated. His lips split into a grin, and we're saving those for a good game of Smash. Rowan? I heard myself say his name again, straining against his arm. You said we should talk. He deadpanned. Outside, the world went by as normal, the evening rush hour flying by in a blur of vivid reds and oranges. So, that's what we're gonna do. He whistled. Talk. Words appeared in my throat, but they wouldn't form on my tongue. He surprised me with a laugh. And with that laugh, his facade was shattered. He'd finally ripped off his mask. Why did you have to come downstairs? Rowan finally twisted to me, his lips curled into a grin, his eyes telling a different story. So many emotions, past emotions, emotions from a time ripped from my memory, hatred and pain and anger and something else entirely I couldn't read. All you had to do was stay in your fucking room, and we wouldn't have to remember. We could go on living. You, me, Kaz, and Emmy. And yeah, when I'm agitated or nearing its totality, I start to remember pieces of it. His voice broke, which was so unlike him, so haunted, so hollow and wrong. Why, I fucking despise you, Nin. He was trembling, and when I dared look, his skin was slowly coming apart, a cocktail of moonlight and static pouring out. I was frozen. I couldn't fucking move. Rowan grabbed the wheel with both hands, his knuckles turning white. He'd let me go, but I couldn't bring myself to move. Not when he said that. Not when his words had stirred something in me. Still, though, he kept speaking. Like him, the real him, had been silenced for so long. And here he was, letting it all out. She takes all the bad away, he whispered, a dreamy smile spreading across his lips. As long as we eat, I don't feel anything at all. I don't have to fucking think or breathe. I can look at you with those rose-tinted glasses and a foggy brain. It's fucking bliss. It's like I'm drowning. Rowan sighed, dragging his hand through his hair. Not now, he said. Now. She's punishing me because I haven't eaten. The car swerved around a truck, and I fought against my own body, fighting to grab the wheel, but I was frozen. Now I remember. His tone was poison spitting from his tongue. She made us remember, and it's fucking there in my head. His voice strained, and he stabbed at his left temple. Right there. It's right fucking here, Nin. And I can't stop her. She's in my head. Rowan didn't look at me. In fact, he was actively avoiding making eye contact. Tears were welling in his eyes, hysterical tears leaking that same buzzing black and white static. She's in my head. Always in my head. Singing, man. Singing at the top of her voice. What did I do? I didn't mean to say it. The car swerved again, and I braced myself against the seat. Rowan, you keep telling me I did something. I managed. Why can't you tell me? My roommate turned to me. His eyes filled with that unearthly light I knew he'd been trying to avoid for months. His smile suddenly disappeared. His smile was suddenly maniacal. Not his. Someone else's. Because it's fun. This time, I did grab for the wheel, trying to shove him from his seat. Stop the fucking car. Rowan easily got the upper hand, grasping it. No, like I said, we're going home. And we're going to talk. It was me who laughed this time. Talk? I sputtered. You mean eat me? Copy me? Whatever you do. I couldn't control my emotions. I laughed. It felt good. You suck at being a serial killer. I managed to take him off guard for a moment. He blinked before regaining control. It's not like that. Jesus fucking Christ. Then what is it? I spat back, days of repressed emotions rushing to the surface. I catch you eating me? And what am I supposed to think? Did you guys seriously think I'd go along with whatever this is? Are you trying to shield me? Is that it? I was laughing. I couldn't stop. And at that moment, I realized we were both under her spell. Both of us were screaming at each other. Rowan, leaking her light, and me, bathing in it. It hit me then, that I was as inhuman as him. Whatever the moon had done, it was affecting both of us. I just didn't have the cannibalistic tendencies he had. I caught you chewing on what I presume was my 26th body. What the fuck do you think you can shield me from? Rowan surprised me with a scoff. I'm sorry, shield you? He turned to me fully, and I realized, my stomach creeping into my throat. that he wasn't looking at the road. Are you fucking kidding me? My roommate choked out. I want you to remember, he yelled. Do you think I like looking at you? Knowing that you're completely oblivious about what you did to us? No, it fucking hurts. You think I want to play happy families with you? Rowan was cracking. I wasn't sure if that was good or bad. I noticed him inching away from me. That's why we eat. She numbs those feelings, those thoughts. She only makes us think about the good. When his hand slammed into the steering wheel, I finally caught a sliver of humanity coming back to fruition on his face. My hand slipped from the handle, and I heard myself speak. What did I do? But Rowan's eyes were on the road again. He squinted, and reality seeped in. What the fuck is that? No longer on the road. We were heading into darkness, an empty stretch of oblivion I didn't recognize. There were no signs of cars. I swallowed. What did you see? Rowan shook his head, blinking rapidly. Nothing, he said. I think I'm seeing things. Whatever Rowan was about to say was cut off suddenly, followed by a blinding flash, which felt and sounded like the world had been ripped apart in front of us. Something was there, blinding me, searing my eyes from my skull, but I had no time to scream, no time to think or breathe. Before I could, my mind was working, and dizzying thoughts were hitting me. Our car had hit something, and that something was powerful enough to propel us into the air. My roommate's car shredded apart. The world was shattering around me. My body caught in a whirlwind. The sensations were too real to be feeling them. I wasn't supposed to feel this. I wasn't supposed to feel my body being ripped apart, and still be self-aware enough to screech into nothing, a nothing which existed. When my head had been ripped from my torso, I wasn't supposed to exist. I waited to die, without a brain, without a body. I waited for the dark, and yet, somehow, I didn't fall fully. Instead of plunging into the dark, my body was still mine. It still had a head, a torso. It was still mine when it hit something with a sickening crack. Concrete. Dying kind of feels like melting. I was aware my eyes were snapping open for a moment, then something wet and warm spreading around me and trickling from my lips. I could taste rust, and I couldn't stop it. My vision was blurry, too blurry to make sense of anything. I watched my eyelids flickering, like they were unsure what to do. The sky was pretty. I think I tried to name a star, before everything kind of just melted. It was the 28th time I died, and this was the first time I really felt it, melting. I melted into the ground, my body and thoughts fragmenting, before whatever had taken me choked me back down. Death had rejected me. After a disorienting moment of nothing, trapped between nothing and something, awareness came back to me in splinters, reality bleeding back into focus. I could feel the breeze tickling my back. I had moved. I was no longer where I'd landed on my back after being propelled from the car in the crash. Now I was lying on my stomach. Something tickled my face. Grass. I was lying down on the side of the road. I can't describe the sensation it was, to awaken only being part real. When I sat up, I felt real. I felt like I was part of this universe, but looking down at myself, I resembled a ghost, both see-through and not, prodding at my skin. That same static bleeding from Rowan's face worked effortlessly, carving my outline and stitching me back together. My body was a brand new copy of me before the crash. I even saw the coffee stain on my shirt, the smear of pen I'd drawn on the back of my hand when I was bored in class. I felt nothing, like I was made of stars, hollow. Something was missing though, a cavern in my mind beginning its purge. Do you know when you wake up from a dream and it slips away as you regain consciousness. That's what it felt like. Like everything which had happened, the crash, everything Rowan said, was a dream. Once I felt more like myself, and when my fingertips could touch real objects, wet gravel and grass, my own skin, I shakily got to my feet. I found my old body at the side of the road. I'd bled out, just like I thought. My eyes were still wide open, still struggling to name that constellation. When I crawled over to it, I couldn't resist, grasping hold of her hand, only to get a flash, like I was seeing her POV. She was my body's old memories. I saw Rowan's expression, his skin splintering apart, his eyes filled with moonlight. I saw him struggling with the wheel, and then the crash. Letting go of her ice-cold hand, I let out a sharp breath, her memories flashing out of existence. I didn't have time to think about what I had seen, about the questions piling in my skull, taking over my thoughts. Rowan was still in the car, his body twisted like a pretzel. My roommate's head smashed against the wheel, splattered with gore, his brain leaking from his ears. Rowan! I stopped shaking him when I realized his spine had snapped, his body more liquid than solid. When I felt for a pulse, it was still there, but faint, as sharp red pooled around him, sticking to his hair and drenching his skin and clothes. His head lolled to the side, and I saw and felt that final breath escape his lips. When I crawled out of the wreck of his car, I dropped onto my knees. There it was again. This time, it was louder, completely unmistakable, the sound of a photograph being taken. When that light filled my eyes once again, I turned away from the car wreck, blinking through intense light. It was at the back end of that sound, the sound of a photo snapping reality and stealing away a moment, when I glimpsed the body seemingly bleeding into existence right in front of me, like a Polaroid coming to life. Stumbling over him, I found Rowan curled into himself, and like me, he was made up of static, which became flesh, which became skin, spreading across him, making a perfect copy, an exact replica of the dead guy in the wreck. He was beautiful, like a shadow coming to life, a sketch bleeding into a human. Hesitantly, I reached out and brushed dark curls out of the way, hair which was still shadows and shapes seeping into contorted reality. This time, the number 3 was carved into his skin, and by the look of it, the number was fresh, only just coming into existence. Did my asshole roommate just respawn? After a moment of just watching him, watching my roommate be brought to life, his chest rising and falling, eyelids flickering, lips parting, I got a hold of myself and tried to grab him, but when I was sure my hands made contact with him, flesh with flesh, something smashed into the back of my head, and stars filled my vision. I hit the ground, barely physical, which made me easier to capture. I was being dragged, my arms burning across the rough concrete, before a shadow was looming over me, something cold suffocating my nose and mouth. In the corner of my eye, I glimpsed an adult figure lifting Rowan into their arms, his body still flickering in and out of existence. Before I could cry out, I was forced to inhale, choking on what smelled like lemons, before my body went limp, and I allowed myself to be dragged into the pitch dark. Consciousness was pain. I was moving, squashed against something warm. Something someone writhing. It took me a moment to realize I was in the trunk of someone's car. I wasn't alone. I could feel his ice-cold breath on my face, and when I dared open my eyes, I saw the eerie sliver of a crescent moon reflected in his iris. So bright, and yet so beautiful. Rowan wasn't completely done yet. There were still pieces of him that were contorted, confusing static struggling to stitch his skin back together. But he was awake, his half-lidded eyes piercing into me. I fucking hate you. His voice was a whispered, slurry mumble, and I could sense the darkness seeping back into me, ready to tear me away once again. The two of us were pressed together, eye to eye, our arms bound behind our backs, so there was no way to avoid that uncomfortable conversation neither of us wanted to have. "You're drugged," I whispered, testing out my new mouth. He responded with a spluttered laugh. "Actually, for the first time in a while, I am completely 100% sober right now, so you're going to fucking listen to me." Moving closer, I could hear his heavy breaths, his attempt at stifling a panic attack. Rowan Beck had suffered from them his whole life, but I had to remind myself this wasn't him. Rowan's voice broke apart, and for a moment, he blinked away that mesmerizing light, and seemed maybe kind of human. "Man," he whispered, "I'm begging you." His warm lips grazed my cheek. I don't think that was his choice, especially when the car we were in flew over a speed bump. "Please, save them." Instead of speaking, I found myself running my hands through his hair. Wait, I wasn't tied up. My head was spinning. Two versions of Rowan swimming in front of me. Do you remember that show when we were kids? I was aware I was drawing out my words too much, but my tongue was swollen. "You know, the one with the, He laughed, and maybe it was him not being fully there, or maybe it was genuine. "Fuck off." Rowan's voice cracked into a snort. "I'm not a fish." I laughed too, the two of us suddenly in hysterics. Maybe we were drugged. I woke up for the second time, to screaming, both inside the room I was in and further away, faded, but still bleeding through the walls. The cries closer to me, blowing my eardrums out, weren't human. It wasn't just screaming. It was brutal, animalistic. A banshee wail I felt in my brain and in my bones, numbing my body and freezing me in place as I woke from my slumber. It took me a moment to gather my bearings, memories flooding back. I was in the car with Rowan, and we crashed. I remember I died for the 28th time. I remembered Rowan's body being copied right in front of me, static becoming flesh, and flesh becoming skin. The rest was a blur. I had a vague recollection of flashes, like my memories were being fast-forwarded. Once I knew I was fully real, that my body wasn't made of static, I had tried to drag Rowan out of the road. Then a sharp pain hit the back of my head. The world spun around. And darkness. I came to expect the hollow sensation and hunger, but I just felt dizzy. I was laying face down on the floor in my bedroom, back at the house, in a fresh puddle of drool. I knew it was my room because I could smell the exotic plants I kept on my window, and the raspberry-scented perfume plugged into the outlet. Slowly, I sat up, resisting the urge to cover my ears to block out the cry. It was agonizing, nothing I'd ever heard before. In the corner of my eye, I saw her, a shape bleeding into my vision. Somehow, I knew she was crying in pain. It was agony and fear and anger enveloped in one hysterical cry, burning her lungs out and setting her body on fire. Imogen. I could feel my housemate screaming like a living entity crawling inside my brain, like she was dying. And somehow, I could feel it. The entity slicing into my soupy brain and twining itself around my spinal cord. Like Rowan, she was sickly pale and gaunt,
but somehow beautiful, lying in a pool of halo-colored hair and moonlit eyes. My housemate writhed like she was possessed, but she didn't look like a monster. She was in pain, each wail racking her body. She was like an animal, I thought. An animal who needed to be put down. An animal I couldn't stand to see like that. Her vacant eyes didn't fully find me until I shook her, and life began to return to her expression slowly, before she sat up. Imogen was trembling, her eyes raw, filled with tears, and not quite human, but I could believe for a moment, if I suspended my disbelief, that she wasn't a monster. My housemate stared at me, blinking rapidly, like I was a hallucination, before her hand whipped out, claw-like fingernails slicing into my flesh. I felt her desperation, each nail digging into my skin and drawing blood. She could smell me. Rowan said that the three of them had been starving for the last few days, and seeing me must have been agony. Before she seemingly caught hold of herself, Imogen's grip loosened, her clammy fingers detaching from my flesh. My housemate's expression crumbled, humanity blooming back into fruition. Her voice grew stronger. "Please." She was growing progressively more hysterical. "You have to stop them. They're hurting me." Imogen tried to get up, but she was so weak. I found myself reaching out a hand and yanking her to unsteady feet, and once she could hold herself, my housemate dragged herself over to the door. She needed to eat, I thought dizzily, but it's not like the snacks I hid under my bed would do anything. I knew exactly what Imogen needed. Once I was close enough to the door, I could hear it. Low murmurs, followed by yelling. And judging from Imogen's expression, I knew we weren't alone. There were people downstairs, strangers. Remembering the figure looming over me, the person who had knocked me out and brought me home, I shivered. Who would do that? I thought. They had kidnapped me, and presumably Rowan too, and brought us home. Stop who? I managed to get out. My housemate was sobbing, trying and failing to get the door open, her twitching fingers scraping the handle. I sucked in a breath and grabbed her hands, squeezing them. The same thing I did in our freshman year, and I found holding her hands and talking to her in a hushed whisper calmed her down enough to talk. This time, however, my housemate was inconsolable. I did what I could to break through. "Imogen," I spoke stiffly, "you need to tell me what's going on, okay?" I squeezed her hands tighter, and her wails turned into soft whimpers. I hadn't forgotten what she was, and who I was to her. Nothing but food. But right then, we were both dealing with an unsuspected mutual enemy. I shook her again and she let out a sharp cry. Her whole body was trembling, and I fought to stabilize her. Every erratic movement threatened to buckle her legs. "Imogen, who's downstairs?" Her expression darkened, and I caught that sliver of moonlight glinting around her iris. Somehow, my housemate was acting territorial. "There are strangers," she said through her teeth. "They're hurting us, and I can't stand it, Nin. They're hurting us. They won't stop hurting us. And my head feels like it's on fire. I can't think straight." She drifted off, grabbing the door handle with one hand and my arm with the other. I didn't fight against her strength. I didn't hear the rest of what she said. It was caught up in a territorial hiss ripping from her throat. Imogen's grip tightened once again as my housemate dragged me down the hallway. She flattened us against the wall and twisted to me, pressing a shaky finger to her lips. "Follow me," her eyes told me. I held my breath, sticking to her steady stride. "The guys," I managed to get out. What was I going to say? Did they hurt someone? Kaz and Rowan were unpredictable under the full moon. I had no idea what they were capable of. It must have been them downstairs, them doing the hurting. After all, in my head, they were monsters. "No," Imogen whimpered. "It's a group of them," she said. "They're hurting us." Imogen's humanity practically emitted from her like an aura. I saw fear, pain, and anger, all human emotions. "Cass and Rowan," she said in sharp gasps. "They killed them, over and over again. They keep killing them, and it hurts." Copying, I thought dizzily. Someone, no doubt the person who had kidnapped Rowan and me, was torturing them. Imogen swallowed a cry, her expression twisting. She didn't finish that sentence, and that only left more questions as she pulled me further down the stairs. The low murmur of voices got louder until I could hear them clearly. A man, or a group of them, as we neared the door. Emmy grew stiff. "Stay with me," my housemate breathed. She turned to me, her eyes glowing, that eerie white bleeding into her irises. I couldn't trust her, not when her expression had melted into something inhuman, something I'd expect from a horror movie. Her teeth came out in a vicious growl, her steel grip tightening. The monster my roommate was, however, was surprisingly protective. When I tried to pull my arm from hers, Imogen made a hissing sound, digging her fingernails in. When I caught sight of the front door, I had a chance to run. I had a chance to rip my arm from her grasp, lunge into a sprint, and not look back. But I didn't. When I jumped from the last step, the downstairs hallway was quiet. The intruders were in the lounge. I could sense them, and I knew she could too. Her nostrils flared like a wild animal as she followed their scent, moving in quick strides. I followed, not as quick as her, my body leaning back, trying to escape. "It's a full moon," Emmy said under her breath. "Cass and I just had enough time to protect the house before they came." "What?" I whispered. I'd already checked, and totally wasn't expecting until September 10th. I checked multiple times to ensure I'd have enough time to escape before a full moon fell on us. But even as I thought that, my eyes found the clumsily taped up front door, and if I squinted, I could just about glimpse the tiniest fragment of moon peeking in. "They broke in," she said. "Those bastards broke in and took Cass, and then they hunted down you and Rowan." As she spoke, my housemate pulled me towards the lounge, where I knew the kidnappers were. Emmy stiffened up when she reached the door. I think part of her enjoyed searching each room beforehand, like she was hunting them down. She reminded me of a lioness losing her cub. Whoever hurt Kaz and Rowan was dead, and we both knew that. I could tell from the way she moved, squeezing my arm like I was some kind of anchor. We found the boys inside the lounge, surrounded by a group of strangers. I didn't know what to look at first. The windows were taped up, blocking out the night bleeding in, a protection from the moon. Scattered around the room were various versions of my housemates, copies of them strewn across the floor. If it had been the first time, I might have thought I was seeing things, or even in a dream of my own making. There was so much blur between fiction and reality. Inside that room at that moment, that line had been crossed multiple times. What I was seeing reminded me of an Adult Swim commercial. I can't remember which one, but I do know that those commercials were made to spread unease and play with that so-called line which separated reality and our own dreams. The copies were in varying states, decapitated heads and severed limbs leaking static, mixed with blood soaking into the carpet. It was like seeing a cartoon leak into real life, the canny with the uncanny. My stomach twisted at the sight before my gaze found the current versions. Rowan and Kaz were strapped back to back, duct tape covering their mouths, feral teeth slicing through the gags. They looked like flesh copies, but I knew from experience the pain clung on, and memories were still fresh, even before they faded. I knew they were fucking strong. Rowan had pinned me to my seat with one hand, and Emmy's grip on me was cutting off my blood circulation. But somehow, the restraints pinning their wrists to the chair's armrest were enough to hold them down. Kaz's gaze met mine, his expression crumbling, like he was ashamed. He rapidly shook his head, gesturing for me to run. Rowan tipped his head back, snarling through his gag. His eyes were already half drowned in moonlight, already half taken over. The two of them were nowhere near the moonlight, with it being trapped behind the taped-up windows. But I still saw it coming to life in their eyes, in their cracking skin splintering apart, static moonlight leaking out. It was strange seeing human hunters become the hunted. Imogen didn't speak. Her eyes were wide, her expression feral. When she made a move toward the boys, an oldish-looking man stepped in front of her, and I recognized him from Sam's group of friends. He was one of the people who had surrounded Sam's coffee table, marking something on a piece of paper, and actively trying to hide when Poppy dragged me in. Now that I was taking in the others, I realized they were all from Sam's house. I recognized a dark-haired teenage boy and an older woman with graying hair and a thinning smile, wielding a knife that I knew had already killed the boys multiple times. The leader's eyes ignited. "See?" He turned to the others. "I knew the little bitch would come and try and save her boys." He grabbed Kaz's hair, yanking the boy's head back. Kaz glared at me, like I was the problem, before averting his gaze. He didn't fight back, squeezing his eyes shut. Rowan shoved him, muffled screaming, but Kaz didn't move. "We've been playing with your friends for a while now." The man's grin made me nauseous. He was talking to Imogen. "Now you're deciding to come downstairs?" I watched the group take their positions, following orders. A familiar sandy-colored ponytail sent my heart into my throat. I must have been seeing things, right? Sure, I was seeing some of Sam's friends, but I wasn't seeing my best friend himself. That idea quickly splintered when I glimpsed his face. I wanted to find his expression frozen in some kind of trance. I wanted to believe he was brainwashed or under some kind of control. But Sam's eyes lit up with excitement, anticipation, his lips pulling into a small smile as the group surrounded Rowan and Kaz. He must have seen me with Imogen, must have known that I was in the room. As much as I struggled to meet his gaze, however, I realized he was actively ignoring me. Sam was armed. The boy who told me he was scared of fireworks going off was armed with a scary-looking blade sticking from his belt, a handgun molded into his palm. Imogen, trembling, stepped in front of me. Her lips curled back into a hiss, and the man's eyes widened. "See, she's a monster." The man cocked his head, and I tore my gaze from Sam. "A devil too." Devils. My eyes took in the rest of them, their disgusted sneers. That's what these people thought they were. Imogen winced, hurt by their words, but she held herself together. "They're not devils," I heard myself say, surprised by my confidence. I had spent days trying to escape the monsters in my house, the monsters who were killing and eating me. Yet, I was still a resident, and Sam and his gang were intruders. "Get out," I said, directing my words at Sam. I was going to kill him. Then I was going to kill his friends. "This has nothing to do with you." I sucked my teeth. "Also, they're clearly werewolves." Rowan caught my eye, his expression crumbling. Even with the duct tape gag, his eyes perfectly screamed. "Are you serious?" "No, Nin," Imogen murmured. "I want to know who the fuck they think they are." Imogen's gaze snapped to the man, her lips curling into a snarl. "Why are you hurting my family?" Her grip slipped from my arm, and I was free. I was free to run, but I didn't. Emmy's eyes reminded me of a cornered animal. She was frantic. "Who are you?" It was the first time I'd heard Imogen Prairie sound threatening. I'd known her for 2 years, and I'd never seen this side of her, the monster she had been trying to hide. She opened her mouth to speak, but stopped when the teenage boy, who looked to be 13 at the most, lunged forward, grabbed Rowan by the scruff of his neck, yanked his head back, and plunged the knife he'd been playing with into my housemate's stomach. Rowan screamed, an agonizing raw wail piercing my brain. But his cry wasn't alone. Kaz, still struggling wildly, howled into his gag, and Imogen squeaked, slamming a hand over her mouth. And then it hit me, why I'd been woken to her crying, writhing on my bed, why her tangled words had been barely decipherable on her tongue. "Stop!" she screamed, dropping all pretense. Imogen could feel them. Everything they felt, everything the two of them were going through. She felt it too, and it was ripping her apart. Every copy of the boys who had been tortured and murdered. Imogen felt everything. Their pain, their deaths, their rebirths. Chuckling, the man pulled the knife out with a whistle. It slid easily back through several layers of skin, though the knife was wet with static. Imagine something you didn't think was tangible, didn't think could be touched. And there it was, slicking the blade, and there was a cavern in his gut, and already the blood was draining away, the skin stitching itself back together with pulling static. The man's eyes were wide, lips stretched into a grin. "This is a fascinating magic trick," he leered. "Why don't you tell me, huh? How do these guys do it? We can slice up your boys and cut their heads off and they just grow another one." His shriek of laughter pierced my ears, and I caught Rowan's half-lidded eyes flick to the window, still covered with tape. Imogen's lip curled. She was already keeping an eye on him. Something told me the chair wasn't going to hold him for long. "Rowan," she spat. "I'm handling it." He responded with a snort, muffling through the tape. "Well, you're doing a great fucking job. I've got a question." The kid stepped forward with a scowl. I expected Imogen to attack him, but she just stood there, paralyzed, her body rattling with the boy's pain. "What did you devils do to my brother?" His words stirred something in my mind. Is that what they had been doing? Before me, had they feasted on others? Others who didn't share my ability to come back? No, because they made it pretty clear all they could eat was me. The leader, who was more in awe than disgusted, laughed. "Your devil spawn hiding in an innocent's body. Why don't we have another look at what's inside, To my surprise, he gestured to Sam. "The Delacruz devil is an old flame, right? He's all yours, Samuel. And don't show any mercy, kid." In 2 quick steps, he was in front of Kaz, slapping him across the face. I saw Imogen's expression darken significantly. Rowan snarled like an animal. The man raised his voice, addressing the rest of them. "Just like I told you, this thing isn't Charlie Delacruz. It's a mimic. This creature wearing the boy's handsome smile is nothing more than a suit flesh for a devil. And we're putting him down." He laughed. "And we'll do it again and again and a fucking again. Until he stays dead." Every word was emphasized as he ducked in front of Kaz, spitting on each of their faces. Sam straightened up. He caught my eyes before quickly looking away. "Yes, sir." "And remember," the man grunted, "they aren't human. I don't know what the fuck they are. They're demons. They don't even have shadows. Look at them. They bleed darkness, and they're feasting on the townspeople." Sam didn't move for a moment before nodding and striding over to my housemate. Kaz weakly lifted his head, and I caught a glance between them. It was so fast I barely saw it, but it was definitely there. Familiarity and hatred mixed together in a cocktail burning between the two of them. Sam didn't hesitate, stabbing the blade through Kaz's hand. And just like clockwork, Rowan and Imogen reacted in sync, jolting, like they had been electrocuted. Sam didn't stop. He plunged the knife again and again, each thrust more violent, more brutal, telling a story. When Kaz's body arched back, he lunged forward in his chair, screaming through the tape over his mouth, howling like a beast. Sam twisted the blade deeper until it perforated bone, which turned to static, rewriting itself back into existence. Kaz's body didn't make sense. Rowan's cries turned animalistic as he kicked and screamed, his razor-sharp teeth slicing through the tape. Sam, no matter how much he seemed to enjoy it, there was something else in his eyes. Something I think he was in denial of, which only motivated him further. He was upset. No, angry. Fuming. My housemate's pained wails were in perfect harmony. And next to me, Imogen took a different stance. Her grip slipped from my wrist. "Go upstairs and lock yourself in the room," she said through sharp breaths. "Just like every full moon. And don't come out until dawn." "What?" I managed. "Are you serious? I know what's going on," I swallowed. "And I want to help." "Help?" Imogen's tone dripping with something sour. "So, not run away?" "What?" "Run." She turned to me, her eyes pleading. "Promise me you'll lock yourself up. I don't want you to see this." I was already backing away. "What are you going to do?" Imogen was in agony. I could see it in her face. Every contortion in her expression matching the boy's. She offered me a sheepish smile. "Just talk to them." When I risked a look at Kaz, while Sam dragged a knife down his face, static pouring out, he was shaking his head. "Don't." His eyes were on Emmy, desperate, as he struggled under the restraints. He seemed to already know what she was going to do. Imogen tried one more time. "If you want to talk, we'll talk," she said. "I'll tell you everything about what we are. Just let them go." Her lips pricked into a smile. "That's your warning. Let them go, or I'll show you." "Show us?" The man scoffed. I inwardly cringed as he dragged his nails down Rowan's face. Rowan snapped at him like a wild animal. "You're already showing us. You're inhuman. Be thankful we're merciful enough to put you down right here, and not string you up on the gallows where you belong." "Then I'm sorry," Emmy said softly. "Imogen," Kaz muffled through his gag. I was getting deja vu from the last full moon. He rocked forward in the chair, almost tipping over. "You're going to make it worse." "Let her do it." Rowan howled when an older woman with thinning white hair plunged her dagger into his arm. He was seething, a hysterical laughter bubbling. "These bastards really think they can kill us?" "Don't do what?" The teenage boy joined in, a delirious grin on his face, circling my housemates like a shark. "You're weak," Rowan spluttered. "I'm sorry. Shouldn't you be playing Fortnite?" "Imogen, please." Kaz chewed through his gag. "What the fuck is doing this going to accomplish?" His gaze snapped to me, and I saw it. Disgust. Disdain he was trying to hide. "Tell her, Nin. We just want to talk." Imogen spoke through a growl. Her patience was thinning. "Let them go, and like I said, we'll talk." But that just got a laugh from the group in response. Sam, the only one who wasn't laughing, paused mutilating Kaz's face. I noticed he was slower with the knife, like he was reveling in watching the skin slice open and splinter. Bleeding moonlight. "Talk?" a woman screeched. Her voice was like nails on a chalkboard. "The devils want us to talk? Devilish wolves don't talk." Rowan groaned. "Jesus fucking Christ. We're not wolves." She pointed a gun at Imogen. "Tell me, child," she sneered. "Would you be able to come back from a bullet in the brain? If I blow your head off, will you grow another one like them? Should I test it out? How about severing each of your limbs, I saw the exact moment Imogen Prairie gave up. She gave up begging, gave up trying to negotiate, gave up being human. She grabbed my hand, entangling her fingers with mine. I would be lying if I said it wasn't comforting. "There's a freezer inside Rowan's closet," Emmy said under her breath. "I want you to ignore what's in it and lock yourself in there." "But," I choked on my response, and she hissed, cutting me off. "Now!" I found myself nodding, my brain subconsciously submitting to that light in her eyes that was so hard to look away from. Right. I staggered into the wall. Emmy was next to me one moment, and then she was at the window. Half of her face was already illuminated in a semicircle of moonlight. At first, I thought she was going to try another tactic to free the boys, maybe from the back. She was fast after all, faster than I thought. But no. Kaz turned to me with questioning eyes before twisting to Emmy, muffling into the tape over his mouth. "Imogen, don't!" Emmy didn't waste time, standing on her tiptoes and clawing at the protection put in place to block out the full moon. And almost as if the moon herself had been waiting in anticipation outside, fighting to get in, she seeped into the room, milky white light filling every corner and hitting every surface. I remember turning to run, though something made me turn. Something, maybe morbid curiosity, twisted my body around and forced me to watch. Watch, as I finally realized why my friends were so afraid of the moon, why they forced me to stay in the room every night and blast music until my ears were ringing. It was almost like they were waiting for it. At least, Rowan was. I knew part of him didn't care about the control she had over him or what she made him do. He just wanted out of that fucking chair. I watched his frenzied gaze fix on Sam, who was carving the flesh from my housemate's face, before his twitching eyes darted to every corner the light bounced from. And then he went slack. His wrists writhed against the restraints. Then his face did the same. It drooped to one side. His whole expression went blank. Kaz followed, at first trying to bury his head in his lap, but it was too bright, too powerful, drowning him, flooding his eyes. Their faces, drenched in her, were hypnotizing. Just like the night of Abigail Matheson's party, they stopped struggling, their frightened eyes wide, lips twisted around the gags, before going slack. With her so close, inside the room, she filled me too. I heard her voice, her melodic singing filling their minds. No, our minds. She was affecting me too. I was aware I was moving, jerking, twitching, trying to find a way out, but I couldn't move. She was in my head, twining herself around my being, filling me, teasing me. My housemate's eyes reflected the same eerie glow, not just the subtle halo glint I was used to seeing. This was blinding light, light that should have scorched their eyes out. And yet, it didn't. Instead, it became a part of them, weaving inside of them, fully taking over. She hit every reflective surface like she was burrowing deeper, overwhelming us. I was staring at Rowan, my gaze glued to him. That light bleeding from him was almost beautiful, hypnotizing. I felt it beckoning me forward, and only snapped out of it when cutting fangs pierced through his duct-taped gag, his mouth parting in a monstrous snarl, inhuman screeching sending me to my knees. While the moon found her home, leeching onto their minds, I heard only the low hum of her song bleeding into my skull, enrapturing me. The humans reacted differently. They seemed more confused. I watched Sam's expression shift from morbid pleasure to horror as he pulled back with the knife. But my brain couldn't process what was happening. Time seemed to slow down, and suddenly, there was so much screaming. What my mind failed to grasp was that Rowan had ripped himself from the restraints, stumbling like an animal, duct tape still hanging from the corner of his mouth, and pounced on the woman who had leered at him. There wasn't even a struggle. I saw those brand new teeth snap out in an animalistic bite, and their headless torso hit the ground. Just like that. So fast. But he didn't stop there. Once free and fully exposed to her light, still suffocating the room, my housemate dropped to his knees, tearing into her chest and ripping out squirming, glistening insides until she was nothing more than unrecognizable flesh, pulsating under his weight. I didn't even see Kaz escape, but his chair was overturned, and there was so much blood, so much red illuminated under that mesmerizing moonlight, drenching everything. It glinted under the dim light, entrails and severed limbs strewn across the carpet. Kaz had been the chilled out one, the one against killing Sam and his gang. But once the moon seeped inside him, my usually laid-back housemate crawled across the floor, tearing into anything resembling human flesh, bounding forwards on his hands and knees like a rabid dog. I watched him dive on the flailing teenage boy, gnawing into him. Mushy pink matter clung between his teeth as he chewed through the boy's skull, newly elongated fangs splintering shattered bone and brain. Kaz's movements were mindless, blindly grasping for anything alive in his path. Imogen pounced on a screaming man, ripping out his spine with a single brutal tug. Then Rowan, still kneeling over the woman's remains, coughed up an eyeball. Imogen snatched it from the ground and stuffed it into her mouth, the pulpy mass of red and white squelching between her two sharp teeth. That's when I remembered how to breathe. Movement behind me. Sam's sharp, heavy breaths hit the back of my neck as he whispered, "Run! Get out of here, Nin!" he hissed, slipping on entrails stuck to the soles of his shoes. "Fucking run!" Kaz, still ravaging the corpse of the leader, reacted to Sam's movement. His neck snapped up, head cocking to the side. His eyes were vacant. Sam stumbled back. He didn't look scared. I wouldn't say it was fear. It was pain. Agony. "Fuck," he said in a sharp breath, his gaze on Kaz. Sam pressed himself against the wall, twisting his head to find an exit. "Kaz?" He held out his hands. "Hey, Kaz, it's me." My housemate's face was transformed. No longer human. No longer the guy I knew. Twisted into something resembling a zombie. His eyes were milky white, filled, drenched, overwhelmed with her. Every part of him was her. His splintering skin bleeding her. His claws digging into flesh and bone. There was nothing there. No ignition in his eyes. Nothing to suggest he was a living, breathing human. Looking at Rowan, he had the same look, kneeling over the kid's body, his hands cupping into the cavity in the gut and scooping out glistening gore. Imogen, moving from each body with incredible speed, like an animal, her toes primed, slick with pulling red. I was still standing there, staring like a fucking idiot, when the three of them seemed to change. No, that's not the word. As if they operated as three. They all suddenly got the same thought. Kaz stopped mindlessly chewing, a slew of chewed up red mush slipping down his chin. Rowan spat out the severed arm he'd been mauling, and Imogen tilted her head and looked directly at me. The other two followed, like they shared a hive mind of some kind, a mind which no longer thought like a human, instead, like a feral beast. I would much rather have been ignorant at that moment. I would have happily worn rose-tinted glasses. Instead, though, it began to dawn on me, looking at what they were feeding on. They weren't really eating it, just chewing it and spitting it out. Or in Rowan's case, mauling on it like a dog. When Imogen slowly got up on prime toes, nostrils flaring, moonlit eyes pinpointing on me, I remembered her words before she surrendered to the moon. "Go upstairs and lock yourself up." And as the three of them began to slowly make their way towards me, like animals cornering their prey, I found my gaze going to their so-called meals, none of which they had eaten. Another step. They were taking their time, reveling in my scent, moving as a group. I could sense their mutual agreement that they were going to share. When Rowan made a sound cross between a snarl and a snort, I twisted around and ran. The front door was close, but they already knew my thoughts before I did. They knew my destination before it was in my head. Kaz appeared on the front door, Rowan and Imogen behind him. So, I dived upstairs. Again though, they already knew. They knew where I was heading. Their footsteps followed me, pounding up the stairs, forcing me to kick myself further into a frenzied sprint. Their breaths tickled the back of my neck, and halfway up the stairs, a hand curled around my leg and yanked. I crumbled, losing my grip on the top stair, flailing and kicking my attacker in the face. Kaz, faster than the others. A mindless determination glimmered in his eyes. He didn't stop, didn't falter, only falling and getting back up again, crawling up the stairs on all fours. As if watching him, the moon seemed to follow, her light pouring from the cracks in his face. His arms wrapped around my waist and pulled me halfway down the stairs, and I kicked blindly, only for his grip to loosen, letting me go. Reaching the top, I followed Emmy's earlier words and threw myself into Rowan's room, slamming the door behind me and throwing my weight into it. But they were already on the other side, hurling themselves into the old wood. Fuck. Scanning my housemate's room, I glimpsed his closet. They were going to get through. Their combined weight was overwhelming, sending me staggering. I left the door, lunging into the closet just as they broke through. Rowan was first, then Kaz and Imogen. When I saw Rowan's teeth curl back, an animalistic hiss ripping into my ears, Rowan dropped onto his knees, rolling around in seeping, pulling moonlight. I made awkward eye contact with him, and his head inclined. He made a soft noise, and I bit back a hysterical laugh. Yep, definitely werewolves. The closet door was flimsy, barely even a door, but something was inside. A large white container my brain didn't register as a freezer until I yanked it open, finding myself face to face with severed pieces of an earlier version of me. I didn't have time to be disgusted, slamming the closet doors shut, or at least trying to shut them as best I could. Climbed into the freezer, burying myself in my own body parts, and closing the lid shut. Sucking in a breath, I waited for them to knock it over or rip open the lid. Instead, though, the three of them didn't even come in the closet. They knew I was in there. I could hear them clawing at the wood, slamming their weight into it, but for some reason, they never came in. When I was sure I was safe, I risked letting out a breath, and then I was too aware of where I was, what I was enveloped in. I reached out, cringing when I touched my own severed flesh. Rowan had cut me into pieces, probably so I'd last longer. My stomach flipped over, and my mouth watered. I was going to throw up. I could feel it, a barf-like paste creeping up my throat. The closet door suddenly flew open, footsteps followed. They were in, so close, I could hear their heavy pants. Instinctively, my fingers curled around what felt like a slimy piece of my torso before something flashed in front of my eyes. A memory from that version of me, the version they'd murdered and cut up, preserving me in Rowan's freezer. This had happened before, I thought dizzily. I'd seen my body's memories in a sharp blur of colors I could barely focus on. But this was in clarity. Again, I saw everything through her eyes. Unlike the other memories, it was less like I was seeing it, more like I was reliving it. The graze of cool night air on my bare skin, as I opened up our door to a figure on our doorstep. Oh, hey. My voice was a lot lighter and more energetic. I barely recognized myself. You're not the pizza guy. Nin, Kaz yelled from upstairs. Did they send extra? My wallet's in the car. Tip them if they're hot, Imogen shouted, her voice a very drunk slur. It's not the pizza guy, I shouted back through a laugh. It struck me then that I didn't remember this. This had been part of my blackouts, what had been ripped from my memories. I felt myself pull away from my body parts, my gut curling at the thought of finally knowing what happened that night. I had to know, even when part of me cringed away, refusing to accept a certain part of myself. I needed to understand the events. So, ignoring my body's insistence to let go, I dug my nails into my own severed flesh, willing myself back into the memory when it started to blur out of focus. A woman. She was maybe in her late 50s or early 60s, with white hair growing gray at the ends. Her smile was friendly, and I instantly trusted it. "Good evening. Would you mind helping me out?" I felt the dread building in my current self, as well as in my memory. In my memory, however, I ignored the alarm bells. "Bolivia House, I presume?" The old woman's smile widened. "It's just like I remember it." Her eyes flicked from the door to me. "I am quite lost." "Yeah, of course," I said. My voice sounded different. Tipsy. I think we were all drunk. "What do you need help with?" Before the woman could answer, a voice spoke up, and I twisted around. Rowan was standing behind me, halfway through a bag of Cheetos. "Who's at the door?" he said, through a mouthful of orange mush. "Nan, I said don't talk to strangers." Rowan, part of me splintered. I forgot what he looked like before my blackouts. Before he started wearing Ray-Bans to hide the effects. His eyes used to be warm, friendly. They used to be so pretty to look at. A deep shade of brown with flecks of ember like orange. Now I could barely see them anymore. They're almost completely taken over whether he's possessed or not. I shoved him, shooting the woman an apologetic look. "It's literally an old woman," I said through a gritted smile. "Do you want to come in?" Rowan copied me, grinning through his teeth. "And what if she's a psycho murderer?" The woman cleared her throat. She nodded to Rowan. "Do you and your girlfriend live alone?" "Girlfriend?" he squawked, choking on Cheeto dust, and I shoved him, harder. Rowan hissed. "That hurt." "Go back upstairs. You're drunk and embarrassing yourself." "We're housemates," I corrected the woman. "There are 2 more of us." "Okay, but why do you want to know?" Rowan pressed his face against the door, attempting to act as weird as possible. I shoved him again, and he fixed her with a not quite smile. "Are you planning on moving in?" "We're not an Airbnb, you know." "Goodness, no," the woman said. "I was just curious. So, 4 of you, correct?" Rowan folded his arms. "Why so many questions?" He stepped forward. "Can I question you?" "Rowan?" I warned him. "I'm dealing with it." The woman nodded along, seemingly grateful for me shutting him up. "Thank you," she said. "Would I be able to come in?" Inside the trunk of a stranger's car, I think I fell in love with the moon in my housemate's eyes. I mean, it could have been the drugs. There was a 99.9% chance it was the drugs. I was still laughing, and so was he. And it was the kind of hysterical giggles that reminded me of being a kid, ones I couldn't control. The 2 of us rolling into each other with every speed bump, which somehow made everything funnier. It started with questions like, where are we? And where are we going? And then quickly devolved into, since when have you had 3 hands? Followed by, when the moon hits your eye like a big pizza pie, that's amore. Car trunks have surprisingly good ambiance, but still, heavily inebriated or not, I found myself mesmerized by the way the moonlight danced around his iris, spiderwebbing across splintered static flesh. Inside my splintered mind, my housemate was the most beautiful thing I had ever seen in my life. I think I reached out with my bound hands, dragging my phantom fingers over moonlit skin. Rowan stopped laughing, his expression crumbling. It was raw and real, and I wasn't used to this version of him. Rowan Beck was the king of avoiding conversations and holding grudges, playing cryptic games instead. But now here he was, inches from my face, far too human for me to comprehend. I found myself spluttering on another laugh. This man was possessed by the moon, a flesh-eating monster who had killed me multiple times for his own selfish needs. So, why was my heart jumping around in my chest? So, Rowan muttered. He leaned closer, and in my extremely drugged mind, I forgot about the whole eating meat thing. I just saw her, expanding, filling polluting eyes with his ethereal light. It was so bright, so pretty and comforting and warm, and I wanted to envelop myself inside. I wanted it to take over him completely. Another speed bump brought us together, and his lips found the bridge of my ear. Why did you do it? His words hung in my mind after our unfortunate car ride. Like a tape being rewound, the memory seeped away, and panicking, I blindly grasped for another piece of my body parts, plunging myself inside my memories. No longer illuminated in the warm glow of our hallway, I was surrounded by darkness. It was so cold. I was barefoot, my arms tied behind my back with rough rope. My hands weren't alone. 3 pairs were entangled with mine, 3 bodies bound to me, though I could have sworn my restraints were loosening. The dark didn't make sense at first. It was an endless stretch of oblivion in front of me. Then, shapes started to bleed into existence. An orange light flickered into my view, getting closer and closer, illuminating the room. I was inside our basement. When I tipped my head back, a skylight I'd never seen before loomed over me, and I glimpsed a sliver of moon poking behind eerie lit clouds. I was crying. My emotions were overwhelming, feral, filling my brain with poison. I had to get out. The words were on my tongue, and I was screaming silently into the lit up dark. I had to get out. Yanking one wrist free, I exhaled a heavy breath. I didn't... No. Shut up. Rowan's voice was slurred from getting whacked in the head. I could still see his motionless form on the ground, and at that moment, I thought he was dead. Part of me wished he was dead, because then he wouldn't have to go through this. It's not your fault. He let out a shuddery laugh, leaning his head on mine. I mean, yeah, I did try to tell you multiple times there was something wrong with that crazy bitch, and we're probably going to fucking die because you were too naive. But, Rowan, Cass spoke through his teeth, pulling at his bindings. You're making it worse. We're going to die? Imogen squeaked. We're not going to die, Cass said softly. It's okay, Immy. Breathe. You can breathe, can't you? Come on. In and out. No, I can't. I can't breathe. In, Cass said calmly, breathing in and then exhaling. And out. Just keep breathing. I'm sorry, but what are breathing exercises going to do? Rowan, now slightly more awake, hissed. Like she said, we're going to die. There's no sugarcoating it. No magical escape. We are going to die. That woman and her equally psycho friends are fucking nuts. Kaz didn't reply. I pulled at my loose restraints again. I can get us out of here. I managed to hiss out. What? Kaz twisted his head. How? I can get the cops. You're kidding. All I could think about was escaping or staying. Fight or flight. Dying or survival. My body hummed with adrenaline, and I lunged forward, my bare knees grazing the concrete floor, before a hand grabbed mine, his nails digging into my skin. Desperation. I felt it emanating from him because I knew he knew. Rowan knew me better than I knew myself. Don't, he said in a sharp sob. I know what you're doing, and you can't, okay? You can't run. Frustration gritted my words between my teeth. I'm getting help, I gasped out. Sure. I tried to shuffle away from him, but he wouldn't let go. There's got to be someone. No. Rowan tightened his grip, and I felt myself crumble. Part of me resented him for stopping me from running, and another part of me despised myself for even thinking about fleeing. Rowan's fingernails dug into my skin, a surprising anchor. No, you're not going to run away, like you always do. His voice was harsh and raw, like a knife plunging through my chest. Like when your parents came to visit, and you locked yourself in your room leaving us to face them. Like when you saw a spider, and forced Kaz, who was mid-job interview on Zoom, to get rid of it. Rowan, Kaz warned, his tone darkening significantly. She needs to know. Yes, but does she need to know now? Rowan sighed. Fuck, he muttered to himself, like he was going to regret his next words. Imogen was pregnant 3 months ago. A hot, suffocating sensation climbed up my throat, but before I could speak, Rowan pressed on, his bound hands finding mine, stopping me from diving to my feet. Did you even care, Nin? His hiss was bitter, more of a laugh. Or were you too wrapped up in yourself to notice your best friend throwing up every day? He was right. 3 months prior, I was embedded in classes and a group presentation. I didn't know. I managed to choke out. Rowan snorted. Yeah, because according to Imogen, every time she tried to tell you, you either brushed her off or changed the subject. You promised you'd be there for her, especially since her parents aren't. Yet you talked about your own trivial problems instead. You pushed her away and didn't even fucking care. Imogen said nothing, but I can hear the hitch in her breath, the quiet shudders of her sobs. I didn't know, Imogen, I repeated, the words tasting bitter, like barf. She didn't respond for a moment, but her clammy hands found mine, squeezing with a silent plea. Rowan fought with my hands, keeping me from tearing away from him. This is what I'm trying to tell you. You're selfish, but I don't hate you for it. You've been running away your whole life, and you even admit it's a flaw. But you've never tried to help yourself. His voice cracked, splintering apart. You're going to leave us, and I hate that I know that. I hate knowing exactly what you're thinking and what you're going to do. But for once, I'm begging you, don't think about yourself. He squeezed my hands tighter. I don't want to die, Nin, he whispered, his head flopping onto my shoulder. I'm 23 years old, at the hands of some psychotic werewolf-worshipping cult. They're not a cult, Imogen whispered. Stop saying they're a cult. You're freaking me out. Rowan shoved her. What else could they be? I don't know. Maybe it's a prank. Hilarious prank, Kaz muttered. Rowan entangled his fingers with mine. I tried to pull away again, refusing to accept my fate, that I was going to die with them. I know you're scared, he breathed, but running away isn't the answer. You keep telling yourself that because you're only thinking of your own survival, which, sure, I can understand. Humans are selfish, but I want to believe you won't be selfish this time. I didn't think about his words when I yanked away from him, feeling his hand slip away from mine. The connection we'd had for the last 2 years ignited into nothing. I know you won't leave us. His words echoed in my mind as I lunged forward, tearing myself from the bindings once my wrists were loose. I violently tugged from Kaz's restraints. He didn't move, didn't try to struggle. Instead, his head dropped, a sob escaping his lips. You wouldn't do that, right? Rowan was still speaking with a choked sort of irony as I crawled forward on my hands and knees and took off in a stumbled run. Don't look back, I thought dizzily, my head spinning. So, I didn't. I kept running, making it to the basement stairs where glowing candles had been placed on each one, only for a figure to appear at the top, followed by several others. As they descended, I staggered back, and above me, a perfect full moon graced the skylight, drenching the room in light, carving a circle around my housemates and me, a circle that stopped halfway up the stairs. I tried again, forcing my legs to run. My brain told me I could get past them. I could break through their human barrier blocking the door. I knew it. Rowan ducked his head. She's running away. His words stung, but he was right. I was desperate to get out of there, but something else was stopping me. Something was preventing me from stepping out of the circle of light. As the figure took slow strides down the steps, the moon lighting up her face, I realized the youth did not equal beauty. The woman who I had let into our home was dressed in mystifying white, carrying her own candle. She regarded me with a smile. She didn't speak when I tried to run again, and a man's arms wrapped around me, suffocating my screams. "Let her run," the woman said, her voice a melodic murmur, like she was singing into my head. "She'll regret it," she said, situating herself outside the circle of light while the rest of her group moved in graceful strides. Stepping inside it, her eyes darkened when she laid eyes on me. "Imagine abandoning your friends to escape. Such a beautiful fate. Choosing to die alone instead of with them. Young lady, you must be so mad to run away from something like this." Her eyes, I wish they sparkled with madness, with lunacy, but they were as clear as my own when I stared into the reflection of the dagger curled between her fingers. The man holding me forced me to my knees and she tipped her head back, her gaze going to the skylight in awe. "I mean, just look at her. She is beautiful." The woman nodded at Kaz, Rowan, and Emmy. "Wouldn't you agree?" "It's the moon," Rowan spluttered, struggling wildly. "What do you want us to do? Clap?" "Rowan." Kaz's cry was shrill. "Shut the fuck up." "I don't understand." Imogen spoke up. "Why are you doing this? We didn't do anything." "I have $3,000 in my savings," Kaz said. "I can get you more." "Young man," the woman feigned horror. "Why on earth would we hurt you? This is a blessing, a gift." "You knocked us out and tied us up in our own basement," Rowan gritted through his teeth. "I think that qualifies as hurting." The woman sighed, her eyes trained on the skylight. She took slow strides towards them, and as she sneered, she began to speak in a soft voice, almost like a lullaby. When she situated herself behind Imogen, my heart jumped into my throat. Something burned inside me, an urge to run, to get out, but there was nowhere to go. Every time I tried to step out of the semicircle of light, it pushed me back. She pushed me forwards, and I dropped to my knees. "You may not know it now, but a time once existed, thousands of years ago, when humanity, or at least the citizens of this town, lived in the dark. They believed that if they lived through 100 days and 100 nights of darkness, she would take notice. And she did. How could she not? Her laugh chilled me to the bone. They rejected the sun for her. All it took was embracing the desire to chew on their own flesh as sustenance. A final promise to her that they were hers, and always would be. And in turn, she carved away their second skins, their outlines, granting them abilities far beyond their imagination. Some rejected their humanity completely, able to shift their skins to one of a beast. So werewolves, I heard Cass mumble to himself. Stepping behind Rowan, the woman ran her fingers through his hair, yanking his head back when he cringed away. Our outlines are what make us human, what attach us to the earth and force us to live our lives without risk. They are our terrestrial prisons, forcing us to live as the sun desires. In blinding, piercing light, the moon is bright too. Rowan spat, only for her to slap him across the face. Without terrestrial outlines? She continued, all of that stops. Without our outlines, we are no longer tethered to the ground. We can be twisted and blurred against human physics. We can be edited, rendered, copied in any way she wants. We can live without logical thought and emotions. Her beloved puppet she can use for her own gains. To her, human beings on Earth are her soldiers. Her smile dampened. Now, the town lived on with these abilities. We lived without our outlines, drowned in darkness, and her light until certain people grew greedy, wanting more from her, more power, They demanded more. Her gaze found the skylight, the ability to spread this phenomenon far and wide across the globe, even the ability to see sunlight once again and shift back to their human forms. Children were curious about what it looked like, going to extreme lengths to escape the mirror she placed, and in retaliation, she gave them what they wanted, the sun, which cursed them with their outlines once again, circling around my housemates like a shark. I could tell she was nearing the end of her story. Now, the human race is weak. The people of this town are pathetic, living in scorching sunlight, and we must return to the old ways to find our way back to her. And for that, we choose you. This time, she directed her words at the skylight before her eyes found mine. Of course, we can't use ourselves. Every generation since has been cursed with a permanent outline. Even if we wanted to sacrifice ourselves, she would never take us.
Did it ever occur that maybe you're just out of your mind? Rowan shrieked, trying to dive to his feet. There's no such thing as a terrestrial outline. You're fucking demented. The woman's eyes darkened.
You, however, she continued, her lips curling into a smirk. You have outlines. We should have no problem skinning them directly from your souls, and grant us her beautiful light once again.
Running the blade down Kaz's cheek, her eyes sparkled.
Bolivia House used to be their place of solace, where they would surrender themselves under a full moon, once the bells chimed midnight, and give their outlines to her light.
The clock on the mantelpiece struck midnight, almost as if on cue, and the hair on the back of my neck stood up.
Do it, now,
she ordered. The group beginning to circle my housemates. I used that chance to escape, but I was still trapped in the circle.
By killing the first layer and perforating the soul, the outline will be forced to detach itself from the living host.
Her voice was practically a moan.
Only then will they show themselves.
Wait, Kaz whispered, struggling violently. Please, I don't want to fucking die. His eyes found mine. Go on then. His lips curled back in disgust. Get the fuck out of here. I couldn't move. The woman's lips moved, curling into words that must have pierced Emmy's heart. I saw her plead, her frenzied eyes trying to find an escape that didn't exist. We were trapped in the circle. Imogen screamed, flailing, sobbing. She didn't stop until the woman's knife pierced the top of her head. I watched it split her skull open. Puddled moonlight illuminated bright, intense red dripping, pulling down Imogen's face. I expected her eyes to flutter shut, but they stayed open, wide and cartoonish. Her lips curved into the start of a scream which never hit the sound barrier.
They must be severed. For our ancestors' greed, we will sever them. We're the woman's words in a melody.
She wasn't dying. Emmy was in some middle place, lips trembling as red continued to flow, causing my housemates' trembling lips to part slightly, as if gasping. I watched rivulets of red splatter to the ground, and I couldn't comprehend why there was so much red. It was so fast. 1 minute Kaz was screaming at me to run, and then his blood splattered across the concrete floor. When the woman stepped in front of Rowan, she dragged the blade across his forehead. His eyes were frenzied and terrified. Rowan was aware that Kaz's head had gone limp on his shoulder, his body trembling with sobs.
Don't go.
Rowan's whimper kept me imprisoned, paralyzed. Please don't fucking leave me. He choked on a sob. Not this time. The leader hummed.
You are perhaps my favorite.
She chuckled, entangling her fingers in Rowan's hair. Her eyes flicked to me.
The two of you have strong feelings for each other, do you not?
Before I could respond, she laughed.
You hate this young man. You feel beneath him.
She stroked the blade across Rowan's throat, and he flinched.
You, my darling, feel like a bug underneath his foot.
Pressing the blade down, she dug it in, and Rowan screamed.
And you, young man, The boy who hides behind a wall. The woman held down his squirming shoulders. You despise her for thinking she is the center of the universe. You hate that you have feelings for what you call a selfish, entitled, childish brat. To my confusion, she handed me the knife. In that case, why don't you do my job for me? Rowan let out a strangled sob when I dared meet his gaze. The word no was suddenly violently pushed from my throat. Moonlight struck, taking me off guard, turning my brain to mush. It seeped into my blood, fashioning my lips into a dreamy smile. She was right. I resented him for being better than me at everything. I hated his pretentious big shot attitude, that he couldn't take anything seriously. I hated the way he looked at me sometimes, like I was beneath him. Selfish, she sang inside my head, and my lips moved, my fingers grasping around the knife. I sang along, slashing Rowan's chest. I relished in the seeping, pulling red gushing out. Entitled. I plunged the blade through his skull, deep enough to reach his brain, twisting the blade until he was screeching, wallowing, begging for death. I sang, childish. I wanted him to stop looking at me, beads of thick red seeping down his face. Brat. I wanted him to die slower, so he would suffer. His half-lidded gaze held mine, and I knew I would never forget the look on his face. No hate, disdain, or resentment. Something more powerful than hatred. A burning, scalding something that forced me to look away. I heard his gargled sobs, his thinning breath. And then, nothing. When the knife slipped from my hands and I regained control of my thoughts, the melody leaving my mind, Rowan was already dead. The woman let out a sharp cry that morphed into a laugh, as if they were puppets on strings. All three of their heads tipped back, and the light in their eyes vanished, filled with a growing spark bleeding moonlight. Kaz's lifeless eyes blinked before his head drooped, followed by Imogen. Rowan. I think he was clinging on, blinking rapidly, fighting it, before she broke through completely, bleeding into his iris. Moonlight expanded across the room once again, this time catching every surface, drenching every face, before slowly moving away, leaving us once again in flickering candlelight. I waited for them to move, but the red had stopped. Imogen's head fell limp, Rowan's resting on Kaz's shoulder. There was a moment when I thought I was going to laugh, hysterical bubbles creeping up my throat. I felt myself hit the ground, crawling toward them before I was yanked back. There was so much blood, slick on my palms and tainting my fingers. I was covered in them. I lifted my head, my throat raw with a strangled cry before I caught sudden movement. A shadow, a static thing bleeding, blossoming between reality and something else I couldn't register. It was at the corner of my eye, and following it, I found myself blink at flashes of movement, creeping across the back wall. It was a shadow, a silhouette mimicking a human figure. 3 of them. The first one dived forwards and seemed to be the most desperate to escape. It took a chance, and despite not seeing an identity, I knew it was terrified. I knew it was frantic, calculating its moves before it took them. It dived across the room, sticking to the wall, pressing itself against it. But before it could make it up the stairs, the man who had wrapped his arms around me whipped out a hand, grabbed the thing by its slender neck, and slit its throat. I didn't even see a throat. I didn't see the shape of one, or an indication that it even had one, but I did see its reaction, its staggering stumbling as it hit the ground, before bleeding into the concrete and disappearing right in front of my eyes. The other 2 were slower. One stayed back, as if it was guarding my housemates' bodies, while the other took a stumbled step forwards before falling to its knees. I saw it give up before it was brutally murdered too. It's weird, watching these things. I knew they were shadows or routines, but they acted human. They acted with fear and pain when they were caught and killed, just like my housemates. The last shadow attempted to dart into darkness itself, but this time, the woman took care of it, wrapping her hands around its throat and snapping its neck. When it was gone, the moon had crept behind a cloud. I remembered how to move. I tried to crawl up the stairs, but another figure kicked me down them, and I landed flat on my back, only to find the woman looming over me. "You are a fool," she said, pulling and yanking me to a sitting position. Her ice-cold fingers grazed my neck, grasping a tight hold of my ponytail and yanking my head back, so I got a good look at the skylight. And there she was, coming back into focus and filling the sky with her light once again. A low murmur bloomed in the back of my head, singing. It was enough to stop me from struggling. My screams, as the force of her knife bit into my throat. She didn't press pressure yet. Instead, she was waiting for one last chance. "You are an interesting one," the woman hummed. "I want you to bow to them." She laid me down in front of my dead housemates, bowing my head as if in prayer, as a shadowed figure forced a crown of adorned bone onto Rowan's curls. "Bow to your future kings and queen." I don't remember the exact time she killed me for the first time, because I was too busy staring up at the moon. And just like she was agreeing with the woman, the moon herself smiled down at me, emphasizing her words. Then, I was aware of something sharp cutting across my throat. It felt like a zipper. When I was a kid, I had a sweater with a zipper my mom had brought home from a thrift store. I used to zip it all the way up until it was around my neck, and my mom yelled at me thinking I was going to choke myself. That memory was some kind of sweet, as I felt my body go limp. I felt warm wetness drip down my skin. Not enough to kill me. Karma for abandoning them. Curled up on the ground, I choked on my own breaths, trying and failing to suck oxygen into my lungs. Once again, I swore I detected movement through my own flickering lashes. I saw it bleed into existence, a static outline, a shadow which upon realizing itself, stared down at its blurry hands before diving to its feet. I don't think they were expecting my outline. I watched the thing flatten itself against the wall before creeping into the dark. I was waiting for it to reappear, or the thing to end up with the same fate as the others. The knife bit in again, just as something moved in the corner of my eye, a twitching head, and this time, it was the closing blow. That was the very first time I died, and the first time I came back, both of which I cannot remember, but the pieces of me inside Rowan's freezer did. When I came to, I was slick with sweat, still cramped inside Rowan's freezer. I only had to slightly move for them to start pounding on the lid. 2 hours later, I finally heard my housemates leave the closet. Once I was sure they were gone, I climbed out of the freezer, risking a peek through the gap in the door. I was met with that same light. They had torn down the protection on Kaz's window, and the room was swimming in it. Every surface, every corner bleeding in that eerie glow. Despite the moon's lumen, her light filling every crevice and corner. None of my housemates had shadows. Kaz paced, chewing on something. Imogen curled up on the floor, hidden behind her blonde hair. Rowan knelt in the puddled moonlight, head tipped back, eyes closed. I think she was singing to him, numbing his mind of all the pain that he wanted to stop. Exhausted, I passed out when they eventually left the room. When I opened my eyes, I was in my own bed. There was a figure hanging over me, and I panicked, crawling back. A scream choked in my throat, but when I gathered myself, I was just looking at Imogen, who was no longer a mindless monster, still draped in strips of what was left of yesterday's clothes. I could still see noticeable smudges of scarlet ingrained into her skin. It was her eyes I noticed at first, still half-lidded, glinting with the familiar shadow of the moon. Her cheeks were still gaunt and skeletal, skin paper-thin and paling. After fashioning them into her mindless cannibalistic soldiers, the moon had made me the only thing they could eat. Imogen smiled, the skin around her mouth splintering apart, leaking moonlight. "Morning," she croaked, dragging a hand through the tangles in her hair. "Listen, I know you probably want to talk, and I know we have a lot to talk about, but there's something you should know." My housemate's lip curled. "Actually, 2 things." Her hand was warm, human, and yet also hollow, like a static photograph. Her nails dug in, suddenly, and I bit back a cry. "Can we keep what happened last night between us?" she whispered. "At least for now." Imogen remembered. Well, she remembered the first half of the night before. I could only nod. What else could I say? I didn't just leave them because of my own selfishness. I watched them die. I murdered Rowan Beck in cold blood, puppeteered by a celestial light. I let Imogen take my hand, trying to ignore her stumbling feet. How she could barely walk. She pulled me out of my room and down the stairs. Halfway down, though, I knew exactly what she was talking about. The boys were standing at the bottom. Kaz leaned against the wall, his gaze on his phone. Rowan hiding his head in his knees. They had cleaned up at least. Rowan was draped in his robe, Kaz half dressed in a shirt. It was hard to look at them, after seeing them in the memory I'd gotten back. Still human. The 2 of them were ready to collapse, clearly trying to suppress a feral urge forcing them to eat me. I noticed Kaz was leaning his weight into the wall, and Rowan's legs were shaking. Doing my best to ignore the state they were in, I focused on the front door swamped in darkness. The clock on rustic wall said it was almost 9 a.m., and yet, it was still dark outside. "It's 9 a.m., I said. "And it's pitch black?" "Great observation, genius. Is there anything else your Einstein mind can point out?" Rowan got to unsteady feet. He didn't turn around to look at me, and I didn't blame him. He groaned, burying his head in Kaz's chest. "So much for researching the full moon cycles. The moon can do whatever she wants with us, and this town. She just straight up turned off the fucking sun. Go to bed." Kaz pulled a face, itching away from him. "I'm not a pillow." "No." Kaz sighed, straightening up and wafting Rowan away like a fly. "There was a full moon, which explains why we can't remember a thing." He screwed up his face. "Why I woke up," Kaz drifted off, "and I felt nauseous. Anyway," he heaved out a breath. "I've checked everywhere, it's just us. The rest of the world is fine." He held up his phone, and I glimpsed the Twitter trends he was scrolling through. "I'm guessing this is just the start. She made it dark so it's easier for her to strike. And when she does, we're powerless." "Yeah, without eating," Rowan said, leaning against the wall. He sent me a look. I could still see a slight smear of red on his lips. He licked it away, his mouth curving into a scowl. "We need breakfast." "Hey." Imogen shot him a stare. "Watch your words. We have refrigerated Nin." "Yeah, but I want fresh Nin." Kaz shot him a look, and he backed off. Rowan rolled his eyes. "I appreciate the house meeting. Really, guys. There's nothing more I love than hanging out, solving the mystery of our undead antics." Rowan made a point to not even acknowledge me. "But is anyone going to talk about the elephant in the room?" He nodded to the lounge. "There's a massacre of bodies under our table, and not one of us is going to say a word?" His fingers tightened around his Ray-Bans, his lenses splintering. At least he wasn't hiding it anymore. Imogen shook her head. "Like I said, not yet," she said. "There's something else." He cocked a brow. "Does that also involve possible Armageddon outside?" Shoving both of them, Imogen grabbed and yanked the boys upstairs, gesturing for me to follow. This time, Imogen led us into my room. It was just how I'd left it, except when I looked up, following Imogen's finger. Something was scrawled, clawed into the ceiling. Not English. Rowan stared down at his nails. "Did we do that?" he hissed out, diving onto my bed. Standing on his toes, he dragged his hand over the carvings, his eyes going wide. They were deep enough to leave indentions in the wall. He nodded at Kaz. Well? Jumping off my bed, Rowan winced, seemingly regretting that decision when he couldn't straighten up. What does it say? Kaz, who looked out of breath, leaning on my bed frame, shot him a scowl. Every time I looked at him, at all of them, they were deteriorating faster, but ignoring it. Ignoring their current state. You're kidding. You think I can read hieroglyphics? You're the smart one. Rowan grinned. I'm the idiot and Emmy's the princess. You studied Egyptians and shit at school, right? When I was in the 4th grade. They're not hieroglyphics, Imogen grumbled. Her lapse in mood was concerning. Well, what about the dead people? Rowan said. The smell is driving me crazy. Imogen shot me a worried glance, chewing on her nails. There's rubber gloves and trash bags in the kitchen. We can dispose of them for now. Kaz was frowning at me. And what happens when their friends come sniffing around here? I haven't figured that out yet. So, we can admit this right now then? Rowan folded his arms. The full moon sent us full teen wolf, and we ripped them apart. There was a pause, and all eyes fell on me. Kaz spoke first, leaning against the wall. What actually happened last night? I think I blacked out after the protection ritual, and I specifically told you not to track Nin down. He shot a pointed glare at Rowan, who resembled a kicked puppy before he broke the awkward silence with a laugh. Okay, come on, he said. She knows. Nin's known since that first night Emmy beat me at Monopoly and the moon got us. I have a vague memory of a car ride and, yes, under the influence, I may have told Nin about our eating habits. What? Imogen squeaked. But I'm dealing with it, I said, swallowing barf. Mostly. I saw the exact moment Kaz Delacruz internally lost his shit. Wait, he said. You told her? Was I supposed to not tell her? Rowan snapped back. No? That was the whole fucking point. Well, maybe she needed to know. Needed to know that we eat her to survive? The two talking over each other sounded like noise in my head. Kaz's laugh was out of character. You told her everything? Not everything. Oh, right. His tone dripped with sarcasm. If looks could kill, Rowan would be dead. So, you just happened to casually mention that we have to eat her to survive? And then complain to me that she ran away? I had never seen Kaz this mad. In a single movement, he grabbed Rowan's shoulders, slamming the boy into the wall. Are you fucking brain dead? Yes, I'm both of them. Kaz's expression faltered, but he backed off. You're an idiot. We all know I'm an idiot. Rowan's lip pricked. He straightened up, unfazed by Kaz's strength. How else were we going to tell her? Imogen looked like she was going to throw up, the skin around her eyes splintering. No, this isn't okay, she said. We can't expect her to, She screwed up her face. I'm sorry, but would you guys happily agree to being eaten alive? It's the least she could do. Rowan scoffed. There's a reason why we're like this. We're reminded of that every time we don't eat. His voice choked up, and I was expecting it. I got a knife through the head. We all got a knife through our head, she shrieked. Just stop, all right? Let's think about this. Why? Rowan challenged. Why are you so scared to admit that we're like this because of her? We haven't eaten, so we're being punished. And right now, I have a 1080p resolution movie screen playing my death. Look, we'll be okay if we don't eat, Kaz cut in, raking his fingernails down his face. If we eat, we can function. Rowan, please stop fucking talking. You're giving me a migraine. Rowan nodded. Exactly. We need to eat. As usual, Kaz is the logical one. If we don't eat, you know what she'll make us do. Imogen stepped back. You're gross. Rowan sighed. No, Imogen, I'm right. Poppy called me. Thank God. Looking at my phone screen, I had 8 missed calls from her. When I left the room answering the phone, her voice was sharp, piercing my ear. "Min," she squeaked. "Have you seen Sam?" I don't know what possessed me to end the call. Sam had gotten away. I'd seen him out of the corner of my eye, darting right out the front door. Then why did I feel sick to my stomach? The night before, my housemates had stuck around for most of the night, before disappearing before dawn. Something ice cold slipped down my spine. What did they do after that? Where did they go? When I headed back into my room, Emmy had retired to her room to freak out. Kaz, passively aggressively clanging around in the kitchen making bacon. Despite being vegetarian, Rowan was still frowning at the ceiling. I figured my housemates wanted to be alone, and I really wasn't looking forward to the inevitable conversation we'd be having. Now I had my memories back. When I took a step back though, he climbed back onto the bed, reached out his hand, tracing his nails across plaster. "Kings," he muttered, digging his fingernails into the indentions. "You can read that?" I blurted. He nodded. "Not well, it's all squiggly, but when I really focus on it, I can sort of read it." He pointed. "See, it reminds me a little of hiragana and katakana, but it's a cocktail of both, with added hieroglyphs. The thing that looks like a house, it says Kings, while the rest is a blur. But if I were to guess, this here," his fingers moved. "This thing, the squiggle that looks kind of like an S, I think it says crown, King's crown," I said, frowning at the syllables. Rowan's lip twitched. Crown or crowned kings would make more sense. "You can read ancient language?" His expression darkened significantly. "Yep, no thanks to you. So you are werewolves," I said, more to myself than him. "You're like the origin of them." He twisted around, his mouth curving into a smile. "Fuck, maybe we are." I found my opportunity. "Rowan?" "Nope." His tone darkened. "We're not doing this." He was so fucking stubborn. I tried again. "Can we?" His head snapped up, eyes narrowing. "Can we what?" Plucking the Ray-Bans from where they settled on his head, he put them on quickly. Hiding moonlit eyes I could still see in the shadow of his iris. "Do you want to talk, Nin? What do you want to talk about?" I didn't speak, and after watching me choke on my words for a while, he drew back and danced away. "I'm kinda hungry," he said, with a fake smile, and even faker enthusiasm. Jumping down, he let out an exaggerated sigh. "I wonder what's for breakfast. Toast maybe? Oatmeal?" If there was one thing my housemates sucked at, it's talking. The boys seem more inclined to talk now, but Emmy is ashamed of what she is and what she does. A few hours ago, I watched them start to revert to static, growing increasingly more feral and animal-like. Imogen curled up in her room, pressing her head into her arms, while Kaz and Rowan kept going to the lounge, circling the bodies they were supposed to be cleaning up. They didn't drop hints, but they didn't have to. So, I went to my room like every other full moon, and I lay down on my bed. I took a sleeping pill, but I still felt it. I felt the warm arms around me, carrying me downstairs. They didn't even wait until I was dead. I don't think they were thinking clearly enough to have a cohesive plan. They reverted back to basic survival instinct, ripping me apart. Like I said, I didn't feel all of it in its entirety, just the start of it, teeth piercing my stomach, and then my arms and legs. Luckily, that's when it went dark. I woke up with that same hollow sensation, only just glimpsing Imogen heaving my skeletal corpse across the hall. There's a town meeting tonight. Kaz said he's going to scope it out and figure out what's going on. When I get into class, I'm going to try to find Sam. If he's not among the dead my housemates killed, where is he?